Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Prologue. Counter Guardian Emiya is sighing, after once again he failed to kill his younger self, and right now he is sitting in the surface of the sand inside his unlimited blade works, waiting for his next task from Illa. He already gives up to free himself from Illa's grasp, because whatever effort he did to destroy his fate as the Counter Guardian is always failed. So Emiya could only give up and accept his fate as the Counter Guardian. Doing a task from Illa to become the executioner for anyone that became a threat to humanity, regardless the person he killed was guilty or not, as long the humanity is preserved. That was his task as the Counter Guardian. But Emiya right now didn't realize that his fate as the Counter Guardian will end sooner than he thought. The ultimate wish that impossible for him to finally would be fulfilled. Because right now slowly, Emiya is realized that something strange has happened to his unlimited blade works. The fog and the floating giant cog that covered the sky is vanishing. And there is something that made him feel really confused. The bond between him and Illa is destroyed. Emiya can feel that right now he is no longer a Counter Guardian. Emiya smiling and crying, his cursed fate as the mass murder finally finished. But before he could celebrate his freedom, Emiya's body starting to disappear from the unlimited blade works. He didn't know what has happened to him right now, but Emiya had a feeling that his destiny as a hero isn't over yet. When Emiya opened his eyes, he was appeared in a very bright room, so bright that he could not open his eyes fully. Emiya Shiru, a voice echoed in the room, saying his old name. Who? Emiya asked. Who called my name? Emiya looked to the direction of the voice, and what he saw was someone wearing white clothes with a very bright light emanating from his body. I talk to you, Emiya Shiru, said the voice again. I am the God Almighty, omniscient, and omnipresent. The beginning and the end. God? Emiya said. That's impossible. There is no such thing as God in this world. There are only Gaia and Illa. Plus root. It's all because I rarely do a thing that you can call as a miracle in the dimension where you live, so it's not strange if you doubt my existence, said the Lord. But don't you want to know why right now you are free from your contract with Illa, a devil who claims to be the collective unconsciousness of mankind and the drive for its survival as a whole? Are you the one who eliminated Illa? Emiya asked, trembling and full of fear at hearing the words of God. Finally you realized something, Emiya Shiru, said the Lord. It's true that I was the one who destroyed Illa from existence. If you destroy Illa, then why am I here now? Asked Shiru. Shouldn't my spirit be gone, or I go to hell with all the sins I have committed? Your spirit didn't disappear or go to hell because I immediately brought you with me to this place, answered the Lord. Because I feel you deserve to have a second chance, even with all the sins you have committed. Second chance? Emiya said. Do I deserve a second chance? I am a super selfish and stubborn person who is more concerned with saving others than paying attention to people who are close and dear to me. I am a man with savior complex who is terrible and can't be treated anymore. After I died and became a Counter Guardian, I committed many sins by killing thousands and even millions of people. Why, God? Why do you want to give me a second chance? The reason is simple, God said. I see you have an extraordinary kindness because you want to do good without expecting anything in return, and you do all the act of kindness with a sincere heart and not for mere pleasure. That's one of the reasons I eliminate Illa, other than because Illa keeps making problem with inciting people to not believe in my existence. Lord, then, Shiru said. Have you also eliminated Gaia? Yes, answered God. I also eliminated Gaia along with Illa, because Gaia wants to eliminate the human that I created. At this moment the two demons that have become tumors for humanity are no longer exist in the dimension where you live and in many other dimensions where they have influence. What I want to know is God, Shiru said. What kind of chance that you want to give to me? The opportunity to live more rightly, answered God. And of course, to help me do something in the dimension where you will live your second life. Is helping you the price I have to pay to get a second chance? Asked Emiya. That's right, answered God. Forgive me, Emiya, but with all the sins you have committed when you became the Counter Guardian, it will be very difficult to give you a second chance. So to compensate all of your sins you must do something for me. What must I do for you, O Lord? Asked Emiya. One of my avatars is killed in a great war on the dimension where the era of the gods still exist, answered God. So there is a lot of chaos that disturb the system that I created to maintain the balance in that dimension, so I want you to clear up the chaos from the system in that dimension. I have no problem with doing that task, Lord, Emiya said. But in that world will I be someone else, or will I still be myself? You will still be yourself, answered God. In fact, I will give you some abilities that will help you in the dimension where I will send you. It's good that I will be myself, Emiya said. But what ability will I get from you, O Lord? You will know by yourself once you arrived in that dimension, answered the Lord. Plus, there was a surprise for you as soon as you arrived in that dimension. Surprise? Emiya said, feeling a little confused. I have told you everything you need to know, Emiya, the Lord said. Right now, I will send you to that world. Emiya still wants to ask God more questions, but suddenly his body became frozen, and his mouth cannot speak at all. And slowly Emiya's body disappeared from that place. I hope he can carry out the tasks I have given to him, the Lord said. And I hope he is not angry with the surprise I gave to him. Ugh, Emiya said. What happened to my body? Emiya is currently at the Kua City Park, and his body is lying rigidly next to the water fountain. Once Emiya woke up at the dimension where he would start his second life, he could feel pain all over his body. Especially on his left chest, who had a big wound with a lot of blood flowing down from the wounds. Is this the surprise that you prepare for me, oh God? Emiya said, who after finished that word lost his consciousness. In front of Emiya there was a boy with brown hair and a girl with long crimson hair. The boy bowed his head to the floor in front of the girl while saying, Ryaz-buku, please save Shiru's life. Chapter 1, Reborn. Why did Hayao beg Ryaz Greenery to save Shiru? To find out what really happened, we have to do a little flashback. Emiya Shiru was basically just an ordinary high school student who attended Kusagakure without knowing there is many supernatural things around him. His younger sister Ilia was a magical girl and her adoptive parents were Mages. Plus Kusagakure where he went to school was managed by the demon race. You could say he didn't find out not about all the magical things around him so far was a miracle. Until the day he died because of supernatural beings. One evening when he had just returned from training at the archery club, Shiru passed the park he used to go to when he was going home. He saw his super perverted friend Hayao sitting on the ground while holding the wound in his stomach. In front of Sai was a middle-aged man who wore a long coat and a black fedora. That middle-aged man was seen floating in front of Sai using a pair of black wings. Shiru did not understand what was really happening to Sai. But Shiru understood one thing, his friend from the class next door were in danger and it was impossible for him to not helping to seeing his friend being injured. Hayao-san, what happened to you? Shiru shouted as he immediately ran towards Sai who was injured. Why are you hurt like that? Shiru. Sai said. What are you doing here? Your stomach is seriously injured, Shiru said. There's no way I can just leave you, Hayao-san. Hey, human. Said the middle-aged man in black suit. Don't try to stop me from killing that shitty devil that you are trying to help. In the hands of the middle-aged man the light began to gather and the light that gathered began to form a spear. The man threw the spear of light he made, and the spear of light struck Shiru's heart. And because of the attack, Emiya Shiru was killed instantly. Shiru. Sai shouted. That annoying human is dead, said the man. Now it's your turn, shitty devil. Once again the middle-aged man made a spear of light and was ready to throw it at Sai, but before he could do it. Stop that. Raya shouted while attacking the middle-aged man using her magic. That man didn't attack Sai because he had to avoid attacks from Ryaz. Deep red hair, you must be from the Greenery clan, said the man. Why did you stop me? The man looked at Ryaz with anger and hatred as if he really wanted to kill Ryaz. The person you want to kill is part of my group, Ryaz said. Mr. Fallen Angel, if you try to kill him again then I won't stand still. So that kid is part of your group? Then I'm sorry, I thought he was a wild demon. Moreover I completely forgot that this city was the territory of Greenery and Citre. My name is Donaseek, then daughter of the Greenery clan. I excuse myself. The man bowed his head to Ryaz and flew away from Sai and Ryaz. Are you okay, Sai? Ryaz asked while walking towards Sai. Okay is not right word, Buku, Sai said. My stomach bleeding pretty badly, and Shiru my friend died because he protected me. Ryaz looked at Shiru whose body was lying rigid on the ground. On Shiru's left chest there was a large hole due to an attack from Donaseek. Blood flowed from the hole and made the ground around Shiru become full of blood. He is in the class next to you, right Sai? Ryaz said. Why did he die protecting you? Shiru happened to pass by this park when I was attacked by Donaseek, Sai said. And because he was trying to help me who was injured. Donasik instead targeted him and killed him. He's a very good person, Ryaz said. If I were in his position maybe I would have run away and saved myself. Shiryu is indeed a very good person, said Sai. He even befriends me, a super perverted man who like a woman breast and hated by almost all the women in Kusagakure. Sai then knelt before Ryaz and lowered his head to the ground while saying, Ryaz Buku, please save Shiryu. Flashback end. Ryaz said. Looks like I don't have much choice, especially since he helped you earlier, so I thought maybe it was okay to save his life because he helped my servant. Ryaz takes out her evil pieces and prepares to save Shiryu's life. Ryaz first tried the night pieces on Shiryu. The evil pieces got in, but Shiryu's situation hasn't changed at all. Ryaz panicked, then she put the rest of his 7-pawn evil pieces she had left into Shiryu's body, and this time Shiryu's condition began to improve. The hole in his left chest closed and his body that had been look pale starting to become better. This is truly extraordinary, Ryaz said, and she looks really happy. Thanks to you, Sai, I got a jackpot. Buka, what happened? Sai asked. To save Emiya Shiryu's life, I need 1 knight and 7 pawn pieces, Ryaz said. That means he has enormous potential. Does that mean you can say that the potential of Shiryu is far beyond me? Sai asked. Well, that's how it is, Ryaz answered. To revive you at that time I used 1 mutation pawn, which is equivalent to 8 pawns, and by coincidence all my pawns pieces are mutation pieces. If I add up all of my pawn, it's equal to 64 pawn. You use 1 piece means your ability is equivalent to 8 pawn, while for Shiryu he uses the remaining 7 pieces and knight, which is equivalent to 5 pawn, and total pieces I should need to save him are 61 pawn. I'm lucky all of the pawn pieces from my evil pieces are mutations, so I can save his life. Wow, said Sai. I'm really surprised at how much potential Shiryu has. Yup. Ryaz said. Either his sacred gear or the power he has, so that I has to use many evil pieces to help him, but it's clear that I got him in my period is an incredible fortune. Meanwhile with Emiya. Chapter 2, Zalrach explanation. Emiya woke up in a room that he didn't recognize exactly a few hours after he was helped by Ryaz. When Emiya opened his eyes, what he saw was a ceiling that he had never seen. From the window of the room he could see that it was morning because the sun was already shining brightly. Plus Emiya could feel that at the moment he wasn't wearing any clothes, and next to him Ryaz, the person who helping him, was hugging his body. Ryaz's body completely naked, same like him. Emiya really did not know what to react to seeing a girl with super big breasts hugging his body in a room he did not recognize at all. Emiya broke free from Ryaz's embrace and then sat on the futon. Is this what is called being in heaven and hell at the same time? Shiryu said. Why is this girl hugging me naked, plus where is this? In Emiya's head suddenly a voice that he did not know where it came from. Who is that? Emiya said. Who speaks in my head? Have you really forgotten my voice, Archer-chan? That way of speech. Emiya said. Zalrach. Ting tong, Zalrach said. Your guess is correct, how come your voice is in my head? Emiya said. Where are you, Zaltrek? Inside your Unlimited Blade Works, Zalrach said. Locked up by God in Unlimited Blade Works to help you in this new world. Hearing Zalrach's answer, Emiya became suspicious why God had locked Zalrach inside his body. Did you do something bad, Zalrach? Emiya said. To the extent that God locked you in me? Ha 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 ha, Zalrach said. Something like that, that's why I was trapped in Unlimited Blade Works. Then do you want to tell me why you were locked up? Emiya asked. I just made a parallel world that I visited having a war, so there were billions of people who died, Zalrach said. So I get the punishment to help you in the world that is still in the era of God. Making a world lose billions of lives is not something that should laugh at, Zalrach, Emiya said. No wonder God locked you in my Unlimited Blade Works, your sin is really big. I know that, Archer. And I also feel very sorry because of what I did, so I didn't protest at all when I was locked up in your body, Zalrach said. You said before that your job was to help me, Zalrach, Emiya said. Can you tell me what abilities God has given me? Your first ability is maybe my presence in Unlimited Blade Works. With me here you can use my kaleidoscope. Even knowing all the knowledge I have accumulated throughout my life, Zalrach answered. Kaleidoscope will be very useful, Emiya said. Is there anything else besides that? Ultimate projection, the ability to imitate and make any weapon, be it noble phantasm or sacred gear, perfectly and flawlessly. Not only weapons but also any objects. Even with this ability you can change the shape of your body at will without risk at all, because the weapon or thing you made will never disappear, said Zalrach. Similar to denial of nothingness, but the difference is I can keep the weapon that I made indefinitely, Emiya said. And if I'm not mistaken, you said something about sacred gear. What kind of thing was that? Sacred gears are weapons created by avatars of God in this dimension. From those that function as wound healing tools to weapons that capable of killing gods, Zalrech said. Kill a gods? Emiya said. Something like that? Yeah, and the sacred gear with the power to kill gods is called the Longinus class sacred gear. If I'm not mistaken, there are only 13 Longinus in this world. And the rest are just ordinary sacred gear, Zalrech replied. The point is I was able to make a noble phantasm that could kill a god, Emiya said. Then what other abilities? Your structural analysis now not only functions on weapons but also on living creatures as well, and if you combine this ability with ultimate projection you can mimic your opponent's abilities and skills, even certain techniques that are only passed down through the bloodline, said Zalrech. This means I can now be called the ultimate faker, Emiya said. Is there anything else besides those 3 abilities? The last one is ultimate reinforcement. With this ability you can strengthen anything physically or non-physically. The possibilities that you can do with this ability are practically unlimited, Zalrech said. The point is God strengthens the abilities that I already have to exceed the limits, and the only new ability I have is your kaleidoscope, Zalrech, Emiya said. That's how it is, but with all of that ability it will be very difficult for anyone in this new world to defeat you, Archer, let alone coupled with your absurd combat experience and fighting style. Anyone who opposes you will feel frustrated, Zalrech said. Ah, I forgot about one thing. There are several sacred gears which have a sealed spirits of a powerful monsters like dragons inside of it, and your ultimate projection can't create a spirits, so to make a sacred gear that is sealed with spirits, you have to use my kaleidoscope to summon spirits sealed in the sacred gear that you want to make from the parallel world, so that the sacred gear you make will be perfect, so that is the reason God sealed you in my body, Zalrech, Emiya said. I don't want to comment about that, Archer, Zalrech said. Now you should dig up the memories that you have inside your new body. It will be very useful if the girl who is sleeping next to you wakes up and asks you something. Doing what Zalrech suggested, Emiya began to dig into the memories of his new body. And after a few minutes sorting memories that could be considered important, Emiya finally knew the name of the girl who was sleeping next to him. Ryaz Gremory is a 3rd grade student from Kusagakure, her senior at school. And from the structure analysis that he did on Ryaz's body, Emiya also knew that Ryaz had the same body structure as him. Whatever Ryaz did to him a few hours ago, Emiya understood that Ryaz changing him into the same creature as Ryaz, coupled with the strange spiritual bond with Ryaz that he could feel, came from the evil pieces that Ryaz put into his body, the same as the spiritual bond he had with Rin when he became a servant in the Holy Grail War. Making him even more sure what Ryaz did to him made him a kind of servant to Ryaz. Apparently you have woken up, Emiya-kun, Ryaz said. What about the wound on your left chest? Are you feeling better? I already feel better, Ryaz-senpai, Emiya said while turning his face so that he did not see Ryaz's naked body. But can you tell me, Ryaz-senpai? Why are you sleeping naked next to me? Chapter 3, Talking with Ryaz-era, Emiya-kun, Ryaz said. Are you not happy when a beautiful girl like me sleeping with you? Emiya couldn't say anything, his face even reddened because of what Ryaz said. Wow, your face has turned red, Ryaz said. Even though I was only joking with you a little. Senpai, your joke isn't funny, you know, Emiya said with his face still flushed. Instead of joking like that, can you tell me, senpai, why you are sleeping next to me? And why I can still be alive after I've been killed because my left chest pierced by the spear of light thrown by that winged man. Emiya tried his best to pretend to be Shiru Emiya of this dimension that he replaced. Because if he doesn't pretend, Emiya is afraid that he will be suspected of being someone else. Fortunately he followed Zalrech's advice, to sort out the memory of the body he was used at the moment. So Emiya know now how to talk and how to behave like Shiru Emiya in this world. Sai's words about you are indeed right, Emiya-kun, Ryaz said. Aside from your good behavior to help others person, you are also a really serious person. Don't mind that, quickly explain to me what really happened to me yesterday afternoon. Emiya said. Alright, Ryaz said. Before I told you what happened yesterday, Emiya-kun, I want to ask you, do you believe in the existence of supernatural beings? Supernatural beings? Emiya said. Of course I believe. Moreover, I was arguably a supernatural creature before in the form of a spirit without a body, but there's no way I said that to her, right? Are you kidding to me, senpai? How could there be such a creature in this world? Then how come that person who killed you yesterday can make a spear of light from his hand, Ryaz said. And why does that person have black wings on his back? Can you explain that, Emiya-kun? I can't explain it, Ryaz-senpai, Emiya said. Everything I experienced yesterday afternoon was really strange and absurd. Yuki is really tiring pretending like this, but you have to hold on, Emiya. So no one can suspect you. Then I will answer your question, Emiya-kun, Ryaz said. The man who killed you yesterday wasn't a human, but a fallen angel, and he killed you because you bothered him when he tried to kill Sai yesterday afternoon. Fallen angel? Emiya said. Well, that's a new thing, Black-winged creatures originating from Abrahamic mythology? You seem to have knowledge about the supernatural creature Emiya-kun, Raya said. I really didn't know. My father has many books about mythology and legend, Emiya said. That's why I know a lot about mythology and legends. Then it will be easier to explain the matter of my identity to you, Raya said. Then can you guess my identity? Raya's body was still naked, but she retracted out a pair of bat wings from the top of her waist. What about this Emiya-kun? Raya asked. Do you already know the answer after I show you this wing? Emiya started to remember about what happened yesterday afternoon when Raya's evil pieces entered his body. At that time he could feel that he had the same wings like Raya's on his body. He then used his advanced structural analysis one more time to scan Raya's body. And in an instant all the personal information about Raya's body such as the size of her chest, stomach and waist, height, and even her power of destruction entered Emiya's head. Raya-senpai, you are a devil from the devil race, Emiya said. Black wings that look like bat wings coming out of the back of your body are proof of that. Your answer is correct, Emiya-kun. I come from the Grimoire family, one of the 72 demon pillars in the underworld. Raya said. And the item I used to save your life yesterday afternoon, changing your body's structure to be the same as mine, can you feel it, Emiya-kun? You mean right now I'm also a devil like you? Emiya asked. More or less, replied Raya. From a human to a devil, Emiya said. I don't know what to react because right now I know that I'm not a human anymore. Your reaction seems pretty flat in my opinion, Raya said. I can even see that you have accepted your changes really well, Emiya-kun. Well, what else could I have done, Emiya said. I'm not someone who likes to exaggerate things, the most important thing is that I'm still live. I can see, you accept your changes much better than Sai, Raya said. He really looked surprised when I told him that he was not a human anymore. Well, that was sound like that idiot pervert, said Emiya, who was getting memories about Sai from his new body. By the way, senpai, can you tell me what kind of items that made me into a devil just like you? Ah, it's true that I haven't told you the thing I used to save you, Raya said. But unfortunately I haven't brought that thing at the moment. How about I show you evil pieces at school break? Oh, okay, Emiya said. I think that was a right time. Evil pieces, she said. That means the words I heard yesterday when she rescuing me are not wrong. Evil pieces are items used by the devil race to increase their numbers. I don't know who made those evil pieces, but clearly the person who made them must be so genius that they could make objects containing a heaven feel element. Then I will wait for you at school, Emiya-kun, Raya said while wearing a school uniform that she somehow pulled out of nowhere. See you later, Emiya-kun. After finishing wearing her school uniform, Raya activates her transportation magic circle and disappears from the room through the magic circle she made. Huh, Emiya said. Looks like I got a master that as bad as Rin. Chapter 4, Ilya, Kuro and Sella. Emiya was truly relieved. Raya finally left his room. Because Emiya knew something bad would happen to him if he was seen together with Raya, who was completely naked in his room. Oniai-chan, it's time to wake up. And sure enough, exactly a few seconds after Raya left, his two younger sisters, Ilya and Kuro, suddenly opened the door of his room without knocking and immediately shouted to wake him up. Based on the memories that came from his new body, in this new world Ilya was really younger than him and not legally like Ilya, who came from the world where Emiya came from. Well, Kuro is a cousin of Ilya who came from Germany and her real name is Chloe von Insbern. And what makes Emiya feel surprised is why Kuro can be so similar to Ilya. And why the color of hair and skin of Kuro is like him. Maybe Emiya could find an answer using structure analysis on Kuro's body later. Emiya sighed at the behavior of her two younger sisters. Then he said to them, Ilya, Kuro, both of you doesn't need to scream like that. I've been awake since earlier. If you yell like that, you will disturb the neighbors. No. Forgive us, Kuro and Ilya said, bowing their heads. Oniai-chan, who usually wakes up earlier than Sella, doesn't appear in the dining room this morning, Ilya said. That's why we both became worried and tried to wake Oniai-chan up. Besides, when Oniai-chan came home, we had no idea when you get home, Kuro said. We both thought Oniai-chan didn't come home yesterday until Ilya saw Oniai-chan's shoes lying on the veranda this morning. What actually made Oniai-chan coming home without alerting us? I was too busy practicing judo yesterday, Emiya said. I forgot about time and practiced until almost midnight, so I came home late. I'm sorry, Ilya, Kuro, if I make both of you worrying me. Emiya hugged Ilya and Kuro not to make both of them suspicious, also to show his affection for Kuro and Ilya. Especially to Ilya, his favorite sister who died a year after the Fifth Holy Grail War ended. Emiya really missed the existence of Ilya. It's okay, Oniai-chan, Ilya said with a very red face. Why yes, Oniai-chan, we have forgiven you, really. Kuro said with a face that was as red as Ilya, but with a little blood coming out of her nose. Starting from the scene, Archer Emiya will be called by Shiru to make the story writing easier. Ilya-san, Kuro-san, both of you only go to wake Shiru-san up, but why both of you is taking so long? When Ilya, Kuro and Shiru were hugging, Sella the maid at Emiya's residence appeared to see why Ilya and Kuro needed a long time just to wake up Shiru, and when she arrived in front of Shiru's room whose door was open and saw Ilya, Kuro and Shiru were hugging, she really felt shocked, and then suspicion arose in her mind, and then a bad thoughts on Shiru began to appear in her head. Then the bad thoughts began to cause reactions to her body. What are you doing, you Lilicon? Sella immediately charged towards Shiru with a punch from her left hand right at Shiru's head. And Shiru was shocked by Sella, who suddenly wanted to hit him, to the point that Shiru released his arms that hugged Kuro and Ilya. As well as Ilya and Kuro, who were truly shocked by Sella's appearance. The two of them fell to the floor because Shiru let go of his arms and they released their arms from Shiru's body. Sella, stop! Kuro shouted. Sella Onii-chan didn't do anything to us, said Ilya. Sella ignored the words of Ilya and Kuro because she was already blinded by anger. Shiru, who was about to be hit by Sella, did not feel any threat from Sella at all. With his experience as a counter-guardian in previous life, the blow from Sella feel very slow for Shiru. And Shiru easily caught the punch from Sella using his right hand. Ilya, Kuro was really surprised to see their big brother could withstand a blow from Sella. Whereas before Shiru could not do anything when he would be hit by Sella. And Sella, who struck Shiru, felt even more shocked than Ilya and Kuro. Shiru, who had been a routine victim of her beatings, if Shiru did something she thought was a pervert this time, could withstand her punch. Sella was really confused about what was happening. You know, Sella, Shiru said. You shouldn't jump to your own conclusions when you see something happens in front of you. It makes you feel like a spoiled rich kid who thinks she's or he always right. Shut up. Sella said that her left hand was still held by Shiru. Don't touch me. Yulilecon. I will not let go of your hand, Sella, Shiru said. Before you want to hear an explanation from me, Ilya and Kuro. After an explanation that didn't take long for Sella about why Shiru, Ilya and Kuro were hugging. Sella finally understood, and then she bowed her head to Shiru. I'm sorry, said Sella. I was wrong because I made my own conclusion when I saw you hugging with Ilya and Kuro. It's good that you understand, Sella, Shiru said. I'm already tired. You keep hitting me at will even though I'm not guilty at all. So make sure you change your attitude, Sella. Shiru then walked past Sella, who was still kneeling while lowering her head while carrying a bath towel, uniform and school bag. I want to take a shower first and then have breakfast, Shiru said. Ilya, Kuro, Sella, the three of you, please have breakfast first. Shiru then walked out of his room to the bathroom in a cool manner, passing through Ilya and Kuro. Shiru's pretentious style makes Ilya's heart beat very fast and her face turns red and there is smoke coming out above her head. Then Kuro had a much worse nosebleed than before. Her face was as red as Ilya, plus her eyes became heart-shaped because she saw how cool Shiru was. Oh, Onii-chan is too cool, Kuro said. While Sella, who had been scolded by Shiru, could only stay stiff, unable to move at all. Half of the reason is because she was upset that she was scolded by Shiru. And the other reason was because she really felt fascinated by how cool Shiru was when he scolded her. The second life of the counter-guardian Emiya as a new Shiru Emiya has just begun. Chapter 5, Kusagakure and Occult Research Club Part 1. In the bathroom right in the shower area, Shiru was cleaning his body, which was smelly and sticky due to sweat plus a dried blood stain on his left chest due to the wound he got yesterday. Zelrech said. I feel it, Zelrech, Shiru said, rubbing his body with a soap. And I can also feel that Ilya in this world is not a homunculus like my Ilya, but in this world she is a real human being. But Kuro is the one that not human, Zelrech said. That girl has almost the same body structure as a servant, only the anchor to support her existence is the class card created by another me. Class card? Shiru said. This is the first time I've heard that word. What exactly is the function of this class card? Items that give users the power of a servant, Zelrech said. I'm really surprised to see the existence of class cards in this dimension. That means class card is a dangerous item if it falls into the wrong hands, Shiru said. After all, what did you create such a thing for? I'll tell you next time, Archer, Zelrech said. I just feel right now is not the right time to tell you. You don't want to tell me, huh? Shiru said while turning off the shower. It's really not like you, old troll. What's going on? Not telling you everything is one of the absolute commands of God when I am sealed up in your body, Zelrech said. Although I really want to tell you, Archer. I won't be able to say anything unless the time is right. If that's an absolute command from God, well, that means you really can't tell me anything, Shiru said with a sigh. I can only wait for you to tell me what is class card later. All I can tell you right now is that your sister Kuro is a part of Ilya, Zelrech said. who gets a real body through the class card so she can live in this world. Shiru, who had finished showering, immediately dried his body and then put on his school uniform. Then he walked into the dining room. In the dining room, Ilya, Kuro, Liz and Sella are eating their breakfast. Shiru then sat on the chair where he usually sat on the other side of Ilya. Ilya and Kuro were about to greet Shiru, but because Sella was always angry at the two of them when they talked while eating, they hold the urge to talk. Sella always teaches the two of them that chatting while eating is not polite. So now both of them could only be silent, for fear of being scolded by Sella. Except maybe if Ilyas V. Elon Garrett Sugu were with them, then they would be able to eat while chatting. Right after Shiru and his two younger sisters went to school, Sella sighed while sitting on the sofa. She was still upset with what had happened to her this morning. Sella was completely confused by the behavior of Shiru. How could Shiru withstand a punch from her? And why did Shiru become that brave? Sella, why do you look so depressed? Asked Liz. The lazy maid. Her real name is Lsret. Liz just a nickname. I'm just surprised, Lsret, said Sella. Why suddenly Shiru dares to fight me like that, whereas before he didn't dare to fight at all? Maybe he's tired, Sella, Lsret said. Tired? You always blame him when he didn't do anything wrong. What wrong when I beat a pervert? Sella said. He is a Siskon and Lilikon. He always wants to do a pervert thing to Ilya-san and Kuro-san. From what I've been watching, said Lsret, Shiru has never done anything perverted to you, to me or to Kuro and Ilya. But he once kissed Ilya-san's lips. Sella said. He even touched your chest. I never remember Shiru kissing Ilya at all. What I remember is, Shiru kissed Ilya's forehead, Lsret said. And although Shiru touched my chest, I think it was also accidental. Because at that time Shiru fell towards me because you kicked him, Sella, so Shiru accidentally touched my chest, and if I think it more clearly, it was your fault. Sella was annoyed and shocked at Lsret's words. Because everything Lsret said was 100% true, and because of that Sella couldn't talk at all. Onyai-chan looked a little different this morning. Are you have some problem? Asked Ilya. Yes, Onyai-chan was really not like himself this morning, Kuro said. Onyai-chan looks more braver. I'm just tired of being beaten and blamed by Sella for a mistake I didn't do, Shiru replied. No matter how patient I am, I just a human who have a limits, and Sella's actions this morning have completely breaking my patience. Onyai-chan, Ilya said. I didn't know that all this time Onyai-chan was holding your anger at Sella. I'm sorry I didn't realize it all this time. Ilya is true, Onyai-chan, Kuro said. We are really stupid for not being aware of the suffering you feel that caused by Sella. My acting seems too convincing, Shiru said in his heart. Even though this morning I resisted the blow from Sella just so that my new body had no damage, you guys didn't do anything wrong, Shiru said with a cold sweat dripping down his forehead because he felt he was overdoing the pretending. Even though Shiru only wanted to tease Sella a little because Shiru felt Sella was too negative about him. But Shiru didn't expect that his acting had destroyed Sella's image in front of her two younger siblings. Besides, I've also forgiven Sella for all the mistakes she made to me. Onyai-chan, Ilya and Kuro said with tears in their eyes. Thank God Onyai-chan is still the Onyai-chan I know, Kuro said. I was really surprised by the reaction from Onyai-chan this morning when Sella almost hit you. Onyai-chan hasn't changed at all, Ilya said. I'm really worried because Onyai-chan looks like someone else earlier. I already told both of you, Laya, Kuro, Shiru said. I just really lost my temper after Sella's always being careless to me all this time. I won't change because I'm Amiya Shiru, your brother. After a moment of hugging that caught the attention of many people around, the three, Ilya, Kuro and Shiru immediately stopped hugging because they were aware of the people who were looking at them. With their faces flushed with shame, the three continued their journey to Kusagakure. How I am really too carried away, Shiru told himself. Usually I never do this again, even when I'm called by Rin to be a servant. Is this all because of this new body? Shortly after, in front of the Kusagakure gate. Amiya-kun, good morning. Rin said. Shiro, good morning. Luvia said. Tasaka, Rin and Luvage felt waiting for Shiru in front of the Kusagakure gate like they used to do every morning. And behind both of them were the classmates Mu of Ilya and Kuro, also a fellow magical girl who was standing with a face that showed no expression as usual. Kuro said. Are they both not tired of doing the same thing every morning, continuously trying to make Onyai-chan liking them in front of the school gate? I'm already lazy to comment, Ilya said. They both are too stubborn to give up. That's right, Miss said. The two of them even waited here from an hour ago. Rin even felt, if I'm not mistaken, she is Rin's rival in the clock tower, is right? Shiru thought to himself. Well, I should have guessed. I completely forgot about the two of them. Even though they are both in my new memory, you become forgetful archer, Zalrech said. You can't even remember the whereabouts of my two students who also exist in this world, even though you have memories of them. Shut up your Zelrech, Archer said. I'm thinking about too many other things, plus I'm also surprised to see Rin and Luvia, so I'm late remembering them. Emiya-kun, let's go to class, Rin said while flanking Shiru's right arm. Shiro, forget about the flat-chested girl, let's walk to class together. Luvia said, flanking Shiru's left arm. Take your hands off Emiya-kun, you crazy big lady, Rin said. You should have done that, flat-chested maid, Luvia said. Anya-chan, Ilya, me and Mi will go to elementary school section, Kuro said. Anya-chan, please take care of the two of them as usual. Ilya and Mi do the same thing as Kuro. Then the three walked towards the elementary school area from Kusagakure. Hey Ilya, Kuro. Wait a minute, Shiru said. Help me handle Tasaka and Luvia. Sorry Anya-chan, Ilya said. But I'm lazy to deal with them. Shiru-san, forgive us, Mi said, bowing. But we must immediately enter the class. Anya-chan, goodbye, said Kuro, who immediately hold Ilya and Kuro hand and pull them after they both refused to help Shiru. Wait, Shiru said. While Shiru tried to ask for help from his two younger siblings, Rin was flanking Shiru's right arm and Luvia was flanking Shiru's left arm. And they continued to fight without regard to whatever was happening around them. The fans from Rin and Luvia, who were annoyed to see the two of them fighting over Shiru, could only grit their teeth in annoyance. Damn. Why is only Emiya who is approached by Rin-sama and Luvia-sama? The world is really unfair. Get die, you handsome man. Shiru in the end could only sigh while walking to his class with both hands still flanked by Rin and Luvia, who did not stop fighting. From the window of the old school building, which is the place of the occult research club, Ryaz and Akeno watch over Shiru, who had just come to school. Is that your new pawn, Ryaz? Akeno asked. Yup, Ryaz answered. His name is Shiru Emiya, from the 2nd grade and a member of the Kido Club. He is in the same class as Sai. He took up all of my 7 remaining pawn plus 1 knight. Woo, that means he has potential far beyond Sai, Akeno said. That's right, Ryaz said. I'm really lucky to get Shiru Emiya to be part of my peerage. Then, Ryaz, do you know what strength he has? Akeno asked. I still don't know, Akeno, Ryaz answered. But clearly, we will find out soon enough. But the two girls with him, Tasaka Rin and Luvia Idlefelt, if I'm not mistaken, part of a magician organization in London called Clock Tower, aren't they? Akeno asked. Yes, Ryaz answered. Tasaka Rin and Luvia Idlefelt are from the Clock Tower, an independent magician organization that uses a different branch of magic called Magecraft. The leader of the Clock Tower is one of the most feared vampires called Zelrech. Why are the two of them in this city? Akeno said. If I'm not mistaken, Sona told me they received a mission from the Clock Tower in this city, Ryaz said. They did not give Sona the details of the mission when both of them asked for permission to go to school at Kusagakure. They only say that the mission they carry out has nothing to do with our race. Are the Tasaka clan is the second owner of Kawa City? Why did the two of them need our permission to settle their mission? Akeno asked. That's so weird. I don't know, Akeno, Ryaz answer. Maybe they only want to tell us, to not to intervene their mission. Does their mission possibly involve Shiru-kun? Akeno said. It's possible, Ryaz said. Seeing their closeness to Shiru-kun, that was very possible. Then what if their mission clashes with our group? What will you do, Ryaz? Akeno asked. Let's not do anything, Ryaz answered. Because we don't know what the mission of Tasaka Rin and Luvia Idlefelt really is, and if we make the Tasaka clan angry we cannot stay in Kawa anymore. Then we can only hope that their mission has nothing to do with Shiru-kun, Akeno said. Hopefully, Akeno, I hope their mission has nothing to do with Shiru-kun, Ryaz said. Because Sona and I don't want to deal with the Tasaka family and Zelrech who ordered them. Is that the name of vampire who is the leader of the Clock Tower really scary? Akeno asked. Sona and I don't know clearly, Akeno, Ryaz answered. But Serafal-sama and my Unai-sama told me one thing about Zelrech. What is that? Akeno asked. Don't ever want to deal with the old trolls that using kaleidoscope, Ryaz answered. Chapter 6, Kusagakure and Occult Research Club Part 2. During the break, when Shiru was eating a bento that Sela made, together with Sairu, his best friend, Kiba Yodo, Ryaz Knight, who was in the same class as Shiru, approached him and said, Emiya Shiru-kun, the chairman of my club Ryaz Greenry wants to talk to you, so can you come with me to the old school building? Ryaz-sama wants to talk to Shiru-kun. This is really a surprise. Does Ryaz-sama want to express her love to Shiru-kun, one of the two most handsome people in this school besides Kiba-kun? Shiru and Kiba classmate immediately made a gossip and talking about why Ryaz suddenly wanted to talk with Shiru. I'll see her soon, Yodo-san, Shiru said. So will you go first? Kiba nodded and then left the classroom. One of the 4 most beautiful girls in school wants to talk to you, Ruta said. What is this, Emiya? Are you not satisfied with Tasaka and Idelfelt? And now you want to have Rya's Creamery too? Heard the words of his good friend who clearly accused himself of being a playboy. Shiryu certainly didn't accept it, and he would give his good friend a little lesson. Aren't you mistaken about something, Ruto? Shiryu said. I was approached by Tasaka and Idelfelt, and I don't know what I must do, and now you think Creamery-senpai, who is our senior and the most beautiful girl in this school, want to make a move to me? That's very unlikely, right? Are you perhaps saying that because you're jealous and upset to me, because you have never had a chance to approached by beautiful girls? If you're thinking like that, then you are on the same level with your twin brother in the next class, Hayao, the most perverted man in our school. Shiryu satire remarked to Ruto, obviously making Ruto upset, and he immediately shouted at Shiryu. Take back your words, Emiya. Ruto shouted. Don't compare me to the rotten pervert Hayao. I'm not the same as him. Then why did you say a word that say as if I were a playboy who likes to collect the women? Shiryu asked. You know me from elementary school, you should know, Ruto, that I'm not a pervert. Too I, said Ruto, unable to reply to Shiryu's words, because in his heart he knew that Shiryu's words were right on target. He was jealous of Shiryu, who was always surrounded by the most beautiful girls in Kusagakure. Can't say anything? Shiryu said. Then we will continue this conversation later. I must meet Rya's Creamery. Shiryu walked out of the classroom to the Occult Research Club, leaving Ruto, who was still speechless because of Shiryu's words. He then stared at Shiryu, who had left the classroom. While thinking, why could he be jealous of Shiryu? Is it because he has never been approached by many women like Shiryu? Or because of something else? Ruto doesn't know and doesn't understand. But one thing is clear, that he will apologize to Shiryu if Shiryu has returned to the class. Shiryu's classmates were truly shocked when they saw that Emiya Shiryu, who usually never got angry, suddenly turned into a very different person. Why Shiryu could be like that? What really happened to the Emiya Shiryu they knew? Just Shiryu was halfway to the Occult Research Club. Rin and Luvia, who had forgotten to bring a bento that made by Auguste, the butler from the Idelfelt family, had just returned to class after finishing buying food from the school cafeteria. Rin and Luvia went straight to Shiryu's seat, but they did not find Shiryu at all. All they found was Ruto, who was sitting in the chair next to Shiryu. Hey Ruto, have you seen Emiya-kun? Rin asked. Ruto was still in his daydreaming and not say a word when Rin asking him. And because he didn't respond to Rin's questions at all, it clearly made Tasaka Rin very upset. Hey Ruto. Rin shouted. I asked you, did you see Emiya-kun? Wah. Said Ruto, who was surprised after hearing Rin's scream. Why you screaming like that, Tasaka? I'm not deaf. It's all because you didn't respond to my question at all. Rin is really angry with Ruto, to the extent that she stared at Ruto as if Ruto was a trash. What do you want to ask, Tasaka? Ruto really felt intimidated when Rin looked at him. So he can only answer nervously when Rin is angry at him. I was asking you twice, Ruto. Rin said, don't let me repeat it again. Unwilling to make Rin even angrier, Ruto tried to remember again what Rin had asked him. Ah, you asked me if I saw Emiya. He was having lunch with me, then Kiba came and told him that Rya's Creamery wanted to meet with him, so now he was currently going to the Occult Research Club to meet Rya's Creamery. What? Rin and Luvia were really surprised to hear the answer from Ruto. They were very shocked when they found out that Shiryu, who was their sweetheart, both went to meet one of the most beautiful girls in school. Why does Shiryu want to meet with that girl? Luvia shouted. That's right, why Emiya-kun wants to meet the red-haired bimbo. Rin said while pulling Ruto's collar. I do not know, said Ruto. And stop pulling my collar. Hey, Zalrech, do you know how to untie my connection with Rya's Creamery? Shiryu asked. I know a way, Zalrech said. But why do you want to know that? Although you could say that she saved my life, or rather made my injured body healed, but I don't like the idea that I am bound as part of Rya's Creamery peerage, Shiryu said. For me to have a bond with Rya's Creamery is the same when I become La's slave. I don't want to go back to being a slave again. Well, your words are not wrong, Archer, said Zalrech. But at least you have to do something back for Rya's Creamery first, because obviously she has helped you, Archer. I will definitely do that even without you telling, Zalrech, Shiryu said. Now tell me the way. I'll tell you later, Zalrech said. Because now we don't have time, because you're already so close to Rya's Creamery, Shiryu wanted to protest, but as soon as he saw that he was already in front of the old school building where the Occult Research Club was located, Shiryu could only keep calm because Kiba was seen waiting for him in front of the old school building, and there was no way he could continue his conversation with Zalrech that will making him suspicious. Right now Shiryu can only be quiet and act natural. Shiryu approached Kiba, who was waiting for him in front of the old school building, then said to him, I have come as per your request, Kiba Yodo. Now can you take me to meet Ryaz-senpai? Ah, alright, Kiba said. Now let's go to the club room. As soon as Kiba and Shiro arrived at the room where Ryaz was, Shiro could see the incarnation of pervertness Hayao-sai, who was absorbed in looking at Akeno Himejima Big Breast, who is sitting next to him. Konko Tajo, the club mascot, was busy eating the cake on the table. And Ryaz Creamery was taking a bath in the shower that sat inside the club room. Emiya Shiro aka Archer Emiya immediately thought. It seems that my level E luck hasn't changed even though I'm in a different world. Problems and chaos will always continue to follow me wherever I am. Chapter 7, Kusagakure and Occult Research Club Part 3. Emiya-kun, welcome to the Occult Research Club. Ryaz, who had just finished showering, immediately greeted Shiro when she saw Shiro, who had just came to meet her. Ryaz then sits behind a table located at the end of the club room, accompanied by Akeno, who stands next to Ryaz. Hello Ryaz-senpai, Shiro said. What's your bussings with me for calling me to here? Didn't I say this morning that we will meet again, Ryaz said. Besides, I told Yudo to bring you here to continue our conversation this morning. My conversation with her this morning is arguably unfinished. Huh, then what else do you want to discuss with me, senpai? Shiro asked. A lot of things, Ryaz answered. But first I want to introduce the members of the Occult Research Club who are part of my peerage to you. All of you introduce yourself to Emiya-kun. Let me first introduce myself to you, Emiya-kun. My name is Himejima Akeno, the Vice Chairman of the Occult Research Club, and my position in Ryaz peerage is a queen. Nice to meet you Fufu. In an elegant style, Akeno introduced herself to Shiro. You already know me because we are in the same class, Emiya-kun, but let me introduce myself again to you. My name is Kiba Yudo and my position in Ryaz Buku peerage is a knight, Kiba said. My name is Tujo Konko, my position is a rook. Emiya-senpai is nice to meet you. Konko introduced herself with the same expressionless face as usual, and she seemed not to care too much about Shiro at all. And his name is Hayao-sai, a student in the class next to Emiya-senpai. A super pervert who is a self-ignorant boobs lover, who has a hobby of peeping at women who are changing clothes, and he is foolishly proudly dubbed himself as the embodiment of pervertness, has a crazy ideal of becoming a harem king, and his position is a pawn. Before Sai can finish his word, Konko had interrupted Sai when want to spoke and introduced Sai to Shiro. Konko-chan. Sai shouted while crying. Why are you interrupting me like that? And why are all your words about me all ugly? Because you really are, as I said, Sai-senpai, Konko said while looking at Sai with a look that looked very condescending. Konko, stop bad-mouthing Sai. Ryaz said. And Sai stopped crying. Because everything Konko said is true. Your perverted character is bad for the Occult Research Club's reputation. Alright Buku. Konko and Sai said. Well, because everyone has introduced themselves, I will tell you some important things you need to know, Emiya-kun, Ryaz said. Firstly, as I told you this morning, Emiya-kun, I used an item to turn you into a demon race and revive you. The item name is Evil Pieces, and only high-class devils like me can have it. Evil Pieces? Said Shiro, pretending not to understand. Is the shape is a chess piece? You guess is right, Emiya-kun, Ryaz said. From the way Akeno-senpai and all members of the Occult Research Club introduced themselves while mentioning the name of the chess piece, I'm sorting all the information all of you tell to me in my head, and from there with only a little conclusion I can guess everything, Shiro said. You're really smart, Emiya-kun, Ryaz said. Just like the rumor. That was right, Akeno said. Sai-kun just looked very confused and stupid when Ryaz explained everything about us to him. Emiya-senpai is smart, Konko said. Oi? Sai said. I hear the words, you know. Then Ryaz-buku, can I see what your evil pieces are like? Shiro asked. That's okay, but for what? Ryaz answered while taking out one of her evil pieces and giving it to Shiro. I just want to see what the evil pieces are like, Shiro said while taking the red chess piece Ryaz gave him. Only that. Unknown to Ryaz, Shiro used his structure analysis to copy the evil pieces rook in his hand. My guess is right, this evil pieces is almost equivalent to my class card. Anyone who makes it so genius, because it can make artifacts as complex as this, Zelrech said. Can you make the copy, Archer? I can, with my current tracings ability. Make a perfect copy of evil pieces is not difficult, Shiro said. That's good, because the fake evil pieces that you make later are important if you want to be able to cut your connection with Ryaz Creamery and replace it with fake connection, Zelrech said. After completing the structure analysis of Ryaz's evil pieces, Shiro then returned it to Ryaz. Thank you, Buku, for showing me your evil pieces. Ryaz then took back her evil pieces and put them back in her dimension pocket. Then can you tell me what piece you used to revive me? Shiro asked. 7 pawn pieces and 1 knight, Ryaz answered. That makes you have the greatest potential among all members of my peerage, Amiya-kun. That much? Shiru said, who was truly shocked at this time with the potential for him to the point that a large number of evil pieces were needed to revive him. That's why I feel so curious about the power or what kind of sacred gear you have that you almost used up my evil piece. Ryaz was really curious as to what caused Shiru's potential to be so great. Sacred gear? Shiru asked while pretending he didn't know about sacred gear. God-made weapons given to humans, Ryaz answered. Yodo, Sai can show the two of you sacred gear? Alright Buku, said Sai, who really looked excited because he could show off his strength in front of Ryaz and Shiru. Okay Buku, Kiba said. Sai stretched his hand forward, then raised a red gauntlet with a green stone on the back of his hand. While Kiba took out a sword handle without a golden yellow sword, but in an instant a black-colored sword appeared as if it was ready to suck a light at any time. My sacred gear name is Sword Birth, a sacred gear that can create magic demonic swords accordance to my wishes. Kiba said. I don't know the name of my sacred gear, I don't know the power either. Sai said. But I'm sure its strength won't be inferior to Kiba's sacred gear. Shiru did a structural analysis of the two sacred gears quickly, and a moment later a perfect copy of the two sacred gears was already in his unlimited blade works. That's what is called the sacred gear, Ryaz said. Now you understand what is sacred gear, Amiya-kun? Well, a little bit, Shiru said. Then do Akano-senpai and Konko-chan also have sacred gear? I don't have a sacred gear, Akano said. But instead I'm very good at using magic. I don't have it either, but I have strong physical strength. Konko said. Then only Kiba-san and Sai-san have the sacred gear? Shiru asked. For now, Ryaz answered. There is one more member of my peerage who has a sacred gear but is not here for a reason, and now Amiya-kun, because all my peerage members have already told us what their strengths are, can we now find out what your strengths are? That's okay for me, but can you tell me how? Shiru said. Imagine what you think is the most powerful in your brain, Akano said. Then try to bring it up on your body. Shiru nodded his head, then pretended to follow Akano's words. And bring up his favorite weapons, Kanzu and Bakuya, using tracing on both hands. This Kanzu and Bakuya are real objects and not the imperfect imitations I usually make. Ultimate projection really is on a different level. It's something like this, said Shiru. Twin sword-shaped sacred gear? Ryaz said. Apparently because it's the first time you've released it, I can't really feel the power of your sacred gear, Amiya-kun. To be honest, Buku, the twin swords I took out were only one of the many weapons I could take out, Shiru said. I can still issue weapons that are far more powerful than this, but because other weapons require a lot of energy to release them for the time being, only twin swords named Kanzu and Bakuya, who are China national treasures, that I can take out. My sacred gear seems to be a storehouse of powerful weapons. What? Shouted everyone in the club room except Konko and Shiru. Amiya-kun, do you know the name of your sacred gear? Ryaz asked. Because I've never heard of a sacred gear in the form of an armory. If according to the voice that resounds in my head the name is Gate of Babylon, the treasure and weapons possessed by Gilgamesh, the first hero in human history, Shiru answered. Covering your unlimited blade works using Gil's Gate of Babylon, your idea really good, archer, Zalrech said. Amiya-kun, do you want to say that your sacred gear is the Gate of Babylon in the legend? Ryaz said. That is what the voice in my head said. His voice sounded arrogant and crazy, Shiru said. It's not a good voice to hear. I didn't expect God to turn the Gate of Babylon into a sacred gear, Ryaz said. This is truly a very surprising thing. If what Amiya-kun said is true, then Amiya-kun has a Longinus-class sacred gear that has just been discovered, Akano said. No wonder the potential of Amiya-kun is huge, Kiba said. Longinus-class sacred gear? Said Shiru, who once again acted to deceive Ryaz and the others. What does it mean? Longinus is the most powerful sacred gear class, Ryaz said. There are only 13 of them in this world. Is that so? It seems that Buku is not lying, Shiru said. Because the voice in my head also speaks the same thing. A voice in your head? Akano said. What do you mean, Amiya-kun? The voice in my head refers himself as Gilgamesh from Rock, said Shiru, who somehow felt a little amused having to lie to the members of the Occult Research Club. King of the Heroes. Then it is true that the sacred gear that is in Amiya-kun's body is the Gate of Babylon, Ryaz said. Because it seems Gilgamesh's spirit is trapped inside. Oh, yes, he also said that Sai's sacred gear is also a Longinus, Shiru said. If I'm not mistaken, the name is Boosted Gear. Once again a scream echoed, inside the Occult Research Club, because the thing Shiru said gave a surprise to the people in the club room. Chapter 8, Asia Argento Boosted Gear, you say? Ryaz asked. Yeah, that was what Gilgamesh told me, Shiru answered. So why? Boosted gear is a middle-tier Longinus class sacred gear, Raya said. I really hit 2 jackpots when I reincarnated both you and Sai into devil. Ryabuka, what is boosted gear? Sai asked Ryaz with a very confused look. A sacred gear Longinus class that can double your power every 10 seconds, Ryaz answered. And in it full power the boosted gear will have a power to kill a god. Kill a god? Sai said. Is that true, Shiru? It's true, Shiru said. Gilgamesh also said that. Ryaz, you are so lucky, Akano said. You have 2 Longinus users in your peerage. Yeah, but Sai and Amiya can only just get their power, Ryaz said. So it will take time for them to get used to their newfound power. And it will take a lot of practices. Gilgamesh will help me practice, he say, Shiru said. And Ryaz senpai, can I not join this club? Ryaz is shocked. Why? I am already in the Kido club, Shiru said. And Fujimura-sensei, the advisor of the club, will kill me if I resign from the Kido club. Ah, that makes sense, Ryaz said. And I didn't want to make Fujimura-sensei angry. She is so scary when she is angry. Ryaz, did you mean Fujimura Taiga-sensei from Kusagakure Elementary School section? Akano asked. Yeah, you also know her, don't you, Akano? Ryaz answered. Yes, I know her, Akano said. She is the most scariest teacher in Kusagakure. There is a lot of gossip about the Tiger of Kua, and most of the gossip is very scary. But Amiya-kun, I want you to continue to join the Occult Research Club even if it's only in the name, Ryaz said. Besides, as the newest member of my peerage, you also have to distribute brochures and get contracts. That's also what Sai is still doing right now. Only in the name, huh? That's good, but distributing brochures and getting contracts? Shiru said. What did you mean, Ryaz-senpai? What I mean is that is what you must do right now as the new devil of my peerage, Ryaz said. You know, in the olden days, the devil entered into contracts with humans who asked for their wishes to be granted. At this time we as devils are still doing that, it's just that we have not asked for lives in return. But more to things or anything that is equivalent to the wishes of humans who contract with us. That's so troublesome, Shiru said, who didn't look happy with Ryaz's words. Do I really have to do that? Yup, you have to do it, Ryaz said. That is the duty of every member of my peerage. Alright, Shiru said. But I do that thing only after the Kido Club activities are finished, okay? Okay, that's not a problem for me, Ryaz said. Because the activities at the Occult Research Club are much longer than Kido Club. Then Ryaz-senpai, our Sai already got a contract? Shiru asked. Unfortunately Sai hasn't been able to get even one contract, Ryaz answered. Plus because the magic energy he has is very small. Sai can't use the magic circle at all to go to the client's place. Sai-senpai's abilities and capacities are too dubious and sad, Konko said. Konko-chan's words are indeed true and painful, Akano said. But that is the reality, because the magic energy possessed by Sai is not even equivalent to a newborn baby. You two are cruel. Sai said, crying while crouching in the corner of the room. Then we meet again this evening, Shiru said. I have to go back to class soon because my lunch isn't finished yet. After returning to class accompanied by Kiba, who also came back because the break will be over soon. Shiru gets a lot of questions from his classmates, especially from Rin and Luvia, who are really determined to find out what happened to Shiru when he met Ryaz. Amiya-kun says honestly, what the purpose of that red-haired bimbo calling you? Rin said. Tasaka, Rin is right, Shiro. Luvia said. Why is Ryaz Creamery want to talk with you? Ring. Luckily the bell that signaled the break had ended ringing, on time. So Shiru didn't have to bother answering questions from Rin and Luvia. And in the evening, right after Shiru finished participating in the Kido Club, Shiru tried to get a contract from a client, which was his job as part of Ryaz's group. Shiru finally can go home. You can get a contract on your first day as a devil, great Archer, great. Ha, blasted Zelrech. Shut up, you Zelrech. Archer said. I no longer want to deal with muscular men who want to become a magical girls. But in the end you making that guy wish come true, right? Zelrech said. By doing the tracing of my mystic code that I showed you, well, I really didn't expect that the silly wand you showed me in the blueprint could turn that thing into a magical girl, Shiru said. Moreover, he really turned into a girl from a very disgusting muscular man. If I try to remember that sight again it will gives me a goosebumps and disgust. But eventually you can get a contract, isn't it? Archer said. And that Ryaz girl praising you, huh, but still, the first client I got the contract was a big muscular man who wanted to be a magical girl and called himself Miltan, Shiru said. I'm really unlucky, and again, is it okay to give the mystic code you made to that guy? It doesn't matter, Zelrech said. That stick doesn't have any ability except to change his gender and emit a pink light, because it's a failed prototype I made for fun. It really suits you, old troll, Shiru said. Creating something that isn't obvious and just for fun. But myself in this dimension managed to create a mystic code that is similar and functioning properly, Zelrech said. One of the users is your sister Ilya. What? Shiru said. Ilya in this dimension is magical girl? Yeah, and her job as a magical girl is to collect class cards that are scattered in this city, Zelrech said. The one who made the class card is the other me but not from this dimension. The class card are spreads in this city and causes a lot of problems, that's why Rin and Luvia are in this city because it's their job from me in this dimension. Ilya will be faced with danger then. Shiru said. I must help her. Calm down, Archer, Zelrech said. Your sister handled the problem really well, she was also helped by Kuro, Rin and Luvia and Muamiya, so you don't need to worry, your words are doubtful. Shiru said. But you mentioned the name Mu with the Emiya clan name, why is that in the memory of me who is in this dimension? Mu is only the classmate of Ilya and Kuro, why do you call her name with Emiya and not Edelfelt? That little girl came from the dimension where my other self who created the class card is dead, where you in that dimension raised her as your younger sister, Zelrech said. Besides, that dimension will be destroyed in a matter of years, so it is a good thing Mu is in this dimension. The thing you told me tonight is too much for me to handle, Zelrech, Shiru said. I'll process the information from you first, then we'll talk about it later. Because Shiru was too busy talking to Zelrech. Shiru did not see someone walking in front of him, as a result Shiru crashed into that person and made that person fall. Oh. The person who was hit by Shiru shouted in pain because she had fallen hard on the sidewalk. I'm sorry, said Shiru, who held out his hand to the person he had hit to help her stand up. I was daydreaming, so I didn't see you and instead bumped into you. It's okay, said the blonde girl who was run over by Shiru while holding Shiru's hand. I'm also the same as you, daydreaming while walking. My name is Emiya Shiru, Shiru said while introducing himself. What is your name? Asia, answered the girl. Asia Argento. Chapter 10, Interlude 1. Hayato decided confess and tell everyone that he wanted to become a harem king and have many wives. But in reality he did not dare to become a harem king, because Sai already had a girl, Rian, who was very possessive and jealous. And Sai was very afraid of his girlfriend. Sai girlfriend has always told Sai not to have an affair and date another girl. Unfortunately Sai, who was very perverted, eventually fell into temptation and he even dated another girl who in the end even killing him. The girl name is Amano Yama or Rainer. Fallen angel who considers Sai as a threat. And because of that he was revived by Ryaz and became part of her peer. Sai's enthusiasm to become a harem king revived and he intends to have many wives after the sweet words that Ryaz said to him to make Sai feel comfortable in her group. Becoming a devil made Sai forget about his girlfriend Irina Shidu. And Sai only remembered Irina after he had a bad feeling when he was watching porn. Sai really felt he had forgotten something very important, but he did not remember what he had forgot. And Sai sensed that if he didn't immediately remember the thing he had forgot, something terrible would happen to him. And sure enough, when he just finished watching the porn that he borrowed from Motohama, his mother called him from the first floor. Sai, there's a call from Irina for you. Hearing Irina name called by his mother, finally Sai could remember what important things he had forgotten. Sai quickly ran to the first floor, because he knew that Irina didn't like being made to wait. After being on the first floor, Sai took the phone from his mother's hand and said, Hello Irina, Sai, I really glad hearing your voice. Irina said. Why haven't you called me in the past few days? I'm sorry, Irina, Sai answered. I really forgot to call you because lately, I experienced an event that made me depressed, so I forgot to call you. Are you really depressed? Irina asked. From the tone of your speech and the sigh of your breath you don't sound like a depressed person. Once again Sai forgot that his girlfriend Irina was a yindir, who knew everything about Sai to the utmost detail. I'm not lying, Sai answered with cold sweat trickling down his cheeks and forehead. I'm really depressed. Your tone of voice sounds like a person who is scared and your breathing also becomes faster. Irina said. You must be lying to me because when you lie, your tone of speech and the way you breathe are different. Too I, said Sai, who could not reply to Irina's words. Let me guess, you must have been seduced by a big-breasted beautiful girl and then you cheated on me by dating her. Said Irina with a very, very angry feeling in each of her words. Then you were dumped by her and then feel very depressed. Sai was really surprised to hear Irina's guess, which reached 75% accuracy. If regarding Sai, Irina instinct was really strong, because you didn't answer my question means my guess is more or less correct. Irina shouted. Sai, how dare you cheating on me? I'm sorry Irina. Said Sai, who was really afraid of the anger from Irina. I have completely forget myself because of the girl's temptation. Forget yourself? Said Irina, who was really angry at Sai. I always told you to get rid of your perverted nature. But you never tried to do it. Because you feel proud to be a pervert, especially your insanity towards women's breasts. But Irina, for me, women's breasts are the most beautiful thing in the world, Sai said. Oh, then you consider me your own girlfriend not beautiful and pretty? Irina said. It's not like that, Irina, Sai said. To me, you are still the most beautiful, but for me a women's breasts have their own beauty that is different from women's beauty. I see, so you really love women's breasts more than me. Irina said. Then our relationship ends here. Hearing the words of Irina, who wanted to end the relationship with him, Sai felt panicked. Because for Sai his relationship with Irina was the most important thing for him. Irina and Sai started dating when Irina returned to Japan to take a summer vacation when Sai was in the first grade of junior high school after Irina moving to England when she was a child. Irina stayed at his house during the summer, and that time they both got very close and finally they both dating. Sai does not want to lose the most important person to him besides his parents. Irina. Please, I don't want to break up with you, Sai said in a panic. You are the most important thing to me in this world. Then give me a reason so I don't end our relationship. Irina said. I will stop being friends with Matsuda and Motohama. I will also try to stop being a pervert, Sai said. And I will also always upload photos of my activities on social media every few hours so you can always know what I'm doing. Are you really true saying that? Irina asked. I mean it. Sai answered. To me, you are more important than everything in the world. Good then, for now, I forgive you, Irina said. But if you cheat once again, I will really end our relationship. All right, Sai said, trembling. After Irina hung up the phone, Sai was truly relieved, because he had not stopped dating Irina and he had been forgiven. But this time Sai felt he had to stop playing around and try to be more serious in his relationship with Irina. Even if he had to stop being a pervert and stop being friends with Matsuda and Motohama. Because Sai loved Irina too much and didn't want Irina to disappear from his life. Chapter 9, Helping Asia. As an apology to Asia, Shiru invited Asia to a family restaurant to treat her to a meal. And at one of the tables in the restaurant, Asia and Shiru sat face to face. Shiru-san, I'm so glad that I met you, said Asia. You are the first Japanese person that I can talk to. I've learned Italian language a little, Shiru said. So I understand what you are saying, Asia-san. You can't speak Japanese, right? But can you speak English? Why yes, Asia answered. Shiru said in his heart. But Asia-san, from what I knows, the only Catholic church in the city of Kawa is abandoned and no one lives in there, even though the building itself is still intact, Shiru said. No way. Asia said. Even though my boss said that the church in this city needs additional people, have I been cheated? From the tone of voice and expression on Asia's face from the time Shiru asked her about why Asia was in Kawa, Shiru immediately knew that Asia was lying to him. But when he saw the way Asia lied to him, Shiru immediately realized that Asia didn't seem like a person who liked to lie. Because Asia's face looks very uncomfortable when she lied to him. Asia-san, I can see that you are a good person, Shiru said. But why did you have to lie to me all this time? Asia really felt confused why Shiru could tell that she was lying. Asia really feels bad for Shiru. I didn't try to lie to you, Shiru-san, said Asia. Boo, but if you have a problem, feel free to tell me what is your problem, Shiru said. I'll try to help you with what I can. I'm sorry, Shiru-san, Asia said. But I'm afraid that you won't be able to help me. Asia immediately stood up and was about to come out of the restaurant, but Shiru immediately held Asia's clothes and said, Asia-san, if the problem you have has something to do with the sacred gear you have, I'm sure that I can really help you. Asia was confused when she found out that Shiru knows she is lying. Now she was confused and surprised why Shiru could find out about the sacred gear that was in her. Shiru-san, how did you know that I have a sacred gear? Asked Asia. Because I also have the sacred gear just like you, Asia-san, Shiru answered. And one of the special abilities possessed by my sacred gear is to sense the existence of another sacred gear. So Asia-san, can you tell me now what's your real problem? Asia was rather surprised because Shiru also had a sacred gear like that, and despite knowing that, Asia still wasn't sure whether Shiru could help her or not. But after feeling the sincerity of Shiru, who clearly wanted to help her, Asia felt that at least she had to share the story of her problems with Shiru. Asia then began to tell all her problems to Shiru. In the past, my mother was abandoned me in front of a church as an infant and I was raised there. And during my childhood, I awakened my sacred gear Twilight Healing. When I want to heal the injured puppy that I found. The scene when I awakened Twilight Healing and healed the puppy was witnessed by one of the Catholic Church members, causing me to become a holy maiden. But, in all that time I didn't have any friends or people to talk to since most people viewed me as tool to heal wounds. At some point, there was a devil who have grave injury and I healed that devil. And because of that, I got a banishment from the church with people labeling me as a witch. With no place to go, I had to rely on the fallen angels. So that's your problem, Asia-san, Shiru said. You want to leave the fallen angels, but it's hard for you to leave them because you have no place to go. That's right, Shiryu-san, Asia said while crying. I want to leave the stray exorcist and fallen angel groups because all they do is evil act, but that's impossible because besides I don't have anywhere else to go and they won't allow me to go because of the twilight healing that I have. How about now you go home with me to the house where I live, Asia-san, Shiryu said. Then after that we will discuss again what is the most appropriate way to help you. Shiryu-san, you don't need. Asia wanted to tell Shiryu that there was no need to help herself. Because if Shiryu helps himself then Shiryu will get into trouble, but before Asia can say that, Shiryu has spoken first and said, I feel I really need to help you, Asia-san. Because I also have a problem with those fallen angels. What do you mean, Shiryu-san? Asked Asia, who was confused by Shiryu's words. I'll tell you later at my house, Shiryu answered. Now let's go. Why yes, Asia said. Shiryu pulled Asia's hand and walked out of the family restaurant where they were chatting. And behind Asia and Shiryu who walked out there was a man wearing a priest's clothes with a face like a psychopath watching Shiryu and Asia. Asia-tan asking for the help from a little devil from the Greenery group. This is great. Chapter 10, Archer Power. Shiryu actually felt really confused. What should he say to his family if he had to bring Asia back to Amiya's residence? Because when Shiryu said that he would bring Asia to his home, those were the things he spontaneously said without thinking about first. Because Shiryu felt sorry for Asia's fate. His old habit helps people without thinking, is really hard to change. This is one of the things that he really hates about himself. Your old habit helps people, when there is a people who really need a help is not changes, Archer. Now what did you want to say to your family when you bring a girl at your age coming home with you, said Zelrech. I know that, Zelrech. It's my fault for asking Asia to go home with me. Right now I was thinking really hard to find a right reason to say, said Shiryu. Shiryu-san, Asia said. Why do you suddenly stop walking like that? And why does your face suddenly look scared? Sorry Asia, Shiryu said. I'm stopped walking because I'm thinking too hard, and I'm looking scared because I'm bringing a girl home. I'm not sure how my family's response is because I take you home with me, and my family can be it's scary if I do a thing suddenly without asking them first. So it's my fault you look scared, said Asia while crying. I'm sorry, Shiryu-san. Asia looks sad then cries because she feels guilty after hearing Shiryu's words. Asia felt that because of her, Shiryu was afraid. It's not your fault, Asia, said Shiryu after seeing Asia who looks sad. It's my own decision to bring you home with me. So stop crying, you face look ugly if you cry, Asia-san. Hearing Shiryu words who tried to cheering her, Asia was feeling so happy. But she is also feeling upset because Shiryu also teasing her. Humphrey, Shiryu-san is meanie, said Asia pouting. I'm not ugly. Asia-san, you look more ugly if you pouting like that. Shiryu was comforted when he saw Asia sulking once more. Shiryu once again teasing her. Shiryu-san. Asia shouted with a tick mark in her face. In the living room of Amiya's residence, Sella, Ulsret, Ilya and Kuro were staring at Shiryu and Ilya who were sitting on the couch that was opposite to where the four of them sat. And Shiryu could see that the conversation that would occur later would be a difficult conversation. So Shiryu, said Sella who looked very angry. Can you give a good reason why you dare to bring a girl who cannot speak in Japanese coming home with you? Asia has a problem that I cannot tell, so she has no place to live, Shiryu said. So I brought her home with me, so she could stay with us for a while. Oh yeah, Asia can speak in English, so if you want to talk with her, speak in English. In accordance with Shiryu's previous prediction, when he introduced Asia to Sella, Ulsret, Ilya and Kuro, they all looked at Shiryu with a suspicious and angry look. This house is not a shelter for a homeless people, shouted Sella. Don't decide everything so easily, Shiryu. Shiryu is indeed too kind like always, Ulsret said. To have made you all annoyed, said Asia in English who felt bad after seeing Sella's reaction, even she didn't understand Sella and Shiryu conversation. I'd better go now. Asia-san. I told you before that you can't stay in this house, Shiryu said in English. So shut up and I'll take care of everything. Sella, I don't think Asia-san is a bad person, and needs help, so how about we let her stay for a while with us? Ilya wondered why her older brother wanted to help Asia. But because Ilya really understands Shiryu's nature, Ilya knows that Shiryu won't help Asia without a clear reason. Let me explain to mommy and daddy later about Asia-san who's staying at this house. Even though I don't like it when Aniai-chan brought a girl home with him, but I don't think Aniai-chan will help Asia-san just like that without a clear reason, Kuro said. So I agree with Ilya's opinion. If Ilya-san and also Kuro-san have permitted Asia-san to stay, I also have no reason to object, Sella said sighing. But Shiryu must be the one who takes responsibility if something bad happens. That's okay, said Shiru. I agree with that. Asia-san. I allow you to stay in this house for a moment and you will sleep with Kuro and Ilya. Is that okay with you? Said Sella in English so Asia will understand her word. Yeah, that's alright, I don't mind at all. Thank you very much to all of you for allowing me staying in this house, said Asia in English while crying. Well, she crying now, said Ulsret. Anya-chan, Asia-san seems like a person who cry easily, Kuro said. Asia-san is that kind of person, Shiru said. HMMPH, a new competitor to win Anya-chan heart has a pop-up. This is so annoying. Ilya said in a low voice while pouting. More trouble has came to this house, Sella said sighing. Because Shiru brought Asia back to Amiya's residence without asking. Sella gives him a penalty. Sella asking him shopping for dinner, which apparently Ulsret forgot to do as usual even though it was her duty. For a moment Asia problem is done, Shiru said to Zelrach while walking to shopping district. But the problem from Fallen Angel and Stray Exorcist who is chasing her is not done yet, Zelrach said. We deal with them later, right now I just want to finish the task from Sella, Shiru said. But when Shiru is not that far from the shopping district. Trouble one more time coming for Shiru. I remember that I've killed you. But now why are you still alive? Are that Greenery Princess turn you into her slave? Donasik the fallen angel that killed Shiru suddenly appeared in front of him. You! Shiru shouted. You're that old dude that killed me. Why did you appear in front of me now? I appeared before you because I felt a magical energy of devil in this area. Donasik said. But I didn't think that energy was from you. The human that I killed before, and now became a devil. Last time you killed me with your spear of light is really hurt you know and right now I will make you pay for killing me before. Shiru said. You will make me pay? Donasik said. Dream on boy. Because I will kill you again. Oya Archer, I forgot one thing to tell you about a bonus skill from a god that he gives you, Zelrach said. A bonus from him and you just tell me now, Shiru said. Sorry if I forgot to tell you. But I just really remember about it just now, Zelrach said. Oh, forget it. Back to the point, what is the bonus skill that God gave me? Shiru asked. A real gate of Babylon in the form of sacred gear that you can use freely, Zelrach answered. Man, you lying becomes a reality Archer, really ironic, but that's a great bonus. And now I will use the gate of Babylon to kill this stupid fallen angel, Shiru said. You look confident little devil. Donasik said. Are you ready to die? Donasik make a spear of light appear in both of his hands and throw it to Shiru. Trace on. Shiru makes Kanzu and Bakuya using tracing and deflect Donasik's spear of light using Kanzu and Bakuya. So this is the reason that Greenery girl makes you slave, Donasik said when he saw Shiru making Kanzu and Bakuya appear in his hand. You have a blacksmith type sacred gear. You're right, I have a sacred gear, Shiru said. But you are wrong about my sacred gear type. What did you mean? Donasik asked looking upset because of what Shiru said. Can you guess what is my sacred gear is? Shiru answered. Shiru already knows how to use the gate of Babylon right after he makes sure that he really has that sacred gear inside him using advanced structure analysis. He makes Kanzu and Bakuya disappear and suddenly behind him a lot of golden ripple appear in the air until it is hard to count. And from that golden ripple came out a sword and many kind of weapons. Well, what kind of sacred gear that you have? Donasik said trembling because seeing the sight did not make sense in front of him. I've never seen a sacred gear like yours that can bring up that many weapons. Hey old man, Shiru said. You can only make 2 spears of light. And now I just brought out 100,000 of weapons. So how did you match this? Shiru fired all the weapons he had released from the gate of Babylon through the divine gate in the direction of Donasik. And Donasik, who felt threatened by Shiru's attack, immediately took out his wings and fled into the air. Donasik can feel that the weapon fired at him is not an ordinary weapon, and if he is hit by an attack from that weapon, he is sure that he will die immediately. Even though you have many great weapons, it's useless if your attacks don't hit me, said Donasik, who was in the air. Breathe with relief. Your attack can't hit me if I'm in the air. Is that true? Said Shiru with a cold smile and opened a divine gates in various angles in the air where Donasik was currently flying. Swords, spears, machetes and various weapons shot towards Donasik's body at the speed of Mach 10, making Donasik unable to dodge and the weapons piercing his body and making his body destroyed instantly because of the speed of the weapons that hit him. No way. Donasik said. What kind of sacred gear that you have? A stupid fallen angel who looks down on his opponents, Shiru said. You should have realized when I opened the divine gate to take out the weapon from the gate of Babylon, that the divine gate that connect to gate of Babylon was omnidirectional. It means that I could open the divine gate from any direction. You didn't forgive him, huh, Archer, Zelrach said. That was a revenge for making my other self from this world die, Shiru said. Besides, winning against a clown like him does not make me happy. Now don't talk anymore. I still have to shop for dinner ingredients. Yeah, said Zelrech. Chapter 11, Blade Pieces. It's not an easy task for Asia to be accepted by the people at Emiya's residence. Besides, Asia can't speak Japanese language, so it is difficult for her to communicate with others at Emiya residence except with Scylla and Shiru. Shiru and Asia communicate using Italian or English because Shiru mastered both languages fluently. While Scylla, even though she doesn't understand Italian, Scylla is fluent in English, German and Japanese, so she can communicate with Asia. Other family members such as Ulsret, Ilya and Kuro, have a difficulty communicating with Asia. Because besides they cannot speak Italian, their English language is not very good, causing the three of them having a hard time communicating with Asia. Asia felt uneasy because she had to stay for free at Emiya's residence, so Asia helped all of Scylla's work voluntarily, which was certainly welcomed by Scylla. It turned out that Asia was helping Scylla very well. Asia-san, thank you for helping me to dry the clothes, Scylla said in English. Your presence is very helpful to all my work. It's okay, Scylla-san, Asia said in English. I have been living in this house for free, so I think by helping you at least I can repay the kindness of all of you. I hope Ulsret can be more like you, Asia-san, said Scylla. So, I don't have to endure most of the household chores in this house alone. But isn't Shiru-san sometimes helping you with cooking and cleaning, Asia said. So I guess Scylla-san doesn't do everything alone. Well, Shiru does help me with cooking and cleaning sometimes, said Scylla. But not very often, so I still do everything alone. Luckily now there is Asia-san who helped me, so now my workload is slightly reduced. I like to helping others, Asia said. So for me helping Scylla-san isn't a problem at all. Shiru smiled after hearing the conversation of Asia and Scylla when he saw the two of them from the window of his room on the second floor. Shiru felt that finally Asia could feel a little comfortable in Emiya's residence. It looks like the nun has adapted well in your house, Zelrech said. Yup, Asia is no longer shy or nervous when talking to me or Scylla, Shiru said. She has also started learning Japanese so she can communicate with Ilya, Kuro and Ulsret who don't speak English. That nun's will was pretty good, Zelrech said. But I'm worried that her presence in this house will soon be known by the fallen angels who are after her. That possibility does exist, Shiru said. But I already have a plan in case a fallen angel or an evil exorcist comes to this house. You mean the bishop evil pieces that you secretly put into the body of the nun? Asked Zelrech. Yup, with the completion of my own special set of evil pieces, Asia problem has already over, Shiru said. Even when Asia was killed and her sacred gear was taken, Asia will be able to come back to life thanks to my evil pieces that are not active in her body. The evil pieces will only be active if Asia is killed or I activate it myself. New special evil pieces that will be activated if you activate them or someone you give evil pieces is die. You really think well of what special features you will add when you make them archers, Zelrech said. That's not the only feature I added, Archer said. Asia will not become a devil or my slave after her evil pieces are active. Asia will still be a human but with the characteristics of evil pieces in her body and lifespan equal to those devils. That means you are eliminating the element that turns a person into a devil while maintaining the special power of evil pieces? Said Zelrech. Is it hard to believe that you used my millennial knowledge in your brain to make your evil pieces like that? Exactly, Shiru said. The knowledge you have gathered from various dimensions is very useful for making my own special evil pieces. Then what do you want to call your evil pieces? Asked Zelrech. There's no way you still call it evil pieces because the evil pieces you made don't change someone into a devil. I still haven't thought about it, Shiru answered. Do you have some idea? Blade pieces, how about that? Zelrech said. Because I think your evil pieces look like a miniature swords with a chess pieces carving rather than a chess pieces itself. Blade pieces? Shiru said. That's a good name for my evil pieces. Thank you, Zelrech. That's a good name. Ha, it's really rare to hear you say thanks to me, Archer, Zelrech said. Even though you usually blame me for mistakes that I didn't make, hey, don't laugh like that. Shiru said. I truly sincerely saying that. Well, I'm sorry, Zelrech said. I know you mean it when you saying thank you to me. Chapter 12, Kidnapping Asia Idlefeldt's Residence. Hey Leah, Kuro, can both of you tell me who is a girl that talked with Emiya-kun in your front yard yesterday afternoon? Asked Rin. I'm really curious, who is she? Did you mean Asia-san? Kuro answered. She is a girl that Emiya-chan brought to our house a couple days ago. Emiya-kun brought a girl home. Rin said, immediately shocked to hear that the man she loves brought an unknown girl home with him. Why did he do such an immoral thing? Shishiro does such a thing, said Luvia, who was as shocked as Rin. I'm possible. I don't really understand what you two are talking about, Ilya said. But I'm sure that you are misunderstood something here about Anya-chan. Shiru-san would never do such a thing, Miss said. It's obvious that you two have a wrong guess about Shiru-san. But yesterday I peeked at Shiru-san making out with Asia-san in the kitchen, Ruby said, which only made things worse. What? Rin and Luvia shouted. In class and in school there are many beautiful girls who like Shiro. Luvia said. I never thought Shiro would actually like a normal-looking girl like her. That girl named Asia can't be allowed to approach Amiya-kun. Rin said. Ruby, why did you heat up the atmosphere by telling lies like that? Said Ilya. Anya-chan didn't do that to Asia-san at all. Nay-san, your addiction to teasing someone and seeing other people suffer is already too much, Sapphire said. Is Nay-san unaware because of Nay-san Rin-sama and Luvia-sama can do something bad to Asia-san? Rin, Luvia, you two are tricked by Ruby, Kuro said. Anya-chan only taught Asia-san how to cook in the kitchen yesterday. Rin and Luvia finally realized that they were both deceived by Ruby's words, they really feeling embarrassed and upset because they both could be tricked by Ruby who really likes to see other people suffer. Ruby, apparently the punishment I gave you at that time wasn't enough at all, said Rin who really looked very angry. Do you want to receive a punishment heavier than the previous one? Your words are very true Tasaka Rin, Luvia said. A magical wand who is a jerk like Ruby should be punished severely. Ruby did not take into account that Rin and Luvia would be so angry and upset. Because she was too absorbed in thinking what kind of reaction Rin and Luvia would show if she provoked them both. And now seeing Rin and Luvia were ready to punish themselves Ruby didn't know what to do. You too, Ruby said. I was just kidding. To me, you don't look or sound like you're joking. Rin said your words just now were outrageous. Luvia said. How dare a lowly magical wand like you slander Shiro? Enormous amounts of magic energy came from Rin and Luvia's bodies, both of them were really ready to make Ruby suffer. So Sapphire help me, said Ruby. I will not help you Nay-san, Sapphire said. Because you really have to be punished. Ilya-san help me, said Ruby. You dare to make Anya-chan look bad, said Ilya. I won't help you. After Ruby tried to ask for help from Sapphire and Ilya but to no avail, Ruby got a very heavy sentence from Rin and Luvia. In the form of magic attacks and curses that made Ruby feel trauma for several days. So traumatized because of the punishment making Ruby for several nights screaming in her sleep because she had a dream about her punishment given by Rin and Luvia. And because of that Ilya feel really disturbed making her have a hard sleep. Asia and Sela were out shopping for dinner in a shopping district not far from Emiya's residence. Usually Sela just shopped alone without being accompanied by anyone. But because today Garetsugu and Iris who had been gone for several weeks, would return, Sela intended to cook more than usual. Therefore, Sela asked Asia for help shopping for groceries with her, because the amount of food she was going to buy was quite a lot. Asia-san, is this your first time leaving the house again after a few days living at Emiya's residence? Sela said. Why yes, Sela-san, Asia said. I have only stayed at Emiya's residence while I was in Japan. I really feel happy and curious because finally I can have a sightseeing of Kuo City. Didn't you have time to do it when you first arrived in this city? Sela asked. And no, Asia answered. I didn't have the chance to do it because when I arrived in this city I immediately met Shiru-san and I was immediately invited to live in Emiya's residence. Is that so? Sela said. So this is your first time sightseeing the Kuo City? Why yes, Asia said. I feel very happy right now. Thank you for inviting me to go shopping with you, Sela-san. You're welcome Asia-san, said Sela. Shortly the two arrived in the shopping district and began buying the food they needed. Asia was even given the chance by Sela to try to buy one of the ingredients they needed alone in a shop in the shopping district to making her have more experience in learning Japanese. Sela-san, I didn't expect that there would be this much food, Asia said. That's why I need your help Asia-san, said Sela. Because I must buy a lot of food. Sela and Asia just finished shopping from the shopping district. They both brought several plastic and paper bags filled with food. Because Sela wanted to make many dishes to welcoming the arrival of Iris and Garetsugu, the ingredients she bought were very much. And Sela is very grateful she brought Asia with her to bring it. After 2 days I waited. Killa Warner said. Finally I can bring the Twilight Healing Youth to headquarters. Without the two of them knowing Killa Warner one of the fallen angel had followed Sela and Asia since they both left Emiya's residence. Killa Warner was about to kidnap Asia from Emiya's residence, only because Emiya's residence was protected by a very strong bounded field. Killa Warner cannot enter Emiya's residence at all. Therefore Killa Warner waits an opportunity where Asia will emerge from Emiya's residence. After 2 days of waiting for Asia to finally emerge from Emiya's residence, Killa Warner felt that now was the best time to kidnap Asia. When Asia and Sela turned a corner leading to Emiya's residence, Killa Warner very quickly flew towards Asia and teleported using magic, right after her hand touched Asia's body. When Asia and Killa had teleported, the groceries that had been held by Asia fell to the ground. And Sella, who was walking in front of Asia, was truly shocked when she heard the sound of a shopping bag falling and said, "Asia, why did you drop?" When Sella looked back, Asia had vanished and disappeared, and what was in front of Sella was a shopping bag that had fallen. While at Kusagakure, Shiro, who was still studying in class, could feel that something was happening to Asia thanks to his bishop blade pieces which he put into Asia's body. "You can feel it, isn't Zelrech?" Shiro said. "Asia is having a problem, because I'm connected to you." "Of course I can feel it too," Zelrech said. "But now what do you want to do, Archer?" "I don't have any plans yet to help Asia," Shiro said. "And I also can't possibly ask for help from Ryaz Creamery, because you don't have a plan," asked Zelrech. "Do you want to listen to my plan to help the nun, Archer?" "Tell me," Archer said. "Here's my plan," Zelrech said. Chapter 13, Rainer Plan. Asia Argento just opened her eyes, after she was knocked unconscious by Killa at the crossroads leading to Emiya's residence. And now Asia realized that she was no longer with Sella, but was tied to the altar in a room that she didn't know at all. "Are you awake now, Asia Argento?" Next to Asia stood Rainer, the fallen angel who planned Asia kidnapping and the cause of Sai becoming a devil. Rainer felt really annoyed when she looked at Asia, because a couple of days ago she couldn't touch Asia at all when Asia was at the Emiya residence, which was surrounded by a bounded field that was difficult to penetrate. And when finally Killa was able to kidnap Asia, who was shopping with Sella, Rainer was completely delighted. Because finally she was able to carry out her plan to seize the twilight healing in Asia's body. When Asia saw Rainer, she was really scared. Because Asia knows that she is currently in danger. "You know, Asia Argento," said Rainer. "When you didn't came to my place on the day you arrived in this city, I was really disappointed, because I feel you betrayed us who were willing to accommodate you, when you were expelled from the Vatican." I know that you guys who helped me," said Asia. "And I thank to you guys for that. It's just that I don't want to get involved with the bad deeds you have done. That's why I didn't go to see you after I accepted the offer from Shiro-san." Ha 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 ha, naive. "You really are naive, Asia Argento," said Rainer. "Even though the reason you were expelled from the Vatican was because you helped a devil who was badly injured, isn't what you are doing contrary to Vatican teachings? Are you saying that helping the devil isn't a bad thing? Don't joke with me." After hearing Rainer's words that really hurt her, Asia remembered Shiro's words telling her that she was a fool and naive. Flashback. "You know, Asia, I think you did a foolish act when you did helping a devil who was injured in front of you, so that you were expelled from the Vatican," said Shiro. "But considering that you are a naive person and do not know a truth of real life, I think it is only natural that you help someone regardless of background and race." "Shiro-san, what do you mean by that?" Asia asked. Why do you say my action to help that poor devil is stupid? Helping everyone is a teaching from God to make it. Is there need a reason to help someone? That was the faulty of your way of thinking, Asia," said Shiro. "Good deeds to someone do not necessarily result in good things. In fact, sometimes they will cause bad things and a disaster for many people." But isn't it written in the Bible, if a good tree will bear good fruit?" Asia said. That means if we do good things we'll definitely produce goodness for ourselves again." "Yes, that's true," said Shiro. "If we do good deeds then we will also get good again, but what if the person you help repays you with evil thing?" "You, that's I," said Asia, who was confused about what to answer. "You're too naive, Asia," said Shiro. "You should know that in this world there are more bad people than good people. You shouldn't look at this world just from your own thoughts." Then what should I do?" Asia said while crying. "What should I do if there is someone who needs help in front of me? How do I know if my help will turn out good or bad?" "That's easy," replied Shiro. "If you are someone who believes in God and has strong faith, why don't you ask God first? God is omniscient. If you ask God first, he will surely give you the right answer." I know that what I did to help the devil was wrong and very stupid, and I feel very sorry after helping him," said Asia. "But at least thanks to that I was able to meet Shiro-san, who wanted to help me and teach me about the realities of life." "You mean Emiya Shiro?" Rainer said. Ha 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 ha, really funny. You were kicked out of the Vatican for helping the devil. And now you are being helped by the devil too. What an irony. What? Impossible," Asia said while crying. "Shiro-san isn't a devil. Unfortunately what I'm saying is the truth," said Rainer. "Emiya Shiro is part of the Ryaz Creamery group, one of the 2 noble-level devils in this city. And now I have sent my subordinates to kill him." Why do you want to kill Shiro-san?" Asia said. "He's not a threat to you." "That's because Emiya Shiro has dared to hide you," Rainer said. "And again I checked that he also has a sacred gear. Another good reason for me to kill him." Asia felt a little annoyed, because Shiro didn't tell herself that Shiro was a devil. But because Shiru was kind and sincere to her, Asia couldn't keep getting annoyed with Shiru. Asia was currently more worried about Shiru's condition than she was annoyed. Because Rainer sent his subordinate to kill Shiru. Shiru-san, I hope you alright. 20. So your plan is to help Asia in a cool style, so that Asia will feel impressed and she doesn't have to die? Shiru said. That's right, Zalrech said. Great idea, isn't it? An idea that seems cliched and boring, said Shiru. What's up with you, Zalrech? You're usually more creative than this. Are you out of ideas? Cough, said Zalrech. I'm ashamed to admit it, but it's true that for something unrelated to pranking people or research on magic somehow my creativity has gone haywire. The creativity you have is only useful for the things you love, said Shiru. Damn, shut up you archer, said Zalrech. You're the same as me not having any ideas. 20 Era Shiru-kun isn't participating in club activities huh, said Akano who served the tea she made for Ryaz onto the table. I wonder what happened? He asked me for permission to go home early, said Ryaz. Even though he didn't want to tell me the reason, but somehow I could see the anxiety in Amiya-kun's eyes. Is that so? That means Shiru-kun came home early because he was having a problem, said Akano. Ryaz, is it okay if we don't help Shiru-kun? I have a feeling that something bad will happen to Shiru-kun. I also feel the same way as you, Akano, said Ryaz. That's why I sent Konko and Kiba to investigate what kind of problem Amiya-kun is going through. Era is good in, said Akano. But what about Sai? Why don't you tell him to come with Konko and Kiba? Sai was caught peeking at the girls from the student council who were changing clothes along with his two classmates, said Ryaz with a sigh. That's why Sai and his two friends are being punished by Sunata cleaning all the toilets in the school. Era Sai-kun's perverted is too big, said Akano. Somehow he even felt proud of it. And that's why I sometimes feel sorry for making Sai a part of our group. Ryaz said. Chapter 14, Gbog Shiru-senpai walked towards that abandoned church, Konko said. I wonder why he walked there? Do you know the reason, Yo-senpai? I'm just as confused and as surprised as you, Konko-chan, said Kiba. Will Shiru-senpai do anything bad? Konko asked. I don't think so, answered Kiba. Amiya-san is not that kind of person, he is indeed a little mysterious and has a lot of things that he hide. But I can feel and see that he is not a bad person. Then we better follow him and see what he will do, Konko said. Because I'm really curious what Shiru-senpai will do. That Nakamata and your classmate really thought they weren't caught when they were following you from behind, Zalrech said. It's not a problem for me, said Shiru. Because I also want to show off to both of them my true strength. Bang. Shiru finished speaking. There was the sound of a gun being fired, and when Shiru realized the sound of the gun, he saw a bullet aimed at his head. Clang. But with a faster reflex, Shiru repelled the bullet using the kanzu he spawned at the speed of light. Bang bang bang. Another 3 bullets fired, and this time in 3 different directions, but still aimed at the vital parts of his body. Shiru immediately raises the pair of kanzu, namely Bakuya, and slices the bullets that aimed at his heart, deflects the bullets that will hit his neck using kanzu, then stops the bullet targeting his forehead using the right side of Bakuya. Shoots bullets from an invisible place and immediately targets the vital parts of my body, said Shiru. I admit you covered your presence so well because I couldn't feel your presence at all. Whoever you are, you better get out quickly because I don't have time to play around. Ha 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 ha. You really have extraordinary reflexes, can avoid all the bullets I fired at you. From the roof of the abandoned church standing Fried Selzen, a psychopathic exorcist who has been banished from the Vatican and is a fugitive. Appearing from his hiding place holding an ancient-looking gun in his right hand. You came here to save Asia-tan, didn't you? Fried said. But unfortunately at this time Asia-tan will die soon. And you won't be able to help her because you have to face me and my men first. On the roof of the abandoned church where Fried stood suddenly appeared a multitude of people jumping from the trees around the abandoned church. The people covered their bodies and heads wearing robes with black hoods so it could not be known whether they were all human or not. Fried and the people then jumped from the roof of the church and then stood around Shiru. Hiya. Now how do you want to fight us all? Fried said. You're outnumbered. It doesn't matter how many enemies I face, Shiru said as he raised a large number of divine gates surrounding his body. My Gate of Babylons is a sacred gear that allows me to fight a large number of enemies. The Gate of Babylon? What kind of sacred gear is that? Said Fried. I've never heard of that. It must be a low-level sacred gears at most, because what I'm seeing right now, you just give off strange ripples that surround in empty air. Shiru just smiled at the reaction of Fried, who underestimated him, and Shiru immediately took out various kinds of noble phantasm in various forms and levels, sliding at high speed from inside the divine gate towards the exorcists surrounding Shiru. And in an instant the exorcists were killed instantly due to Shiru's incredible attack speed. The front yard of the abandoned church became a carnage field covered in blood, as Shiro unhesitatingly killed all the enemies before him. "Why you?" said Fried, who was still alive but with his shoulder and leg seriously injured. "What kind of sacred gear?" "Shoot high-level weapons with various elements." "You don't need to know," said Shiro, who still held Kanzu and Bakuya. "Because you're going to die." Shiro slashed Fried in the neck until his head was cut off. Fried's head rolled on the ground and Shiro stomped Fried's head to shreds. "A fool who looks down on others," said Shiro. "That's why you died." Shiro then walked into the abandoned church and started looking for Asia. 20 You finally came, Shiro Emiya," said Rainer. "Unfortunately you came too late. Asia Argento is already dead and her twilight healing is already in my hands." When Shiro arrived in the basement of the church where Asia was being held, he saw that Asia had died on the altar where the ritual to seize her sacred gear is held. Even though he already knew this would happen and he purposely let Asia die knowing Asia could come back to life, Shiro still felt sad and guilty in his heart. Shiro manipulated the blade pieces that were inside Asia's body so that she could slowly revive, so Rainer will not suspicious. "You can beat Fried and his other men up there along with my two friends Mittelelt and Kala Warner. You're pretty strong," said Rainer. "But my level is different from all of them. And it won't be that easy to beat me." "Why did she say I also defeated 2 other fallen angels up there who were her friends?" Shiro said. "Even though I just beat that crazy exorcist and his men, maybe she thinks that you face off and beat her 2 friends who should be on upstairs but not there at all," Zelrach said. "Even though her 2 friends either didn't exist or had fled first, I better not talk about her 2 friends," said Shiro. "It only give me more problem. Twilight healing which belongs to Asia, I will take it back," said Shiro. "And you will die." "Ha ha ha, you dreaming," Rainer said as she threw 2 spears of light at Shiro. "Die, you lowly devil." Shiro easily dodged Rainer's attack, then with Kanzu and Bakuya in both hands, Shiro immediately dashed towards Rainer and slashed Rainer's chest and then stabbed her lungs. Rainer, who couldn't react fast enough to avoid Shiro's speed, immediately fell to the floor. But in an instant, Rainer's wounds healed immediately because Rainer used twilight healing on the wound that Shiro had made on her body. "Your attacks are fast and painful," Rainer said. "But it's useless. As long as I have twilight healing I can heal any wounds." "Twilight healing is indeed a great sacred gear because it can heal wounds," said Shiro. "But my next attack will kill you instantly so you won't have time to use twilight healing." "Hey, you're just bluffing," Rainer said. "You who only have those twin swords as your sacred gear will not be able to defeat me." "Who said I only have Kanzu and Bakuya?" Shiro said. "I have so many weapons that I don't know their number either, but to kill you with one hit I know what weapon is the right one." Trace on. This time Shiro didn't use the Gate of Babylon and only used ultimate projection to make the spear that nearly killed him before. Rainer's sweat flowed profusely when she saw the long, reddish-colored spear that appeared in Shiro's right hand in place of Kanzu and Bakuya. Rainer could feel a terrifying aura emitting from the spear in Shiro's hand. She didn't know what kind of spear Shiro had raised. But what is clear, Rainer knows that she will die immediately if her body is pierced by the spear. But she still didn't feel worried because twilight healing could heal any wounds. "Hey, it's licked what I thought," said Rainer with cold sweat still flowing. "You think that red spear you have can kill me? You really are a fool." "Let's see who's a fool," said Shiro, who was doing a stance similar to a lancer stance. Then he began to prepare to throw the red spear in his hand. Gbulg. Gbulg's red spear, which was the lancer or Chuchilane's noble phantasm which could not be avoided, immediately flew quickly towards Rainer. "Gogbulg. The spear that comes from Irish mythology," said Rainer. "Where did he get the weapon belonging to the hero Chuchilane?" Rainer tries to change direction from Gbulg, using a spear of light that she throws at Gbulg. But Gbulg miraculously turned the corner and stabbed Rainer straight into the heart. No way, the spear turned in the air. Those were Rainer's last words before he died instantly. "I told you that you are a fool," said Shiro. "You stupid fallen angel." Chapter 15, Fear and Rebirth. Kiba point of view. Konko-chan and I followed Emiya-san to the front of the old church which was no longer used. And when the 2 of us finally saw Emiya-san again, he was already surrounded by exorcists who were ready to attack him at any time. When I was getting ready to help Emiya-san, Konko-chan held me back and said, "It's look like Emiya-senpai will do something interesting. Kiba-senpai, how about we see what his Emiya-senpai goal is?" Since I was also curious about what Emiya-san would do, I gave up on helping him and chose to keep an eye on him. What Emiya-san did next really shocked me. Because now I saw Emiya-san's true strength. Around the exorcist that surrounding Emiya-san appeared an immense number of golden ripples. And from those ripples appeared various kinds of swords and weapons that I had never seen before. Emiya-san said that his Gate of Babylon is a storehouse of various weapons. But I didn't think that he could take out such a large amount. Even though before he said that he couldn't bring out a strong weapon at all or in large numbers because it would drain his strength. Why did he lie to Buku and all of us? Does he just want to hide the power he have? Or did he not trust Buku and the ORC members at all? The attacks that Emiya-san made were really fast and terrifying. I couldn't see at all when the weapons was launched from those golden ripples hit the bodies of the exorcists. And as soon as the weapons hit their bodies, all splattered with blood as the exorcists' bodies exploded due to Emiya-san's attack. What a terrifying sight. Kongoken's face turned pale from seeing the splash of blood. Emiya-san killed all the exorcists without any hesitation, as if he had killed many people before. And the speed of his attacks surpasses the speed of my body or the speed of my teacher. Gate of Babylon is indeed a very terrifying sacred gear. It's not wrong if that sacred gear is called a sacred gear at Longinus level. After Emiya-san killed the leader of the exorcist by slashing his neck and stomping on his head, which was rolling on the ground, Emiya-san entered the abandoned church. I was about to catch up with Emiya-san secretly, but Kongo-chan restrained my body by pulling my shirt. Kongo-chan, why are you pulling my clothes like this? I asked her. Don't approach that person, Kongo-chan said to me. He is too terrible and cruel. If Kiba-senpai gets close to him, I'm afraid Kiba-senpai will be killed by him. I didn't expect the massacre shown by Emiya-san would make Kongo-chan so scared. Even though Kongo-chan herself had done the same thing with the stray devils, but now when Emiya-san is the one who did it, she became so scared. Did Kongo-chan feel something towards Emiya-san when he slaughtered those exorcists? I don't know, but it's better right now I make Kongo-chan calm down first. Only then we will meet Emiya-san. Kongo point of view. When I forced Kiba-senpai to wait for what Emiya-senpai would do, I had no idea that Emiya-senpai would slaughter the exorcists who surrounded him in such a sadistic and terrible way. The weapon he fired from the golden ripples in the air makes the exorcists' bodies explode and spurt out large amounts of blood. And the scariest thing of all is that he looked so happy when he did all the massacre. I've killed a stray devils before, but that doesn't mean I like killing. I did that because killing a stray devils was my job as part of Ryazbuku peerage. My body immediately felt uneasy after seeing the massacre carried out by Emiya-senpai. He was completely different from the Emiya-senpai I had known during his time with the ORC. Is this the real him? 20. When Shiryu has finished killing Rainer, he pulled Bulg from Rainer's corpse and then making it disappeared. You sure are merciless archer, said Zelrech. You kill that fallen angel right away using Guy Bulg. She doesn't deserve to life, Zelreches, said Shiryu. She is just a stupid fallen angel who looks down on everyone but herself, and if I let her life, I'm afraid she will do worse thing than what she is doing now. After that, Shiryu took the twilight healing that hovered over Rainer's corpse and put it back into Asia's body. Shiryu put Rainer's corpse into the Gate of Babylon. Because Shiryu felt that Rainer's body it would be of useful to him one day. With the return of twilight healing to Asia's body, the blade piece's speed in healing Asia's body was getting faster, and soon Asia started to open her eyes. Shiryu-san, said Asia, who looked at Shiryu, who was in front of her when she just opened her eyes. What happened to me? Why am I still alive? Shiryu immediately hugged Asia tightly, then said to her, I'm sorry, Asia, to let you die like that and have your sacred gear taken away by that fallen angel, but now you coming back to life again and I won't let you have something like that happen to you again. Asia, who felt Shiryu's warm embrace and sincerity, hugged Shiryu back and said, I've forgiven you, Shiryu-san. It's not your fault I died and my twilight healing was taken. It's all the fault of the fallen angels. They hugged each other for a few minutes, then Shiryu led Asia out of the basement where Asia was being held. Asia then realized one thing that was very surprising to her. How could Shiryu bring her back to life? Shiryu-san, how did you can bring me back to life again? Asia asked. I'll tell you at the right place and the right time, replied Shiryu. It's better now that we get out of this place first. I really don't like being here long. All right, said Asia. Chapter 16, Rin Anxiety. Rin Tasaka really wondered why Emiya Shiryu, who was the she-love, wanted to join the occult research club led by Ryaz Grimory, one of the two noble-class demon races who controlled Kusagakure from behind the scenes. Is Shiryu already a part of Ryaz Grimory's peerage and become a devil? That possibility exists, especially since Shiryu's character right now is quite different from what he knows. But what is the thing that causes Shiryu to want to be part of Ryaz's group? That what really made her really curious. Rin does not want the boy she loves to turn away from her and prefers Ryaz Grimory, who she considers to have a much greater charm than herself. Coupled with the presence of Asia Argento, a former nun who is currently staying at Emiya's residence. Asia looks very close to Shiryu, and Shiryu does not seem to mind Asia approaching and trying to seduce him. Obviously this made Rin very upset, and jealous. Because Shiryu himself was never that close to herself. Rin has only ever felt so close to Shiryu, in the strange dreams she had. Dream about another life in a city called Fuyuki, where she lost his parents as well as her younger sister. She had to live a life alone in her big house without anyone accompanying her and experienced loneliness which made her suffer greatly. Until she met Shiryu, who became a light for her and eliminated all her suffering. Through these dreams, Rin can know Shiryu more than the other girls who loves Shiryu. And of course because of that Rin will never let anyone get Shiryu before her. 20 Shiryu and Asia walked out of the door of the abandoned church. And in the churchyard, Kiba and Konko, who were still scared, were waiting for Shiryu to leave the church. When Konko saw Shiryu coming out of the church, she became even more scared and hid herself behind Kiba's body. Yodo-san and Konko-chan, said Shiryu. What are you two doing in the courtyard of the abandoned church that is behind me? Bucho has a feeling that something bad will happen to you, Emiya-san, said Kiba. That's why Buko told me to come along with Konko-chan to follow you and help you if something bad happens, but when Konko-chan and I saw you slaughtering those people, it seems you don't need help from anyone. Ah, apparently you saw a little bit of my true ability, said Shiryu. Even though I intend to hide it a little longer. Shiryu-san, said Asia, who was curious about the identities of Konko and Kiba and felt a little suspicious and afraid that Kiba and Konko were enemies. Who are they? Ah, those two are my friends, said Shiryu. So you don't have to be afraid or worried, Asia-san, those two are not enemies. Emiya-san, there are so many things I want to ask you, said Kiba. Like why you can deal with the exorcists and who is the girl next to you. I don't think it's quite right to answer all your questions in this place, said Shiryu. How about we go from here first and return to the club room, since I also have something I want to explain to Rai as Buku. Very well, said Kiba, nodding. This rather dark place filled with the smell of blood isn't the right place for a chat. Konko-chan, let's go back, Buku must have been waiting for us both. Alright Yaoto-senpai, said Konko while still holding on to Kiba's clothes tightly. Konko-chan, why have you been silent all this time and didn't say anything? Shiryu asked. And why do you look so scared when you see me? Don't come closer, shouted Konko, trembling. Don't come near me. Yodo-san, what really happened to Konko-chan? Shiryu asked in a whisper to Kiba. Konko-chan became like that because she felt scared by the massacre you did earlier, Kiba replied slowly. Ooh, said Shiryu. Looks like I went too far when I beat those exorcists. It seems I have to apologize to Konko-chan for scaring her. Chapter 17, Spirit Frequency Ring. Along the way to the old school building which is at the back of Kusagakure, there was no conversation between Shiryu, Asia, Kiba and Konko. Asia was afraid of Kiba and Konko after finding out that both of them were part of a demon race, so she didn't dare to ask the two of them. Meanwhile, Konko was still scared because of Shiryu, who was right behind her. Kiba didn't speak because he felt awkward and a little confused about what to say. Shiryu didn't want to say anything because he was too lazy to have to talk in the awkward circumstances. 20 Rai, as why have you been pacing like that in front of your table? Asked Akano. Are you worried about Konko-chan, Kiba-kun and Emiya-san? I'm not just worried about the three of them, Akano, replied Ryaz. I have a feeling that something even more shocking will happen to all of us. A shocking thing? Akano said. What kind of shocking thing that will happen to us, Ryaz? Did you have some idea? I don't know, Akano, said Ryaz. But I hope whatever happens next isn't something bad. 20 Buka, we back, said Kiba, whose shirt was still being held by Konko. Kiba, Konko, you two are finally back, said Ryaz. How about Emiya-kun? Did you two find out what he was trying to do? How about Buku? Asked the person himself. Kiba said. He is exactly behind me. Shiryu walked into the club room, together with Asia, who is holding his left hand. Asia looked at Ryaz and Akano with anxiety and fear. Because she didn't know them. That's why Asia immediately turned her face away when she finished looking at Akano and Ryaz. Emiya-kun, who is that girl? Ryaz asked. And why is she looking afraid to me and Akano? She just felt a little nervous seeing a stranger in front of her, replied Shiryu. Asia is a little shy. Is that so? But you haven't answered my first question, said Ryaz. And also I want to know what you were doing after school. How about we all sit down quietly first, said Shiryu. Because what I'm going to tell you might shock you a little. 20 I went to an abandoned church to save Asia from fallen angels who want to take the healing sacred gear inside her body, said Shiryu. Fighting those ugly crows is not a difficult thing. That's why I can help Asia easily. You went to the abandoned church to save that girl? Ryaz said. Plus you are fighting with the fallen angels. Emiya-kun, don't you know that it is very dangerous? Going arbitrarily to enemy headquarters like that is tantamount to violating my orders. I'm sorry, Ryaz Buku, said Shiryu. But Asia is an important person to me. There is no way I would let her be in danger. But you're still part of my peerage. Ryaz said. Do you think I don't feel worried, when I heard you say that you went to that old church and fought the fallen angels? Shiryu could see that Ryaz was really worried about him. Apparently Ryaz Grimory does not consider her peerage to be a slave. This is quite a shock for me. Unfortunately right now I'm not a part of his peerage, although she might still be able to feel I am still part of her peerage through the evil pieces, but unfortunately Ryaz Grimory's evil pieces are no longer in my body. Because I have transferred it into a special ring that stores the frequency of my spirit to trick her into thinking that I am still part of her peerage. I'm sorry I made you worry Ryaz-buku, said Shiryu. But now you don't have to worry about me anymore, because I'm not part of your peerage anymore. What do you mean Amiya-kun? Ryaz asked, who was shocked at Shiryu's words. Kano, Kiba and Konko also felt shocked at Shiryu's words. They all didn't understand what Shiryu was saying. Even Konko forgot her fear of Shiryu because she was surprised by Shiryu's words. I mean, this is Ryaz-buku, said Shiryu as he took off the spirit frequency ring he made with Zelrech. At that instant Ryaz could feel that the connection between herself and Shiryu had been cut. And Ryaz finally understood what Shiryu said earlier. Amiya-kun, what happened? Ryaz said. Why, I can feel that you are no longer part of my peerage. That's because I'm not a part of your peerage Ryaz-buku, said Shiryu. When I took off the spirit frequency ring I wore to make you think that I was still part of your peerage, that instantaneously make the power of the spirit frequency ring was deactivated. Spirit frequency ring? Ryaz said. Is that the thing that allows you to release the evil pieces I planted inside your body? No, but I used one of Gilgamesh's magic tools to allow me to pull out your evil pieces that are in my body, Shiryu said. The spirit frequency ring is a noble phantasm or sacred gear that can mimic the frequency of a person's spirit, because the evil pieces stored in my body can't be used by others because they have imprinted the frequency data from my spirit. So I used a spirit frequency ring to mimic the waves and frequencies of my own spirit and then put the evil pieces that were inside my body into this spirit frequency ring, which will only activate if someone is wearing it. 20 The information from Shiryu clearly made Ryaz and almost everyone in the club room except Asia startled. The information you gave me really shocked Amiya-kun, said Ryaz. But can you tell me why you pulled out my evil pieces from your body that way? Is there anything I did that annoyed you? That make you do that? And did you know that your doing of taking out evil pieces carelessly is something that could endanger your life? You never made me angry or annoyed Ryaz-buku, said Shiryu. And I know that recklessly pulling out the evil pieces is life-threatening, but Gilgamesh was constantly complaining inside my head that he didn't like it when I, who was the user of his Gate of Babylon, became a slave to the demon race. Because I can't stand his voices in my head. So I asked for his help so that I can remove the evil pieces from my body and stop being a part of your peerage. But to make Ryaz-buku wouldn't be suspicious of me, that's why Gilgamesh gave me the idea to use a spirit frequency ring to trick you, which I didn't expect actually worked. Blaming Gilgamesh for everything, said Zelrech. You do seem to really hate the King of Heroes. I don't really hate him Zelrech, said Shiryu. But right now that's all I can think of to trick Ryaz about the spirit frequency ring we made. Phew, poor Gilgamesh. Zelrech said. Gilgamesh, who is in your body, really pissed me off Amiya-kun, said Ryaz. At random he told you to remove my evil pieces from your body. He is a king with high self-esteem, said Shiryu. He doesn't want to submit to anyone. I'm sorry Ryaz-buku. I did whatever he wanted to pull out your evil pieces, because I really can't stand hearing the protests he made in my head. It's not your fault Amiya-kun, said Ryaz. It's all Gilgamesh's fault in your body. Ryaz, this is really a big problem, said Akano. Shiryu-kun is no longer a part of us. If Starsea-sama finds out about this problem, serious things will happen. You are right Akano, this is a huge problem, said Ryaz. If Aniai-sama finds out, I don't know what he will do. Buku, if Amiya-san wore his spirit frequency ring which contained your evil pieces, Amiya-san would be a part of your peerage again, said Kiba. Ah. You're right Kiba. Ryaz said. Why didn't I think about it? Amiya-kun, I will no longer bother about you fighting those fallen angels. But please will you be part of my peerage again? Alright Ryaz-buku, if that can make you happy and avoid trouble, said Shiryu as he sighed and put back the spirit frequency ring on his middle finger. Ryaz could feel that when Shiryu wore the spirit frequency ring, the bond between herself and Shiryu had returned. And Shiryu once again became part of the peerage. Ryaz immediately hugged Shiryu tightly, then tucked Shiryu's face between her chest while saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Ryaz's embrace made Shiryu feel both happy and miserable. Happy because his face was between the super big breasts of a super beautiful woman. Shiryu was a normal man, there was no way he could not feel happy with what he was currently experiencing. suffered because he had difficulty breathing because Ryaz hugged him tightly. When in a situation like this, Shiryu could only say, "Damn. My E-rank luck." Chapter 18, Book 1 Epilogue. So Asia-san is a nun from the Vatican who was expelled because she healed a demon's wounds? Ryaz said after listening to Shiru's story about Asia. And she died because of her sacred gear was taken away, but why is she still alive right now in front of me? That's because, inside Asia's body there is a special item that will revive her, just in case when she suddenly dies, said Shiru. Even though that item can only be used once. A special item that can bring someone back to life. Ryaz said. You mean there are items that are similar to evil pieces? That was not possible. Only Ajika-sama who can make the evil pieces. It's possible, because one of the special abilities of the Gate of Babylon that I have is to imitate any kind of magic item, even if it's not up to 100%, said Shiru. The item name I made by imitating the evil pieces is blade pieces. Unfortunately, blade pieces can only reproduce to the level of reviving a dying person, it can't change one's race. You could say that the blade pieces I made are imperfect imitations. Ryaz actually became shocked at Shiru's words. She did not think that the Gate of Babylon had the ability to make magic tools. But what Ryaz didn't know was, blade pieces were copies of the evil pieces that Shiru made using ultimate projection. But because Shiru wants to keep his ability a secret from all, Shiru tells Ryaz that making copies of magic items is one of the abilities of the Gate of Babylon. It's hard to believe, your Gate of Babylon has that cheat ability, said Ryaz. Even though it can only create imperfect magic items, it's still an extraordinary ability. Buku is right, said Akano. Your sacred gear's ability surpasses Yodo's sword birth, as it can create any kind of magic item while Yodo's sword birth can only make demonic swords. Emiya-san, I want to ask, why do you call your clone evil pieces blade pieces? Asked Kiba. That's because my imitation evil pieces are more like swords in shape, Shire replied. That's why I call them blade pieces. If Ajika-sama and the other devils find out about this, I don't know what will happen, said Ryaz. So I'll keep this a secret for a while. Wise decision, Ryaz, said Akano. If people find Emiya-kun's sacred gear ability known by many people, I feel that there will be an uproar that will happen. So Emiya-kun, what are you going to do with Asia next? Ryaz asked. It will be a problem if she stays with you, since Asia-san is basically a fugitive from the Vatican. I'm sure there are still a lot of people who will be targeting her right now. Regarding that, try as Buku, replied Shiru. I want you to pretend to accept Asia as part of your peerage, so that at least Asia will receive protection from the Greenery clan for a while. At least until I find another way to protect her. Pretending to accept Asia as part of my peerage, it's not a difficult thing, said Ryaz, who was quite surprised to hear Shiru's answer. But what if there is another demon who checks her and found she isn't a part of my peerage? I can't possibly cover it up. No problem. Asia can use a method like me who is still part of your peerage and also not part of your peerage by using a spirit frequency ring, said Shiru. With that ring no one can doubt the existence of Asia as part of your peerage. Alright, said Ryaz with a sigh. Asia, do you want to be part of my group even if it's only temporarily? I actually don't want to become a devil, but after hearing Shiru-san's explanation earlier, I don't mind joining your group, Ryaz-san, because I can still be a human again, said Asia. It's good if you want, Asia-san, said Ryaz. But I think there is one problem. Emiya-kun, she already has blade pieces in her body. Can Asia-san still accept my evil pieces? Of course she can, since Ryaz Buku's evil pieces will be stored in the spirit frequency ring and not in Asia's body, said Shiru. That's good then, said Ryaz. Asia wears this ring, said Shiru, who gave Asia a silver ring. Wear the ring on the middle finger of your right hand and within a few seconds the ring will scan the frequency of your spirit and then store the data of that frequency. Asia did as Shiru told her, and in the instant after she put on the spirit frequency ring, Asia could feel something warm running down her entire body. Asia felt immense comfort from the warmth running through her body to the point that Asia was moaning because she felt too comfortable. Asia-chan looks so comfortable, said Akano with a red face and heavy breathing. A few seconds later the warm feeling she had just felt faded away and Asia could feel her body back to normal. Asia, come here, said Ryaz. I will give my evil pieces to you. Asia approaches Ryaz, then Ryaz takes out her bishop pieces, after which Ryaz puts the bishop pieces on the spirit frequency ring in Asia's right hand. I, Ryaz Greenery, hereby order you, Asia Argento, to make you part of my peerage for a moment till you find a peace and secure life and have you pretend as a devil. You, my bishop now, you will serve me but only for a temporary, said Ryaz, making Asia part of her group. Ryaz's bishop pieces enter into the spirit frequency ring that Asia wears. And Ryaz could feel a bond with Asia even though Ryaz knew that was all a fake temporary bond. This way you are already part of my group, Asia-san, said Ryaz while smiling. Welcome to the Greenery Peerage. Yes, thanks Ryaz-san. Asia said. Our group members have increased, although only temporarily, said Akano. I'm glad Asia-san joined us, said Kiba. Because finally the Greenery group has a healer. The other members of the Greenery group are happy with Asia's existence, except maybe Konko, who is still afraid of Shiru. In a forest not far from an abandoned church. What you said is right, Killa Warner. That man named Amiya Shiru is really scary. Mitelt said. He finished Trainer with one strike. And without mercy. I already had a feeling that Amiya Shiru was really strong after I saw him kill Donasik. Killa Warner said. That's why I advised you to run away with me, because we'll die silly if we try to fight it. Then what shall we do next, Killa Warner? Asked Mitelt. Return to Gregory and report to Azazel-sama about Rainer who violated Azazel-sama's orders, Killa Warner replied. And hope that we don't receive a harsh punishment. Well, being punished by Azazel-sama is better than dying at the hands of that monster, said Mitelt. Chapter 19, Book 2 Prologue. Ryaz Greenery just had a very strange dream. She dreamed that she was dating Shiru and then making out with him. And that dream clearly made Ryaz wake up from her sleep. Ryaz sat down on her bed breathing heavily, and her face turned red. Ryaz really confused why Shiru and Amiya appear in her dream, her newest member as well as a temporary member of her peerage. Ryaz has only known Shiru for about 3 weeks, but for some reason she has been thinking about Shiru all the time lately. Why did I dream like that about Amiya-kun, said Ryaz. Have I fallen in love with Amiya-kun? Ryaz herself was still confused about whether she liked Shiru or not. For her, Shiru is a mysterious man who has so many mysteries and secrets. With his long in his class sacred gear which is still mysterious, the Gate of Babylon, and his fighting ability that like a veteran fighter. Amiya Shiru is really an enigma even for Ryaz herself. There are still many things Ryaz doesn't know about Shiru. But Shiru can be a problem solver for her nightmare. Her engagement to Riser Phoenix, a super pervert on par with Sai who comes from the Phoenix clan, one of the 72 pillars of the devil. Previously Ryaz thought that Sai who has the boosted gear would be the savior of her life. But in the 4 weeks after Sai became part of her peerage, Sai's strength had not increased at all. When Sai was fighting a stray devil, what Sai was doing was staring at the chest of the female stray devil they were hunting, instead of helping to fight. The one who finished off the wild demon they fought at night 2 weeks ago was Shiru with his extraordinary fighting abilities. Sai instead cried and got angry to Shiru, after he killed the female stray devil. Sai's behavior that night was really embarrassing for Ryaz. All Sai thought about was his libido and not his task. Because of that Ryaz punished Sai and scolded him all out. And Ryaz punished Sai to cleaning the entire old school building for 3 months. After that night, Ryaz really regret her decision for making Sai a part of her peerage. Instead of getting a strong long in his class sacred gear user, what Ryaz got was a super pervert with a libido that seemed like has no limits. Luckily Ryaz got a new reliable member, Asia Argento. A former nun from the Vatican with a Twilight healing sacred gear. Although Asia is also the same as Shiru, a temporary member of her peerage. But at least Asia is much more useful than Sai, who hasn't contributed anything to the Greenery group. The only useful thing Sai does for me is to bring Amiya-kun to me, said Ryaz. But the rest of Sai is really a useless pervert. Well, I'll give him a little more chance. If by the end of the year he doesn't contribute anything to me, I'll get him out of my group. After thinking for a while, Ryaz lay back down on her bed and tried to fall asleep once again. 20 Amiya's residence, Ilya's room. Shiru-san has magic power way beyond you, Ilya-san, said Ruby. Wow! Shouted Ilya. How is that possible? Aniai-chan is just an ordinary human, right? No, Ilya, Aniai-chan is not an ordinary human, Kuro said. I can feel the same power as me in Aniai-chan's body for this past 3 weeks. Aniai-chan has the same power that you have, Kuro? Ilya said. But how is that possible? There is only one archer card, right? That's what makes Kuro-san and I confused, Ilya-san, said Ruby. Where did Shirausen get that power? Aniai-chan became weird about 3 weeks ago, said Ilya. And Kuro sensed that Aniya-chan had the same power as her about 3 weeks ago too. Did something happen to Aniya-chan at that time? Maybe, said Ruby. But I can feel that Amiya-san isn't possessed by anything, or that there is a change in his physique. The only thing that changes is the quantity and quality of his magical energy. I suspected that Aniai-chan was hiding something from all of us, Kuro said. And I think this all has to do with the second club he just joined. The second club Aniai-chan joined is the Occult Research Club, Ilya said. Aniai-chan, who has never been interested in supernatural things, has suddenly joined the Occult Research Club. That's a very suspicious thing, right? Really suspicious, Ruby said. Everything is clearly connected. Then what should we do next? Kuro asked. Do we have to follow Unyai-chan secretly to find out what activities Unyai-chan is doing in that club? If we do that and get caught by Unyai-chan, he will be disappointed in us and we will get scolded all out. Answer yes. Then what should we do, Ilya? Kuro said. I'm really curious about what happened to Unyai-chan. How about you put me in Asia-san's bag? Ruby said. Asia-san lives in this room with you two right now and she just started studying at KUA and joined the occult research club. If you two put me in Asia-san's bag, I can keep an eye on what the two of them do in the club secretly. Great idea, Ruby. Ilya said. Incidentally, Rin-san said we both do not need to serve as magical girls for a while. The timing is really right. Your plan is brilliant, Ruby. Kuro said. With that plan we can find out what Unyai-chan is doing. Ryaz is relieved to have Shiru as a member of her group and Ilya and Kuro who are suspicious of Shiru. More bad luck and misfortune would soon come upon Emiya Shiru. Chapter 20, Asia meets Kusagakure during the lunch break right inside Sai class. Hey, Sai, Matsuda. Did you know that there is a new cute girl in the next class? Said Motohama, Sai pervert friend who was wearing glasses. That new cute student are in Emiya Shiru class. That damn Eichmann. What? Said Sai and Matsuda who were shocked at the information that Motohama brought. What she look like and how about her face? Asked Matsuda. Does she have big pie? Sai asked. The new student in the next class has fairly long blonde hair and a slender body, said Motohama. Her face is quite cute and the size of her pie is practically normal. Her body is slender and less plump, plus only have a regular-sized pie? Said Matsuda. That's quite disappointing, but you said earlier that her face is pretty cute. That's enough for me. Ha, too bad her pie are in normal size and not big. Sai said. Well, as long as she has a decent face I guess it can make up for the flaws in her pie size. That's right. My two comrades in arms. Motohama said. A pie is everything. Girls who have a big pie are the best. That's right, my friend. Said Matsuda. A pie is a beauty that is second to none. A pie are the most beautiful things in the world. Sai said. A thing that can't be compared to anything in this world. Long live a pie. The three shouted. The three of their classmates felt very disgusted by their conversation. Especially the girls who really don't like hearing their body parts being talked about by the perverted trio. What the perverted trio didn't realize was that Shiru heard all the talk that the perverted trio had. And Shiru didn't like it at all. Asia, who he considered as part of the Emiya family, was made the subject of perverted talk by Sai and his two friends. And Shiru felt that he should have teach the trio a lesson later. 20 Old School Building. On the way home from school, Asia walked together with Shiru in the front of the old school building. Asia felt a little nervous because she was holding Shiru's shirt to calm herself down. Ryaz, who saw Shiru and Asia walking close together from the window of the ORC room, felt her heart feel very hot when Asia held Shiru's clothes. Ryaz knows the closeness between Asia and Shiru, because Asia lives under one roof with Shiru. And somehow she feel really annoyed at the closeness of Asia and Shiru. Asia, are you still feeling nervous? Shiru asked. It's not, Shiru-san, replied Asia. With you around me I feel a little less nervous. Good then, said Shiru. But I hope you will learn to get rid of your nervousness and try to be more courageous. Since I can't always be by your side, Asia-san, you have to learn to be brave without my help. Asia felt quite sad at Shiru's words. But after thinking a little, she knew that Shiru's words were true. There was no way Shiru could continue to be with her if she needed courage and support. She had to try to be bolder with her own strength. I understand, Shiru-san, Asia said in a sad tone. I should try to be brave without your help. Asia, you might feel bad about what I said earlier, said Shiru. But it's for your own good, and if you can't get courage from yourself, why don't you ask God to give you a courage? You are one of the most prayerful people I have ever seen. But have you ever asked God for help when you needed help? You maybe have been seen me praying so often, Shiru-san, said Asia. But it's nothing more than a habit I've done since childhood. Lately I feel there is no point asking him for help, because I think even though we pray to him for help our prayers will not be answered. Because he doesn't care about mankind anymore. You're wrong, Asia-san. Shiru said. God still have a cares and love for mankind, and God will feel happy if we pray to him whether we are in trouble or not, especially if we are in trouble and ask him for help. He will definitely want to help solve the problem we are experiencing. I've asked God for help, said Asia. I pray that so I will not be expelled from the Vatican, but my prayers are not heard and I am still being kicked out of the Vatican and cannot serve people who have a wound anymore. Shiru could feel the disappointment from Asia's words. It was clear that Asia felt angry and disappointed with God because her prayers were not answered. Asia, I know you are disappointed in God because your prayers were not heard, but not all the answers to prayer from God can be according to our wishes, And isn't it because you're expelled from Vatican that you meet me and can get happiness that you've never experienced? Said Shiru. Never blame God if your prayers are not heard by him, Asia, because God always wants the best for every human being who prays to him. Asia was touched by Shiru's words. She was angry with God because her prayer to not expelled from the Vatican was not heard. But after she thought about it again, thanks to being expelled from the Vatican, she was able to stay at the Emiya residence and live the normal life that had been her dream. God really knows what is best for her. Your words are very correct, Shiru-san, said Asia while crying. I really have sinned deeply by blaming God, even though he has given the second best thing that ever happened to my life besides knowing God and believing in him. That thing is meeting you. Asia kissed Shiru's lips suddenly and clearly it made Shiru shocked and blushed. That's a gift for you, Shiru-san, said Asia. Because you made me aware of my mistake. Ryaz, who saw the kiss between Asia and Shiru, became even more angry. She didn't think Asia, who looked so shy, could do such a daring thing. She felt that she had to take a more drastic step to approach Shiru. Otherwise she would lose the chance to win Shiru's heart. 20 Hayu. Oh. There is a cute girl sitting next to Akano-san, said Sai, who just entered the ORC room. Ryaz Buku, who is that girl? Is she a new member? Sai, calm down a little, Ryaz said while holding her forehead. She's our new member who was brought in by Emiya-kun. Her name is Asia Argento. Sai immediately dashed towards Asia, then moved his hand forward to Mox shake hands and introduce himself to Asia. Hello, my name is Hayao Sai, said Sai while trying to make his face as cool as possible, which was clearly a failure and instead looked lecherous. Nice to meet you. Looking at Asia's cute face, Sai really felt so happy that his breath was panting and his tongue was sticking out, even his nostrils were flared up. Because there is one more beautiful girl who beautifies the atmosphere at ORC. Asia felt very disgusted when she saw Sai, who looked at herself in a lecherous way. Asia used to be said to be an innocent teenage girl and didn't understand anything about sex and so on. But after staying at the Emiya residence for more than a week, Sella, the maid from the Emiya residence who felt most helped by Asia's existence, taught Asia about various things, including the matter of the relationship between men and women and also things about perverted men that must be avoided. Jaya pervert, Asia shouted, who immediately kicked Sai's groin when Sai tried to shake hands with her. Sella taught Asia that if a man with a perverted look tries to get close to her, Asia should kick the perverted guy's genitals right away, so that Asia can stay out of danger. $%! Sai screamed in pain because his ball was kicked. His face turned pale and Sai rolled on the floor in pain. Sai-kun must be in a lot of pain, said Akano while smiling. The most appropriate punishment for a pervert, Konko said. I was trying to get Sai to reduce his lecherousness, but he didn't notice either, said Ryaz while touching her forehead once again. I don't have a comment, said Kiba. Wow, the teachings from Sella are really effective, said Shiru. The pervert got the karma. The activities at ORC were slightly delayed because Sai was still rolling on the floor. Chapter 21, Rin dream at the top of Mount Enzo, when the sun was just rising. Right after Gilgamesh died at the hands of Archer, and Amiya Shiru collapsed from exhaustion. Tasaka Rin running to the top of the mountain to chase Archer, her former servant, with the intention of making a new contract with him so Archer will not disappear. Archer! Shouted Rin. Make a contract with me one more time. I can't, Rin, said Archer. I no longer have the right to make a new contract with you. Besides, I already lost a motivation to killing my younger self. My fight to escape Allah's curse is over. But, said Rin, if you don't make a new contract with me, then you won't be able to escape Allah cloth. You're really bothering me, Rin, Archer said. Even in the past, not being able to be with you is the biggest regret I have, so Rin, even though I can't be with you, please take care of my younger self and love him. As you know, my younger self is stubborn and troublesome, so be patient with him. Yes. I understand, Archer, Rin said. I will look after and love Shiru with all my heart, and I will make him loving himself more rather than constantly thinking about helping others by trying to be a hero. That's the answer I want, Archer said. Don't worry, Tasaka, from now on I will also try to be a better person. After that, Archer disappeared from before Rin with a smile. You stupid Archer, Rin said. He was annoying to the end. And Rin once again awakens from her dream, a dream that is too real to be called a dream. A dream that related to the Holy Grail again, Rin said. But this one feels more real than the previous one. Tasaka Rin finally believes that the dreams about her life in the city of Fuiuki and about the Fifth Holy Grail War that she is participating in, that she has been experiencing all this time, really happened. She hypothesized that all that dreams was her life in a parallel world, or her life in the past. Rin didn't know which one was right, but for sure she has experienced everything that happened in her dream. The dream that run had just reminded her of the change in attitude that Shiru had recently experienced. The attitude and behavior shown by Shiru recently was completely similar to the attitude and behavior of the archer in the dream she was experiencing. I think I'll have a chat with Emiya-kun later, said Rin. Of course, without Luvia or my sister Sakura knowing. If they find out, it could be a big problem. 20 at ORC, the work done by Shiru and Asia is not to make a contractor for the Greenery Group, but to help Ryaz eradicate a stray devil. It was an unwritten agreement between Ryaz and Shiru. So when there is no stray devil extermination, Asia's job is to prepare tea and cake. Meanwhile, Shiru's job is to make delicious cakes for all ORC members. When Shiru was making cookies in the kitchen in the ORC room, ORC members were really curious about the taste of the cake, and when Shiru served his homemade cookies to the ORC members and they ate the food. Whoa! These pineapple jam filled in the cookies are really delicious. Ryaz said. It tastes much better than the same food that the chef in my family makes. This cake that made by Emiya-kun is so delicious. Akano said. Even I can make a food this good. You're really good at cooking, Emiya-kun, said Kiba. I've never eaten a delicious cookies like this. Delicious. This cake is really delicious, shouted Sai while crying. This cake you made is truly extraordinary, Shiru. Nyan, shouted Konko with a flushed face to show her love for Shiru's cake she had just eaten. And the cake Shiru made only added to the problem for himself. Because ORC members are addicted to the cakes they make. Especially Konko, who has a fear to Shiru. The fear immediately disappeared when she tasted the cake that Shiru made. And right now Konko was sitting on Shiru's lap with her ears and tail sticking out while rubbing her head against Shiru's chest. Hey, Konko-chan, said Shiru. Why are you sitting on my lap like this? Aren't you afraid of me? I'm not afraid to you anymore, Shiru-senpai, Konko said. Because anyone who can make a delicious cake like you definitely not a bad person. Shiru was completely confused by Konko's words. But because for him Konko who sat on his lap was not a bother, so Shiru could only let Konko sit on his lap. Shiru also felt happy rubbing Konko's head. Sai cried while biting his finger in annoyance to see Konko sitting on Shiru's lap. Meanwhile, Asia was seen almost crying because she felt jealous and annoyed that it was not herself sitting on Shiru's lap. And Ryaz with a face that looked really annoyed, trying her best to keep smiling and not hitting Konko's butt. Because Konko dared to sit on the lap of the man she liked. 20 The next day, right after Shiru finished his activities at the archery club, he walked to the old school building, carrying ingredients for making cakes. Phew, I don't think Sakura in this dimension is a yandere, said Shiru. I have to promise her a date so I can go to the old school building, otherwise Sakura will keep pressing my hand between her chest, just because Sakura felt that I would rather spend my time with her sister Rin in our class rather than spending time with her at the archery club. You were really bullied by the Tosaka sisters, Archer, said Zelrech. Previously Rin, my former student, who bullied you, and now you are bullied by her younger sister, who turns out to be the opposite of her sister Rin. She's more honest with her feelings for you, too honest in fact. The Sakura I know, is not a yandere like that, said Shiru. There is a strangeness with this dimension. Sakura who is in this dimension is not banished to the Matu family, said Zelrech. That's why Sakura's character in this dimension is different from the Sakura you know. But why is Rin still at Sundere? Shiru asked. It's a mystery that even I don't understand, replied Zelterch. Because whatever dimension I go to, Rin is Rin a truth Sundere. Shiru point of view. When I was in front of the entrance to the ORC room, I heard loud voice from inside the club room. Hey you yellow-haired chicken. I will beat you using my boosted gear, said Sai. Ryaz Buku is mine. I will not give her to anyone. I then opened the club room door and saw Sai, who was showing his boosted gear in front of a man with yellow hair and an outfit that I thought was quite ridiculous. Behind that man were about 15 girls who were smiling sarcastically at Sai. If I look at him, he must be a high-class devil just like Ryaz, and the 15 girls behind him are part of his peerage. Woo, he has a harem, huh? That was Sai's biggest dream. And next to Ryaz I can see a girl wearing a maid outfit. Is she Ryaz's personal maid? I then approached Kiba slowly and asked him in a whisper. Hey, Kiba, who is the yellow-haired guy and the group of girl behind him? He is Ryaz Buku's fiancé, his name is Razor Phoenix, replied Kiba. And the group of girls behind him are part of his peerage. Well, that was within my expectations. Then why is Sai trying to challenge that man who is clearly much stronger than him? Sai doesn't like it when Razor calls himself Ryaz Buku's fiancé, and Sai feels jealous of Razor because Razor has a harem. That's why he tried to challenge Razor. Kiba said. As usual, all that is in Sai's brain is his lust. He is indeed a helpless pervert. Razor just sighed when he saw Sai's challenge. Well, I will also do the same thing if Sai challenges me. Myra beat the brat with big libido. Razor ordered one of his servants to beat Sai up. Yes, Razor-sama. The girl named Myra who brought a wood stick has a small body and a childish face. The girl's ability was quite good. She lifted Sai's body using her staff and threw Sai towards the wall. Sai immediately fainted and was unconscious. None of the ORC members intended to help Sai, because Sai fainted from his own fault. I can see Ryaz sighing while touching her forehead with her right hand, after seeing Sai getting beaten. Apparently Ryaz also felt Sai's act was really embarrassing. Ryaz, your arrogant pawn is very weak, even though Myra is my weakest pawn. I agree with you on this matter, Razor. Sai is indeed very weak even though he has a great sacred gear. The only thing strong about Sai is his pervertedness. So Ryaz also didn't like Sai pervertedness. Hey, Ryaz-buka, are you done chatting with your fiancé? I interrupted the conversation between Ryaz and Razor to get rid of the tension. Oh, Emiya-kun, you've come. Sorry I didn't realize it because right now I'm having a problem. I know Ryaz-buku, I came at the time Sai challenged your fiancé and I also know your problem from Kiba. Ryaz, who is he? Asked Razor. His name is Emiya Shiru, my other pawn. Ryaz replied. Another pawn apparently. I want to know if he's as weak as your previous pawn. Myra, attack that pawn. Ryaz's fiancé has gone crazy, apparently ordering me to be beaten just like that. Well. The small stature girl shot towards me, but in my eyes her movements were too slow. I don't need to use reinforcement or projections on this girl. Before she could hit her stick against me, I got behind her and hit her neck. The girl fell to the floor and fainted like Sai. I look behind me and I can see that Razor is really taken aback by what I did to his pawn. End of Shiru point of view X. Apparently your pawn isn't weak, said Razor, who looked a little annoyed to me. He can knock Myra down with one blow to the neck. Emiya-kun is the strongest member of my peerage, Razor. He even stronger than me, said Ryaz. So don't equate Emiya-kun with Sai, who is really weak. That's very interesting, said Razor. If he is as strong as you say, Ryaz, I would like to test his strength myself. I know a way to test your pawn capability. Ryaz, how about we compete in the rating games? 10 days from now, if you lose you will immediately marry me. And if I lose then our engagement will be cancelled. Now do you want to accept this offer of mine? Okay, I will accept your challenge, Razor, said Ryaz. I will not lose to you. Ha 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 ha, you won't be able to fight me, Ryaz. Even with the help of your beloved pawn, said Razor. So try to make your peerage stronger within 10 days. Just as Razor was about to leave the club room along with his peer, using a magic circle, Shiru quickly and accurately threw a small transparent knife that he made using ultimate projection towards Razor's pants, to be more precise at the belt on Razor's pants. Razor's belt was cut perfectly and immediately made the trousers that Razor wore slumped from Razor's waist. Shows a pink boxer with a heart that is used by Razor. Razor, who felt that the trousers he was wearing slumped, immediately flushed his face, because he was embarrassed. Razor confused why the trousers he wore could suddenly drop. His peerage members Razor also blushed because they all saw the boxer Razor was wearing. While Ryaz, Akano, Konko and Asia directly covered their faces with their hands while turning their faces to another direction. The faces of the four girls also turned slightly red, but strangely enough, only Akano smiled when she saw Razor's boxer. Greyfire, the maid from the Greenery clan, closed her eyes in an instant when she saw that Razor's trousers were about to drop, so she didn't see the boxer Razor was wearing. Kiba only smiled faintly after seeing what happened. While Shiru held back the amusement in his stomach as much as possible so he wouldn't laugh, even though Zelrach was laughing out loud in the unlimited blade work. Razor immediately pulled up his trousers with a face that was still bright red and said, "You just remember, Ryaz, you can't beat me. I'll be waiting for you in the rating games that day from now." After that Razor activated the magic circle and then he disappeared along with his peerage from the club room in an embarrassing state. Bwahahahahahaha, said Shiru, burst out laughing because he could no longer hold back his laughter. He's been trying to act cool but in the end he leaves in embarrassing fashion. Well, that's a shameful way of going, anyway, said Kiba. Perverted people go in lecherous ways too, said Konko. How mysterious, said Akano. The pants he was wearing could suddenly fall off like that, but I have to admit it was funny too. The incident just now was funny, said Ryaz. But still he was showing an unsightly sight. Razor-sama has shown something so embarrassing, said Greyfire. He's really ruining the image of the Phoenix family. Chapter 22, Suspicious Ms. Room, Idelfeld's residence. So Ruby, what did you get after a day spying inside Asia-san bag? Ilya asked. That's the problem, Ilya-san, Ruby replied. Since I fell asleep in her bag, I have absolutely no idea what Shiru-san and Asia-san was doing at ORC. Stupid Ruby, said Ilya. Why did you fall asleep? I don't understand either, Ruby said. During class hours at school, I was still awake. But strangely, when class was finished and school was over, I suddenly became sleepy and then I fell asleep. Really weird, Kuro said. Why Ruby has suddenly fall asleep like that? Especially right after the school was over. It's as if someone already knows our plan and makes Ruby fall asleep on purpose. I thinking the same as Kuro, said Mu. There's no way Ruby could fall asleep suddenly like that, there must be someone who deliberately put her to sleep. Because he or she already know the plan we made to spy on what Shiru-san was doing at ORC. But who is that person? Ilya said. As for Asia-san, it is almost impossible because she is too naive and innocent to think that we are suspicious of her and try to spy on her. Is the person who already knows about our plan is Onyai-chan? Kuro said. Because Onyai-chan looks completely different these days, and Onyai-chan sometimes acts like a stranger who doesn't recognize us at all. There is a possibility in your word, Kuro-sama, said Sapphire. But if Shiru-sama is indeed the culprit of Nasan suddenly falling asleep, how he do it? Because from it I know Shiru-sama doesn't know about magecraft. We have to carry out additional investigations, said Mu. But this time we must do it more carefully so that we won't be caught by Shiru-san. Shiru secretly listens to the conversations of his younger siblings, using the tappers he installed in Ruby's body when she fell asleep, just in case his younger siblings were suspicious of him, with Zelrach's help of course as the maker of Ruby and Sapphire. Luckily Zelrach inside his unlimited blade works once got the blueprints of Ruby and Sapphire from another him in this dimension before he was locked up in unlimited blade works by God. And besides being bugged, Shiru also installed a transmitter that allowed Shiru to control Ruby secretly, including putting Ruby to sleep. It's good that you heard the plans of the three little girls by chance while you were testing the bugs you put in Ruby, said Zelrach. Otherwise your relationship with Ryaz Greemery will be discovered by the three of them sooner. Well, I was really lucky, said Shiru. But sooner or later I have to be honest with the three of them, including Rin and Luvia. I feel bad having to keep lying to people I love. But it's still not time for you to tell them, Archer, said Zelrach. Because the timing isn't right yet. I know that, Zelrach, said Shiru. I know. Ryaz and her peerage need a practice for 10 days. So Ryaz deliberately asks Suna to make Kuagikuin have a days off for 2 weeks, which of course makes Suna angry with Ryaz. Because Ryaz is abusing the power she has as one of the children of the school owner. But seeing Ryaz in a state of urgency, Suna was forced to follow Ryaz's wish, because she didn't want to see her childhood friends suffer. With a sudden 2-week vacation, Ilya, Kuro and Me along with Luvia and Rin. Planning to invite Shiru to take a vacation with all of them to Luvia's private villa which is on the beach not too far from Kua. It's just that Shiru immediately refused, arguing that he and Asia would go camping together with the other ORC club members. In Luvia's limousine who was heading to his villa. Too bad Shiru can't come with us, said Luvia. He chose to camp in the mountains with his new friends at the obscure ORC club instead of going to the beach with his sweet little sister. Onyai-chan baka. Ilya said. It seems Shiru-san really feels attached to that girl named Ryaz, said Ruby. Did Ryaz Greemery, who has a chest much bigger than Luvia-san, hypnotize Onyai-chan? Kuro said. The possibility exists, said Luvia, who looked angry at Kuro's words. And Kuro. My chest is much bigger than Ryaz Greemery remembers that. The chest size and body shape of the ORC chairman Ryaz Greemery and the ORC vice chairman Hajime Akano are a little abnormal, said Mu. As if the two of them weren't humans but succubus. Musama, why do you seem jealous of the size of the two girls' bodies, said Sapphire. I've always been suspicious of Hajime Akano and Ryaz Greemery, said Rin. The magic energy they both have is much greater than that of ordinary humans, even though they both don't come from a magician family. Are the two of them hiding something? Luvia said. Ah. I totally forgot. Both of them are from devil races like Sunakayaku. Yeah, I forget about that thing too, said Rin. Devil races? What is that? Said Ilya. A races that came from underworld, said Luvia. On the outside they like us human, but in the inside they have a strength, magical energy and lifespan beyond any human. Why Onyai-chan is with them? Asked Kuro. I don't know, Luvia. But I hope Shiro didn't become the part of their peerage, it was something that made me very angry to them. When Luvia said that, Kuro suddenly shouted loudly right after Kuro saw Shiru and the ORC members getting ready to go up the mountain when the limousine he was riding passed Shiru. Auguste-san. Stop the car. Stop the car. Kuro's shout made it felt Auguste Spotler, stopping the limousine he was driving suddenly. Make Rin, Luvia, Ilya, Mu and Kuro fell on the floor of the car and their bodies all piled on top of each other. Kuro. Cried Luvia. Don't go around telling Auguste like that. We all fell down, you know. Sorry, Luvia-san. Kuro said. But I saw Onyai-chan and his friend in ORC getting ready to go up in that mountain. when this limousine passed the foot of the mountain where Onyai-chan and his friends were getting ready earlier. "Auguste! Turn the limousine!" cried Luvia. "We're going after Shiru." "Okay, Luvia-sama," Auguste said. "What is peerage?" "What Luvia-san means," said Ilya in her heart. Meanwhile in the middle of the path that leads to Raya's villa. "BR," said Shiru, who was walking while carrying a large backpack. "Why can I feel goosebumps in the hot sun like this?" "Shiru-san, are you okay?" Asia asked. Just now Shiru-san's face looked very pale. "I'm fine, Asia," replied Shiru. "I just felt a little goosebumps earlier." "Goosebumps when the sun is hot like this?" said Ryaz. "Did you catch a fever, Maya-kun?" "No, Ryaz-buku, I just have a feeling something bad about going to happen to me," said Shiru. I hope nothing bad happens to you, Amiya-kun," said Akeno, who was walking next to Ryaz. "Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to train with all of us." "What Akeno-senpai said is right," said Konko, who was carrying a bag much bigger than Shiru. "If something happens to Shiru-senpai, then Shiru-senpai won't be able to cook for all of us." "What is in Konko's brain is only food, huh?" said Shiru, Ryaz, Akeno and Asia. "Come on, Sai-kun, do your best," said Kiba. "We are already halfway to Ryazbuku's villa." Still a halfway," said Sai, who looked breathless and exhausted on his back. Sai was carrying a backpack that was the same size as Konko's. "Say, seriously?" Hearing Kiba's words, Sai suddenly fainted. Because he could no longer walk, his body was too weak and so was his mentality. Sai-kun fainted, what should we do, Buku?" Akeno asked. Just let him fall asleep there for a while, Akeno. "We better continue our journey," replied Ryaz. "If we help him to climb into the middle of the mountain, which is not too high, Sai won't be able to get stronger." Hearing Ryaz's words, all the ORC members nodded and continued on their way towards Ryaz's villa. But Asia was kind enough to leave Sai a bottle of mineral water and put it right in Sai's hand. Chapter 23, Before the meeting on the way to Ryaz's villa. Ilya, Mo, Kuro, Rin and Luvia saw Sai, who was passed out. But the five of them paid no attention to Sai, instead they trampled on Sai's body. To the extent that the feet of the five of them stuck to Sai's face and clothes, making Sai's condition more worse. A few minutes later, after the five of them passed Sai. "By the way, did you guys notice when you stepped on someone?" asked Sapphire. "Ah, you mean that pervert from the next class who is passed out in the middle of the road?" Rin replied. "If it's him, that will be okay, because that pervert doesn't deserve to be considered as a human." "That's right," said Luvia. "I don't care if a perverted creature like himself does our lives or dies, because I hate a pervert like him." "Luvia-san is right," Ilya said. "That pervert and his two friends who are just as perverted as him have even tried to peeking the girls in my class while we were changing clothes. Incarnations of lewdness like him don't seem worthy of being in this world," said Mu. "Because all he has in mind is a woman's body." You are right," said Ruby. "There isn't a girl who wants to get close to Hayao Sai and her two friends because of their extreme perversion." "You're noisy, Ruby," Rin said. "You're just as perverted as them." At Ryaz's villa, when all ORC members arrived at the villa except Sai. "Somehow I feel that Sai's condition is getting worse," said Ryaz. "Do I need to pick up Sai-kun, Buku?" asked Kiba. "No need for Kiba," replied Ryaz. "Let him reach this villain on his own, he won't get lost anyway. Because he also knows the way to the villa." "Sai-senpai is just a lowly person who doesn't deserve any help," said Konko. "Don't make yourself down on his level, Yoto-senpai, he doesn't need to be helped." Your words are so cruel, Konko-chan," said Akeno. "Even though he's perverted, but his heart is pretty good, you know. In my eyes, a pervert like himself doesn't deserve to be called a good person," Konko said. "I'm sure Asia-senpai agrees too." "Konko-chan is right," said Asia. "Perverted people who have a good heart are really rare. I also stopped being a nun in the Vatican because of a pervert." "That Nakamata words are really cruel," said Zelrech. "Even though I think that perverted kid only has the courage to peek at a woman changing clothes, if it's more than that, it's likely that the perverted boy doesn't have the courage." "Well, that was his fault," said Shiru. "Because he's so crazy about women's breasts and peeking at women who changing clothes. Otherwise his reputation wouldn't be that bad." "Instead of talking about Sai, we should all go inside the villa and rest," said Ryaz. "Only then we start practicing." "Yes, Buku." Pretty big log house in the middle of the mountain," Rin said. "What exactly is the purpose of Ryaz Grimory bringing Emiya-kun here? Didn't Onyai-chan say that he was going camping?" Kuro said. "If he's staying in a log house like this, that's not a camping. What could Shiro do in there with Asia Argento and Ryaz Grimory?" said Luvia. "I hope the two of them haven't done anything bad." "Onyai-chan wouldn't do that," Ilya said. Unai-chan is someone who values women a lot, so there is no way that Unai-chan would mess with Asia-san. How about we find out by trying to get into the log house, said Mu. Wouldn't that be much better? Feeling Mu's suggestion was good, they agreed to her suggestion. Then they walked towards the entrance of Rya's villa. Meanwhile, Sapphire and Ruby were put in a bag by Ilya and Mu, so that they wouldn't make a fuss. Shiru cooked in the kitchen, assisted by Asia and Akano. Ryaz was reading a book on one of the sofas in the living room, accompanied by Kiba, who was wiping his beloved wooden sword, and Konko, who was engrossed in eating the snacks she brought in her bag. But when Rin, Ilya, Mu, Kuro and Luvia approached Konko's Katir's villa, came out and her nose is twitched. Ryaz, who realized that Konko felt something, asked her, "Konko, what's wrong?" "There were 5 people whose smells I didn't recognize approached this villa," Konko said. "But strangely 2 of the people I didn't recognize have the smell that's similar to Shiru-senpai. There are 5 people who have a smell that you don't know outside this villa, and 2 of them smell like Emiya-kun," Ryaz said. "Who could they be?" "Ryaz-buku, do I need to check?" asked Kiba. "Not yet, Yodo," answered Ryaz. "Konko, are they human or demon race?" "They are all human," Konko said. "Even though there is one person who is not clearly a human or another creature." The 5 strangers that Konko felt, 2 of them were my classmates Rin Tasaka and Luvia Idelfelt, and the remaining 3 people were Luvia's maid Mu and my 2 sisters Zilia and Kuro, Shiru said while still cooking in the kitchen. "I can smell all of them even from here." "Ara Emiya-kun have dog nose," said Akano. "What were your 2 classmates and their maid, plus you 2 younger siblings, doing in front of my villa?" Ryaz asked. "And how did the 5 of them get here?" "I don't know," replied Shiru. "But we'll find out if we ask them." "All right then, Yodo, you who is closest to the entrance opens the door for our 5 guests, said Ryaz. "Yes, Ryaz-buku," said Kiba while walking towards the entrance to open the door. Rin, Ilya, Mu, Luvia and Kuro are right at the door of Ryaz villa. And Rin was about to knock on the door of the villa slowly while saying "excuse me," so that all of them can enter Ryaz's villa properly, without having to go into hiding. But just before Rin knocked on the door, Kiba had already opened the door first and said, "Rin-san, Luvia-san, Ilya-san, Kuro-san and Miss-san. Ryaz-buku and Emiya-kun have been waiting for the 5 of you inside," said Kiba. "Please come in." The 5 girls did not expect that their arrival was already known, and because they did not have much choice, the 5 of them entered the villa. Meanwhile, Sai's condition got worse, because there was a bear that bit his head until it bled, and the bear took Sai's body to its nest while still biting Sai's head. Chapter 24, The Meeting in an Apartment on the Outskirts of London. "Shiru. Why you making such a stupid decisions?" shouted Rin. "You made a pact with Illa, only to save 100 people. Are you crazy?" "I have no other choice, Rin," said Shiru. "It's the only way so I can save those people." "But your way is wrong," Rin said. "You made a deal with the devil. If that allows me to save a lot of people, it's fine for me," Shiru said. "Being a hero and saving many people is the most important thing for me." Tears rolled down in Rin's face. She couldn't believe Shiru's words. Shiru is more concerned with the ideals and beliefs that he got from his adoptive father rather than herself. His lover who has sacrificed everything for Shiru even surpasses what Garrett Sugu did to Shiru. "So that's it," said Rin. "It means my existence means nothing to you, Shiru, even though I have sacrificed everything I have for you." Hearing Rin's words, Shiru finally realized that he had made the wrong choice. Because helping people in distress has become something that becomes a reflex for him, and he forgets something more important than helping someone else he has, namely Rin, his own lover. "Rin, you misunderstood. You are the most important to me, I was wrong." "I'm sorry, Rin," said Shiru. But Rin is already too annoyed by Shiru's stupidity. All he has in mind is being a hero and helping others. "No, Shiru," Rin said. "I'm fed up with that savior syndrome that you suffer from. I've told you to go to a psychologist so you can get better, but you don't listen and say there's nothing wrong with doing good, helping others. I'm fed up with you, Shiru. Get out of my face." "Emiya, Shiru." Seeing Rin, who was already very angry with him, Shiru knew it was useless to continue the conversation with Rin. Shiru then walked out of Rin's apartment, and he did not return to the apartment until he died. Meanwhile, Rin cried again after she kicked Shiru out. She regrets that she kicked Shiru out, but Rin also doesn't have the courage to pursue Shiru. "I will definitely release you from Illa's grip, Shiru," Rin said. "And we will definitely be together again." Tasaka Rin woke up again from her sleep. Once again she had a different dream, and every time she had a dream it became more and more real. And somehow she felt a very deep sadness after that dream, as if Tasaka Rin who was in the dream was herself. "Another dream," said Rin. "Different and getting real and crazy. What has happened to me?" I really have to ask Emiya-kun about my dreams. But unfortunately I really don't have an opportunity to talk to him. Rin then looked at the alarm clock beside her bed, to find out the time. Is 4 a.m. in the morning, huh? Since I don't have the feel to sleeping anymore, I better prepare all the things I need for the beach later, said Rin. The dream that Rin had happened a few hours before she left for the beach with Luvia and the others. And what Rin doesn't realize is that she will soon meet Shiryu according to her wishes, even though with a few things that she doesn't expect. So Tasaka Rin-san, Luvia Idelfelt-san, and Emiya-kun, 2 younger sister plus the maid of Idelfelt-san, said Ryaz. What are you 5 doing in my villa? Kuro accidentally saw Emiya-kun at the mountain foot, said Rin. Since we were all curious about where Emiya-kun was going with the ORC members, so we followed all of you to this villa, Ryaz-san. And this morning Anya-chan told me and Kuro that he was going to camp with his friends in ORC, said Ilya. But how you can do a camping inside of a log house? Emiya-kun, you seem to have misinformed your family, said Ryaz while looking at Shiryu, who was standing behind the sofa where she was sitting. But we are currently holding a training camp in your villa, are not, Ryaz-buku, said Shiryu. Doesn't the word camp from training camp mean camping? Hearing Shiru's excuse, everyone in the room didn't know what to say. Because technically what Shiryu said wasn't wrong at all. Emiya-kun's words weren't wrong at all, said Akano. The training camp we are doing is practically the same as camping, Ryaz, you maybe. Actually, what kind of training camp are you doing in the middle of a mountain like this? Luvia asked. And what makes me wonder if ORC, which is a club that researches occultism, needs a training camp. Is it not permissible for a club that researches the occult to conduct a training camp to improve the research capabilities of each of its members? Ryaz replied, who was feeling a little annoyed by Luvia's question. But isn't it strange, that you who are part of a noble class demon race who can be called supernatural beings become a researcher in the occult, said Rin. Akano and Ryaz were not surprised by what Rin said, because Rin and Luvia already knew the real identity of the two of them along with the identity of Suna. Shiryu was also not surprised when Rin said that. Because he believes that Rin and Luvia, who are the representatives of the clock tower, know about Ryaz's identity. But what Shiryu doesn't like is why Rin said about the demon race in front of her siblings. Shiryu didn't want his siblings to get involved with a demon race like him. Rin-san, I know that you realizes the true identities of us ORC members are a demon race, said Kiba. But isn't it bad to say it in front of the 3 little kids who don't know anything about the Moonlight World? No problem. Kuro said. We already know about the demon race, the 3 of us can also be said a magical girl. Whoa. Ryaz said. You 3 little kids are magical girls. Era, can you please explain to all of us what Kuro-chan's words mean? Akano asked. Rin said. Let me explain. Rin started the story from when she returned to Japan with Luvia. To find 5 of the servant class cards that are spread in Kua. When Rin and Luvia fight using magical girl modes over the city of Kua. The 2 ones belonging to them both have a sense of being disgusted by the quarrel between Rin and Luvia, so the 2 ones leave Rin and Luvia and look for new masters, Mu and Ilya. So the 2 of you that made the tracking barrier that Suna and I installed made a warning about unknown magic. A few months ago. Ryaz said. Did both of you know, because the magic you 2 use can't be recognized by me or by Suna, my peerage and Suna peerage got into a fight because Suna and I didn't know what or who was detected by the tracking barrier that we both installed. Forgive us, Ryaz-san, said Rin. The magic we use is different from what you guys know. It's only natural that you and Suna Kayako couldn't recognize it. I realized that, said Ryaz. Because the clock tower that assigned the 2 of you to the city of Kua is an independent magic organization led by the wizard Marshal Zelrech, a vampire as well as a sorcerer who is even feared by my brother, who is one of the 2 strongest demons today. Yes, in contrast to Rosengrizer, which is an organization under the control of a demon race like you, the magic we use is Magecraft, which uses science as a basis to create the necessary magic effects, Rin said. Then can you explain about the class card? The thing that you are looking for in Kua, Rin-san, Akano asked. I'm really curious about that. Luvia and I also don't know exactly what class card is, Rin replied. The only thing Luvia and I know is class card was a magic item or mystic code, which can give the user the abilities of a famous hero in legend. A magic item that can give the abilities of a hero in a legend? Ryaz said. I don't really understand your words, Tasaka-san, can you set an example? Rin then told Ilya to take out Ruby and ordered Ilya to turn into magical girls and use the Saber class card. Ilya changes to a magical girl, then Ilya changes again to wear Saber's armor. Makes Ryaz, Akano, Asia, Konko and Kiba quite surprised. Plus Ruby, who can talk, makes them even more shocked. Only Shiryu was not surprised to see Ilya's change. Because Shiryu has seen many weirder things than the transformation Ilya did when he was Archer Emiya. So Ilya's changes were nothing new to Shiryu. What annoyed Shiryu was how talkative Zeltrick was when Ilya changed. Zelrach prides Ruby on being one of his masterpieces. And it made Shiryu very annoyed. Where the class cards come from and what purpose they were created for is something we ourselves don't know, Luvia said. My job and Tasaka Rin is just to collect class cards that are strangely spread around Kua City. Since we've told us what our duties and goals in Kua are, now it's our turn to ask, Rin said. Why did Emiya-kun join your group, Ryas, and have you turned Emiya-kun into a devil just like you using the evil pieces? Shouts Ilya after hearing Rin's question. Emiya-chan was turned into a devil. Ilya. Don't scream right in front of my ear. Kuro shouted while holding her ear. My ears hurt, you know. Heard the question from Rin. Ryas was already ready to answer it, but suddenly Shiryu was standing behind the sofa where Ryas was sitting. Took her shoulder and said, let me answer Tasaka's question, Ryas Buku. Ryas just nodded and then let Shiryu do the talking. Tasaka, to answer your question just now, Ryas Buku did turn me into a devil using her evil pieces, said Shiryu. Then, you're not a human right now, Emiya-kun, said Rin, who felt sad hearing Shiryu's explanation. No, I'm still human, said Shiryu. Even though I'm part of Ryas Creamery's peerage. What do you mean, Shiro? We don't understand. Luvia asked. Maybe I need to give a little explanation, replied Shiryu. After that, Shiryu has to explain to Rin, Luvia, Mu, Ilya and Kuro about the spirit frequency ring that freed him from Ryas. And regarding the Gate of Babylon, which is his Longinus class sacred gear, and also regarding the events that happened to Asia. The explanation from Shiryu about himself having a sacred gear and all the events he had experienced so far must have shocked the 5 girls. Because they did not spare Shiryu, who was previously just an ordinary human being able to experience such an extraordinary event. Among the 5 girls, Rin was suspicious that Shiryu was still hiding something. And Rin intends to find out what Shiryu is hiding. Sai just woke up after he had been unconscious for a long time. As soon as he opened his eyes, Sai realized that he was no longer on the path leading to Ryas Villa. Instead, he was in a dark cave where there was almost no light. Luckily, Sai could see clearly in the dark thanks to his reincarnation as a devil. Inside the cave, Sai realized that his body was in a lot of pain, and after Sai touched his head because he felt dizzy. Sai realized that his head was also injured after he saw that there was blood on his palm. Sai then tried to stand up to get away from the dark cave. But Sai realized that he couldn't move at all after he tried to stand up. Sai could move his hands, but Sai couldn't move his body and legs at all. He then saw a hairy hand with long sharp nails holding his upper body, as well as his waist. Sai realized that his body was being hugged by something, but he didn't know what it was. Sai then moved his head slightly and looked back, and Sai was really surprised when he saw a bear sleeping while making his body a hugging pillow. Sai broke out in cold sweat and his body didn't move anymore, because Sai was afraid that if he moved a lot the bear that hugged him would wake up and injure him. The only thing he could do was wait for the bear to loosen his hug on Sai's body before he would try to escape. What kind of sin did I commit to make a bear hugging me like this? Sai said, shouting in his heart. Sai's tears flowed down his cheeks. Sai cried over the incessant misfortune he was experiencing. He really didn't know what had caused him to have such bad luck. Whereas before he wasn't too unlucky. Sai did not know at all that the bad luck he had experienced since he joined the ORC was the act of Shiryu, who with Zelrach's help gave a special curse to Sai. And the function of that special curse is to turn Sai's lewdness into bad luck. The more Sai thinks and acts perverted, the more bad luck he will experience. That's all Shiryu did, so that Sai quickly realized his mistake and not become a pervert anymore. And even more so because Shiryu really hates perverts like Sai, that's why he cursed Sai to teach him a lesson. Chapter 25, First Day Big Chapter, Enjoy it. Kua Town 10 years before Archer Emiya was reborn. Right in front of Emiya's residence, there was a man with spiky black hair wearing black glasses with round lenses. On his back, little Shiryu was fast asleep. Garrett Sugu, I want you and Ira to guard and became Shiryu new parent for me. Why Ban, Garrett Sugu said. Why did you hand over your son and Mizasu to be taken care of by Ira and me? The Kusagakure family don't like Mizasu to marry me, and I and Mizasu even had a son from our marriage, Ban said. Plus, if I don't hurry leaving this dimension and return to the higher dimension that I came from, the curse that the Kusagakure family has cast on Mizasu won't be able to be removed. I have to take Mizasu to my dimension where I came, that is higher in rank, to destroy Mizasu's curse. Then why don't you bring Shiryu along with you? Garrett Sugu asked. Wouldn't that be better for him? I can only take one person with me to a higher dimension, Ban answered. Since the energy required to do a dimensions shift is enormous, even Zelrach won't be able to go to a place where I will heal Mizasu. Very well then, I will look after Shiro like my own son, Giritsugu said. Go where you come from, Ban, and heal your wife. Thank you, Giritsugu, said Ban. One day Mizusu and I will come back, even though I myself don't know when I'll be back. Mituban, the fighting genius as well as the strongest fighter in the world, then handed his son Shiro to Amiya Giritsugu, to be cared for and raised. I've sealed his memories about me and Mizusu so that he won't feel sad. His memories will return when Shiro age is approaching 17. Plus I also added my life experience and knowledge to the seal so that my experience will be useful for Shiro someday. Ban said. He also inherited my illusory eye along with the accursed power in my right hand. Because of that I will also seal the two powers so that Shiro doesn't suffer from it. One day the seal of that power will be released and at that time Shiro's body will be strong enough. Tossing the power I sealed. I hope your actions of sealing Shiro's memories and powers don't end badly, Ban, Giritsugu said. Because I have a feeling that Shiro will have a dark future someday. Don't worry, Giritsugu, said Ban. No matter how bad the bad things Shiro will experience, I'm sure he can get through it because Shiro is a strong child. After all, I'm sure that God will always protect Shiro. Ban then rubbed Shiro's head, who was sleeping in Giritsugu's arms, and said, Be a strong and good boy, Shiro. Don't ever do bad and evil things. Then protect those who are precious to you too. Don't forget to pray to God. After finishing talking to his son the last time, then he disappeared from the front of Shiro and Giritsugu. Shiro, your father Miduban is the strongest human in the world from a higher dimension who owns denial of nothingness and is a jutsu user who is even feared by the wizard marshals Elrech, Giritsugu said. I hope you can grow up to be as strong as him, Kusagakure Shiro. 20 In a hotel room in Kyoto, the place where Giritsugu and Irisveil were staying after finishing their work in Kyoto. Kiri, what's wrong with you? Why are you daydreaming like that? Asked Irisveil to her husband, who was sitting on the bed. I remember a moment when Ban left Shiro to me, Giritsugu replied. 10 years have passed since he lived with our family. Well, I was really happy when Shiro came to our family, because finally Ilya was able to have an older brother, and after all at that time I always wanted a son. Irisveil said. Besides, without the help of Ban and Mizusu we will not be able to stop my father, who intends to make Ilya the catalyst of the Holy Grail to summon servants and start the Heaven Feel ritual, or may I call it the Holy Grail War. We really owe a lot to Ban and Mizusu, Giritsugu said. So the only way to repay those two good deeds is to take care of Shiro like our own son. Luckily Shiro is neither a naughty nor a troublesome child, Irisveil said. In fact, that Shiro is a very kind and obedient boy. I have a feeling that soon Shiro memories and powers that were sealed will return, Giritsugu said. I just hope that Shiro will still think of us both as his parent when his memories return. He won't ignore or forget us, Kiri, said Irisveil. Because after all he is Amiya Shiro, the son of Amiya Giritsugu and Irisveil Vanensburn. 20 So, what kind of training camp got you actually doing? Rin asked. Don't tell me you are all really want to do some ghost hunting in this mountain. Of course not, Akano said. Because ORC is just a cover made by Raya so that all the members of her peerage can gather at school without any interference. If it's about research about the supernatural or occultism, it's nothing more than hobby for Rayaz. ORC held a training camp because my fiancé challenged me and my peerage in the raiding games, Rayaz explained. Raiding games? What kind of games is that? Rin, Luvia, Ilya, Kuro, and Me asking. Raiding games are a competition between two devils with a peerage. The raiding game rules shares many similarities with the chess, Raya said. The game itself takes the form of a strategic battle between the king and his or her pieces. It is fought on a map of their choosing, and can be created to be a perfect replica of any location they desire. Only mature devils are allowed to participate in official raiding games. The servants of the devils are named after the pieces of chess: rook, knight, queen, bishop, and pawn. The maximum number of players in a raiding game is 16, and like the game of chess, the players lose when their king loses. And all the participants are placed into 4 categories: power, technique, wizard, and support. After a long talk regarding the raiding games with its rules, Rin, Ilya, Kuro, Mu and Luvia finally understood what raiding games were and why the ORC members held a training camp in the middle of the mountain. Since the 5 of you already understand why we are holding a training camp in the middle of the mountain, what do you want to do next? Asked Rayaz. If all of you intend to stay overnight it will be difficult because in this villa there are only 3 bedrooms. The first room is where Akano and I sleep, the second room is for Konko and Asia, and the third room is for the boys, Sai, Shiro and Kiba. If you all want to go back to your destination, which is going to the beach, that was fine for me too. Rya's words make Rin, Kuro, Ilya, Mu and Luvia think what they will do next. They all came to Rya's villa, because Kuro saw Shiru at the foot of the mountain when Shiru was getting ready to go to Rya's villa together with the ORC members. And they all followed Shiru secretly because they were curious about what Shiru would do with ORC, but after finding out what Shiru was doing in Rya's villa, they all became confused as to what they want to do next. And finally, after the 5 of them deliberated for a while, they finally made a decision. We can't let Emiya-kun be with the ORC members who are mostly girls. It make me worries. Rin said in a whisper. You're right, Tasaka-rin. I don't want Shiro to be approached by those girls, especially Asia Argento and Rya's Grimory, who obviously have a feeling Shiro. Luvia said. Then we have to stay and make sure Onyai-chan chastity is safe, Kuro said. I don't want Onyai-chan getting closer to that red-haired girl. I have a feeling that she loves Onyai-chan very much. But Rya-san said there were no rooms in her villa, Ilya said. Where are we going to sleep? I guess Luvia-sama already has an answer to that problem, right? Miss said. Of course, Luvia said. Let's just say that the problem for our sleeping places is settled. After the 5 of them finished the discussing. The 5 of us have already made a decision, Rya's Grimory, Luvia said. We will help all of you train, even though we are not members of your peerage, but we are quite experienced in fighting. I think we can help you all to get stronger. But you guys don't have a place to sleep in my villa, Rya said. Or you intend to sleep in the living room? Frankly, I don't mind you sleeping there because the 5 of you want to help us. Our place to sleep is not a problem, Rin said. Luvia has already solved that problem. What do you mean? Ryaz asked. Luvia pulled out her phone and did a little texting, then started calling her butler Auguste. Auguste does according to the email that I sent to you, Luvia said. What Luvia-san is doing? Akeno asked. Just wait, Mi replied. All of you will find out soon. Based on the memories of myself in this dimension, it seems that Luvia will carry out the construction of a house as quickly as she did in front of the Emiya residence a few months ago, Shiru said. This will be very interesting to watch. And like Mi said before, there was the sound of helicopters and heavy vehicles appearing not far from Rya's villa. There is a helicopter sound, Kiba said. And heavy vehicles. Where that sound come from? It came from outside, Konko said. Out of curiosity about the helicopter sound that suddenly appeared, the members of ORC except Shiru exit the log house to see the source of the loud noise. On the ground not far from where Rya's villa was standing, a large building construction suddenly appeared. And starting to working, making a big villa for Luvia very quickly. Why is there construction on the outside of the Grimory family villa? Rya said. In front of the building construction there is a sign that says, Edelfelt Construction Company, Konko said. Looks like Luvia-san is building a villa in front of your villa, Ryaz, Akeno said. And it looks like Edelfelt-san is carrying out the construction of her villa at an incredible speed, Kiba said, who was amazed at the speed of building Luvia's construction company. Ryaz's mouth fell open at the extremely fast building speed that Luvia Construction Company was due. By building a villa for me and my friend, Luvia said. The problem for our sleeping place is over. Just like a few months ago when you built a luxurious mansion in front of the Emiya residence, Shiru said. Now you are doing the same thing. Building a residence this fast is something that even the devil in the underworld can't do, Rya said. How is possible your company doing that? Sorry, but that is the secret of my company, Luvia said. And in just 3 hours the villa, which was much bigger than Rya's villa, was completed. I don't know what to say after seeing this enormous villa built just in 3 hours, Rya said. It doesn't make sense, Konko said. What an amazing technique, Kiba said. They can build a large and complex buildings in a short time. Is the villa sturdy? Akeno asked. Take it easy, Luvia replied. The villa my construction company built is so strong and sturdy. Well, because our problem about the place to sleep is over, how about we start the training camp, Rin said. I totally forgot about our objective, Rya said. Because I was so shocked after seeing Luvia-san villa is built so quickly, I forget about the training camp. Everyone, let's start the training camp. Yes, Buku. The members of ORC said. 20 The initial training that Ryaz suggested to Shiru and Asia as new recruits was training to using magic, and Ryaz told Shiru and Asia to gather magic energy in both of them and then make a magic ball. Asia, who has talent as a healer, can do it in one try. Meanwhile, Shiru, who is basically a magus, can both do it with one try. It's just that the magic ball he made is several meters bigger than the magic ball made by Asia, which is only 10 centimeters in size. The other ORC members were shocked by the size of the magic ball that Shiru made. Likewise with Rin, Luvia, Mu, Kuro and Ilya. They didn't expect that Shiru had such a large amount of magical energy. Rin and Luvia then briefed Asia in controlling magical energy, accompanied by Ilya and Mi, who were still not good at controlling magical energy without the help of Sapphire and Ruby. While Shiru, who already has perfect control in magic energy, clashes with Kiba, using a wooden sword. Assisted by Kuro, who is interested in sword fighting against Shiru and Kiba. Ryaz and Akeno do a magic duel to get their bodies more used to fighting after Shiru's suggestion. They practiced until late afternoon, and only stopped after sunset. That night outside Ryaz's log house. Hey Zelrech, tell me honestly, were you the one who made class cards? Because the words of Luvia and Rin made me feel suspicious. Shiru said. And even though at that time you told me that you created the class card, but I'm not sure if you are the one who created the class card is inside Kuro's body. Very well. I'll tell you the truth, Archer, Zelrech said. I didn't make the class cards, but the Ainsworth family who made it. Although I can make a better version of it. The Ainsworth family? Shiru said. I never heard that name. They come from a dimension where I don't exist at all, Zelrech said. And there is no such thing as Fuiuki Holy Grail War. There is only Ainsworth Grail War in that dimension, and class cards are items that used to fight in the Ainsworth Grail War as a substitute for servants. I see, everything is clear now, Shiru said. Then the class card that Rin and Luvia are looking for comes from that dimension. That's right, I don't know what causes the class card to exist in this dimension, but I'm afraid that the Ainsworth family will try to come to this dimension and reclaim the class card that originally belonged to them, Zelrech said. The people from the Ainsworth family can come to this world if they want, Shiru said. But I won't allow them to hurt Rin, Ilya and the others. They have to deal with me if they try to hurt the people I love. Your goodness hasn't changed at all, Archer, Zelrech said. Ah, I have something to tell you about Kuro-chan. I'm afraid that she needs a new body and your blade pieces so she won't die when her class card disappears or destroyed. A new body for the receptacle of her spirit, which is half of Ilya's spirit, and blade pieces as an anchor so that Kuro's spirit doesn't come out of her body, Shiru said. Good idea, Zelrech. I actually feel worried about Kuro because she has to suck magic energy from Ilya whenever she runs out of magical energy. Using your ultimate projection, creating a new body for Kuro using Ilya DNA will be easy, Zelrech said. I pity that girl, she is a victim of the Innsburn family's greed. I'll make it right away, Shiru said. 20 Rin came out of her room in Luvia's villa, which was made in just an instant. She needs some fresh air. Because the air conditioner in her room was broken, in the middle of the way when she was about to open front door. She met Kuro, who seemed to feel the same thing like her. After the two of them exited the Edelfelt villa, the two saw Shiru, who was sitting on the grass looking up at the starry night sky. Tasaka, Kuro, what are you two doing in the middle of the night like this? Shiru asked after seeing Kuro and Rin. We both felt resentful because of that. We decided to look for the breeze outside the villa, Kuro replied. What are you doing outside the villa alone, Onyai-chan? Get some fresh air because I feel cramped in a small room, Shiru said. Hey Emiya-kun, can tell me who you really are right now? Rin asked. Because your character has completely changed and I feel that you resemble the person in my dream, the one who called Archer. Onyai-chan, I also want to know why I can feel the close bond between the Archer class card and you. Kuro said. That's because the Archer figure in Tasaka's dream and the Archer in the class card that Kuro uses is me, Shiru said. What do you mean, Onyai-chan? Kuro said. You are currently still alive, it is impossible for you to become a heroic spirit figure. That's right, Emiya-kun, said Rin. Unless you are a reincarnated heroic spirit. Ting tong, you're right, Tasaka, Shiru said. I am a reincarnated heroic spirit, also a former counter-guardian who is tasked with annihilating the enemies of mankind. I am the counter-guardian Emiya. Oh, Onyai-chan really is a heroic spirit whose power I use, Kuro said. Is H hard to believe? Then you really are a reincarnated heroic spirit. Rin said. But why do I keep dreaming about since a few weeks ago when you joined ORC? I don't know about that either, Tasaka, Shiru said. But maybe one day you will know the answer. After that, Shiru began to explain how he reincarnated, a little story about his past when he was a counter-guardian and about himself replacing Shiru of this world when Shiru of this die at the hands of Donesik. Kuro and Rin were shocked to hear that the Shiru in front of them was not the Shiru they knew. But they could only accept what had happened because the new Shiru wasn't too different from the old Shiru. After all, it is impossible to change what God has decreed. But in their heart, Kuro and Rin feel very sad. Kuro, the core of yourself is the Archer class card which has the essence of me, right? Shiru asked. Yes, Kuro replied. Now we will replace it with my blade pieces. Also your body will be replaced with a new body based on Ilya DNA which I cloned using ultimate projection, Shiru said. To make you no longer need a supply of magical energy from outside to stay alive. Kuro and Rin are surprised when Shiru finds out the truth about Kuro's imperfect body. even regarding clones based on Ilya's DNA. Ultimate projection? Kuro said. Is that the perfect version of the tracing we used on Yaichan? You could say that, Shiru said. With this technique I can make anything but the spirits of living things. Shiru then spawns a new body for Kuro which he keeps in Unlimited Blade Works. Now then, Kuro, Shiru said. Are you ready to accept a new, and more perfect body? Seeing a new body that was very similar to Ilya in front of her naturally made Kuro surprised. But she was happy to get a new body that made her no longer have to kiss Ilya for magical energy. Chapter 26, First night after talking to Rin and Kuro about who he really is and making a new body for Kuro using ultimate projection and Zelrach knowledge and Ilya DNA, so Kuro can have her own body. Shiru transferred his essence when he became Archer Emiyan on a class card into his blade pieces that he put inside of Kuro body. He turned his pawn pieces into archer pieces so that Kuro would not lose her projection ability. Kuro felt really happy, because finally she could live like a normal person. Without having to suck magical energy from other people. Thank you Onii-chan, said Kuro, who immediately hugged Shiru tightly. Now I can live a normal life without fear of running out of magic energy. It's okay, Kuro, said Shiru. Isn't it the duty of an older brother to help his younger sister? There is another reason for Shiru, why he helped Kuro to get a new body. A reason for Kuro to live as a normal human, as soon as possible, a reason that made Shiru angry, upset and sad because Zelrach didn't tell him such important information sooner. Flashback, hey Zelrach, why do you sound so pushy when you making me made a new body for Kuro? Shiru asked. Is there something you are hiding? That's because Kuro will die at the hands of Darius Ainsworth, in the future, said Zelrach. Kuro sacrificed herself to defeat Darius Ainsworth and her existence is disappear because the class card which is the core of her body was damaged by Darius. What did you say? Shiru said. Kuro will die in Darius' hands, because her class card was damaged. Yes, I don't know when that will happen, said Zelrach. But one thing for sure, I saw Kuro death is the future, that when I accidentally used the kaleidoscope before I was sealed inside Unlimited Blade Works, that's why I forced you to make a new body for Kuro, so that the future can be changed a little and Kuro doesn't die. Zelrach, you said that the Ainsworth family are reside in another dimension, right? Shiru asked. But how Darius can kill Kuro when the Ainsworth family is in another dimension? That's because Kuro died in another dimension where the Ainsworth family reside, Zelrith said. How Kuro could go and be in that dimension, I have no idea. All I know is that she will die in that dimension. If the future you see really will happen, then I will change it. Shiru said. I won't let Kuro die. That's why I told you to make Kuro a new body. Zelrach said. As a precaution so that Kuro doesn't die even if the class card in her body is destroyed. Onii-chan, this new body is good, but why can I still feel Archer class card presence in my new body? Kuro asked. The Archer class card has been at the core of you for too long, Kuro, Shiru replied. That's why the class card is still in your body, but basically the Archer class card is currently just an ordinary card without any power. It can be called an empty class card. The Archer power from that class card right now is inside the Archer blade pieces in your new body, so even if the card is damaged or destroyed you will still be alive and your power as an Archer will not be lost. Thank goodness then, said Kuro. I'm afraid that I can't use tracing on my new body. Rin point of view, Rin really did not expect that basic magic that most maguses deemed useless could turn into a very terrifying magic in Emiya-kun's hands. Of course I already know that from the strange dreams I've had so far. But the level of projection magic that I saw right now surpassed what was in my dreams. Emiya-kun created a human body using projection magic. It was already beyond what projection magic could do. That's why Emiya-kun called his projection magic ultimate projection. A name that really suits the magic he used. Plus he also made modifications to the devil race's evil pieces into blade pieces. Which could be called Emiya-kun's version of the evil pieces that he used to replace Kuro's core from the class card into his homemade blade pieces. But what surprised me even more was the existence of Zelrach, who was sealed inside Emiya-kun's body. Wizard Marshal Zelrach is my teacher and also my boss. He is one of 5 true magicians that exist in this world. Knowing he is sealed inside Emiya-kun, of course it makes me surprise. But Emiya-kun said to me that the Zelrach inside his body is a different Zelrach that came from the same dimension as him, who reincarnated into this dimension. Hearing that, I feel relieved. That Zelrach inside Emiya-kun is not the Zelrach who became my teacher. Now what I want is one of his blade pieces inside my body. To make my bond with him getting better. Sai finally managed to escape from the bear that was hugging him and came out of the cave that was the den of the bear. Sai was running as fast as he could right after he exited the cave. Sai was trying his best to find a path leading to Rya's villa, so that he can get together as quickly as possible with his friends. After walking for a long time, Sai finally arrived at the path he had passed this morning. I arrived, said Sai with a body that felt very weak. If I follow this path, I will definitely arrive at Ryazbuka Villa. Sai walking on the path using a wooden stick he found in the forest. The clothes he was wearing were tattered, and the bags he was carrying were torn everywhere. Sai's condition was really bad due to all the accident he had experienced. When finally he almost arrived in front of Ryaz Villa, Sai fell into the foundation hole made by Luvia's construction company, which contained liquid concrete that had not yet dried. That foundation hole was made when Luvia Villa was being built. Because the foundation hole was not used, the hole was left just like that. Unfortunately, because Luvia's construction company forgot to cover the hole, it was Sai who became the victim of negligence by Luvia's construction company. "Arg, what kind of hole this is?" shouted Sai. "And what strange fluid is there in this hole that makes my body hard to move?" Before Sai entered the foundation hole, which was filled with liquid concrete. The liquid concrete in the foundation hole was not dry at all, but strangely, as soon as Sai entered the foundation hole, the liquid concrete immediately dried up and made Sai's body petrify up to his neck. Luckily Sai's face didn't get into the concrete, making Sai still able to breathe and scream. "Somebody help me!" shouted Sai. The next day, on the second day of training, when the sun was already high and morning was approaching, Kiba, who had just come out of Ryaz Villa. Kiba does a morning run to warm up before starting a serious sparring practice against Shiru. But not long after he ran, Kiba heard a voice asking for help from someone he knew very well. Curious about what happened to Sai, Kiba ran towards the large foundation hole that hadn't been closed yet. Inside the foundation hole, Kiba could only see Sai's head, because from the neck to the feet Sai's body was completely inside the liquid concrete, which was now dry. "Help me," said Sai while crying. "Oh, my, Sai-kun," said Kiba. "What have you done that you became like this?" Sai recognized Kiba's voice commenting on him and looked at him. Kiba looked like a person who was confused about what to do, because of the situation Sai was in. "Hey Kiba. Instead of staring at me or just making useless comments, please help me," shouted Sai. "My body can't feel anything because I has been in here for too long." Chapter 27, Second Day. "What a beautiful morning," said Ryaz, who just woke up. Ryaz looked at Akeno, who was still sleeping beside her. Ryaz smiled and moved slowly so Akeno would not wake up. For Ryaz, Akeno, who was still asleep, would give her a chance. A chance to approach Shiru, the boy she liked, without interrupting by Akeno. Ryaz paused for a moment to put on her pajamas, which she took off before she fell asleep, and then she started to walking again. If Akeno wakes up, then Akeno will teasing Ryaz until Ryaz becomes too embarrassed to approach Shiru. And there is one more obstacle that will make it difficult for Ryaz to get closer to Shiru. And Asia Argento, who is sleeping with Konko in the next room, is that obstacle. Asia, who obviously loving Shiru too, will disturb Ryaz with all way to make Ryaz can't get close to Shiru. And because of that, Ryaz came out of her room as quietly as possible so that she didn't make any noise. She didn't want to wake up Akeno or Asia. After Ryaz was outside her room, she intended to go into Shiru and Kiba's room to spend a little time in Shiru's arms before he woke up. Ryaz knows that Kiba has come out of the room and is doing some jogging, because it was one of Kiba's activities since Kiba became a member of her peerage. Ryaz, who was just about to walk into Shiru's room, was completely unaware of the existence of Shiru, who had woken up faster than Kiba. And right now Shiru is preparing breakfast in the kitchen for all ORC members. Shiru is confused why Ryaz is walking slowly like that, when Shiru sees Ryaz just leaving her room. And strangely, Ryaz was completely unaware of Shiru's presence in the kitchen, which was only about 3 meters in front of Ryaz and Akeno's room. Shiru feel funny when he saw Ryaz walking slowly with full concentration that she didn't notice his existence. Shiru decided to do a little prank on Ryaz. "Ryaz Bukuoeu," said Shiru. "Why did you walk so slowly when you came out of your room?" "Jia," Ryaz shouted. "Yami-kun. Since when were you there?" Ryaz was really surprised and shocked when suddenly greeted by Shiru from the kitchen. She did not expect that Shiru was already awake and already preparing breakfast. "I've been in the kitchen from 5 a.m. in the morning to prepare breakfast," said Shiru. 15 minutes before Kiba left for jogging, and right now the time is exactly 6:30 in the morning, and you come out of your room in a very weird and funny style. Ha 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 ha. Don't laugh at me like that," said Ryaz with a red face. I'm walking slowly so the other ORC members will not wake up." "Then I'm sorry Ryaz Buku," said Shiru. "Don't take seriously what I said earlier, I was just kidding." "HMMPH," said Ryaz while puffing out her cheeks. "Your jokes aren't funny at all, Imaya-kun. Ha 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 ha, you look even cuter if you puff out your cheeks that way, Ryaz Buku," Shiru said. "Imaya-kun," shouted Ryaz, who was now trying to beat up Shiru's body, which Shiru had avoided perfectly. Ahahaha, I'm sorry Ryaz-buku, said Shiru. I'll stop laughing. Bomb. There was a sound of explosion from outside the villa which made Shiru stop joking at Ryaz. And Ryaz stopped trying to beat Shiru. What an explosion, said Akeno, who came out of the room in a white kimono that looked translucent because it was wet from sweat and made Shiru have to look away because he saw Akeno, whose body looked erotic with the wet kimono she wore. Shiru-san, Ryaz-buku, Akeno-san, Asia said, who came out of the room together with Konko. There was a very loud noise from outside the villa. Mage. Konko said. Very loud. Let me first see what's going on the outside, said Shiru, whose face was still red because he looked at Akeno earlier. And the three of you please bring the breakfasts that I already prepared to the table. XY, is Shiru-senpai blushing like that? Konko asked. Yes, is Shiru-san having a fever? Asia asked. You will find out the reason why Amiya-kun's face turned red like that if the two of you look at Akeno's current state, replied Ryaz, who looked a little annoyed because she couldn't make Shiru's face flush at all while Akeno could do it even by accident. Era, what's wrong with me? Akeno asked. Akeno-san. Why, your clothes. Asia replied. It became translucent because your body was wet. Era, really? Akeno asked. Asia-senpai said the truth, Akeno-senpai, replied Konko. You currently look very erotic and embarrassing. Akeno then looked at the kimono she was wearing, and said with a flushed face, Era you fufafu, so that's why Amiya-kun's face turned red like that. I have shown an embarrassing sight in front of Amiya-kun, although I don't really mind if Amiya-kun looks at me like this, you fufafu. Akeno. Ryaz shouted. Quickly change your kimono. Era, Ryaz, are you mad because I managed to make Amiya-kun blush, said Akeno. It's not like that, said Ryaz with a face that was flushing red from annoyance. I don't have any feelings for Amiya-kun. I just don't want you to spoil Amiya-kun's morale. He is a gentleman who is not perverted like Sai. I don't want you to make Amiya-kun become the second Sai who is super pervert. Era, I didn't think you really cared Amiya-kun so much, Ryaz, said Akeno. Apparently you really like him. Stop teasing me, Ryaz said. Just change your kimono. Era, alright. Akeno said. You fufafu. H&H, judging from the reaction Ryaz-buku just showed, it seems that Ryaz-buku also loves Shiru-san. Asia said. I can't allow my rival to gain Shiru-san's heart. Ilyakin and Kuro-chan alone are two tough rivals. Now one more rival is Ryaz-buku. I have to do something so that Ryaz-buku will never dare to approach Shiru-san. Shiru ran towards the loud explosion he had heard earlier. And when he arrived at the scene, Shiru saw the hole formed by the explosion and Sai with his burnt body in the middle of the hole. And at the edge of the hole was Kiba with a burnt face and was holding a fire element sword with his hands. After seeing Kiba and Sai's situation, more or less Shiru could immediately conclude what was really happened. But in order to know what happened more clearly, Shiru felt it would be better if he asked Kiba. Hey, Kiba, why is your face burnt blackish like that? Shiru asked. And why is Sai able to be in the middle of the blast hole with a charred body too? How should I answer? Kiba replied. I myself am confused about how I should explain it to you, Amiya-san. Let me guess, said Shiru. Sai fell into one of the foundation holes made by Luvia Construction Company Luvia. In that holes there is still liquid concrete that is still not dry, and Sai who fell into the foundation hole couldn't get out because as soon as he entered the liquid concrete it suddenly dried up. Then you heard Sai's voice asking for help and trying to help him. It's just that when you tried to help Sai using the fire sword you made, you used too much power. So it causing an explosion that made your face and Sai's body burned. Yeah, said Kiba. Your guess is very correct, Amiya-san. What happened to me and Sai-kun is according to what you said earlier. From what I saw, Sai's body had other injuries which were quite severe apart from the wounds caused by the explosion you made, said Shiru. Kiba, bring Sai's body to the villa so Asia can treat it. I'm afraid that with injuries like that it's impossible for Sai to participate in training. Alright, said Kiba, who felt guilty for making Sai's body burn. At least he could help Sai a little by carrying him into the villa. Chapter 28, Second Practices. When Ryaz saw Shiru coming back together with Kiba who was carrying Sai, Ryaz was worried about Sai and Kiba's situation. Immediately asked Shiru what happened to Kiba and Sai. Shiru immediately explained everything to Ryaz. And Ryaz could only touch her forehead when she heard Shiru's answer. I know Sai-kun is not a lucky person, considering the only luck he has is the boosted gear in his left hand, said Akeno. But I also didn't think that Sai-kun could be this unlucky. What a misfit for a super perverted man. Konko said. Too bad the liquid concrete only soaked his body up to the neck. If only the liquid concrete reached his head he would suffocate to death, and that's a good thing. Konko-chan. Asia said. You shouldn't think like that about Hayato-san. No matter how perverted he is, at least think that he has a little deformity in his body, especially in the lower part, to make offspring so that he becomes depressed and chooses to commit suicide. Wouldn't that be great? Your words are correct, Asia-senpai. Konko said. Why didn't I think about it? You too. Ryaz said. Stop saying bad things about Sai. If he really kills himself, then I will lose one of my precious peerage members. Konko-chan and Asia-chan really don't like Sai-kun, said Akano. It can't be helped, Sai-kun is too perverted, anyway, said Kiba. I even feel embarrassed when he walks with me and I get strange gossip by my fans. All the bad luck because of the bad karma he created himself, said Shiru. No need to pity an unrepentant pervert. Sai was left to sleep in the room so he could rest and recover. After Asia forcefully healed Sai's wounds and Akano gave Sai medicine so he could sleep peacefully. Ryaz looked at Sai, who was lying on the bed. She sighed and then said, actually, what did he experience to get this bad? There is a possibility that Sai-kun got lost, Ryaz, said Akano. And he met a bear or a wild dog in this mountain. There are still many wild animals that are quite dangerous, though. Well, I guess you are right, Akano, said Ryaz. It's better if we just let him rest. With his current state there is no way Sai can train with all of us. When will Sai-kun wake up? Asked Kiba. Too bad if he can't join us in training so he can get stronger. The medicine I gave Sai-kun will make him sleep for 12 hours, Akano replied. So that his body can recover faster. Kiba, who was curious about what kind of medicine Akano gave Sai, then took the medicine bottle that was on the small table next to Sai's bed, then checked the label. Kiba was shocked after he read the writing on the label of the medicine bottle. Akano-san, said Kiba. I think Sai-kun will fall asleep for a long time and won't wake up anytime soon. What do you mean, Kiba-kun? Akano asked. Look at the writing on the label on this medicine bottle that you gave Sai-kun, Kiba replied. Kiba gave the bottle of medicine he was holding to Akano. And Akano immediately read the label on the medicine bottle she was holding. Super strong sleeping potion, 1 drink guaranteed to sleep for a whole month, said Akano. Made for people with acute insomnia who haven't been able to sleep for a long time. Akano. Ryaz shouted. Why did you even give super strong sleeping medicine to Sai? I'm sorry, Ryaz, said Akano. I forgot to read the label on the bottle of this medicine. Now Sai won't wake up even when we're going to have a match against Razor, said Shiru. Just let him fall asleep, said Konko. Even when he woke up, all he will do is stare at Akano-senpai and Ryaz-buku's chest. But Sai's Konko boosted gear is an important factor so that we can win against Razor. Ryaz said. If it's about the boosted gear problem, don't worry, Ryaz-buku, Shiru said. I can handle it. Emiya-kun, what do you mean? Ryaz said. Without Sai's boosted gear, the tactics I made against Razor won't work. Then can you see the boosted gear in my left hand? Shiru said, bringing up the booster gear in his left hand using ultimate projection, and with Zelrach's help there is a spirit of Drake inside it which Zelrach got from another dimension using the kaleidoscope to perfected the boosted gear. Busted. How come? Ryaz said. There should only be one boosted gear in this world. One of the abilities of my Gate of Babylon is being able to make sacred gear and other weapons with just one look at the sacred gear and any kind of weapon I see, said Shiru. Even to the level Longinus class sacred gears, even though the Gate of Babylon can't make Longinus class sacred gears perfectly. What a terrifying sacred gear, said Ryaz. Apart from being a storehouse of powerful weapons and treasures, the Gate of Babylon also has the ability to create other sacred gears. It is recorded in history that Gilgamesh has a hobby of collecting all the valuable treasures and powerful weapons that were around the world at the time he was alive, said Akano. So it's not strange that the Gate of Babylon, the sacred gear which is Gilgamesh's arsenal, has the ability to make sacred gears and other weapons. I think it's an ability that came about thanks to Gilgamesh's hobby of collecting treasure and weapons. Akano-senpai's words make some sense, Ryaz-buku, said Kiba. Then Emiya-san, can you also make my sword birth? I can make it, said Shiru. Because the data from the sword birth is automatically recorded in the Gate of Babylon. Emiya-kun, then can you use the boosted gear perfectly? Ryaz asked. I don't know yet, replied Shiru. Since this is the first time I brought out the boosted gear in my left hand, I haven't had the chance to try it at all. Then you should try it during practice. Ryaz said. Because I believe that you can use the boosted gear much better than Sai. Emiya-kun. Let's start training right now. Buku, I know that your enthusiasm has returned knowing that Emiya-senpai has the same booster gear as Sai-senpai and wants to start training immediately, said Konko. But can we have a breakfast for now? I'm very hungry. Besides, I'm afraid that if we stay in this room too long the breakfast made by Emiya-senpai will turn cold. You're really right, Konko, said Ryaz. I haven't had breakfast at all and my stomach is starving, so we better have breakfast first and then start training. After breakfast toast with bacon and eggs, plus orange juice made by Shiru. ORC members start their training in the backyard of Rya's villa, which is quite spacious. Asia continues her training to control her magical energy along with Akano, Luvia and Ryaz. Ryaz does a little run around the backyard of the villa with the weight on her body to increase her physical strength and stamina. Kiba does sparring against Mu, Ilya and Kuro. And Shiru started his training to use boosted gear. When Shiru projected the boosted gear in his left hand, Shiru immediately knew what functions the boosted gear had. And with his ultimate projection, Shiru can make his body adapt to the boosted gear. So he can immediately use transfer, penetrate, second liberation and even balance breaker. In the second liberation state, Shiru can use boost 50 times. Using transfer skill, Shiru can make his magical reinforcement far stronger. Shiru also able to use balance breaker perfectly without weighing on his body. Thanks to the reinforcement and adjustments he made to his body using ultimate projection. With the quality of his magic circuit and magic energy reaching the rank of X, Shiru believes that he can use Juggernaut Drive safely too. But Shiru will only use Juggernaut Drive as a last resort, because he knows when he can't use Juggernaut Drive perfectly yet because Shiru doesn't have a proper training ground for Juggernaut Drive. Chapter 29, Second Night. Drake, the Welsh dragon who currently reside in Sai's left hand, really feels shocked, frustrated and annoyed. When he saw that there was another boosted gear, even Drake could feel that there was another him inside the other boosted gear. How could be there was another boosted gear? Drake said. I even can feel another me within that fake boosted gears. Drake, who feels annoyed and angry because suddenly a clone of himself appears, now can only be silent and do nothing. Because Sai was still asleep and Sai still could not meet him and realize about his existence at all. Right now all Drake can do is wait until Sai wakes up and try to talk to Sai. Only then will he try to make contact with Shiru and ask him how he can make a fake boosted gear with another him inside of it. In the offer of Luvia's villa, in the afternoon right after training. I didn't think that Offero in Adelfeldsan's villa was much bigger than Offero in Rya's villa, said Akano while wiping her face using a towel. The construction company owned by my family always do a great job when it comes to making things, Luvia said. Well, because Kiba and Amiya-kun, two little sister, broke my Offero when they do a training, said Ryaz. So I really thank to Luvia-san for allowing the ORC members to use your Offero. It doesn't matter, Gremory-san, said Luvia. Helping people in distress is the Adelfeld family's way of life. Lies, Rin said. You lying. Shut up, Tasaka Rin, cried Luvia. I'm not lying. And helping other people is indeed my family's guideline for life. They both fought again, said Mu. Aren't they both not tired of fighting all the time? Are the two of them always like that? Akano asked while looking at Rin and Luvia who were fighting. Yeah, replied Ilya. Rin-san and Luvia-san are like cats and dogs who will never get along at all. But if they keep on fighting like that, how come they both get the same order to collect the class cards in Kua? Ryaz asked. Well, we don't know the answer either, Kuro replied. Ruby, Sapphire, why don't the two of you answer Ryaz-san's question? You two must have the answer, right? They both came to Kua on orders from our two makers, said Sapphire and Ruby. An order from the one who created both of you once with consciousness, said Ryaz. Can you tell me who that person is? Kaleidoscope user wizard Marshall Zelrech, Ruby said. Zelrech. Ryaz said. One of the strongest vampires that even the Yondaimao are afraid of. Yes, he is an old vampire whose hobby is pranking people, said Sapphire. He deliberately sent Luvia-sama and Rin-sama together to Kua, because their bickering is a pleasure for him. It seems the two of you don't really like him either, said Asia. It's only natural that Ne-sama and I didn't like that old troll, said Sapphire. Because the two of us are just tools for fun for him. But I really like Master Sapphire, said Ruby. He's a very good person. That's because Ne-sama is loved to pranking people like that old troll. Sapphire said. Looks like the Zelrech that many people fear isn't as scary as I thought, Akano said. He might be scary, Konko said. But his true nature may be just a nosy old geezer. I don't know what my brother reaction will be if he finds out about this, said Ryaz. Evening in the backyard of Ryaz villa. Inside the imitation boosted gear in Shiru's left hand. I thought I vanished with my perverted partner when we fought Hades and Kronos. Drake said. But why am I still alive and sealed inside the boosted gear again? What really happened? Zelrech, the Welsh dragon that inside the boosted gear that I made is awake. Shiru said. He woke up at last, said Zelrech. I took him from the dimension where Hades and Kronos intend to rule the world, just before his spirit was destroyed along with Hayao Tasai from that dimension. Who are you two? Asked Drake. My name is Emiya Shiryu and the voice of the old man you heard was the one who saved you, the kaleidoscope user Zelrech, Shiryu replied. Right now you are in a perfect copy of the boosted gear that I made. I've heard about the kaleidoscope before, a special magic that can be used to access parallel worlds, said Drake. But this is the first time I know that someone can actually use it. Zelrech, who is sealed within my body, is the master of the kaleidoscope, Shiryu said. Without his help you might be gone now. I'm grateful that you two saved me, said Drake. But if I heard correctly earlier that I'm currently in a copy of the boosted gear, how can you make a clone of the weapon I was sealed in? As far as I know, only Azazel can create a fake sacred gears. I have a special magic that allows me to create almost anything except the living things, said Shiryu. Of course I have to first know in detail the inner structure and materials of the thing I will make. Some useful magic that you have, so if you can make a copy of the boosted gear I'm currently in, said Drake. Then I was taken to a dimension that is almost the same as the dimension I came from? Well yeah, said Zelrech. In this dimension your perverted partner is still alive, there is even another you in his left hand. I knew it. Drake said. Then now there are two boosted gear in the same dimension. This incident was almost the same when my stupid partner fought the brother Starshea's wife who was wearing a copy of the boosted gear as well, but the difference in his copy of boosted gear is there no me inside of it, whereas in your copy there is me whom you summon using the kaleidoscope. No matter how good the imitation boosted gear I made, it won't be perfect if your spirit, which is the core of the boosted gear, doesn't exist at all, said Shiryu. That's why I asked Zelrech to summon your spirit so I can place your spirit inside the boosted gear I made. Well, I'm glad I didn't disappear and I got a new partner who is much better and stronger than my previous partner, said Drake. But can you tell me what happened to my perverted partner? Is he dead or is he still alive? He was dead before I even took your spirit, said Zelrech. I also couldn't save him, because his spirit was not there in the place where he died. At least that perverted boy has achieved his goal of becoming a harem king before he dies, said Drake. With him dead, my job to help him has been completed and I, Drake the Welsh Dragon, can help you, Emiya Shiryu, as my new partner. Chapter 30, The last night. The intense training done by Shiryu and the ORC members is almost over. They all already have practiced for 8 days straight, and they intend to end their practice on the 9th day. And currently on the 8th night, Ryaz, who cannot sleeping at all, decided to devise a proper tactic, using the data about Razor Peerage member ability. You are not sleeping, Ryaz Buku, Shiryu said when he was about to go to the toilet, and saw Ryaz, who was wearing a see-through nightgown, sat on the sofa while reading some paper. I can't sleep, Emiya-kun, said Ryaz. That's why I decided to work out a tactics that I will use against Razor and his peerage. A tactic against that yellow-haired chicken? Shiryu said. Have you got the right tactics, Ryaz Buku? Honestly, I don't have any tactics at all, said Ryaz while taking off the glasses she was wearing. Even though I've tried hard to find the right tactics. Ryaz Buku, you're just feeling tense because you're about to fight your stupid fiancé. That's what made you can't sleep, and make you cannot find the right tactics, said Shiryu. Was Razor really that strong, to the point making you so tense? His winning record in the rating game is quite good, said Ryaz. Plus Razor as the descendant of the House of Phoenix that have a terrifying regeneration ability, making him very hard to beat. Unfortunately, even with all the training I did to increase my attack power at this training camp, I still wasn't sure if I could beat him. I see, so you feel insecure about the regeneration ability of that chicken, said Shiryu. But didn't you say that you have a plan to defeat Razor by utilizing the ability of the boosted gear? Why are you suddenly so lacking in confidence? Ah. Ryaz said. I totally forgot about that, because I thought too much of unnecessary things. Ryaz Buku, who always looks smart and elegant, can be a forgetful person too, huh, said Shiryu. Emiya-kun. Don't laugh at me like that. Ryaz said with a red face. Every living thing has flaws. So it's only natural that I could forget too. I'm sorry, Ryaz Buku, said Shiryu. But if I may guess, do you wish to utilize the transferability of the boosted gear to increase the ability of the power of destruction that you have? Your analysis is absolutely correct, Emiya-kun, said Ryaz. You're right, I did intend to utilize the transferability of the boosted gear right after I saw you teach Sai how to use it. The transferability sure is useful after the boosted gear increases the user's ability to a certain extent using the energy collected in the boosted gear, and the user can using transfer skill to send that energy into an object or person, and the object or person that receives boosted gear energy will receive a power increase. That thing will be the key to my victory against Razor. Your idea is quite reasonable, Ryaz Buku, said Shiryu. But I have a hunch that simply increasing your ability using the energy of the boosted gear won't be enough to defeat that chicken. I hate to say these things, but I think that your destructive energy, which is increased many times even, will not be able to defeat Razor, who is much stronger and have much more experience than you, Ryazbuku. Then what should I do? If I can't beat Razor, then I have to marry Razor," said Ryaz, shaking and crying. "I don't want to marry Razor, who I not love." "Ryazbuku, calm down a little," Shiru said while pulling Ryaz's body and hugging her. "You still have me, Akeno Fukubuku, Kiba, Konko-chan and Asia, who will always help you. Even though I am just a temporary member of your peerage, there is no way I can just keep quiet seeing a girl suffering because she has to marry a man she doesn't love. I will protect you and I will help you defeat him, Ryazbuku. So you don't have to worry." Ryaz really didn't expect that Shiru would hug her like that and say something that made her heart beat so fast. And everything Shiru did made her even more sure that she really fell in love with a man named Amiya Shiru. Ryaz doesn't know since when she started liking Shiru, whether when she helped Shiru who was badly injured, or because of Shiru's unscrupulous nature and have a respect to a woman, she didn't care about it at all. The most important thing for Ryaz is, she finally found the man of her dreams, who wants to protect her. "You know, Amiya-kun, your words were like the words from a prince who wanted to protect the girl he loved so much," said Ryaz while wiping the tears on her cheeks. "If someone else listens your words earlier and sees us hugging like this, misunderstandings might occur." Shiru quickly released his hug towards Ryaz. He was completely unconscious. If he had done something romantic to Ryaz by mistake. I'm sorry, Ryazbuku," said Shiru with a flushed face. I really didn't mean to do anything rude to you. I was hugging you just to make you feel calmer, that's all." "It's not a problem for me, Amiya-kun. I don't really mind when you hug me," said Ryaz with flushed cheeks. "Because you did it to make me feel better, and I'm glad you did." Ryaz then approached Shiru and kissed him on the cheek. The kiss on the cheek from Ryaz certainly made Shiru surprised because Shiru did not expect that Ryaz would kiss him on the cheek. "It's a gift from me, because you already make me feel good," said Ryaz with a flushed face while touching her lips with her right index finger. Shiru's face became even redder because Ryaz kissed his cheek. Shiru was still in shock at that kiss from Ryaz. "Ahahaha, you sure are a natural playboy, Archer," said Zelrech. "You can even subdue that little girl from the Greenery clan." "Shut up, Zelrech," Shiru said. "Stop talking." "Well, I won't talk again," said Zelrech. "But how do you handle Rin, who is behind you while giving off a terrible aura?" Just as Zelrech had said, Shiru could feel some eerie aura behind his body. Shiru slowly turned his body and sure enough, Rin was completely behind him. "Oh, Amiya-kun," said Rin in a voice that sounded soft but scary. "Can you tell me why you kissed Greenery-san earlier?" "Tasaka," said Shiru, who was really scared when he saw Rin. That was not kissing Ryazbuku, but Ryazbuku only kissing my cheeks." Really?" Rin said. "But just now, I saw from the window you kissed Greenery-san." Ryaz is annoyed with Rin, who suddenly appears and disturbs the romantic atmosphere she is experiencing with Shiru. Ryaz felt she couldn't let Rin bother herself and Shiru anymore. "Tasaka-san," said Ryaz. "What are you doing in my villa? Suddenly appearing and scaring Amiya-kun like that? And so what if I kissed him? Do you feel jealous because I kissed Amiya-kun?" "At first I just went out of my room to drink," said Rin. "But when I saw from the window in the corridor the two of you were kissing, I guess I couldn't allow it. And yes, I felt jealous because you dared to touch something that belongs to me, Greenery-san." "Since when did Amiya-kun become yours, Tasaka-san?" said Ryaz. "Amiya-kun is a valuable member of my peerage. That means he is mine." "Amiya-kun is only a temporary member of your peerage, Greenery-san," Rin said. "So he is not yours. But I have known Amiya-kun for a long time. Even he has expressed his feelings to me, so Amiya-kun is mine." Based on one of the dreams that Rin had about Shiru expressing his love for Rin on the UBW route, it was technically the younger me who expressed her feelings for Rin when I was summoned to the Holy Grail War for the second time I was summoned, but my younger self is me too. It's not wrong either, if Rin said I already confessed my feelings to her, said Shiru. "But how Rin, from this dimension, know about that? Was it from one of the dreams about the Holy Grail War that she had?" "Well, most likely. But I didn't expect that Rin had a dream about the Holy Grail War, right at the night I was reborn in this new world. I was really shocked when Rin told me about it. Is the bond between me and Rin so strong that something like that could happen?" "Amiya-kun, is that right?" Ryaz asked. "Technically it's true," replied Shiru. "I do like Tasaka, but we're not dating yet." Ryaz's face looked annoyed, shocked, and sad at the same time. With tears trickling down her cheeks, Ryaz really couldn't accept it when she found out that Shiru, the man she loved, already had someone she liked. But Ryaz doesn't want to give up. Because for her, Shiru is the only man who will be her husband, and luckily Shiru isn't dating Rin yet, so Ryaz feels that she still has a chance. Ryaz wiped her tears and she said, I don't care, even if Amiya-kun confessed his feelings to you, Tasaka-san, said Ryaz. But because you are not dating him yet, I will fight for him and make Amiya-kun mine. Because I like him too. My love for him will not lose to your love for him. So you are challenging me, Gremory-san? Rin said. Okay, I accept your challenge, but I will make sure that you can never take Amiya-kun from me. Seeing the hot atmosphere between Rin and Ryaz, Shiru could only touch his forehead. He knew that Ryaz had feelings for him from the way Ryaz had acted and talked to him all this time. But Shiru did not expect that Ryaz would confess her feelings and then challenge Rin to fight over him. Ha 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 ha, like I said earlier, Archer, said Zelrech. You are a natural playboy. Damn my E-rank luck, shouted Shiru. Chapter 31, Rating Games 1 ORC Room in the old school building 10 days after the training to fight Razor in the Rating Games. 22 p.m. 2 hours before the Rating Games started. Shiru, Kiba, Asia, Konko, Ryaz and Akano, who were all wearing Kusagakure uniforms, they already prepared to fight in the Rating Games against Razor. Are you all ready? Ryaz asked. Of course. Answer all ORC members. Too bad Sai-kun can't join this rating game, said Kiba. We can't do anything about that, because he is still fast asleep due to the medicine I gave to him, said Akano. Excuse me, said Suna and Tsubaki from the student council who entered the ORC. Good evening, Suna, said Ryaz. Welcome, said Akano. Suna Kayaku and Fuku Kayaku, said Shiru. Did the two of them came to oversee the rating games? You're right, Amiya-kun, said Ryaz. The rating games we will be participating in are being watched by other families. Suna and Tsubaki have come to become our overseer. I volunteered for this myself, said Suna. Because for Ryaz this is her first rating game. I will show you a fight that will make you proud to make me your rival, Suna, said Ryaz. After Ryaz finished talking, suddenly the maid of the Gremory family, Greyfire, appears through the magic circle. Everyone, are you all ready? Asked Greyfire. Yes, we are all ready, replied Ryaz. When the time comes, the magic circle will send you to a battlefield in another dimension, said Greyfire. So all of you can fight freely. Razor and his peer are 16 people, said Shiru. Whereas in our group there are only 6 people who will fight, no matter. You see, this rating game seem unfair. It can't be helped, said Ryaz with a sigh. Sai is still asleep, and my other bishop still can't control his strength, so right now we all have to fight with a number of people in ORC. Ryaz Buku, do you have another bishop? Asia asked. Yes, but he still can't control his power yet, replied Ryaz. So he can't participate in the rating games. This rating game battle will also be watched by the members of both households from a different location through broadcast, Greyfire said. Ma'o-Surge Lucifer-sama will also be viewing this battle. Please do not forget about it. So, Unyai-sama will also view this battle, huh? Ryaz said while sighed. I hope he's not that enthusiastic when he watches my fight. Buku, so your older brother is Mao, huh? Asked Shiru, who wasn't surprised at all that Zelrech had already told him. Yes, but I don't like to talk about it now, answered Ryaz. I'll tell you about him another time. It's about time. Everyone, please head to the magic circle, Greyfire said. Also, once you get transported, you cannot use the magic circle until the game ended. 26 of them arrived at the replica of the ORC room, which was in another dimension where the rating games were taking place. We've all moved to another dimension using the magic circle, said Asia. But why are we still in the same room? We are already in another dimension of Asia, said Ryaz. And this room is a perfect replica of the ORC room in the real world. Because the battle dimension we are currently in is a replica of Kusagakure. Hello everyone. My name is Greyfire, a maid from the Gremory household, and today I will be the referee of the rating games match between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. In the name of my master, Surge Lucifer, I will be the eyes on this match. By using both Ryaz-sama and Razor-sama's opinion, we created this dimension battlefield, which is a replica of the school, Kusagakure, which Ryaz-sama attends to in the human world, so Greyfire will be the referee in this rating games, said Ryaz. That's good, isn't it, said Akano. If Greyfire-san is the referee, she will be a fair judge to everyone. The location where both teams were transported will be their base. Ryaz-sama's base would be the Occult Research Club room located in the old school building. Razor-sama base would be the student council room that located in the new building. For the pawn from each peerage to use promotion, please head to the enemy's base to do it. Everyone please put this transceiver in your ears, said Akano while giving earphones to each club member. By using this transceiver we can all communicate on the battlefield. I hope we can win this rating games, said Ryaz. Otherwise all the training we do will be in vain. Don't worry Ryaz-buku, we will definitely win the rating games, said Kiba. You don't have to worry Ryaz, said Akano. As a Maiko this morning I tried to predict what the outcome of this rating games would be. My prediction shows that we will win. Akano-san's last prophecy missed by 100% margin, said Konko. And cost us a lot of clients. At that time I still lacked experience, said Akano. My prediction now is 100% correct. The rating games will start now. To the participants get ready. Emiya-kun, your job is to defeat all Razor pawns, said Ryaz. We can't let those pawns get promoted to queens, that would be a big problem for us. Okay, said Shiro. Kiba and Konko, your job is to set a trap around the old school building, said Ryaz. Okay Buku, said Kiba and Konko, who went straight out of the room to carry out Ryaz's task. Akano, please create fog and illusions to confuse Razor's peerage, said Ryaz. And be careful of Yubeluna, Razor Queen. Yubeluna likes to do a sudden attacks. I understand, Buku, said Akano, who also came out of the club room. Asia, you are staying with me in this room, said Ryaz. Since you are the healer of my peerage, there is no way I will leave you injured on the battlefield. Okay, Ryaz-buku, Asia said. Ryaz-buku, before I went out to do my job, said Shiro while putting a wicked smile on his face. Can I give a present to Razor? What do you want to do, Emiya-kun? Asked Ryaz, who immediately broke out in cold sweat and knew that Shiro would do something dangerous after seeing the expression on Shiro's face. I just want to give Razor a gift he will never forget. Shiro replied. Trace on. Shiro brings out his large black bow in his left hand plus a Kalidbulgthedral-shaped sword in his right hand. Emiya-kun, what kind of sword in your right hand, said Ryaz. Demonic sword Kalidbulg that possessed by Ireland hero, King Fergus, Shiro said. What would you do with that famous demonic sword, Emiya-kun? Ryaz asked. Shooting it to Razor, of course. I already told you Ryaz-buku that I will reward Razor, and this Kalidbulg, this is my present for him, Shiro answered. Hearing Shiro's answer, Ryaz was horrified and confused. Why did Shiro turn the sword into arrows? Had he lost his mind? Shiro infuses a large amount of magic energy into Kalidbulg, making Kalidbulg thin like an arrow. But Shiro make the quality of Kalidbulg a little bad, to power down Kalidbulg power a little bit so Razor and his peerage will not have an instant KO. Kalidbulg now become a broken phantasm, and then Shiro shot the Kalidbulg to Razor through the clubroom window. My core is twisted in madness, Kalidbulg. Kalidbulg sped up quickly and flew right at Razor. Shiro's attack took Ryaz and Asia by surprise. Shiro can really turn a sword into an arrows. Akano, Kiba, and Konko were just as surprised as Ryaz and Asia. They didn't think that arrows were being fired from the old school building. Especially Kiba, who did not expect that Shiro could turn his sword into arrows. I know that Emiya-kun has a sacred gear which is a treasure trove of powerful weapon, said Kiba. But I never thought that he could shoot it like an arrow. Razor peerage member, who had just come out of the new school building and spread out in various directions to go towards the old school building, was shocked when they all saw an arrow that shot at high speed towards the new school building. Razor and Yubeluna, who were doing French kiss in the student council room, did not expect that Shiro would attack first. When they both realized that an arrow was pointing at them, Kalidbulg already arrived in front of the window of the student council room. And when Razor and Yubeluna were about to leave the room, Kalidbulg had exploded right in front of the student council room and caused a fourth of the new school building destroyed. Yubeluna made a barrier right on time, so she and Razor is safe. But the aftermath of the explosion making their face become burnt and their clothes are tattered. Especially Razor, the only cloth covering his body was a hollow boxer with a teddy bear pattern on it. Damn it. Razor said. Who shot an arrow with such explosive power at me? I don't know, Razor-sama, said Yubeluna. But most likely a new member from Ryaz-sama peerage. So that lowly red-haired man who did it. Razor said. Yubeluna. Get all the pawns to attack Ryaz's pawn. Yes, Razor-sama. Yubeluna said. Chapter 32, Rating Games 2. How about my present for Razor, Ryaz-buku, said Shiro. That was a nice gift, right? Next time, warn me if you want to attack Razor with a big attack like that. Ryaz shouted. You surprised me, you know. When I saw a quarter of the new school building suddenly destroyed. Well, I told you earlier that I will give a present to Razor, right? Said Shiro. But I didn't know that the destructive power of Kalidbulg that you used as an arrows could be that big. Ryaz said. The Kalidbulg that I fired at Razor was a bad quality one, you know, said Shiro. If I fire a high quality Kalidbulg, 3/4 of the school area will be destroyed. That's the reason I'm still holding back. Why, you mean, that demonic sword you shot earlier was a low-quality sword which had little destructive power, said Ryaz. Well, roughly so. If I fire a true Kalidbulg, it will be dangerous to us all, said Shiro.
Shishiru-san, your sacred gear is really scary, said Asia. Actually I can fire Calidbug head-on at speeds that reach Mach 5 using the Divine Gate, said Shiru. But if I do that, it will be too overkill for Razor and his peerage, that's why I used a bow to fire Calidbug. Besides, I also don't want to show my seriousness too quickly. Fires the demonic sword at a speed that reaches 5 times the speed of sound, said Ryaz with cold sweat running down her cheeks. It will obviously overkill, you just shot it using a bow but the destructive power is quite large. Especially if you shoot it directly at Mach 5, the entire battle dimension will be destroyed instantly. Shiru-san, I think next time you have to hold back if you want to attack, said Asia. I understand Asia, said Shiru while tracing a bright green sword with a fairly curved shape and handing it to Ryaz. Ryaz Buku, the name of this sword is Rune Save, a sword that can cut magic and everything that a normal sword can't cut. If Razor attacks you with his fire, use this sword to protect yourself. Ryaz took the sword that Shiru gave her with a flushed face, then hugged the sword tightly. All right Amiya-kun, said Ryaz. 20 Shiru walked out of the old school building, and he continued his journey to the new school building together with Konko, whom he met in front of the old school building. Kiba was not far from the two of them to help secretly if anyone attacking Konko and Shiru suddenly. But when Konko and Shiru entered the sports hall in the new school area, there are 4 enemies, Konko said. I know Konko, there is a girl who wears Cheongsam, 2 twins who wears a gym clothes, and a little girl who makes Sai faint who if I'm not mistaken is called Myra. The 4 of them are not a strong enemies, said Shiru. How did Senpai know all of that? Asked Konko. I can distinguish opponents through their aura, Konko. When Razor met Ryaz he brought all his peerage members, right? Shiru replied. That's when I remembered the faces and auras of all of his peerage members, just in case if there is a situation like this. Konko was completely amazed by Shiru, who could distinguish his opponent through aura, because even she couldn't do. Those 3 pawns will make good guinea pigs to test my artificial boosted gear, in real combat, said Shiru. Konko, you take care of that Cheongsam girl, because she's a fellow rook just like you. Yes, senpai, said Konko. You 4 come out, said Shiru. We both know that the 4 of you are going to target both of us. If you already know, that's good, said Zulan, Razor's rook who wore Cheongsam. That means we don't have to hide anymore. Lee, Ni, and Myra, you attack the pawn named Shiru Amiya. I'll take care of the rook named Konko. Okay, said Ni and Lee, the twin cat girl who was Razor's pawn. Okay, said Myra. Ni, Lee and Myra moved towards Shiru while Zulan got ready with her kung fu stances to fight Konko. The fight was inevitable. Konko fought Zulan, who was a martial arts expert, while Shiru fought 3 pawn at once, but he didn't look scared though. In fact, Shiru looked like a very bored person. Shiru even yawned as the 3 pawns prepared to attack him. Hey! Why are you yawning like that? Lee said. Yes. Ni said. Don't you feel scared at all having to fight the 3 of us? Ni is right. Myra said. Your friend Sai, the owner of the boosted gear, is unable to fight me. Why don't you look scared, huh? Have you finished talking? Shiru said. I really feel bored here because my opponents are the 3 of you who are not worthy of being my opponents. You don't normally say that, Archer, said Zelrech. Usually you will finish off an enemy of the level of the 3 of them quickly. Why don't you finish them off right away? I want to enjoy a little fighting in this raiding game, Zelrech, said Shiru. Fighting casually and not in a hurry sometimes is okay, right? You just want to playing, right? Said Zelrech. You are truly enjoying the second chance God has given you. Lee cut him into small pieces, said Ni, pulling out a chainsaw from nowhere. Okay, Ni, said Lee, who pulled out the same chainsaw as Ni. You 2 are still teenagers, but how come your luggage is such a dangerous and brutal thing, said Shiru. You 2 should be taught a little lesson. Boost. Shiru brought out the boosted gear in his left hand, and it was obvious that Ni and Lee were surprised because Shiru brought out something he shouldn't have. How is that possible? Shouted Myra. You're not a Sekai Utei, but how can you have the boosted gear? Myra is right. Ni said. The real owner of the boosted gear is a pervert who got beat up by Myra. There's no way you can have the boosted gear. There can't be 2 boosted gear in this world, said Lee. What you have must be an imitation or just an illusion. Hey, partner, they said that I was just an illusion, said Dragonshire left hand. How about we prove that I am the same as the real me in the left hand of your perverted friend? Okay, Drake. Shiru said. Bossed. Shiru did not use tracing against the 3 pawn risers in front of him, because Shiru wanted to test the ability of the boosted gear. Shiru used a boost several times to strengthen his physical strength as he usually did when using reinforcement. The effect was unexpected. Shiru felt his physical strength increase by almost 10 times, after 5 times using the boost on himself. Ni and Lee attacked Shiru using a chainsaw and Myra using a stick simultaneously. But because of Shiru's physical strength which increased rapidly thanks to the boosted gear, Shiru saw the movements of the 3 pawns who were his opponents were very slow like slow motion. With fast movements that Ni, Lee and Myra can't see. Shiru bring up Kanzu and Bukiya using tracing and then slash all 3 of Razor's pawn at once with incredible speed. The 3 pawn collapsed, but only Myra pawn who used the stick as a weapon that disappeared. Ni and Lee were still there because Shiru only slashed them both using the back of the Kanzu and Bukiya. Because Shiru still has plans for the 2 of them. 1 pawn from Razor-sama's side has lost. Greyfire said. What did you do to Myra? Lee shouted while holding his stomach which was in pain from Shiru's attack. Why did Myra suddenly disappear like that? Ni said. Sigh, said Shiru with a sigh. You two are really stupid, huh? Didn't you guys hear Greyfire-san's voice saying that your friend Myra has lost? Hey. Ni said. We're not stupid. Lee said. This is enough, I think, Shiru said. I will punish both of you. Bossed exclamation mark 3x. Shiru gathered some energy using boost 3 times then he transferred the gathered energy to his right hand. Shiru moved quickly towards Ni and Lee's back, then clenched their legs, causing Ni and Lee to fall making their faces kiss the ground and their buttocks were on top. And Shiru, who was already eyeing it, immediately beat Ni and Lee's butt using his left hand which had been strengthened using the boosted gear. Ni and Lee screamed in pain because their butt was beaten by Shiru. But the 2 of them couldn't move because Shiru had also removed all of their joints from its place to make sure the 2 of them couldn't do anything when Shiru beat their buttocks. Shiru finally finished beating both of them for more than 1 minute. Make the buttocks both sting and hot. Konko, who had also finished defeating Zulan with a bit of difficulty, finally felt relieved that she had completed the task given to her. She then looked at Shiru who had just finished beating Ni and Lee's butt. Konko did not feel Shiru as a pervert because he beat Ni and Lee's butt because Shiru hit both of them using the boosted gear in his left hand. So you could say he hit their butts indirectly because his left hand was covered by the boosted gear. As soon as Shiru saw Ni and Lee who fainted because they could not bear the pain when their buttocks were beaten, he stopped hitting Ni and Lee's butts then looked at Konko who was in front of him. Have you finished Shiru-senpai? Konko asked. I just finished Konko, replied Shiru. Let's get out of this building, I'm sure there are still enemies waiting for us. Shiru and Konko came out of the gym, but as soon as they exited the building, Razor's Queen Ubeluna tried to attack Shiru and Konko using magic with great destructive power. Knowing he and Konko in a dangerous situation, Shiru quickly opened the Divine Gate, then entered the Divine Gate together with Konko so that the 2 of them could survive Ubeluna's attack. Because the attack from Ubeluna the gym where Shiru was fighting was also destroyed, and caused Ni, Lee and Zulan to become victims of that attack. Finally, the 2 bullies have been eliminated. Ni, Lee, Zulan managed to do their job by holding back that damn pawn and rook from Ryaz-sama's group. So that I can beat them both, said Ubeluna who didn't care what happened to Razor's other pieces. Razor-sama, I has done the task you have given me. 2 pawns and a bishop from Razor-sama's group have already lost. Greyfire said. What? Ubeluna said who was surprised by what Greyfire just said. That damn pawn and rook should have been hit by my magic too. How can they both avoid it? You underestimate my ability, Ms. Queen, said Shiru who came out of Divine Gate together with Konko right in front of Ubeluna. You should first find out what my abilities are before trying to attack Konko and me. You are a master in time and space magic. Ubeluna said. Is that what allows you to avoid my magic? I'm not good at magic like that, said Shiru. I dodged your attacks using the ability of my sacred gear. What kind of sacred gear do you have? Asked Ubeluna. I have no obligation to tell you, replied Shiru. Akeno-senpai now, shouted Konko. Blah-er. An enormous lightning strike hit Ubeluna, and made her fall to the ground. Arg. Ubeluna shouted. Ubeluna really didn't expect that she would receive a sudden attack from Akeno. The lightning magic she received from Akeno caused her body to take a fairly large amount of damage and added to the damage she had previously received from the attacks that Shiru did against her, and Razor made her unable to hold on anymore, so she finally fainted and disappeared from the battle dimension. Her only regret before disappeared was why she not using the Phoenix Tears to healing her wound before attacking Shiru and Konko. The Queen of Razor-sama peerage has lost. Greyfire said. As I thought, by provoking Razor and his queen, the one they were after first must be me, said Shiru. And Razor will definitely send his queen to attack me secretly so that I will immediately lose. I was really shocked when Amiya-kun contacted me secretly via Transceiver and told me the plan to defeat Razor-sama Queen Ubeluna, said Akeno. And what surprised me even more was when I saw that everything was going according to what Amiya-kun had planned. I didn't think that Ubeluna would really target Amiya-kun. Amiya-senpai is really smart, said Konko. Razor's arrogant nature making him predictable, said Shiryu. I'm just taking advantage of that. X in the place of Greyfire and Starsea were watching the battle between Ryaz and Razor's group. Emiya Shiru's sacred gear ability is truly unexpected, said Starsea. Greyfire, how can there be a boosted gear inside his Gate of Babylon? That's impossible. I don't know either, Starsea, Greyfire replied. Emiya Shiru is an anomaly. Apart from the identity of his two adoptive parents who are magicians, we don't know anything about Emiya Shiru. The only ones who know who Emiya Shiru are Emiya Garatsugu and Iris Veil van Insburn. Magus Killer and the last descendant of the Insburns family who are famous experts in making homunculus, said Starsea. Those two people are clearly not ordinary people. Why do they both want to take care of Emiya Shiru? It's a mystery that we have to find out for ourselves, Starsea. Greyfire said. Because I feel that Emiya Shiru will become someone who is very influential in the Moonlight world. Chapter 33, Rating Games 3. Ubeluna lost. Shouted Razor. How that's possible? Ubeluna's ability surpasses even Ryaz, Queen. How could she lose? Razor was really confused. How could the strongest member of his peer lose just like that? 5 members of my peerage have already lost. Razor said. Meanwhile, Ryaz peerage members is still complete. If I want to win this rating games, I have to change my strategy. Razor-sama's 3 pawns have lost. Greyfire said. Kiba-senpai must have defeated those 3 pawn, said Konko. He was protecting us in secret. You're right, Konko-chan, said Kiba, who came out from behind the trees. I just defeat the 3 pawn that want to attack the 3 of you. Era, good job, Kiba-kun, said Akano. Good job, Kiba-san, said Shiryu. This way our group has already defeated half of Razor peerage. But Razor-sama will definitely become more vigilant and change his strategy to face us, said Akano. There's no need to be afraid, said Shiryu. We will win. Emiya-san, you look so sure. Do you have a special strategy to defeat Razor? Asked Kiba. Honestly, not at all, replied Shiryu as he rubbed the back of his head with his right hand. Which made Akano, Kiba and Konko fall to the ground. Because the 3 of them thought that Shiryu already have a good strategy. Apart from the strategy I told Akano-san in the beginning secretly, I don't have any more strategy. Then, said Konko while trying to stand up after she fell over hearing Shiru's answer. Why can Emiya-senpai look that confident if we won't lose? Well, because basically, I'm stronger than Razor or Ryaz-buku, said Shiryu. So it's only natural that I have confidence in our victory. What? Shouted Akano, Kiba and Konko, who were shocked at Shiru's words stating that he was stronger than Ryaz or Razor. At the replica of the Kusagakure sports field, Kiba and Shiryu walked together to defeat a member of Razor peerage whom Kiba saw guarding the vast sports field. Meanwhile, Konko and Akano went to protect Ryaz, who intended to attack Razor directly. The enemies that guarding this area are 1 bishop, 1 knight and 1 rook, said Kiba. There are 3 enemies in total. Using 3 pieces that quite important just for guarding the sports field, said Shiryu. Look like Razor has just ordered his peerage members to commit suicide. Considering what happened at the sports hall, I don't think it's surprising that he sent 3 people with high enough fighting abilities to ambush us, said Kiba. By the way, Kiba, how do you know the number of enemies to such a detail? Shiryu asked. I used my familiars to find out the number of the enemies, Kiba replied. My familiars are very useful for spying on enemies. Kiba then showed Shiryu a blue bird perched on his shoulder. This little bird is my familiar, said Kiba. Thanks to him I know the number of our enemies. Then get ready, Kiba, said Shiryu. Because the enemy is in sight. On the baseball field not far in front of the 2 of them stood a girl wearing armor standing right in the middle of the field. I'm the Knight of Razor Phoenix-sama, Calamity. I've become bored of trying to sniff through each other's strategy. Ryaz Green-Murray's Knight. I challenge you to a duel. That girl Kiba just wants to fight with you, said Shiryu. Fight her, Kiba. I didn't like fighting a girls, said Kiba sighed. But since she has already challenged me to a one-on-one fight, of course I will accept her challenge. Kiba then ran towards Calamity and immediately started his duel with the girl. The speed of both of them is decent, said Shiryu. Nearly half the speed of a servant. Now, what do you want to do, Archer? Asked Zelrech. I'll wait for the enemy to come to me, replied Shiryu. I'm too lazy when I have to search the enemies in a large place like this. You look like a madman speaking alone like that. Shiryu looked at the voice that greeted him and saw a girl whose face was half covered by a mask. I don't know why Razor Oniai-sama told me to come here to fight with a pawn who looks so weak. This is all barring for me. And from behind the girl wearing the mask was a girl the same age as Konko, who was wearing a dress usually worn by European nobles and had a twin-tail hairstyle with a drill on the end. Are you both rook and bishop of that stupid chicken? Shiryu asked. My name is Isabella, Razor-sama's rook. How dare you to call Razor-sama with such awful nickname? Shouted Isabella. Ahahaha, your joke is so funny as, calling Razor Oniai-sama stupid chicken. My name is Ravel Phoenix, Razor Oniai-sama younger sister. My job in Oniai-sama's peerage is bishop, said Ravel. That stupid chicken really has no morals, said Shiru. Making his younger sister, member of his harem. I can't deny that your words are very precise. Ravel said with a flushed face. But still we both have to defeat you. Isabella attack that pawn. Yes, Ravel-sama, said Isabella, who immediately advanced towards Shiru and threw a punch right at Shiru's face, but Shiru shifted his body to the side and easily dodged Isabella's attack. Your punch is as hard as Konko's, said Shiru. But unfortunately your speed is below Konko's, so it wasn't difficult to dodge your punch just now. Shut up, shouted Isabella. Don't underestimate me. Isabella then changed her movements to like those of a professional boxer. She started jumping up and down, moving left and right to make Shiru confused by the random movements she made. Then Isabella once again threw successive punches at Shiru at a great speed, higher than her first hit. Unfortunately for Shiru, who is used to facing opponents at high speed in the Holy Grail War, Isabella's speed was insignificant. Even Shiru thought Isabella's superiority as a rook, which was high defense and great power, wasn't maximized by Isabella. Because Isabella prefers fast movements to catch her enemy off guard, rather than hitting her enemy with a lot of force. Ha, ha, ha. Why, I can't hit you, said Isabella, who was tired from moving so fast. My speed when attacking you is the same speed as Calamity. Battle at high speed is not your role as a rook, said Shiru. The strength of the rook is defense and power, not speed. You forget that fact and choose to fight at high speed, which is not your forte. That's why right now you are tired. Apart from speed, fighting is not your forte. When you attacked me earlier you did too many futile moves. As a result you used too much of your stamina and now you feel tired. Ha, ha, ha. You didn't say anything wrong, said Isabella. But when I first saw you in the human world, you moved at such high speed to defeat Myra, to the point that I myself couldn't see your movements. That's why when I found out that we were going to face each other in the rating games, I asked Calamity to train my speed to match her speed, so that I could at least keep up with yours. But I didn't expect that even though I have been training hard, you can still avoid my attacks. I've fought enemies with speeds higher than you, or my teammate, Kiba, said Shiru. So it's easy for me to avoid the high-speed attacks that you launched. That was absurd, Isabella said. So you want to say that all of my practices to fight you is useless, because of your fighting experience? You can say that, Shiru said. Kiba's darkness sword, Holy Eraser, is dispersing. Kiba's special sword where he use a darkness element to devours a light element in the holy sword. And right now some part of Holy Eraser was blown away by Calamity. How useless, your sacred gear won't work on me, Calamity said while using a sword that covered in flames. Well, did you think this is all the trick that I have? Kiba asked. What nonsense are you say, Knight of Greenery? It's unsightly for a swordsman too, Calamity answered. Freeze, Kiba said. Chills starts to gather around him and Kiba's sword starts to freeze. The ice starts to pile up and it takes the shape of a sword. Break. At the same time with the sound of ice breaking, Kiba's sword forms into a blade of ice. In front of this sword, flame delete, your flame sword will be destroyed. Impossible. How can you have two sacred gears? Calamity said, while swings her flame sword to the Kiba. Break. In instant when Carlamagne's sword touches Kiba's sword, the flame sword starts to freeze and turn into a solid ice. Then Isabella's flame sword start to breaking and destroy into pieces. But Isabella's attack doesn't stop there. She throws away her broken sword. And then she took out a short sword from her hip. Calamity are the members of Razor Phoenix Peerage. The member of Phoenix Clan see rule over fire and wind. Taste this. The whirlwind of fire. Calamity shout. There is a wind of fire around the baseball court with Calamity and Kiba in the middle of it. That stupid muscle brain. Has she forgotten that I was here as well? Isabella said, while using her arm to guard her face. Well, I agree with you words, Shiru said while looking the fighting between Kiba and Calamity. Kiba's eyes sword starts to melt after receiving Carlamagne's attack. Even so, Kiba still doesn't seem to be bothered. That was a good attack. You are trying to burn me with the whirlwind of fire, but... Kiba said while put his bladeless sword in front of him. The wind around Kiba is getting sucked into Kiba's new sword. The wind stops in a second, and the baseball ground becomes free of wind once again. Replenish. It's been a while since I used this sword, Kiba said. You are quite strong, making me using more than two sword. How many sacred gear did you have? Calamity said. I only have one sacred gears, you know, Kiba said. You liar. Calamity said. You used 3 sacred gears. I didn't own them, I created it. Kiba said. Created. It? Carlamagne asked. Yeah, with my sacred gear, Sword Birth. I can make any type of demonic swords I want. That was my sacred gear true ability. Chapter 34, Raiding Games. And while Kiba and Carlamagne were still fighting, Shiryu was smiling at Isabella the tired Rook who's still trying to attack him. Rook-chan, you're already tired, said Shiryu. Why don't you just give up, so I don't have to hit you? Ha, ha ha, your word was really sweet, shouted Isabella. If I give up now, I will only stain my master name, Razor Phoenix-sama. You sure are stubborn, said Shiryu. Then forgive me with the harsh actions that I will do to you. Come on, Isabella said. Attack me from anywhere. The Gate of Babylon, said Shiryu. Shiryu took out a fairly large number of level F noble phantasm from the Gate of Babylon. He also reduced his attack speed to make the true speed of the weapons he fired through the Gate of Babylon unknown. All the weapons that Shiryu fired were something Isabella could avoid, but there were also those that hit her body. If Shiryu want, he could just open the divine gate around Isabella to make her Isabella couldn't avoid his attack, but because Shiryu couldn't be that harsh when he fighting a woman, Shiryu held back his power and only opened the divine gate at the back of his body. Isabella think that Shiryu will attack her with punches or arrows, but Isabella did not expect that Shiryu would attack by shooting swords, spears, arrows using the Gate of Babylon. Isabella's body was badly injured due to Shiryu's attack and blood dripped quite a lot from her wound. Even though Isabella is part of the Peerage Razor who came from the immortal Phoenix family, but because she is only a Peerage member and not a real member of the Phoenix clan, she can still be injured and doesn't have super regeneration like her master. Your speed is amazing. You also have a boosted gear which is a Longinus class sacred gear. Now you can also fire weapons at high speed from empty air, said Isabella while holding her injured body part. You really are like a character in a novel who has lots of cheats. I'm not that great, said Shiryu. Hey, liar, said Isabella who finally fell and fainted because she was bleeding a lot. Razor Samaruk has lost. Greyfire said. Gosh, she's such a stubborn girl, said Shiryu. He is even more stubborn than Rin. But you love my student, don't you Archer, said Zelrach teasing Shiryu. Even though she is a stubborn sundeer. Shut up, Zelrach, Shiryu said with a flushed face. Now isn't the time to talk about such things. Yes, ha, Zelrach said. Shiryu could only remain silent with his face still red, because he couldn't reply to Zelrach's words, that are 100% correct. 20 Isabella has lost, said Carlamagne, who was still clashing her sword with Kiba. The only thing she gave just has her high self-esteem. But her fighting ability is below average. My teammate who is the opponent of one of your rooks named Isabella is much stronger than me or Ryazbuku, said Kiba. There's no way that girl can beat him. TSSK Isabella was defeated by Ryaz-sama's pawn, said Ravel who was watching Shiryu from afar. I never thought that he had such a strange sacred gear that could shoot weapons from empty air like that. This was beyond my expectations. Now how can I beat him? Ravel-sama is here. But where is Isabella-san? She must have lost. 4 members of Razor's Peerage, 2 pawn, 1 knight and 1 bishop appeared before the confused Ravel. And when Ravel saw the 4 of them, Ravel smiled and immediately said to the 4 of them. The 4 members of that chicken peerage has came here by themselves, said Shiryu. This is really nice. I really didn't want to looking all of them, that will be too troublesome. The 4 of you. Ravel said. Nell, Mihi and Saras attack Ryaz-sama's pawn who defeated Isabella. He's too dangerous. The 4 people who just arrived looked at Shiryu, and the 4 of them were confused about why Ravel looked afraid of Shiryu. That weak-looking pawn? Saras said. He doesn't look dangerous, said Mihi. That pawn doesn't deserve to be our opponent, said L and Nell. Don't underestimate him, said Ravel. He has a dangerous sacred gear. That little girl is right, said Shiryu who brought up a divine gate around his 4 peer group Razor who had just arrived. Because my sacred gear Gate of Babylon can be used to defeat the 4 of you simultaneously. With a speed much faster than the previous fight, when he fired a weapon through the divine gate at Isabella. The 4 peerage members Razor lost in an instant and didn't have time to respond because Shiryu attacked the 4 of them so quickly. Razor Phoenix-sama's 2 pawns, 2 knights, and 1 bishop retires. Greyfire said. Phew, the 4 enemies have been eliminated. Shiryu said. Why you? The 4 of them just arrived to help me. But you defeated them in an instant. Ravel said. At least give them time to fight you. Sorry little girl, I don't have time for that, said Shiryu. Then why don't you beat me too? Ravel said. I don't want to fight an enemy who doesn't have the ability to fight, said Shiryu. What do you mean? Ravel said. I also have great fighting ability. Don't tell me a stupid lies like that, little girl, said Shiryu. I can see from your body movements, that you are not someone with combat experience. And if my guess is correct, your job at your brother's peerage is as a strategist, right? Shiru's words that mark on target made Ravel unable to speak to Shiru at all. She could only be silent because she was annoyed and felt insulted. Emiya-kun, Kiba, come here quickly. Akano said, who contacted Kiba and Shiru using the transceiver. Right now Asia-chan, Ryaz and Konko-chan are facing Razor. The four of us have a hard time defeating him because of his regeneration. Kiba can't help, because he's still busy fighting the enemy, said Shiru. Let me go to help the four of you. 20 on the roof of the new school building, Ryaz, Konko, Akano and Asia were really being pushed around by Razor. The four of them couldn't do much when facing Razor. If it weren't for the rune save that Shiru gave to Ryaz, the four of them would have lost to Razor. That annoying sword! Shouted Razor. All this time my attack was neutralized by that sword. Where did you actually get a sword like that, Ryaz? Why should I tell you? Ryaz said. Hey, never mind, said Razor. No matter what, I'm the one who will still win the rating games, because even if you can stop my fire, but all this time your attacks and your servant's attack had no effect on me. Ryaz, calm down, said Akano. I already contacted Emiya-kun. He will be here soon. If Emiya-senpai is here, then it's certain that we will win. Konko said. Konko-chan is right, Ryaz-buku. Asia said. If Shiru-san comes, we don't have to worry anymore. Ha 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 ha, you four are really cute. Razor said. Do you think your new, frail pawn can beat me? Don't be arrogant, Razor. Ryaz said. Emiya-kun is the one who defeated half of your peerage alone. He is even stronger than me or you. You can't beat Emiya-kun. You're talking nonsense because you're afraid of me, Ryaz. Razor said. There's no way that your pawn can be stronger than me. I will make your beloved pawn suffer when he arrives. Razor couldn't move his body at all because suddenly his whole body was covered in ice, making him unable to finish his words. You talk too much, you ugly chicken, said Shiru, who thrust the ice element sword into Razor's body to make his body freeze. You can't even feel my presence stabbing you in the back, but you're bragging about wanting to beat me. Emiya-kun. Ryaz and Akano shouted. Emiya-senpai. Konko said. Shiru-san. Asia said. Yo. Shiru said. Did you guys wait long? Not really, said Ryaz while wiping the tears on her cheeks that had appeared because she was feeling happy about Shiru's arrival. You're just right in time. That's a relief then, said Shiru as he drew his ice sword from Razor's body. I'm a little worried that I'll be late helping the four of you. 20 uk. Carlamagne had blood coming out of her mouth right after Kiba's last strike hit her. I never thought that you could move faster than me using that strange sword. Ha ha, speed booster is a sword I made to increase my speed by 4 times, said Kiba, who was exhausted from using a speed beyond his body to be able to withstand. This is my trump card against fellow knights, but the side effect is that every time I use the speed booster my body will be very burdened, so I don't really like using this sword. Hey, I'm glad to lose to a knight as great as you, said Carlamagne. I'm looking forward to our next fight, Kiba Yodo. Carlamagne eventually fainted and was unconscious, then disappeared from the battle dimension. Razor-sama Knight has lost, said Greyfire. Ha, 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 if only I didn't make a speed booster while training with Shiru-san, I would have had a hard time beating Carlamagne, said Kiba. Luckily Shiru-san showed Sylpharian his speed boosting sword during training. I definitely wouldn't have the idea of making a speed booster if I didn't see that sword. Finally Kiba sat on the ground and fell asleep due to fatigue. Using speed booster really drained his stamina. 20 damn it, shouted Razor, who used his phoenix flames to free himself from the ice that had covered his body. How dare a lowly pawn like you freezing me? Ooh, you're already free, huh, said Shiru. Your ability not bad because you can break the ice that locked you up. Emiya-kun, be careful, said Ryaz. Even if you are stronger than him, it will be very difficult to beat Razor because of his regeneration ability. Calm down, Ryaz-buku, said Shiru while smiling at Ryaz. I already have a way to beat him. Shiru dashes towards Razor and slashes at him at high speed, using Kanzu and Bakuya that he spawns in both hands. Shiru's attacks were so fast that Razor didn't have time to dodge. Razor was thrown backwards and his body hit one of the water towers in the new school building. What were you saying? Shiru said. You're not able to see my attack, but you bragging about wanting to beat me. Know your place, you ugly chicken. Arg! Shouted Razor, healing the wounds caused by Shiru's slash in an instant thanks to his phoenix flames. You damn pawn. Even though I could heal my wound in an instant, your attack just now hurts so much, you know. I'll kill you. Numerous fireballs appeared around Razor and shot towards Shiru. But Shiru just stood still as he opened the sizable divine gate in front of his body, and all those fireballs vanished into the divine gate. What? Shouted Razor. Are you a master of space magic? I'm just a third-grade magus, you know, said Shiryu while twirling Kanzu and Bakuya in his hands. I can't master a magic like that, I just used the power of my sacred gear to block your fire attack. Sacred gear? Razor said. Your sacred gear is a boosted gear. That increases your power. How could you possibly have a sacred gear that can control space? My sacred gear isn't a boosted gear, said Shiryu. My boosted gear is also just a fake sacred gear that I made using the power of my original sacred gear. Sacred gears that can control space also make copies of other sacred gears, said Razor, who was shocked to hear Shiryu's confession. That's really absurd. What kind of sacred gear did you have? The name of my sacred gear is Gate of Babylon, said Shiryu. A sacred gear that can open access to the arsenal of treasures and weapons that belong to the first hero in human history, Gilgamesh, as well as the ability to make copies of other sacred gears. The sacred gear that contains all the high-class weapons that Gilgamesh gathered while he was still alive in this world. A sacred gear that can took out the weapons of the King of Rock, the first hero of mankind. And also have abilities to make copies of other sacred gears, said Razor, who was surprised to hear Gilgamesh's name, because even for a devil like him, he knew about the history about Gilgamesh, the King of Rock. You must be lying. I've never heard a sacred gear like that. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not, said Shiryu. Because I will beat you here right now. Hey. You're the one I'll beat, shouted Razor, who once again attacked Shiryu using fireballs, which this time there were a lot more. Die, you trash pawn. Not having time to open the divine gate because he was not using the Gate of Babylon, Shiryu used a noble phantasm he often used to block the opponent's attacks. Trace on. Row as a 7-layer shield shaped like flower petals appears and protects Shiryu from Razor's flames. Gate of Babylon, Shiryu said, which immediately brought up the divine gate right after he eliminated Razor attack. Divine gate appeared around Razor and started shooting the swords, spears, axes, arrows, all kinds of noble phantasm level E that were inside the Gate of Babylon. Razor, who never drains his body speed at all due to relying too much on his immortality, cannot avoid all the noble phantasm Shiryu shoots at him. Ack! Shouts raised because he received a noble phantasm level E attack which has a speed of Mach 5. Razor's body was injured everywhere, his head was crushed, his legs were lame and his organs spilled out, blood spurted from all over Razor's body causing the ground around him to fill with blood. But because of the immortality he had, in an instant the wounds on his body healed and his body returned to its normal state. Ooh, you really are a phoenix, you can recover that fast, said Shiryu with a smile like a criminal. But my attack isn't over yet, you know. Shiryu once again attacks Razor by firing noble phantasm at Razor repeatedly. Shiryu's attacks were so fast and powerful that Razor's body could no longer regenerate. Because Razor's body has run out of energy to heal itself. Stop, please stop it, shouted Razor. I can't stand it. Please stop your attack. My body can't heal itself anymore. Please stop. Please. When Shiryu saw that Razor's body could not regenerate, and Razor begged Shiryu to stop his attack, Shiryu finally stopped his attack while walking towards Razor. Your body has run out of energy to regenerate, Razor, said Shiryu. At this point you should just give up. I give up, shouted Razor, who wet himself when he saw Shiryu walking towards him. I give up. Please don't attack me again. Due to the pain, fear of Shiryu and the tiredness he was experiencing, and also because she running out of energy due to his continuous regeneration, Razor finally fainted and fell to the ground. Razor-sama has lost, Greyfire said. The winner of this rating games is Raya-sama's group. Raya saw Emiya-kun slaughter Razor-sama so much, I feel like we are the villains in this rating games, Akano said. Well, the important thing is we win, said Ryaz. Although I didn't expect that Razor would be defeated in such a terrible way. Emiya-senpai sure is merciless, said Konko. He made the ugly bird pee out of fear. 20 After the rating games in the ORC room, the ORC members gathered to celebrate their victory at the rating games. Cheers, said all the ORC members while raising their glasses up. I thank to all of you, said Ryaz. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to win the rating games earlier, and I will definitely marry Razor. Ryaz, if you want to thank you should thank Emiya-kun, said Akano. Because he's the key to our victory in the rating games. Well, Akano-senpai is right, said Konko. Emiya-senpai the MVP in the rating games earlier. I agree with Konko-chan, said Kiba. Same with me, said Asia. Hey, I'm not that great, said Shiryu. All I did was beat that arrogant ugly chicken, nothing more. Don't be too humble, Emiya-kun, said Ryaz, who walked over to Shiryu. Because like Konko and Akano said, you are the determining factor for our group's victory in the rating games, and that's why I will give you a present as a token of my thanks for thwarting my engagement with Razor. Gift? said Shiru, who felt a bad feeling about Ryaz's words. Yes, this is a gift from me, said Ryaz, who pulled Shiru towards her, then kissed Shiru's lips and forced a deep kiss. Ryaz Buku! Asia shouted, her face flushed with anger seeing Shiru being kissed by Ryaz. Buku! Shouted Konko, who was furious for the same reason as Asia. Ryaz sure is brave. Akano said with a red face while covering her mouth with her hands in reaction to seeing Ryaz's recklessness. Shiru-kun is really lucky, said Kiba with a smile. If Sai-kun saw this scene, he would definitely vomit blood or faint. Meanwhile, Shiru could only remain silent in Ryaz's embrace with his lips still attached to hers. The unpleasant feeling he felt came true. Shiru did not expect that Ryaz would kiss him. Shiru can only hope that Rin or Sakura doesn't know about this. Because if Rin or Sakura found out that he was kissing Ryaz, Shiru was sure he would be in a very bad situation. Chapter 37, Interlude 2. Tosaka Rin. Point of view. 4 years ago, it was the first time I met Emiya Shiru. By the time everyone else was home from school, Emiya Shiru continued to train to jump over the pole. Jump over the pole of such a height, even I wouldn't be able to do it. Moreover, an ordinary man like him who did not have the physique to do it, still tried to jump over the pole at all costs. Why does he keep trying to jump over the pole? Even though he knew that with his height there was no way he could cross the pole. He knew that his effort was useless. But he kept jumping over the bars without any sign of giving up. Strangely, the useless thing he did right now gave me a feeling of satisfaction and delight and admiration. Apart from myself, there were 2 other people who saw Emiya-kun jumping over the barrier that afternoon. 2 people who feel the same way as me, my little sister Sakura, who came to look for me. And 1 more person who strangely had to come to Japan that afternoon. The girl with the golden drill, Luvia. X in the backside of the new school building. Emiya-kun is one of those people which you can call lucky Tsukbi, Rin said. I means why he drag us with him when he randomly trips. Are he a Sumeroge character? He said that he didn't do it on purpose, but I have a doubt about that. He's just a super blockhead guy, Luvia said. He even doesn't try to move on us, even tough both you, your little sister and me are prepared for it. Senpai is stupid boy. Sakura said. He even doesn't know my feeling even after I being so obvious to him. Sigh. Rin, Sakura and Luvia sighing. Rin. Point of view. Since when me, Sakura and Luvia became like this? It has been 2 years since that dramatic encounter. Since that nothing has happened between me and Emiya-kun. Because after I graduated from middle school, I moved to London continuing my study in Clock Tower, and my sister Sakura stay at Koa with my mother. And when I'm back to Koa to do some mission for the Wizard Marshal, I crossed path with him by accident in one of Kusagakure Hall. I know that it is impossible for him to remember me, but outside of my expectation he remember about me and talk to me. Hey Tosaka, long time no see. I'm feel really happy in my heart. But there is another fact that made me feel so annoyed. My little sister Sakura and my rival Luvia made a move on him. And Emiya-kun the blockhead even doesn't feel annoyed or blushing when Sakura and Luvia touch him. That's what make me feel so angry. That's why sometimes I, Sakura and Luvia fighting for Shiru. Outside our disguises persona as honor student. We really can't keep ourselves under our control, Rin said. Yeah, our fight really too much this time, Luvia said. And all of that only came into this, Sakura said, pointed her hand to Shiru who has fainted on crater in the ground with a bruised body. How we end up doing this, Luvia said. I really don't think we were conscious of ourselves. I think it happened when we got in an argument over who he made lunch for, Rin said. Nei-san was right, Sakura said. We made Senpai fainted because our argument over the lunch that Senpai made. What a pain, Rin sighing. I made a decision about what should I done. If I, Sakura and Luvia thought about this rationally, we only have a problem when Emiya-kun is around us. I have made up my mind. That I will not give up about my feeling. Luvia, Sakura, I hope both of you are prepared. Because I will not give Emiya-kun to anyone. Let's put an end to this, Rin said. If 3 of us keep fighting like this, Emiya-kun will not realize our feelings. And someday he will end up with someone else. Nei-san was right, Sakura said. We better make a healthy competition to win Senpai heart. I agree with you too, Luvia said. If we keep fighting like this, Shiro is the one who will become our scapegoat. Emiya-kun, where are you? Ryaz shouted. It's time for our occult research club activity. Hearing Ryaz shouted Rin, Sakura, and Luvia hidden reflectly. I heard from his classmate that Emiya-kun is having his lunch behind the new school building, Ryaz said, and when she seeing Shiru has fainted with a lot of bruises on the ground. No way Emiya-kun. Ryaz pulls up Shiru body from the ground and shaking Shiru body while shouted, Emiya-kun, are you alright? Please wake up Emiya-kun. I need some sanbeizu. Shiru said when he wake up. You Gariazbuku? Why are we in a place like this? You didn't remember anything at all, Emiya-kun? Asked Ryaz. No, I don't remember anything, Shiryu answered. Anyway, we must treat your injuries to Emiya-kun, Ryaz said while helping Shiryu stand up. Can you stand up? Ouch, Shiryu said. Yeah, I think I can. Makoto-sensei is absent today, Ryaz said. But I will take care of your injuries in the club room. I stay by your side until you feel better. Sorry for trouble you, Ryazbuku, Shiryu said. Not at all, Ryaz said while blushing. That bimbo. Luvia said. How dare she stole our Shiro? Ryaz Greemery, that devil really is our biggest competitor for Emiya-kun's heart, Rin said. How dare she? Sakura said. How dare she made a romantic vibe with Shiryu-senpai? I will kill her. Rin point of view, it seem like Emiya-kun is a natural playboy, because there is so many girl who that has an eyes out for him. There is too much competitor for his heart. Somehow my emotion is uproaring and my chest is throbbing and burning. I really want to kill Ryaz Greemery. Emiya-kun is mine. I will not give him to anyone. 20 You're a very lucky archer, said Zelrech. Just now the 3 girls fought over you and now you are being taken care of by Ryaz Greemery who has super big breasts. In fact, she let your head be on her lap. If that pervert Sai saw your current state, he would have died from shock. Shut up, Zelrech, said Shiryu with a flushed face. I'm not lucky at all. Because of Sakura, Rin and Luvia fighting over the bendo that I made for Rin. I'm so battered, you know. Why didn't you run away earlier, said Zelrech. If you want you can run away, right? I'm feel panic, you know. Because the 3 of them were fighting. Shiryu said. I forgot to run away. Emiya-kun, are you feeling better? Ryaz asked. Why yes, Ryazbuku, said Shiryu. I feel better already. Thankfully. Ryaz said. I was really worried because I found you battered earlier. Finally Shiryu was forced to pretend he was still a little weak and sick in front of Ryaz until the evening. Because he can't bear to make Ryaz, who is sincere about taking care of him, feel bad. Chapter 35, Volume 3 Prologue. On a private plane that departing from Italy to Japan, there were 2 teenage girls wearing a tight black clothes plus an older woman aged between 25 and 30 wearing none clothes. The 3 of them was exorcists that was assigned to Japan by Vatican to retrieve a holy sword that was stolen from the Vatican. The girl with twin-tail hair with a chestnut orange color is Irina Shido, the girlfriend of the pervert Hyutasai. Next to her was a girl with a short-haired blue color with a hint of green on her bangs was Irina partner who was a little bit stupid, Zenovia Quarta. And the nun who was with them was Zenovia's foster sister, Griselda Quarta, who was in charge of the mission. Hey Irina, why are you so persistent on a mission to reclaim the stolen Excalibur? Zenovia asked. Because thanks to this mission I was able to return to Japan. Irina replied. And I haven't seen my dear boyfriend Sai, in Japan for a long time. I really miss him. So that's the reason you are so persistent, said Zenovia. Yup, because thanks to this mission, I was able to meet my lover Sai, said Irina. Our mission to Japan is to reclaim the Excalibur. And all you were thinking about was met your boyfriend. Zenovia said. Get a little serious, Irina. Geez Zenovia, you are too serious, said Irina. I did not forget our job, and meeting my boyfriend is just a bonus I get from carrying out this mission. You have to imitate Irina, Zenovia, said Griselda who was reading a book about famous tourist spots in Japan while wearing sunglasses. Relax a little because if you get too serious then our mission won't go well. Sister Griselda, as the leader of this mission you are relaxing like Irina. Zenovia said. Even though you usually always serious on any mission. Are you not ashamed? Why I must be embarrassed, said Griselda. Relax a little before an important mission is necessary so that the nerves and mind are not tense when carrying out the mission. Sister Griselda, besides our duty to retrieve the 4 Excaliburs that were stolen, said Irina. Do you have any other goals? Of course I have, said Griselda. Do you two know that it's been more than 5 years I haven't been on vacation? I work day and night for the Vatican for a small salary. And they never give me a vacation at all. I'm sick and tired. That's why I'm asking to our superiors, if we complete our mission well, the Vatican will give us a gift, namely a month-long vacation in any country we want. That's why I'm currently in casual mode. If I'm in serious mode, the 3 of us will most likely fail to complete this mission. No wonder you are not like usual, said Zenovia. It's all for the sake of a month-long vacation, huh? Well, the mission to retrieve the Excalibur rapidly, Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Transparency and Excalibur Blessing is indeed an important mission, said Irina. And we must not fail in this mission. Calm down Irina, said Zenovia while taking out her 2 holy swords and swinging them. By using the Excalibur Destruction and Durandal in my hands. The enemy who took the Excalibur from the Vatican, will be defeated by me. "Don't go around swinging your holy sword in this plane, you idiot," said Griselda. "That is dangerous." Unfortunately, the warning from Griselda was really late, because once Griselda finished speaking, the slash caused by the Excalibur destruction and Durandal when Zenovia swung the two swords caused the fuselage to have a large hole and the plane nearly split in half. And because there is air coming out of that hole, the plane they are currently in becomes unbalanced and begins to experience shaking and dropping in altitude. "Jaya, this plane is going to fall. This plane is going to crash," Irina said in panic. "Oops, I accidentally made a hole in this plane," Zenovia said while covering her lips with her palm. "Zenovia, you idiot!" shouted Griselda, who was both annoyed and panicked. "If we all survive this accident, I'll punish you severely." And the private plane that the three exorcists were carrying fell down, because of the hole made by Zenovia. 20 days after the raiding games against Razor Phoenix, Sai, who was fast asleep, finally woke up from his long sleep. When Sai woke up, he was immediately hugged by his mother and father, who were very worried because he had slept for a long time. Sai feels so confused, why he can fell asleep for so long. And the last thing he remembered was when his entire body from the feet to the neck was confined in the molten concrete. After that, Sai didn't remember anything. What happened to him after that, and how about the battle between Ryaz and Razor in the raiding games? Sai really want to know. The next day in the ORC room, where all the members were gathered except for Akeno, who was carrying out her contract, and Asia, who came home quickly because she had to help Sella. Sai, who was sitting beside Kiba, meant to ask Ryaz various things because of the curiosity that haunts him. "So Sai, what do you want to ask me?" said Ryaz. Ryaz Buku," said Sai. "Can you tell me what happened to me after I got into the molten concrete?" "Yono helped you out of the concrete," said Ryaz. "It's just that he forgot to restrain himself when he crushed the concrete that trapped you. As a result, you became unconscious and suffered a pretty bad injury." "I'm sorry, Sai," Kiba said, lowering his head. "Because I wasn't careful, you got injured." "Sai, please Kiba," said Sai. "You didn't mean to hurt me but rather help me, so a little hurt is fine with me. Because before entering the hole filled with a liquid concrete, my body was already covered in wounds, due to the various incidents and misfortunes that I had previously experienced, although I was confused about why I was in a coma for a month just because of the wounds I had." If it's because of Akeno's fault," said Ryaz. "Akeno-san's fault?" Sai said. "Yup, Akeno Fukubuka gave you a super strong sleeping pill that made you sleep for a month, Sai," said Shiro. "What?" Sai said. "So I sleep for a month because of Akeno-san mistake." "Yeah, you could say like that," Ryaz said. "A full month free of pervert around me," Konko said. "What an amazing time." "Your words cruel to me as always, Konko-chan," Sai said while crying. "Well, let's stop talking about your sleeping beauty time, Sai," Ryaz said. "Your job from your client for about 3 weeks has been stacking. So for now, I want you to go to all of your client and satisfied all their need. But I want to know about our fight with Razor in raiding games," Sai said. "We won and my marriage with Razor has been cancelled," Ryaz said. "So go now and do your job." "Buba Ryaz Buku," Sai said. "No but, just go," Ryaz said while making Sai disappear from ORC room with teleportation spell. "Why are you telling him to go straight to work, Ryaz Buku?" asked Kiba. "I told him to go straight to work because I was annoyed with Sai's clients who kept contacting me via email or SMS," Ryaz replied. "They are all asking why Sai hasn't appeared for so long, that's why I might as well send Sai to his client using teleportation magic as an extra service." "But do you know where you sent Sai, Ryaz Buku?" Shiro asked. "To the house of one of his clients who owns a pet shop," answered Ryaz. "The owner of the pet shop is the one who emailed me the most. He is an acute porn addict just like Sai." "What an annoying client." "Hopefully that crazy pervert lands in the dog kennel," said Konko. "It can't be Konko-chan," said Ryaz. "Because I send it right to the client's room." What Ryaz didn't realize was that because she hurriedly sent Sai out using a teleportation spell, her teleportation coordinate was slightly off. And the result is Sai sent right into the client's private aquarium containing piranhas. And as a result, Sai had to be helped by his client and he suffered a wound on his penis which fortunately did not decrease by an inch and only experienced a slight reduction in the volume of the skin covering his penis. In other words, Sai was circumcised by a piranha. Chapter 39, Chapter 36, Chaos and Chaos. Shiro point of view. That night after Sai back from his job, he came with his crotch bandaged. And after Ryaz asking him why his groin is bandaged, Sai replied that when Ryaz teleported him, he appeared in the aquarium filled with piranhas. And the piranha in the aquarium biting his penis and forced part of the foreskin to be cut off. In other words, Sai was circumcised indirectly. Hearing Sai's story, we all burst out laughing. What Sai experienced was really unpredictable, or his bad luck that occurred to Sai this night because of the curse that I gave him that will work if he thinks something lecherous. I don't think so. I feel that Sai didn't think about lecherous things before he was teleported to his client's house. So maybe this all happened because Sai was really unlucky. Akeno-san was laughing at Sai so much that she almost peed herself and said she had to go to the toilet to pee. Kiba tried to hold back his laughter by holding his breath, to the point that he passed out. Ouch. I'm sorry Sai, I shouldn't laugh at you like this. Ryuzuka was laughing so hard, she seemed to feel that what Sai was going through was really funny. It's fine Ryuzuka, I'm used to experiencing this kind of bad luck, because lately I've been experiencing this kind of thing constantly. Sai could only lower his head while in tears, for all the bad luck he had. Well, I feel bad for Sai, because all the bad luck he endured came from a special curse I gave to him. But what can I do? It's necessary for Sai to change his perverted nature. Konko-chan made a cruel comment on Sai's misfortune. All the bad luck you've been through is due to your perverted nature, Sai-senpai. You should have turned your behavior. Otherwise I guess you will continue to be unlucky. Sai just nodded his head. He seemed to be responding and thinking about Konko-chan's words seriously. After all the activities at ORC were done, I intended to go home as usual. But in front of the old school building, Rin standing while still wearing her school uniform. Hey, Rin, why are you standing in front of the old school building? I asked Rin, because I was curious. What was she doing in front of the old school building? Was Rin waiting for me? Well, the possibility exists, but if I tell her, are she waiting for me or not? She must have answered with its dear style. Are you waiting for me, Rin? I'm not waiting for you or anything, Emiya-kun. I just have some free time, so I thought maybe we could go home together. Rin's face really turned red when she answered my question. She really looks cute to me. Apart from Saber, Rin is the girl I truly love from the bottom of my heart. I also have a little feeling for Sakura, Rin's little sister. But I prefer to think of Sakura as my younger sister than as a lover. Of course, Rin, let's go home together. Well, there is no way I would refuse a request from the girl I love. I felt happy when I saw Rin's face that looked so happy when she heard my answer. Rin then took my hand and we both intend to go home together. But when we both just walked a few steps, suddenly in front both of us, Ryuzuka appeared while holding her school bag. Era Emiya-kun, Tasaka-san, you two want to go home together, right? Can I come with you guys, because I have something to discuss privately with Emiya-kun and his parents. Ryuzuka's words made me have a bad feeling. What exactly is she trying to talk to me and my parents about? And Rin, please don't hold my arm so hard. I know you are feeling jealous and annoyed that Ryuzuka suddenly appeared and said she wanted to have a private talk with me, but don't take your irritation into my hands. Damn my E-rank luck. 20 Rin point of view. Ah, damn you, Ryuzuka. Why did she also have to go home with Emiya-kun too? Even though I've been waiting for Emiya-kun for a long time, in front of the old school building which is the headquarters of Ryuzuka. You damn devil race. Did she really want to interfere my closeness to Emiya-kun? Is this how she responded to my challenge at her villa at that time? Ryu's point of view. When all of my peerage members have left, I will also do the same. But I want to go home together with Emiya-kun, the man that I truly love, because there are important things I want to discuss with him. Unfortunately, when I wanted to approach him to invite him to going home with me, he was not in front of me. I panicked and immediately rushed out of the old school building to find him. It's just when I found Emiya-kun. Tasaka Rin, the girl Emiya-kun likes and my toughest rival to get Emiya-kun's love, casually takes Emiya-kun's hand. Unforgivable. She dared to touch what was mine. I have to do something. Otherwise Emiya-kun will love Tasaka Rin even more, and that is something I cannot allow. 20 Shiru point of view. The main reason for Ryuzuka to come home with me and want to talk to me and my parents are because she intends to stay with me at the Emiya residence, huh? But it seems that Iris Veil, my adoptive mother that already home from her work with my adoptive father Kiritsugu, doesn't want other people to stay at the Emiya residence, except for Asia, of course, who has proven herself very helpful at the Emiya residence. That's why she politely refused Ryuzuka's request. Rin, who was sitting next to me, was look really happy that Ryu's wish didn't come true. Likewise Ilya, Kuro, and Asia, who didn't seem to like Ryuz too much. The three of them looked so relieved when they heard my mother Iris Veil refuse Ryuz's request. But it seems that Ryuzuka doesn't want to give up for staying close to me, because the next day when I opened my bedroom window I could see that on the vacant lot right next to the Emiya residence appeared an enormous 5-story mansion, and from the window on the second floor that had just opened appeared Ryuz while swinging her hand up to greeting me. Emiya-kun, good morning. I can only pat my forehead. The problem that I had when I woke up was not over yet. This has added a new problem. Ha. 20 Flashback a little bit to know what kind of problem that Shiryu have, before he see Ryaz outside his window. Before I go to sleep, I need to make a little review of all the power that I have. Since I was reborn in this dimension. Power of destruction from Ryaz Buku, and holy power from Fallen Angel, and next is the power of a phoenix. I got a lot of new power that I copy with ultimate projection since I was reborn in this world. I also have a lot of new noble phantasm, like sword birth that Kiba have, boosted gear, and also twilight healing. I really change into a cheat character. But I will only use this power when I needed it. If I use all the copying power that was strange to my body, that would be too troublesome, so I will only use my original tracing or gate of Babylon for a moment. And Zelrach also said to me, when I using all the power I copied using advanced structural analysis that I can use with ultimate projection. I can only use one power at the time, because right now my body was not strong enough to use more than one power, even if I use boosted gear to strengthen my body. You guys really need more practices. I'm sleeping while holding a saber class card, that for some reason always disappear familiar place. It keep appear beside my pillow. When I asked Zelrith why this happened, he only answered that because of Avalon inside my body, the class card feels some connection to me because saber class card have the essence of Archeria inside of it. So that was the reason this class card keep appear in front of me. Maybe I will use ultimate projection to make a new body for the essence of saber inside the class card. Maybe Archeria can truly life once again? I thinking about the possibility, because I do the same thing with Kuro body. But because I didn't have Archeria DNA, that would be impossible. And I just realized how stupid I was when I thought the thing, because when I woke up from my sleep in the morning, somehow I felt something was quite heavy on top of my body. And when I opened my eyes, someone I know very well is making my body roll to hug. Archeria Pendragon aka Saber, was hugging my body with her naked body. Chapter 37, Archeria Rebirth. Zelrach point of view. Well, to the readers who want to know why suddenly Archeria aka Saber suddenly appear in Archer rooms, I will tell you the reason. When I heard from inside Unlimited Blade Works that Archer have some ideas to bring back Archeria to life, that ideas pique my interest. That was brilliant idea. He have the ability bring Archeria back to life, but he doesn't have her DNA to make a new body for Archeria. That's really unfortunate. But Archer forget about me, Wizard Marshal Zelrach. I have Kaleidoscope, a second magic that can make a gate to the infinity multiverse. It's easy for me to get Archeria DNA if I using Kaleidoscope. It's look like Archer has forgot about my ability. This give me a chance to do some prank to Archer, like in the old world. I really miss doing pranks on him as well to my student Rin and Luvia. I using astral projection to get out from a limited blade works, but with almost all my powers sealed, I can only using a little bit power that has left in me to quietly controlling Archer's body and using Kaleidoscope to get a bit of Archeria's DNA, and used Archer's ultimate projection to create a new body based on Archeria's DNA. I then put Archeria's spirit from inside the Saber class card into the new body I had made for Archeria. Readers may be surprised when I say Archeria's spirit is in the Saber class card and not Archeria's essence in the class card. It was all because what was in the Saber class card was not just Archeria's essence, but it was really the spirit of Archeria who was forcibly summoned by the Ainsworth family from the Throne of Heroes, to be included in the Saber class card. The Ainsworth family did not know how to use the third magic heaven feel, but they could summon a full spirit from the Throne of Heroes. It can be called a great achievement. Given the specialty of the Ainsworth family is Magecraft's displacement magic. I guess even the Ainsworth family itself doesn't know that what they put into the Saber class card wasn't Archeria's essence, but her true spirit. That's the reason why the Saber class card always returns to Archer, because the spirit of Archeria who is inside the Saber class card can feel that she is near Shiryu, her true loves and scabbard. Well, now I can say that Archeria has come back to life, naked, and hugged Archer's body as soon as she felt the warmth of the body of the man she loved. Well, since the prank the gift of surprises for Archer is ready, I returned my soul to Unlimited Blade Works. I couldn't wait to see Archer's reaction as soon as he saw who was next to him when he woke up. And sorry if I broke the fourth wall dimension, I did it because I wanted to explain many things to the readers. Shiryu point of view. Ryazbuku has built a luxurious 5-story mansion on the vacant lot next to Amiya's residence and moved to that place, and before that I saw Saber who fell asleep naked on my bed as soon as I woke up. My morning started off with a lot of mess that was stressing me out. Somehow I have a fate like a harem protagonist in manga or novel, even though I have no intention of making a harem. Even though the one who has the intention of becoming a harem king is that perverted bastard Sai. I didn't want to be like him. But a pretty girl weirdly always came closer to me, and after that soon they all fell in love with me. Even though for me being together with Rin is more than enough. Shiryu, Saber, who was sleeping naked on my bed, was delirious as she said my name. I was really confused. How could Saber suddenly appear beside me? Was the appearance of her was the work of Zelrech? Ting tong. Your guess is right, Archer. I was the one who made a new body for Archeria using her DNA, which I get from another dimension. I transferred her spirit from Saber class card to that body. I really feel great when I see your confused look when you see Saber sleeping next to you with a naked body. My guess is right. The culprit is Zelrech. You old troll, how did he get to Archeria's DNA? Did he move my body while I was sleeping, then use the kaleidoscope to get Archeria's DNA, then use my ultimate projection to create a new body for Archeria? Most likely so. You old troll. How could you do a prank that makes my heart feel like it's going to drop? I can guess how you made a new body for Saber, Zelrech. Geez, your prank really give me a heart attack. But aren't you happy to see Saber, your first love, come back to life, right? There's no way you're not happy, Archer. I can't deny about what Zelrech said. If Rin is my true love, then Archeria is my first love, because that's how I felt when I first met her. Well, I give my thanks to you for what you did, Zelrech. But there is one thing that makes me confused. What do you mean when you say that Archeria's soul is sealed in the Saber class card? If I explain everything now, it will take a long time, Archer. I will explain to you everything when the time is right. Now we better stop talking because Archeria is about to wake up. Just like what Zelrech said, Archeria, who was sleeping soundly earlier, now opened her eyes and started to look around. Where am I? Archeria, who is still in a semi-conscious state, seems confused. I better talk to her and try to. Shiru. I haven't had time to finish what I was thinking, and suddenly Archeria, who saw me, immediately jumped at me and hugged me. And I can feel her soft chest touching mine. Hey, wait a minute. Soft and big chest. Since when did Archeria have such a big chest? Just think of Archeria's huge chest as a bonus from me. I was the one who made new body for her, Archer. I know you are a normal guy who likes big breasts, because when you are in the same room with Ryaz Greenery, you sometimes look at her chest, and you even look at Rin's chest, which is enlarged after you give your queen pieces to her. Shut up, Zelrech. It's a normal thing for a boy like me to love a big-breasted girls. But I have my limits, and I won't drop myself to the level Sai, who has no limit with his pervertness. Shit. My face is getting redder. Damn you, Zelrech. I miss you, Shiru. I'm really glad I can see you once more. I could see tears trickling down on Archeria's cheeks. I also miss you very much, Saber, but right now can you cover your body? The temptation I felt when I saw Saber's beautiful body really made me feel I could get a nosebleed and then pass out at any time. It was hard to stop myself from doing something to Saber when I saw her sexy and seductive body. Saber, who just realized at this time that she was completely naked, immediately took my blanket, which was lying on my mattress. Saber's face looked very red, and Saber immediately turned around because she was feel embarrassed. Shiru, currently the only thing I want to ask you about, why suddenly I can life again? And why suddenly I appear in your room completely naked, even though the last thing I remember is that I was in Avalon waiting for you. I then explained everything to Saber from the start. About me dating Rin and becoming a counter-guardian and then reincarnating in this new world because of a task given by God, regarding my position in Ryaz Greenery Peerage, then about how Zelrech revives Saber using the ultimate projection that I have. You've experienced a difficult life, Shiru. Archeria, who was still wearing a blanket to cover her naked body, approached me and hugged my body. Her embrace was very warm, a hug full of longing and warmth that I had not felt for a long time. I'm glad you could move on and choose Rin as my replacement when I wasn't around, and I didn't feel jealous to you and her at all. Saber said that while hugging me, but I could feel that an enormous anger was coming from her. Because of that, her hug became very tight and hard. The first hug from Saber aims to release homesickness and get rid of sadness, and the second hug to release her anger and jealousy. Anya-chan. It's time to wake up. Emiya-kun, if you don't wake up quickly we won't be able to go to school together. While I was receiving a hug filled with anger and jealousy from Saber, my sister Ilya along with Rin suddenly came into my room. Apparently because I was in my room too long this morning, Ilya and Rin decided to wake me up. And since I'm currently in a position where it's obvious that will make both of them will misunderstand, well, I'm in a deep shit. Anya-chan, you pervert. Ilya immediately slapped me as soon as she saw me and Saber is hugging. Emiya-kun. Why is Saber can come back to life? And why right now she is naked while hugging you like that? Rin didn't slap me, but the aura of anger rising from her body definitely scared me and cringed. Shiru. Why are Ilya and Rin here? Is there something that you haven't told me? And now it's Saber's turn to get mad at me. Well, it looks like this morning is going to be a long and painful morning for me. Damn my E-rank luck and damn my harem protagonist fate. Extra point of view, I came early in the morning to Emiya's residence to prevent Ryaz Greenery from doing strange things to Emiya-kun. Because I have a bad feeling, as Emiya-kun's queen, it is my job to get rid of all the pests that interfere with the love story between myself and Emiya-kun. Emiya-kun has entrusted myself with the queen pieces of his sword pieces set. Of course I feel happy. Even my pitiful chest became bigger than Sakura's, because of the influence of the queen pieces that was within me. Emiya-kun said that the queen pieces that are in my body have the ability to manifest inner desired, which is still possible to manifest, and it seems that my inner desired is wanting to have large breasts. Honestly, I feel quite embarrassed by it, but what can I do? I always feel jealous of Luvia and my little sister Sakura, who has big breasts. And now with my chest that has already surpassed both of them, the jealousy within me is gone. When Ilya and I opened the door to Emiya-kun's room, I saw Emiya-kun hugging someone I knew very well in my dreams. That someone is Archery Pendragon aka Saber. How can Saber life once again? Exilio point of view, I just wanted to wake Unei-chan that morning, since he hasn't appeared in the dining room yet. But once I went to Unei-chan's room to wake Unei-chan along with Rin-san, who came to Emiya's residence with the excuse of wanting to go to school together with Unei-chan. There have been big changes happening to Rin-san recently. The size of Rin-san's chest is somehow equal to the breast size of Rya's Creamery, the girl from the devil race who likes Unei-chan. With the size of her chest increasing, Rin-san is one step ahead of me in the race to get Unei-chan love. But I won't give up. Because the one who will win the competition to get love from Unei-chan is me. Me and Rin-san opened the door to Unei-chan's room, and the thing I saw next really shocked me. Also angry. Why is there a girl with big-breasted blonde hair hugging Unei-chan all of a sudden? And if I look carefully, isn't the girl who is hugging Unei-chan the Saber who is in the class card? How come Saber is outside the card? Shiru point of view, it took me quite a while to explain to Ilya and Rin how Saber came back to life, until they both understood. Because they both scolded me all out, plus the explanation from me, which was also quite a long time. Asia, Rin and Ilya plus Kuro, Mu and Luvia couldn't go to school. Asia pouting her face and she looked really annoyed. Luvia and Kuro seemed to feel unhappy with the appearance of Saber, while Mu reacted the same without saying anything. Cell's reaction was just sighing, while Liz was emotionless as usual. Iris Veal felt Saber as a very cute girl, so she immediately hugged Saber for several hours without wanting to let him go. Saber-chan is really cute. Oh well, it seems that Saber's presence in the Emiya residence is not a problem for Iris Veal. I was worried that my mother Iris Veal would refuse to accept Saber's presence at Emiya's residence, but when I saw that she was so happy to hug Saber. So I guess one problem is over, although somehow it feels like I forgot one thing. Why Emiya-kun didn't come to school today? Shouted Ryaz in the ORC room with a face that looked really annoyed. At night at the Hayato family's house. Sai is currently feeling panic and scared. Because at this time he was receiving a call from her lover Irina. Sai-kun. Today I will arrive in Japan to carry out an important task from the Vatican. I will meet at your house tonight. Wait for me, Sai-kun. After a very short call from his girlfriend, Sai felt like to escape from Kua and going to another city. Because if Irina finds out that he is reincarnated into a devil, then his fate is over, because Irina will definitely kill him, because Sai knows that Irina is an exorcist who works for the Vatican who is on the opposite side of the devil race. Shit. I will definitely die tonight. As soon as Sai finished receiving Irina's call, cold sweat poured out of his entire body. Sai felt that he was too young to die by his girlfriend's hands. But then Sai remembered something about Shiru and Asia, who is still human even though they were both peerage members of Ryaz, like him. Sai felt that maybe Shiru could do the same to him. Sai quickly grabbed his cell phones and called Shiru. Hey Shiru. Sai said. Oh, hi Aotu, what's the matter calling me so late? Asked Shiru, who was confused why Sai called him at night. Shiru calls Sai, with his family name Hayato, because there is another person with the same name, Ritu. Sai, can you turn me back into a human? Sai said. I really need your help. Ex-Guru Hayato's Sai father has just came home from work from his office. Initially he intended to work overtime so he could receive more holidays. Unfortunately his wife Miki Hayato felt unhappy if he was working too much, so finally Goro decided to go home. When he was close to his house, Goro saw someone he had not seen for a long time walking toward his house with a strange clothes, accompanied by two people wearing the same strange clothes. Goro walked to meet that person and immediately greeted him. You're Irina-chan, right? It's been a long time since we saw each other, huh? Goro Oji-san. Shouted Irina, who turned around when she heard Goro's voice and immediately hugged his body. I miss you. Irina, who is he? Zenovia asked. His name is Hayato Goro, my future father-in-law, replied Irina, who was still hugging Goro. He is Sai's father. Irina, can you take your arms off and tell me who are the two people behind you? Asked Goro. I'm sorry Oji-san, replied Irina with a flushed face. The two of them are my partners in the Vatican, The one wearing the nun outfit is my superior sister Griselda Corda, and the one with blue hair is Zenobia Corda's sister Griselda adopted sister. Greetings Hayao-san, my name is Griselda Corda, Irina's superior, said Griselda while bowing her body. And my name is Zenobia Corda. Nice to meet you too, said Zenobia doing the same thing with Griselda. And my name is Hayao Goru, nice to know both of you, said Goru. Goru then once looked at Irina. He knew about Irina's father's job as a monster exterminator. Was Irina also in this town for the same reason? I know that you are following your father's footsteps to become an exorcist from Sai, said Goru. So do you have some job in Kua? Yes, but I can't tell you the details of my work Oji-san, said Irina. No problem, said Goru to the girlfriend of his super perverted son. I also have no intention of meddling with supernatural matters. Oji-san, if you can trouble you a little, I need your help a little, said Irina. What help did you need, Irina? Asked Goru. The three of us had a little trouble on our way to Japan, that's why we lost money to rent a hotel room, answered Irina while holding back her embarrassment for asking her future father-in-law for help. Can the three of us stay over at your house? Chapter 38, Sai meet Irina. Shiro was feel surprised when Sai suddenly calling him and asked for help to change himself back to a human. Shiro knew that Sai feels really happy to become a devil, because he can achieve his dream to become a harem king. But now why does he want to return to being a human again? That's really weird. Why did Sai change his mind? What do you think, Zelrech, regarding Sai request to me? Confused, Shiro decided to ask Zelrech, who clearly had more life experience than him. From the tone of his voice I think that perverted boy is feeling really scared, so maybe there is something that makes him feel really scared, so that boy decided to back being a human once again, replied Zelrech, who was as confused as Shiro. Well, if he wants to go back to being a human, there is nothing wrong with it, right? Shiro felt bad because he had made Sai unfortunate because of his curse, so Shiro decided at least he would help Sai become a human once again. Although I'm sure Rya's Greenery will feel a little disappointed. There's no need to feel sorry for that spoiled girl, said Zelrech. Rya's Greenery is just a spoiled girl who is rotten to the core because she always got what she want, although I have to admit that that girl also has a good side inside of her heart. It better for me to go to Sai's house, said Shiro with a sigh. I have a bad feeling that something worse will happen if I don't help him right away. Shiro then teleported using Kaleidoscope to Sai's house, so Shiro could arrive faster. As soon as Shiro arrived at Sai's room, he saw Sai hugging the pillow while shaking and he looked really scared. Shiro. Thank goodness you've arrived, said Sai, who was crying happily when he saw Shiro come. I really need your help. What exactly that causing you to be so scared like that? Shiro asked. My girlfriend, who is an exorcist from the Vatican, will be here tonight, replied Sai, who once again looked scared. If she finds out that I'm not human anymore, she will definitely killing me. You have a girlfriend, Sai? I did not think that a super pervert who was hated by almost all girls in Kusagakure could have a lover. Shiro was quite surprised when he heard that Sai has a girlfriend, especially since his girlfriend is an exorcist from the Vatican. If you feel so scared like that, it means your girlfriend must be a yindir, right? That's why I need your help, Shiro. Sai said. I know that you and Asia are still human even though you two are part of Rya's book peerage. That's why I need your help to do the same thing to me. That's easy, said Shiro with a smile. But if I help you, that means you owe me a debt, knowing that. Do you still want me to help? No problem. I know there is no free thing in this world, Sai said. I'd better have one debt to you, Shiro. Instead of me dying at the hands of my girlfriend Irina. Very well then, said Shiro with an evil smile. I'll be happy to help you. After Shiro finished helping Sai by giving him a spirit frequency ring. Not long Sai father Goru came along with Irina, Zenobia and Griselda. Sai-kun, I really miss you. Irina shouted loudly, then hugged Sai tightly as soon as she saw Sai. Irina, I can't breathe, Sai said with a white face cause of hard breathing. I'm sorry, Sai-kun, I missed you too much so I hugged you too tight, said Irina while rubbing the back of her head. You arrived very quickly, Irina, even though I thought you would arrive late at night, said Sai, who felt relieved after being able to breathe smoothly. I arrived in Japan together with my superiors and comrades sooner because of some incident that I can't tell you, said Irina. Sai-kun, let me introduce you to my superiors and comrades. This nun beside me is my superior Griselda Corda, and a blue-haired girl with the same clothes as me is my partner Zenobia Corda. They both are exorcists from the Vatican like me. Sai looked at the girl who is older than her girlfriend in the nun clothes who have a large-breasted, and the girl who is the same age as him and had blue hair. They are all an exorcist from the Vatican like Irina. Sai was tempted to think of the pleasure he had if he could touch the breast of Irina partner and superior, but that thought immediately disappeared as soon as he remembered Konko's words. If he continues to be a pervert, He will always have a bad luck. That's why Sai immediately stopped thinking lecherous things and tried to be a better man. My name is Hayato Sai, Irina's boyfriend. Sai lowered his body towards Zenobia and Griselda. He was trying to be as polite as possible and trying not to show lecherous looks to Zenobia and Griselda. Nice to meet you too. Wow, he's really polite, Irina, even though you said he was a perverted man, said Griselda, who was shocked to see Sai's politeness. That's right, Irina always talks about her boyfriend who is super pervert and always annoys her, while in the Vatican, said Zenobia. I'm also confused, why suddenly Sai-kun can have a repent like this, said Irina, who is confused by the changes that had happened to her boyfriend Sai. I'm trying to change for you, Irina, said Sai. I don't want to keep my girlfriend feel bad of me. Oh, you're so romantic, Sai-kun, said Irina with a flushed face and tears trickling down her cheeks. I feel love you even more. Irina once again hugged Sai so tightly that it made Sai's face turn pale. Sai is lucky to have Irina, said Sai's father Goru. Irina, tomorrow we will meet the Grimory, Saitri, and Tasaka, who are second donors of Kuwa City. So stop making out with your boyfriend, shouted Griselda. We have to rest because tomorrow will be a busy day. Yes, Sister Griselda, said Irina, pouting while releasing her hug towards Sai. After Irina released her hug on Sai, Sai immediately fainted because he lacked oxygen. His body immediately fell to the floor. The three of you can stay at the vacant rooms on the second floor next to Sai's room. Let's go upstairs, said Goru. Thank you, Goru Oji-san, said Irina. Thank you, Goru-san, said Griselda. Hoi, Irina, your boyfriend fainted. Here, said Zenobia. Just leave Sai there, said Goru. He's used to fainting like that. It's not long before Sai will wake up. Oh, okay, said Zenobia. Finally, Sai was left alone on the front porch of his house until morning. Sai couldn't go to school that morning, because he caught a cold. Sai feels a little grateful because at least the bad luck he experienced this time is just a cold. And not a worse thing. Meanwhile at the Emiya residence. Ano, I reveal, why do I have to wear this uniform? Saber felt a little uncomfortable with the blue sailor uniform. Because you look cute wearing that uniform, Saber-chan. Iris Veal smiled broadly. She really felt happy dressing Saber. Tomorrow I will register you to Kusagakure right after August-san has finished creating a fake identity for you. You need to go to school like Shiro, Ilya and Kuro. You must have a good education for your future, Saber-chan. But this uniform is not the same that Shiro and Rin wearing, Saber said. Their uniform is not match for you, Saber-chan, Iris Veal said. So you must wear that sailor uniform, because you look so cute if you wearing them. But I want to wear the same uniform like Rin or Luvia, shouted Saber. I forbid it, Saber-chan, Iris Veal said. Cause you not look cute if you wear that uniform. I'm not your doll, Iris Veal, Saber said. But you are now, Iris Veal said with an evil smile. Until I feel bored. Seeing Iris Veal's smile, Saber feels so scared, but she can anything right now. Because Iris Veal has sealed her power. Shiro, help. On the roof of one of the luxurious apartment in Kuwa, stood two men. There was a fat man wearing pastoral clothes and another man with a tall, thin body with long hair and pointy ears. Kokobe-il-sama, the exorcists from the Vatican have arrived in Kuwa, said Valper Galilei, the fat man. Very good, said Kokobe-il. The remaining 2 Excaliburs they have will become ours, and by using the fully restored Excalibur I will kill the Grimory and Saitri successors to spark a new war between devils, angels and fallen angels. Chapter 39, The Meeting. Suna Saitri was sitting in the student council room. Right now there is some situation that made her feel very stressed. In the afternoon right after school, she received a call from the Vatican. They told her that 3 exorcists would come to Kuwa to chase a thief that stole the 4 pieces of Holy Sword Excalibur. And that was one of the 2 things made Suna stressed. She had to take care of a lot of paperwork so that the exorcists could enter Kuwa. Suna also has to contact the Tasaka family, who are the second owners of Kuwa City, regarding the arrival of the exorcists. Kuwa City was basically under the rule of the Tasaka family, who joined the Clock Tower magic organization, which had a bad relationship with the underworld. Previously, Sona felt a bit strange and ridiculous when Tasaka Rin, who was the second owner of Kuwa, asked permission from Ryaz and herself to do the task of the Clock Tower in Kuwa. Isn't Tasaka Rin the second owner of Kuwa? Why would she ask permission from herself and Ryaz? It doesn't make sense. Is she asking permission so that she and Ryaz stay out of the Clock Tower business? Maybe. Ryaz didn't want to interfere with the exorcist who want to meeting her, Rin and Sona. And Ryaz who feels lazy about it, leaving everything to Sona. Fortunately, Akano, who is far more diligent than Ryaz, forces Ryaz to come meet the exorcists with Sona. Sona was really relieved by Akano, who was able to force Ryaz to do her duty properly. In contrast to Ryaz, who is a spoiled lady who had all her wishes granted by her parents. Sona, although spoiled by her parents and older sister, doesn't want to rely on her parents to get the things she wants. She prefers to try on her own to get the things that she wants. That's why Sona is far more independent and mature than Ryaz. And the second thing that makes Sona even more stressed. When Sona checks the new student registration documents sent by Iris Veil van Insburn, the mother of Emilia Shiru, Ryaz crush and peerage member, when Sona read the document and she saw Arteria von Insburn name, Sona immediately felt strange. Arteria is the female name of King Arthur, and at the same time 3 exorcists from the Vatican came to chase the thief of Excalibur who ran to Qua. Excalibur and the girl who had the same name as King Arthur appearing at the same time? Isn't this too strange to be called coincidence? Sona senses that something bad will happen because of that strange coincidence. Ex-Karen Hortensia, school nurse from Kusagakure Elementary School, was sitting in her office looking at the data from the 3 exorcists who had come from the Vatican sent by Clock Tower. Currently Karen Hortensia is only told to supervise it and is asked not to interfere unless the condition is very serious. Because Karen's main task is to keep an eye on Rin and Luvia. Whatever happened to the devils that living in Qua City, which was basically the territory of the Clock Tower, was not her business. Let Emilia Shiru take care of the Excalibur problems, Karen said with an emotionless face. Because it was Emilia Shiru's task. After that Karen decided to put the document on her desk and sleep on the bed in the room. Helping the exorcists who came from the Vatican goes against the very principle of her life, which is being lazy. That morning in Shiru's room, another cliché thing has happened. Once again Shiru woke up with Saber asleep together with himself on the left side of his bed, although this time Saber slept wearing pajamas and was not completely naked like before. But this time Kuro and Ilya hugged both of his legs and added Rin, who somehow could fall asleep on his right side wearing a see-through lingerie. Shiru cannot move at all because his arms are held by Saber and Rin, while his legs are held by Ilya and Kuro. Shiru sighed. He wanted to scream to make the 4 girls who were currently on his bed wake up. But Shiru didn't want to make Sela angry with him anymore. Shiru knew that in terms of physical strength, prana and combat experience he was at a level far beyond anyone in the Emilia residence. But Shiru still has respect for Sela, who takes care of everything in the Emilia residence. That's why Shiru doesn't want to upset Sela at all, because Sela is stressed enough with all her responsibilities at the Emilia residence. So Shiru could only wait for the 4 girls who were currently holding his body to wake up. And it wasn't long before Saber opened his eyes for the first time and greeted Shiru. Morning Shiru. Morning Saber, Shiru said. Why did you sleeping in my bed? Aren't my mom already give you the vacant room across my room for you to sleep? I can't sleep without you beside me, Shiru. Saber is smiling. She really happy she can live with her true love once more. So I decided to sneak out to your room and sleep beside you. But then Saber saw Rin and Shiru right side, and Ilya and Kuro hugging both of Shiru's leg. Shiru, why did Rin, Ilya and Chloe are sleeping on your bed? That's what I want to know too, Saber, Shiru sighing once more. He really wanted all the problem he was currently facing would be resolved. Because Saber's voice was too loud, Rin, Ilya and Kuro woke up and they immediately greeted Shiru without noticing the presence of Saber, who was on Shiru's left side. Emilia-kun morning, Rin said while kissing Shiru's cheek. Anya-chan. Good morning. Ilya and Kuro said while hugging Shiru's body. Seeing her, Shiru is kissing and hugging by another girl, Saber feel really angry. And shouted to Rin, Ilya and Kuro. Rin. How dare you kissing Shiru's cheek? And Ilya, Kuro, you how brave the 2 of you hugging my Shiru. And why the 3 of you sleeping in Shiru's bed? You're noisy, Saber. Emilia-kun is my fiancé, so it's natural for me to kissing him and sleeping beside him. Rin doesn't care about Saber anger to her at all. Because the night before, when she decided to spend the night in Emilia residence, Rin already planned to sleep beside Shiru. Because of that, you doesn't have the right to angry at me, I the one who's supposed to be angry to you, Saber. Because you dare to sleep beside my fiancé. The 2 of us have the right to sleep in Anya-chan bed because we both are his little sister. Ilya and Kuro said. So shut up, Saber. The 3 of you has just declared a war to me. Saber said. So be it. I will not give Shiru to any of you. So you want a war, huh, Saber? Rin said. Okay, I accept it. Emilia-kun is mine and mine alone. I will not give him to anyone. Both of us also accept the war. Ilya and Kuro said. We will not lose to both of you. The heat situation between the 4 girls continues until the time to go to school. What Shiru really want is a peace in his morning. Why did he always have a girl trouble since he reincarnated in this new world? Iris Veil feel happy because Shiru are so popular. Luvia feels really angry because the girl sleeping with Shiru. Asia pouting her face because she is left behind. Zelrach mocking him and said how lucky he is, and Shiru can only say his favorite phrase, damn my rank luck and damn my harem protagonist fate. During lunch break in the ORC room. Emilia-kun. Why didn't you come to school yesterday? Ryaz was annoyed because yesterday morning when she was about to go together with Shiru to school, Ryaz couldn't enter the Emiya residence at all because of the bounded field that Iris had set up. That's why she gave up going to school with Shiru and decided to wait for Shiru at school. But unfortunately, because of Saber's appearance, Shiru couldn't come to school at all. I and all my family members woke up late yesterday, Ryaz-buku, said Shiru. There are guests who suddenly came in the middle of the night, so my family and I stayed up late last night until 2 a.m. Oh, Ryaz really felt embarrassed because she was angry at Shiru without asking first. Her face turned red and she immediately placed Shiru's face on her cleavage. Forgive me, Shiru-kun, I didn't know you have a sleep trouble. Come here, sleep in my breast. So you can feel calm and sleep well. Ryaz, you make me feel jealous, said Akano. I also want to do the same thing with Emiya-kun. You never should. Ryaz shouted, hugging Shiru even tighter for fear that Akano would take Shiru away from her. He's mine. If you want someone to hug, just hug Sai. Sai-kun was absent from school because of a fever, said Akano. Besides, I can get some itching and bumps if I hug a super perverted and not cute guy like Sai-kun. I just want to hug a man who is handsome, kind and caring like Emiya-kun. Umph. Shiru couldn't breathe at all because his head was in Ryaz's cleavage, his face turned blue and he felt that he was going to die. Luckily the smartphone in his pocket sounded very loud. Makes Ryaz feel a little surprised and let go of her hug to Shiru. Shiru now can breathe a sigh of relief, grabs his smartphone and takes the call that called him. Hello, Mom? Shiru, who got a call from Iris, decided to leave the old school building to meet Iris. Makes Akano and Ryaz feel disappointed. XORC room in the old school building. Rin, Sona and Ryaz sat next to each other and on the sofa opposite them sat the 3 exorcists from the Vatican. And behind the sofa occupied by Rin, Sona and Ryaz, stood Luvia, Akano, Konko and Tsubaki. So my name is Sister Griselda Corda and the 2 girls beside me are Irina Shido and Zenobia Cortamai Jr. Sister Griselda tried to introduce herself as politely as possible so as not to offend the 3 girls sitting opposite her. My name is Suna Saitri, the successor of the Saitri family, said Suna. My name is Ryaz Greenmurray, the successor of the House of Greenmurray, said Ryaz. My name is Tasaka Rin, the successor of the Tasaka clan, and the second owner of Kua City, Rin said. Can you tell me what the purpose of the 3 of you exorcists from the Vatican in Kua? The 3 of us are chasing the thief that stole the 4 pieces of holy sword Excalibur who ran to Kua, said Griselda. Although we currently don't know where the thief is, but we are sure that the thief will appear soon as we brought 2 other Excaliburs along with us. Irina shows Excalibur mimicry which she turned into a bracelet. Meanwhile Zenobia displayed her Excalibur destruction. If Saber finds out and sees Excalibur, her his beloved sword, became a fragment, something bad can be happen. Rin had an unpleasant feeling when she saw the fragment of Excalibur. The 3 of us already know that from the documents sent by the Vatican, said Suna with a sigh. So why do you 3 want to see us? We just want the Tasaka family who are second owners in Kua and the Greenmurray clan as well as the Saitri clan in charge of eradicating the stray devils from Kua City not to interfere with Vatican affairs unless circumstances require assistance from all of you, said Griselda. That's okay to me, Rin said. How about you, Ryaz? Suna? Same for me, said Ryaz. Nor do I want to interfere with Vatican affairs. I agree with Ryaz, said Suna. As long as the 3 of you are willing to take responsibility for all the damage you will cause when you fight that Excalibur thief. Okay, we can accept the conditions you put forward on the 3 of us, said Griselda. We thank to the 3 of you for receiving us well in Kua. Well, since the 3 of you came to Kua City with complete documents, and polite behavior without a suspicious behavior at all, then of course the 3 of us can receive you well, Rin said. Then we'll excuse me, said Griselda. We must immediately find where the Excalibur thief Valper Galilei is hiding. In front of the door of the ORC room, Kiba, who just arrived at the old school building after finishing his class picket assignment. And when Kiba was about to open the door to the ORC room, he heard a conversation regarding Excalibur. His anger exploded and Kiba opened the door to the ORC room quickly and loudly and shouted loudly. You 3 can't go. Because I will destroy the Excalibur you brought. Ex-Archeria alias Saber comes to Kusagakure together with Iris to measure the uniform she will wear when she goes to Kusagakure school later. Saber wearing the proper uniform make Iris feel sad, but she doesn't have choices on this thing. When they both finished, Iris still had to take care of additional documents for Saber to the principal's office so that Saber was not suspected by anyone. That's why Iris called Shiru, who was in the ORC room, and asked him to accompany Saber on a tour of the school while she finished Saber's enrollment at Kusagakure. Shiru, who feels grateful to be free from Ryaz's embrace, which almost killed him, without thinking immediately runs out of the old school building and goes to the front of the new school building to meet Iris v. Elon Saber. Griselda was surprised because there was still someone left from the Holy Sword project, Kiba, who is currently Ryaz's knight, because what she knew was that terrible project involving so many children without parents created by Valper Galilei did not leave a single child that use for the experiment alive. Griselda feels bad for Kiba, because of the mistake the Vatican did to Kiba. Whereas Zenovia happily accepted Kiba's challenge, because all she had in mind was fighting against a strong enemy. Kiba, who is usually very calm in every battle, directly attacks Zenovia blindly. Kiba used the Holy Eraser, which was his flagship sword, to fight the Holy Swords. The same as Zenovia, who is basically a berserker and fights without ever using any special tactics or techniques. Because all Zenovia was thinking about was the pleasure she felt when she fought. Kiba and Zenovia fought quite evenly. After fighting for a while, Kiba's mind finally calmed down quite a bit after he remembered his teacher's words. When in a fight, he must always be calm and level-headed. That's why Kiba, who excels in the ability to use sword techniques, starts to push against Zenovia. But because Excalibur Destruction had such strong destructive power, Zenovia was able to quickly turn things around. When Shiryu and Saber, who were walking around Kusagakure, arrived in front of the old school building, they could both see Zenovia and Kiba, who were fighting fiercely. And when Saber heard the conversation between Griselda and Ryaz about Excalibur being divided into 7 parts, tremendous anger immediately arose in her heart. Saber, who came to the old school building together with Shiryu, gave off an enormous aura of anger when she heard Excalibur, her proud sword, separated into 7 pieces. Even though Saber knew that the Excalibur that was broken to 7 was not her Excalibur. But still Saber could feel the cry from the Excalibur shards that were being held by Zenovia and Arena. The Excalibur shards shouted at Saber, asking Saber so that they can return to being one complete sword. The Excalibur shard immediately recognized Saber, who was King Arthur, when Saber appeared together with Shiryu. An intense aura of anger immediately surged from Saber's body. She was annoyed to see Excalibur being divided into 7 different swords. The aura that Saber exuded was so large and suppressing that it made almost everyone in front of the old school building except Shiryu feel suffocated and couldn't breathe. Why did Excalibur split into 7 pieces? Shouted Saber. Chapter 40, The Fight. Kiba point of view. I feel so angry when I hear about Excalibur in front of the club room. That damned cursed holy sword that makes me and my friend life at the church miserable. When Ryaz saved me that day in the chilly winter night, I swear to myself to destroy that damn sword. And now there are 2 pieces of Excalibur in front of me. This was really a good chance to destroy it. I didn't want to miss this chance. So I challenged the Exorcist to fight me, so I can destroy that cursed sword. So you want to challenge us? It might be interesting to test the strength of Ryaz Grimory's servants. Zenovia, one of the Exorcists who have blue hair, accepted my challenge. That's good. I will enjoy my time destroying her. Self-confident. Apparently Sister Griselda, her superior, understood my anger after Ryaz explained to her why I became so angry. So Buku and Sister Griselda made a deal with her that I and Zenovia will not fight with our life on bet. I can agree with that. What I want is to destroy the Excalibur, know the wielder of it. The location of the fight was field in front of old school building. To avoid unnecessary damage and getting noticed by others, Akeno Fukubuku put up a bounded field for us. With this we could fight without concern. Even if it's just a match, but please be careful, Kiba. Ryaz warned me, and like she said, of course I will be careful. Okay Buku, I replied to her. A little cut from a holy sword will akin to a poison for a devil like me. I activated my sacred gear and made my trump card to destroy the holy sword, Holy Eraser. You know, your smile is really creepy, Zenovia, my enemy, said a very disturbing word to me. A smile that made the atmosphere cold. Well, so if my smile was creepy. Because right now I felt very happy. The thing I wanted to defeat and destroy appeared right in front of me. Of course I'm happy and smiling. Well, you have your reason to be angry, but your sacred gear is sword birth, huh? A sacred gear that can create any demonic sword they imagine in their head. It's unique among the demonic sword sacred gear. This will be interesting fight. It look like Zenovia the Exorcist that I will fight is a battle maniac and a girl who think with her muscles, huh? Well, let's fight her. Clash. I went on slashing towards Zenovia. The holy sword and my demonic sword made sparks. Zenovia smirked after blocking my strike. She looked like enjoying the clash between us. The power in my slash is made by the weight of my comrades' hatred, who were killed while filled with regret. I will beat you, the wielder of Excalibur, with this power, and then I will destroy that Excalibur. I made a vow to get revenge for my death comrade that were killed by the Holy Sword Project. I attacking with Zenovia with my god speed. But Zenovia can follow the speed of my attack, even after I attack her from all directions, with a minimum movement. Your attack is good but you are too naive. Kicking. With a single swing of Zenovia's sword she turned my holy eraser to dust. I feel so speechless right now because my sword was destroyed with a single swing. That Excalibur have a great destructive power. My sword have a power to destroy anything. Zenovia swirled around her sword. She then pointed it upwards, then thrust it into the ground. Blur. The ground where I was standing shook and the ground was rumbling. I lost my balance and kneeled on the ground. I couldn't stand. There were clouds of dust in my surroundings. Excalibur Destruction really up to it name. It will be really hard for me to defeat her. After I see the power of Excalibur Destruction, I start to remember the words of my mentor. You must not let you wish for revenge, cloud you judgment in fight, Kiba. You must fight with a clear heart and calm mind, or you can fight with your full power. Before I let my revenge fill up my mind so I can fight with my full capabilities, but now I learn my mistakes. I will fight Zenovia with all I got. From what I see, Zenovia doesn't have any techniques that can be called sword techniques. She only relied on the brutal strength and devastating power of the Excalibur Destruction to corner me. And that was a weakness of her that I will use to defeat her. I moved cautiously, avoiding every slash that she used at me, and I gradually began to slowly press her with all the sword techniques I had learned. And sure enough, just as I thought, Zenovia really didn't have a swordsmanship technique. She can withstand my attacks because of her fighting experience. But when I used a more complicated technique to attack her, Zenovia unable to keep up with my attacks and having a hard time defending herself. But once again Zenovia was able to turn things around thanks to the destructive power of the Excalibur Destruction, which destroyed the Holy Eraser in an instant. When Zenovia decided to attack again while I was pushing her by doing the white forward slash that she did by utilizing the power of Excalibur Destruction, which she maximized its destructive power. Zenovia's slash almost hit me. Luckily I'm still a little bit faster than Zenovia, so I can avoid the terrible slash that she made. But now I can see that Zenovia was really exhausted from the slash she did just now. I guess maximizing the destructive power of Excalibur Destruction makes Zenovia exhausted. I can also be said to be in the same state as her, even though no slash from Zenovia hit me, but since I also used up a lot of stamina when I made Holy Eraser many times because the Holy Eraser was destroyed by Zenovia, my situation wasn't that different from her. My next attack will determine who will win this battle. But when Zenovia and I haven't had the chance to make the final attack, I suddenly can feel an enormous amount aura of anger is pressing on my body. I felt very short of breath and couldn't maintain my consciousness. And I can see that Ryusubuku, Akeno-san, Kongo-chan, Samakeiku, and Tsubaki Fukukeiku are also in the same state as me. Likewise the exorcists from the Vatican, they all felt short of breath and seemed to be losing consciousness. I can't maintain my consciousness. Actually, who is emitting such an oppressive anger aura like this? Zenovia point of view, I didn't expect that I, who was able to made Kiba Yodo the knight from Raya's Grimoire peerage feel frustrated, was being pushed back. Because all of a sudden the sword technique he was using was really hard to avoid. Again he who used to fight full of anger, now battles more calmly. I should have listened to Sister Griselda's words to practice sword techniques instead of just training my muscles. Now my laziness backfires me, due to my laziness to practice the sword techniques. Right now I absolutely can avoid the complicated sword technique Kiba used to attack me. The only way to turn things around is to use the ultimate attack I made based on the power of Excalibur Destruction and Durandal. I concentrated all my strength on the Excalibur Destruction and made a wide slash forward. The power released from the Excalibur Destruction managed to make Kiba's complicated attack to stop. But after that I became weak and a little exhausted. I was too desperate to use the ultimate move like that, but I had no other choice. The only way so I don't lose is to use that ultimate move. But suddenly I felt an intense aura of anger pressure to the point that I felt short of breath and choked. I couldn't move and slowly I started to lose my consciousness. It's just that before my consciousness completely disappeared, I had a chance to see a red-haired man and a blonde-haired woman standing not far from where Kiba and I were fighting. I couldn't see their faces clearly because I was about to pass out, but I could feel that the blonde-haired girl was the source of the aura of anger I felt. And strangely I can feel that Excalibur Destruction was about to slip out of my hand and fly towards the girl. I was afraid that the Excalibur Destruction I used would be taken by that girl, so with the remaining strength I have, I opened my pocket dimension and put the Excalibur Destruction back inside it. And after that I completely passed out. Shiru point of view, the aura of anger that Saber gave off almost made everyone in front of the old school building faint. I still managed to save Rin and Lugia so they didn't lose their consciousness. But not with Ryusubuku, Akeno, Kongo-chan, Kiba, Samakeiku, Tsubaki Fukukeiku, and the three women who, if my guess was right, were the exorcists from the Vatican. They all fainted because they couldn't bear the pressure they felt from the aura of anger that Saber was letting out. Saber also fainted immediately after she let out an enormous amount aura of anger, It seems that Saber's new body still can't be used to do something excessive like what Saber did before. I walked towards Saber and carried her body. I could feel Saber's body heating up. My guess is right, Saber's new body still can't be used for anything superfluous. Emiya-kun, what has happened? Why did everyone suddenly faint? Rin, who still looks limp, walks up to me and asks about what caused everyone who was in front of the old school building to faint. Behind Rin, Luvia, who still looks giddy, also walked towards me. Saber felt very angry when she heard Ryaz and the nun from Vatican talking about Excalibur in this dimension, which was divided into 7 parts. That's why she gave off such a huge amount aura of anger. It made everyone here fainted except from you and Luvia. If that's the reason, I shouldn't be surprised, though. Because Excalibur is something very important to Saber. Rin said to me. But Shiro, why is Saber also passed out? Luvia asked me. Luvia is right, Emiya-kun, why Saber, who are the one emitting the aura of anger, also fainted. Saber's new body still can't be used to overdo things, that's why Saber also fainted. So Emiya-kun, what do you want to do next? I'll bring Saber in home, so she can rest. Then Shiro, what about the devil and exorcists from the Vatican? They are all still unconscious. Just let them sleep over there, Luvia. After all, there won't be anyone who wants to do something bad to all of them in Kusagakure, which is managed by the Greenery and Saitree families. If anything happens to them, I will be the who responsible. Your actions is so irresponsible, Emiya-kun. It doesn't seem like you. I'm still me, Rin, and you know it. I just don't want to be the naive Emiya Shiro who still try to become a hero of justice who wants to save everyone. Saving everyone is impossible. Because of that, I will only be a hero for the people who is important to me. I said embarrassing things to Rin. I really want to get my head under the pillow. Emiya-kun, I and Luvia is important to you? You already know the answer, Rin. If you and Luvia is not important for me, I will not save you and Luvia from Saber angry aura before. Rin and Luvia face became really red after I answered Rin's question. Well, that was a cliché reaction. After that, Rin, Saber and Luvia meet my mom and go home together. Shortly after Shiro, Saber, Rin and Luvia going home with Iris Veil. Valper Galilei, who came to Kusagakure secretly to oversee the devil in Kusagakure. He was shocked when he saw the 3 exorcists from Vatican and all the devil from Kua lying unconscious in front of the old school building. And Valper suddenly remembered that 2 of the 3 people who had come from the Vatican to look for him were Excalibur users. First he checked Zenovia's body, but he couldn't find Excalibur destruction at all. Feeling disappointed, he then examined Irina. And he found the Excalibur mimicry that was transformed into a bracelet on Irina's right arm. Valper was finally happy because he found one of the Excaliburs he was looking for. Unfortunately, when he tried to take the Excalibur mimicry from Irina's arm, the Excalibur mimicry couldn't be let go at all. Feeling that he couldn't spend too much time in Kusagakure, Valper decided to bring Irina along with him so he could release the Excalibur mimicry from Irina's body at his secret base later. Chapter 41, The Fight to Irina. Sai has woke up from his sleep and screaming so loudly. His body still had a fever and his body temperature has not cooled down at all. And he woke up so suddenly because he had a nightmare about his girlfriend Irina. It looked like I was just dreaming. Sai touched his forehead with his palm and could feel that his body temperature has still hot, and Sai had a bad feeling about the nightmare he had just experienced. But something happened to Irina that make me have such nightmares? Sai, what's wrong? Miki Hayato immediately ran to Sai's room as soon as she heard Sai screaming so loudly, because she was worried that something bad might happen to her child. Mom, Irina has come home? Sai, who saw his mother, immediately asked his mother about Irina's situation, because Sai felt that something bad was happening to his girlfriend. Irina-chan and her 2 friends haven't returned. Sai, what's wrong? His mother replied. I'm having nightmares about Irina, Mom, said Sai. I'm afraid something bad is happening to Irina right now. No wonder you screamed so loudly, said Miki. Sai, if you're so worried about Irina-can, why don't you try calling Irina-chan with your phones? Realizing that his mother's words made sense, Sai quickly took his smartphone and tried to contact Irina. But Sai's call was not answered at all. Sai's face turned pale. And now he felt really sure that his dream was a sign that something bad was happening to Irina. Sai, why did your face suddenly turn pale? Asked Miki. Did something happen to Irina-chan? Irina didn't answer my calls, Mom, replied Sai. I'm sure that she's in trouble right now. With the job that Irina is doing as an exorcist, it is not strange if there is a problem happening to Irina, said Miki. But you have to stop worrying about Irina, Sai. It's not good if you have negative thoughts about your own girlfriend. I know, Mom, said Sai. But somehow I still have a bad feeling about Irina. Sai's body was trembling and tears started streaming down his face. He was really worried about Irina. Hayato Miki was surprised to see Sai crying because he was so worried about Irina. It seemed that Sai really loved and cherished Irina with all his heart. Miki then hugged his son Sai and said, I know you love Irina, Sai, because Irina is the only girl who can accept you as you are. But right now you are sick and you can't do anything about it, so pray and hope that Irina is okay. Sai started to feel calmer after hearing his mother's words, and Sai also felt a little irony from Miki's words. Sai is part of Rya's peerage, but his mother told him to pray, isn't that an irony? But after thinking one more time, praying wasn't something that would torment him. Because he has become a human again thanks to the help of Shiru. And Sai felt that praying for his girlfriend's safety wasn't a bad thing. Ryaz was the first to wake up after she fainted from not being able to withstand the pressure she felt from Saber's angry aura. Ryaz still felt a little weak. In her entire life she had never felt such a suppressing aura of anger. Even the killing aura of her older brother, who was a Mao, could not match the aura of anger that made her faint. Ryaz didn't know where that aura of anger had come from, but it was clear that she didn't want to feel it anymore. After Ryaz woke up shortly after, Akano, Sona, Tsubaki and Konko also woke up. The four girls held their respective heads. The four of them still felt a little dizzy after waking up from their fainting spells. Before long Griselda and Zenobia also woke up, and the two of them weren't any better than Ryaz and the others. Of the two exorcists, Zenovia's state was the worst. Her face was pale and her breath was short. She still felt very tired from the battle she had with Kiba. Kiba was the last one to wake up. Kiba's condition is still a little better than Zenovia. But Kiba also looks really tired due to running out of stamina. Ryaz and Akano approached Kiba and then helped Kiba to his feet with his shoulders. How are you conditioned, Kiba-kun? Akano asked. My situation isn't too bad, Akano-san, but that battle really drained all of my strength, Kiba replied with a heavy breath. It may take some time to recover. Actually, who is giving off such an aura of anger that it can make us all faint like that, said Ryaz. Whoever the culprit, that person must be very strong, said Suna, who was helped up by Tsubaki. To the point that all of us couldn't withstand the pressure from the aura of anger that he or she emitted. The aura that make us fainted is equivalent to Satan class, said Griselda. Because I wouldn't faint if the culprit who made us unconscious was under Satan class. I did catch a glimpse of the culprit even though it's not very clear, said Zenovia. The culprit was a blonde-haired girl who was accompanied by a red-haired boy. I don't know who the two of them are, but I can feel that the blonde-haired girl is the one who gives off an aura of anger that makes us all fainted. That red-haired guy must be Amiya-kun, and he must be the one who took Tasaka-san and Edelfelt-san away from this place. Ryaz felt jealous when she heard Shiru was with other girls, and she felt a little angry because Shiru seemed to ignore her and just help Rin and Luvia. But who is the blonde-haired girl who accompanies him, who according to Korda-san is the reason we all fainted? I think she is a girl named Archeria von Insburn, Shiru-kun's cousin, who will be attending Kusagakure starting next week, said Suna. I saw the personal data of Shiru-kun's cousin that was sent by Iris V. Sans, Shiru-kun mother. Looks like Archeria von Insburn is the blonde-haired girl that Zenovia-san saw. Who exactly is Archeria von Insburn, and what caused her to be so angry that she gave off such an aura of anger? Griselda still felt goosebumps as she recalled how terrifying the aura of anger had made her faint. Sister Griselda, I think the reason that girl called Archeria is angry is because of the current state of Excalibur, said Zenovia. Because somehow when she was near Excalibur destruction seemed like it was about to leave my hand and flew towards that girl. I can feel some happy aura from Excalibur destruction as if it had found its true master. It seemed like there was a very strong bond between Archeria and Excalibur. There is a possibility that the girl named Archeria is angry because the Excalibur was split into 7 pieces. The name Archeria is the name of the King Arthur if the king was a girl, plus it looked like that girl also seems to have a bond with Excalibur. Griselda realized something after she heard Zenovia's explanation, and she came to a conclusion. Looks like Archeria von Insburn's appearance in Koa was no coincidence. We just have to ask Amiya-kun who really is Archeria von Insburn, said Ryaz. Is she friend or foe? Ryaz, there is a possibility that Archeria von Insburn is the reincarnation of Arthur Pendragon, the original user of Excalibur. Sona, who was already suspicious of Archeria's name when she received the documents about Archeria at the same time the Excalibur thief appeared in Koa, finally decided to reveal theory she had thought of. Even though it's just a theory I think about. Your theory makes a lot of sense, Sona, said Ryaz after hearing Sona's theory, which she found very interesting. If Archeria von Insburn is the reincarnation of King Arthur, it wouldn't be strange if that girl was angry and Excalibur reacted to her. So we don't just have to take back Valper Galilei who stole the Excalibur, said Griselda. We also have to face the reincarnation of King Arthur, who most likely wants to reclaim what belongs to her. I didn't expect the task of taking back Excalibur to be this complicated. If she's really the reincarnation of King Arthur, that's a good thing. Zenovia said. I really want to fight with her. Same with me. Kiba said. I wonder what is the abilities of the strongest holy sword real wielder look like. The reactions from Kiba and Zenobia made everyone sigh, and everyone thought that the two of them were really battle maniacs. Except for Kiba, of course, who fought to destroy Excalibur. I felt something was missing, but I don't know what, said Akano. But now I remember it. Are you all aware that Irina-chan isn't among all of us? Ah! Shouted Zenobia, and Griselda, who finally realized that Irina wasn't with them. Ex-Shiru point of view. After returning home, I decided to return to Kusagakure again because I felt that my previous actions of leaving Rias and those ex-coursists fainting in front of the old school building was too much. I'm no longer a counter-guardian Emiya who is a heartless killer, but I also don't want to go back to being Emiya Shiru, a high schooler who has a good heart and like to help people and really want to be a hero of justice. Being some overly good people will only make me bad. But that doesn't mean I don't want to do good and help others. I still want to help others. I will do some good deeds, but I will only do that thing according to my abilities. And helping everyone who was knocked unconscious by Archeria is something I can do, but I did not do it and only helped Rin and Luvia. I feel very bad for not helping them. I feel myself back to how I used to be as a counter-guardian Emiya who is a heartless killer. And before that I've told Luvia and Rin if something happens to all of them, I will be the one who responsible. Therefore I returned to old school building and account for my words. When I arrived in front of the old school building, I heard loud screams from the two ex-coursists from the Vatican. Ah! Where is Irina? The two of them screamed so loudly that I had to cover my ears. There seemed to be a problem occurring when they all passed out. Oh well, it looks like I'm causing trouble because I don't want to help the ORC club members and the exorcists. And according to what I said before, I have to help them and take responsibility if something bad happens. Well, damn my E-rank luck. When I was about to talk to Ryaz about what really happened to all of them, one of the exorcists who had short blue hair looked at me with angry eyes and said, "Ah, you the red-haired guy who was with the blonde-hair girl who made us all fainted. Well, it seems I don't have to explain anything at all. You must know what happened to Irina," shouted Zenobia. "Quickly tell me where Irina is." Zenovia's mind was filled with anger. She was sure that Irina's disappearance had something to do with Shiru. So without thinking about anything else, Zenobia took out Durandal from her dimensional pocket and was about to attack Shiru. Shiru's structural analysis worked instantly as soon as Zenobia took out Durandal. And in an instant Zenovia's Durandal data was recorded in Unlimited Blade Works. "Durandal whose form and strength are different from the Durandal I know," said Shiru. "This is interesting. Trace on." In Shiru's hand appeared a thin double-edged sword, with a black and yellow hilt and a gemstone on the end of the hilt. Durandal the Peerless Sword. Shiru traced a Durandal that was different from Zenovia's. His Durandal is a double-edged sword while Zenovia's Durandal is a large uniquely shaped broadsword with a blue blade and a golden edge. The sword has a semicircular guard on the left side of the handle that extends to the bottom just above the pommel, with a small extension on the right side of the handle. Standing from the tip of the blade, the Durandal is slightly taller than Zenobia, surpassing the latter's height by just a few centimeters. Zenobia felt a little shocked when Shiru traced Durandal, even she could feel the familiar aura from the Durandal that Shiru traced. But still feeling annoyed, Zenobia paid no heed to the Durandal that Shiru had, and continued to slashing her sword towards Shiru. Shiru didn't move at all from where he was standing and endured Zenovia's slash using only his Durandal, which he held with only his left hand. With the data about Zenovia's sword skill that he got through structural analysis, Shiru could find out all of Zenovia's abilities. Zenovia did slash after slash towards Shiru, but Shiru easily blocked all of Zenovia's attacks just by using the Durandal he was tracing in his left hand. Basically, Zenobia is already exhausted, plus she attacks Shiru with emotion, making her body even more tired. While Shiru, who knew all of Zenovia's abilities thanks to structural analysis and realized how tired Zenobia was, had no intention of attacking Zenobia at all. That's why Shiru only defended and didn't attack Zenobia. "Shiru-san is amazing," said Kiba, who was amazed by Shiru's sword skills. "I just had a hard time fighting Zenobia-san, but he easily blocked all of Zenobia-san's attacks. Even though I know that Zenobia-san is tired." "Emiya-kun knows that Zenobia-san is feeling tired," said Akano. "That's why he didn't counterattack Zenobia-san at all. The swordsmanship of that man named Emiya Shiru surpasses even the previous Durandal-wielding Vasco Strada," said Griselda. "Even though he's very young." "Do I need to tell you that Emiya-kun is in the Kido Club and not at the Kendo Club?" Ryaz said. "What?" said Griselda, feel shocked. "You mean he in archery club, but why his swordsmanship is so good?" "That's what I want to know too," Ryaz said. "Emiya-kun has too many secret." After that, Zenobia was completely exhausted and couldn't move at all. Shiru eliminates the Durandal he was tracing earlier, then approaches Zenobia and holds the Durandal which has fallen from Zenovia's hand. Shirou looked at Zenovia's Durandal, which was currently in his right hand, and did a more in-depth structural analysis. Then he said, Durandal feels sad because you use this sword power carelessly. Even you only can take out less than 10% of Durandal's power because you use Durandal's power without remorse. Zenovia passed out again. Zenovia is like a bull who likes to butcher, said Griselda, face-palming because of her adopted sister's behavior. She's the type to attack first and ask questions later. A girl who think with muscles, Konko teased. Konko, watch your mouth. Akano said. Sorry Akano-san, said Konko. Shirou then returned Durandal to Zenovia's hand, who had fainted for the second time in one day, then walked towards Ryaz. Emiya-kun, there is something we want to ask you, said Ryaz. I know what you want to ask, said Shirou. But before that, I wonder if all of you have heard about the heroic spirit. In Valper and Gokobi-Eel's secret base. A man with white hair who wearing a Gakuran and priest coat has stand beside Gokobi-Eel on Valper Galilei. His name was Siegfried, an ex-exorcist from Vatican. And now has joined hero faction from a supernatural terrorist group, Chaos Brigade. He was with Valper and Gokobi-Eel because he got an assignment from Cao Cao to seize Excalibur from Valper once all Excalibur pieces were successfully put together. Because of that task, even though he didn't like it, he had to cooperate with Valper and Gokobi-Eel. Although he also had to be careful so that his mission was not discovered by Gokobi-Eel on Valper. Tomorrow afternoon we will attack Kusagakure, said Gokobi-Eel. And the exorcist girl named Irina who holds the Excalibur mimicry that you kidnapped earlier this afternoon will be used as a sacrifice to start the Excalibur unification ritual. Chapter 42, Heroic Spirit. Heroic Spirit. Suna says. Emiya-kun, do you mean a hero who has great achievements in his or her life who is still known and adored by many people even though they are all dead? From what I read, the heroes who became heroic spirits are freed from the wheel of reincarnation and went to a place called the Throne of Heroes, which lies beyond space and time. Why did you mention and asking about an obscure legend like that? Shirou smiled, after he heard Suna's explanation. He was not too surprised if Suna knew about heroic spirit, because she did have an extensive knowledge. Unfortunately, Suna Kayaku, the legends about the heroic spirit is real, said Shirou. And a moment ago, all of you were just knocked out by one of the heroic spirits. We all are knocked out by a heroic spirit, said Ryaz, who felt really shocked. What do you mean, Emiya-kun? Emiya-kun, Arteria von Innsbruck is the heroic spirit, isn't it? Said Suna, who could immediately guess what is the meaning of Shirou word. You are really smart, Suna Kayaku, said Shirou. Your guess is correct. Arteria von Innsbruck is a heroic spirit, or rather heroic spirit who has just revived. A revived heroic spirit. Suna, Ryaz, Akano and Tsubaki, Kiba, Konko and also Griselda were completely shocked by what Shirou said. How could the heroic spirit, a spirit of a dead hero, can be revived? Emiya-kun, what are you saying is real? Asked Ryaz. I'm telling all of you the truth, replied Shirou. And I'm not lying, Arteria is a revived heroic spirit. Emiya-kun, that's impossible, said Suna while adjusting the position of her glasses. We devils can revive someone using the evil pieces as long as that person hasn't been dead for too long and the body is still intact. But a heroic spirit is the spirit of hero that already died a long time ago and hero body already gone. How could you possibly bring her back to life? Even if it is true that Arteria von Innsbruck is a heroic spirit, it requires a special ritual that need a second magic kaleidoscope, and the only kaleidoscope user in this world is Data. Suna realizes something from the words she just said. Precisely when she said kaleidoscope, Suna immediately remembered about Rin and Luvia's mission in Koa along with their superiors at the clock tower, the only second magic user in this world. Wizard Marshals Elrech. Emiya-kun, don't tell me that the one who summoned the spirit was Arteria was the Wizard Marshals Elrech, said Suna. One of the strongest vampires in the world and a user of kaleidoscope. Even the four Mao have a fear to him. And maybe the appearance of Arteria has something to do with Tasakarin and Luvia Idelfeld mission in Koa. How should I explain it to you all, said Shirou. Zelrach indeed have the ability to summon Arteria, but her spirit was not summoned by him but by someone else. And yeah, Arteria's sudden appearance in here is somehow related to Rin and Luvia's secret mission, but I can't say anything about what is their mission to you all, because that was the clock tower secret. And if all of you want to know what their mission really is, it better if you ask Rin or Luvia about it, because it's not my right to tell what is their mission. I feel something familiar about her name, said Kiba. Who she really is. Kiba, don't you realize who Arteria von Innsbruck really is after you heard her name, said Ryaz. I and Akano immediately realized Arteria's true identity, after Emiya-kun said that Arteria is a heroic spirit. That's right, Kiba-kun, said Akano. Haven't you noticed it yet? No, I don't know who Arteria really is, said Kiba. Who is she? Arthur Pendragon? Ah no, she is a woman, that means her real name is Arteria Pendragon. It more fit, said Griselda. the king of Camelot and the original owner of Excalibur. What? Shouted Kiba. Archeria is Arthur Pendragon, the original holder of the legendary Excalibur. Yeah, she was the King Arthur on the legend, Shiro said. And you all must be confused, why the King Arthur in legend is a girl. That was a shocking thing to me, Suna said. I really didn't expect that the King Arthur from the legend real gender is a girl. Too much surprise if I must say, Tsubaki said. Same for me, Raya said. Me too, Akano said. I don't believe the real user of the sword that I really hate is a girl, Kiba said with a confusion in his head. Well, I was like that too, when I know that the King Arthur on the legend is a girl, Shiro said. Now what I want to know, Emiya-kun, how the hell Archeria can be alive once more, Raya said. You didn't tell us the reason. That was my secret, Shiro said. And I don't want to tell you how she got back to life. Well, you have the right to not telling us, Emiya-kun, said Suna. Although I'm very curious to know. I will tell you when the time is right, Shiro said. Arg. Since we are all too busy talking about King Arthur, I forgot about Irina. Griselda, who felt attracted to Archeria's story, finally remembers something more important than talking about the heroic spirit who came back to life. What the hell happened to Irina? Ah, that's right, because of Emiya-kun talking about heroic spirit we are all forgot about Irina-san who just disappeared. Raya said. Irina? Isn't that was the name that mentioned by the exorcist whom I fought before, said Shiro. She even asked me where Irina was, which unfortunately I don't know where, and don't know who she is. Irina Shido is one of my subordinates and Zenovia's partner in duty, said Griselda. She disappeared when we're all passed out. There is a possibility that she was kidnapped by the enemy when you are all passed out, said Shiro. And on behalf of Archeria I apologize to Miss Nun and also to all of you, because of Archeria is going berserk and spread her aura of anger that caused by she heard about her Excalibur has split into 7 pieces. Maybe Miss Nun and all of you wouldn't be passed out and Irina-san will not kidnapped. It's okay, Shiro-san, said Kiba. I'm not angry at all. In fact, thanks to that pass out I realized that I'm still not strong enough, and need a lot more practice. I agree with Kiba-senpai, said Konko, who didn't look angry at all, but the content of her mind is, I'm very angry, Emiya-senpai. Very angry, but once the problems we are facing are gone, I will ask you to cook a lots of delicious dishes to get rid of my irritation. I and Akano aren't angry, Emiya-kun, so don't worry, said Ryaz. Because Archeria-san also didn't do it on purpose. Raya's real thought is, after the problem with Excalibur is resolved, I will take Emiya-kun to an amusement park. As a compensation for making me angry. And in Akano thought is, I will go all out to tease Emiya-kun once the problem with Excalibur is resolved. I really want to see Tasaka-san and Rya's reaction when I tease Emiya-kun. I and Tsubaki is fine with it, so you don't have to apologize, Emiya-kun, said Suna. Suna thought is, I'm not angry, just a little pissed off. If the problem with Excalibur is over I will punish Emiya-kun, by asking him for a date to make Ryaz pissed off. I'm not angry to you or Archeria, Emiya-san, said Griselda. Because I will have a same reaction like Archeria if I hear my beloved sword split into 7 pieces. And Emiya-san, don't call me Ms. Nun but call me Sister Griselda. Very well, Sister Griselda, said Shiro. I already know about the stolen Excalibur and the identity of the thief from Tasaka and Luvia. There is a possibility that Valper Galilei, the Excalibur thief, was the one who also kidnapped Irina when you are all pass out. That possibility exists, said Griselda. The only problem now is his hiding location. If I'm not mistaken, Valper's aim is to unite the Excalibur, right? Said Suna. And to do that he has to perform a special ritual that require a lot of magical energy. Kusagakure is a place with the highest magical energy vein in this city, and that means sooner or later Valper Galilei will come to this place Gakuen to perform the special ritual because of the magical energy that he need are only exist in here. We don't have to do anything to find Valper Galilei, all we need to do is to wait for him in this school. Chapter 43, Calm Before the Storm 1 in Valper and Siegfried Hidden Base. Why we must wait until tomorrow afternoon to attack Kusagakure? Siegfried asked. Why not today? Because tomorrow afternoon is the best time to start the union ritual, said Valper. When the full moon shines the brightest and in the place with a rich magical energy, and the last is the sacrificial virgin maiden. That was necessary condition for starting the ritual. I thought the holy sword fusion ritual only required the girl that you kidnapped as a sacrifice for the ritual, said Siegfried. The holy sword union ritual is a very complicated magic ritual, said Valper. It takes more than just a sacrificial virgin girl to start the ritual, Siegfried. A moron like you would never understand it. Whatever you say, Valper. I don't care, said Siegfried. The most important thing to me is a fight with a strong enemy that can give me some fun. You're really uncivilized human, said Valper. All you had in your mind is only fighting a strong enemy, what a crap. I told you before, I don't care whatever you say, Valper. After Siegfried felt tired to hear Valper's stupid words, he decided to leave the hidden base, and looked for other activities to do. Seeing Siegfried going from the hidden base, Valper didn't care at all about Siegfried's departure. Since basically the two of them came from two different groups, Valper was on the Kokobi Eel's side. While Siegfried comes from the Chaos Brigade, the two of them are working together only because both parties have the same goal, to starting a war between angels, fallen angels and devils. Apart from that, neither of them have the desire to be a friend. Hayata residence, in the evening. Sai couldn't feel calm at all, even when the sun had stopped shining and the sky turned dark. Irina and her two colleagues didn't coming home. Sai even prayed all the time for Irina's safety, until Sai felt that if he only praying and not taking some action, his heart will never calm. So he decided to look Irina by himself. Even when his body was in a bad condition right now, Sai won't stop searching until he can find his missing girlfriend. Griselda and the fainted Zenobia accompanied by Shiru to the Emiya's residence. With Irina has been kidnapped, it was impossible for the two of them to return to Hayata residence. Plus Griselda didn't know what she had to say to Sai and Miki about the disappearance of Irina, if both of them returned to the Hayata residence. After all, there is another reason why Shiru bring the two of them to Emiya's residence, to ask Asia healing Zenobia wound. I'm home, said Shiru. When Saber, Kuro, Ilya and Asia heard Shiru's voices, the four of them immediately run to the front door. Welcome home, Shiru, said Saber. Ah, welcome home, Oniai-chan. Kuro said while she jumped towards Shiru and then hugged his body. Shiru-san, welcome home, said Asia. Kuro, shouted Ilya, who is jealous to Kuro because Kuro suddenly hugged Shiru. Don't hug Oniai-chan like that. Oniai-chan is mine, Kuro said. So it's only natural that I hugged him like this. How dare you? Ilya said, tugging Kuro's body to make Kuro release her embrace from Shiru's body. Oniai-chan is not yours, Kuro. So stop hugging my Oniai-chan. I don't wanna, be, said Kuro, sticking out her tongue to Ilya. Shiru, who didn't want his two little sister fighting, finally decided to stop the fight between Ilya and Kuro. Ilya. Kuro, that's enough. You're embarrassing us. We have guests, you know. Ilya and Kuro finally realized that Shiru didn't came home alone. Same with Asia and Saber, because the four of them were too focused on Shiru's arrival. And they realized that Shiru's guest was two women. One of the women was wearing a nun's clothes, and the nun carrying another girl that have a blue hair on her back. Saber remembered about Zenobia and Griselda, because she already seen them in Kusagakure. So Saber didn't have any strange thoughts about Shiru. She just think that Shiru bring the two of them home with him because they didn't have a place to stay. Same with Asia, she recognized Griselda and Zenobia, because Asia already met both of them once at the Vatican. But unlike Saber and Asia, Ilya and Kuro didn't know about Griselda and Zenobia. So for Kuro and Ilya, Griselda and Zenobia is a thieving cat who want to stole their Oniai-chan. Because of that, the two of them thinking about a lot of bad thing they can do to Griselda and Zenobia cause they dare to stole Shiru from them. Before the two of you accuse me wrongly, I'll just want to say that the two girls behind me are just my guests. Shiru, who really understood Ilya and Kuro's way of thinking, chose to speak first before the two of them accused him with something he didn't do. We haven't said anything, Oniai-chan, said Ilya with a lot of cold sweat in her cheek. And we didn't want to accuse you anything. Oh, you're so cruel, Oniai-chan, Kuro said with a fake tears on her eyes. Ilya and I are your beloved little sister, right? There is no way we will accuse Oniai-chan having some affair with those two women. Then Kuro, what the thing you just say, said Shiru. Aren't the words you say just now is accusing me? Oh my, I blurted out. Kuro said while covering her mouth with both of her hands. I say it once again, the two of them is only a guests, said Shiru. So Ilya, Kuro, stop your wrong thinking. Okay, said Kuro and Ilya while lowering their heads. Shiru, why did you bring the two exorcists from the Vatican to this house? Asked Saber. Griselda immediately knew who is the girl that talking to Shiru just now. That girl was Archeria Pendragon. Because Archeria displayed an elegance aura that no ordinary human possessed. Griselda felt a little nervous, right, because the King Arthur from the legend are in front of her right now. They didn't have a place to stay, replied Shiru. And one of them was injured, that's why I decided to bring them here, because I thought Asia could heal her wounds. Asia, you said Griselda. Do you mean Asia Argento? Yeah, that's right, said Shiru. The yellow-haired girl standing next to Kuro is Asia Argento, a former nun from the Vatican. Do you know her sister Griselda? There's no way I didn't recognize Asia the Holy Maiden, said Griselda while looking at Asia. It's just a lot of things has going on before, making unaware of her existence. It's okay, Sister Griselda, said Asia. Actually, I didn't notice you either because I was too focused on Shiru-san. Then Sister Griselda, now come with me, I will show you where you will sleep together with Zenovia, said Shirou. Very well, said Griselda. I really thank you Amiya-san for bringing me and Zenovia to your house. No problem, said Shirou. Besides, my mother Iris Veal already give her permission for you and Zenovia-san to stay here, when I asked her on the phone. 20 Sella, and Iris Veal peeked from the living room, they curious about the commotion near the front door. Ira Shirou calling me earlier and said that he would bring a guests to stay overnight, said Iris Veal. But I didn't think the guest would be a woman. They are quite strong, Li said. Also their magical energy is bigger than ordinary people. Our new guest are some exorcist from the Vatican, Sella said. Madam, is okay to accept them as a guest in our house? It's not a problem, said Iris Veal. The two of them only will stay for one night. Well, if you agree with Shirou's choice, said Sella. Then I doesn't have a right to protest. Ex-Zenovia injured was quite bad after having 2 battles and her injury finally treated by Asia, and currently Zenovia is sleeping in the guest room. Griselda really didn't expect that she could see Asia at the Emiya residence. She regretted Vatican decision expelling Asia, just because Asia treated the wound of some injured devil. Outside the guest room, right after Asia finished treating Zenovia. I have healed all of her wounds, said Asia. Right now she just needs some rest. Thank goodness, Griselda said. Zenovia is really a reckless girl. And on behalf of the Vatican I apologize to you Asia Argento. What the Vatican has done to you is truly shameful. I don't have any grudge against the Vatican, Sister Griselda, said Asia. It's my own fault for having a habit being too excessive in helping people, and because my character is like this, I often get into a trouble. Still, what Vatican did to you is wrong, said Griselda. Sister Griselda, Vatican has its own rules, Asia said. And I broke those rules, so when I was kicked out of the Vatican, I don't have any regret. You are indeed too kind as a human Asia Argento, said Griselda with a smile. May God always bless you Asia Argento. Amen, Asia said. Chapter 44, Come Before the Storm. To the next day in the afternoon, Shirou, Rin, Saber, Asia and Luvia with the ORC members accompanied by Zenovia and Griselda as well as student council members already gather in the park right in front of Kusagakure making a preparation to fight with Gokubi Eland Valper. At first Mu, Ilya and Kuro also wanted to come and fight together. But Shirou forbade the 3 of them to come, because the fight against Gokubi Eel would be very dangerous. Shirou didn't want his 3 little sisters to face a dangerous situation despite the protest from the 3. Kayaku, we already have covered the school with the bounded field. Shinra said. Good work Shinra, Suna said. Doing a tasking job like, make a big bounded field that covered the whole school is really make me tired, Saji said. Shut up Saji. Ruko Nomura Saji, classmates and fellow member of Suna Peerage. Feel really pissed off by Saji words, Saji almost not doing anything in making the big bounded field. But he still had guts to talk a lot. Your words make me have a hedge. Oh, come on Ruko, you know what I said is true right? Saji said. You almost not doing anything when we are making the bounded field Saji, Ruko said. Your job only provide your magical energy a little bit on the bounded field but you complaining a lot and say your body is tired what a chicken. Hey. I provided a lot of magical energy for that bounded field. Serving protest. And don't call me a chicken. Well here we go they fight again, sigh. Tsubasa Yura sighing she was very tired of seeing Saji and Ruko always fighting like that. Are Saji-san and Ruko-san always fighting like that Tsubaki Fuku Kayaku? Asia asked who felt worry after seeing Saji and Ruko fighting. They both are always like that, Argento-san, Tsubaki Shinra answered. So let them be. Ah, alright, said Asia. Hey Shinra are Saji and Ruko dating? Akano said whispering to Shinra. No. But considering they both often fight like husband and wife I think sooner or later the 2 of them will become a couple, replied Shinra. Even though Saji said that he likes Sona, I don't think he noticed his feelings for Ruko. Meanwhile Ruko said that she likes Kiba-kun but from her behavior to Saji, it is clear that she likes Saji very much. But the 2 of them haven't realized their feeling for each other's. Is that so? Have you and the other student council members already tried to making them closer? Akano asked. Yeah, but both of them are very stubborn, replied Shinra. It's really hard to making them a couple. I really want to see what it would be like if they are dating, said Akano. Same with me Akano, I'm also curious, said Shinra. But because they are both too stubborn it will take some extra effort for me and my fellow student council member to making them dating. With the bounded field already on the battle that will come, will not be seen or heard from the outside unless there is something really bad that happen, said Suna. Now all we must do is waiting for our enemies to come, Raya said. They will come in a bit, Rin said. And our preparations to fight Gokubi Eland Valp are already done, Valper is not a problem for us because he is too weak and has no fighting ability. I'm afraid that our real problem was Kokobi Eel. We don't know how strong he is. We'll find out when he already appeared, Tasakarin, said Luvia. After all, right now we are also assisted by the heroic spirit of Saber-class Archery Pendragon and Shero, who have along in his class Sacred Gear, the Gate of Babylon. Victory is already in our hands. But still we shouldn't be careless, said Saber, who was wearing the usual combat armor she wore. Because in every fight and battle there is an unexpected factor. Saber is right, negligence is a factor that will make us lose, said Shiro. Even though there is Saber and I, we don't know whether the enemy has a secret weapons or not. Not far from there Zenovia, who is standing together with Griselda, was looking at Shiro with angry eyes. Zenovia is thinking why she could be defeated by Shiro, who looked weaker than her. Zenovia made a promise to herself that when Arena is already saved and Excalibur was taken back from Kokobi Eel, she would challenge Shiro again to fight. Of course, that if Excalibur could return to the Vatican, considering the existence of the original holder of Excalibur that come back to life. Zenovia Corda felt confused about what to react when she heard all the things that happened after she fainted for the second time from Griselda. Apart from her defeat to Shiro, she was very shocked to find that the reason she was fainted earlier was due to the angry aura emitted by the revived heroic spirit. The original owner of Excalibur Archery Pendragon? No wonder Excalibur Destruction reacted strangely before she passed out. It turned out that it was because Excalibur Destruction felt that the true wielder of the Excalibur has returned. The grudge inside Kiba was burning once again because Valper Galilei would arrive soon, but Kiba was trying hard to get rid of the resentment from his heart and mind. Kiba doesn't want to go out of control like he did against Zenovia. Because his revenge might endanger his friends if he could not fight properly. After all, in the battle he was going to do this time, he was not alone. Kiba already had friends who will help him in his battle against Valper. Exactly 2 hours after the bounded field was created to cover Kusagakure, Valper, Siegfried and Kokobi Eel appeared in front of Kusagakure. The three of them are about to complete the Excalibur unification ritual, but their true goal was to kill Suna and Rai as to spark a new war between the devil, angel and fallen angel. Kusagakure is the place with the biggest magical ley lines in the city, said Valper. By utilizing the magical ley lines, the Excalibur unification ritual can be completed. There are a lot of better place out there to do the Excalibur unification ritual, Kokobi Eel said. But because of my plan to start a new war between the three factions, sadly the ritual must be held in this place. Kusagakure was the school of the two Mao's younger sibling, said Valper. By killing both of them your plan will be sixth Kokobi Eel-sama. Siegfried doesn't care about Kokobi Eel on Valper big plan, because his only task was to seize the Excalibur from Valper once the swords were successfully put together into one. One thing that confused him was that the closer he got to Kusagakure, the Excalibur in his bag he was carrying vibrated so intensely. As if Excalibur wanted to get out of the bag and return to its true wielder. Hey Valper, do you know why the Excalibur in my vibrated so intense, said Siegfried. Vibrate intensely, what do you mean Siegfried? Valper asked. These swords are shaking violently, replied Siegfried. As if try to fly out of the bag and go to meet their true wielder. That's impossible, said Valper. The person who is worthy to be a true wielder of Excalibur does not exist, although the Vatican has also been searching the true wielder for centuries. The only person who deserves the title of true wielder of Excalibur is only the deceased Arthur Pendragon. You're right, only her who deserves to wield the Excalibur, Kokobi Eel said. Her? Valper said, feel confused. What did you mean with her, Kokobi Eel-sama? What I mean is her, Kokobi Eel explained. The king of the night archery Pendragon. Meanwhile in Kusagakure. The Excalibur is really close, I can feel it, Saber said. Soon the other version of my sword in this dimension will come for me. Chapter 45, Start of the Ritual. A sadness, that what Archeria felt when Excalibur is getting closer to Kusagakure. The sorrow of being split into 7 pieces and the grief of losing the only person worthy to wield the Excalibur, Archeria Pendragon. Archeria can see the flashback of herself from this new dimension. She see herself from this new dimension pulled Excalibur from the pedestal by accident. Became a king even though she didn't want to, even died in battle sacrificing herself to save her kingdom. From the very beginning, Archeria in the new dimension only wanted to live as an ordinary person, didn't want to be the king of the knights, didn't want to lead a kingdom, didn't want to give birth to a child from a man she didn't love. The only thing that made herself feel happy was the smile from the people from her kingdom. To protect that smile she even willing to sacrifice her life on the battlefield. After seeing the flashback that came from the Excalibur, tears rolled down in Archeria's cheeks. The fate of Archeria from this dimension was not that different from hers, the Archeria who came from a different dimension. She promised in her heart to get back the Excalibur from Kokobi Eel. Kokobi Eel-sama, are you trying to say that the King Arthur from the legends is a woman? Shouted Valper. Yeah, She is the most courageous and kindest woman I have ever met, said Kokobe Eel. It is rare for a woman like her to sacrifice herself for her people and kingdom. Even though her people and kingdom have never given her anything other than suffering, but since the smile of her people was the only thing that made her feel happy when she became a king, so she was willing to do anything for her people and kingdom. It's a shame she died so young on the battlefield. Kokobe Eel-sama, why do you know her life story in such detail? Valper asked. Because I feel attracted to archery a pendragon, Kokobe Eel replied. Not romantically, but more like I was drawn to the story of her life, just like someone reads a very interesting book. Unfortunately, because at that time I was still an angel, I was forbidden to interfere in her life too far. I'm only allowed to supervise, observe and provide a little help. It can't be more than that. What a pitiful woman, said Siegfried with a disdainful tone. Why would she bother sacrificing her life just for the sake of humans who don't even care about her? Siegfried didn't realize when he strangled by Kokobe Eel. Kokobe Eel, whose body was taller than Siegfried, choked him and lifted his body up in the air. Kokobe Eel's face looked very irritated and full of anger. And Kokobe Eel seemed ready to kill Siegfried any time. Watch your mouth, rotten boy. Kokobe Eel said in a very cold tone. Don't you dare talk carelessly about her. You're just a stinky boy who doesn't know anything about sacrifice. Siegfried, who has never been afraid in his entire life, because he feels he is superior to anyone in this world, has peed himself because he was scolded by Kokobe Eel. Siegfried did not expect that Kokobe Eel respected archery so much that he was furious and made himself feel scared for the first time. Kokobe Eel-sama, we still need Siegfried to carry out our plan. Valper was also as scared as Siegfried that he almost peed himself up. Fortunately, he was able to muster up his courage a little and talk to Kokobe Eel. So please don't kill him. Hearing Valper's words, Kokobe Eel immediately stopped choking Siegfried and immediately threw Siegfried's body on the ground. CKK, consider yourself lucky, brat, because you still have uses, otherwise I have killed you a long time ago because of your rotten mouth. Kokobe Eel turned around and walked back towards Kusagakure and Valper following him. While Siegfried was holding his neck, which was bruised from being choked by Kokobe Eel while trying to stand up again, he was annoyed because he felt fear for Kokobe Eel. For him, who feels superior to anyone in this world, to fear other people is something that cannot be accepted. Kokobe Eel. When you and your stupid ritual are finished, I will definitely kill you. I can't let the humiliation you did to me today haunt me. Kokobe Eel is very close, I can feel it, said Griselda. Kokobe Eel is currently in a very angry state right now. He came with an angry state. Is he having a problem? Zenobia said. Unyai-sama once told me, Kokobe Eel was a fallen angel who have anger management, but that was if someone insulted or hurt someone whom he considered valuable, said Ryaz. We can use Kokobe Eel's anger to defeat him, said Sua. He will definitely be caught off guard because of his anger. That is if our opponent is not Kokobe Eel, said Griselda. If Kokobe Eel is currently in a state of anger, then we are the one who will be loses. Because when he is angry, Kokobe Eel can release 120% of his strength. In the past, Vasco Strada, one of our strongest exorcists, fought Kokobe Eel in a rage. Even though Vasco Strada has win against Kokobe Eel and drive him away, the injuries he sustained were terrible. To the point that he had to stop being an exorcist. If the strongest exorcist can be seriously injured like that, it means that Kokobe Eel's strength when angry is very frightening, said Akano. Right, as you must contact Starsea immediately to fight Kokobe Eel. I already do that before you even talked about it, Akano, said Ryaz. But unfortunately he couldn't came to Kwa casually and fight Kokobe Eel directly. If he did that, there would be a tension between the devil and the fallen angel. It turns out the politics in the supernatural world has no different from the politics in the human world, Rin said. Something that very complicated and troublesome. Politics is not that complicated, Rin, Saber said. I can teach you if you want. No need, thank you, said Rin. I don't want to learn a troublesome things. Shu to be quiet for a moment, said Shiru. The enemy has appeared. As Shiru said, Kokobe Eel and Valper had arrived at Kusagakure. Kokobe Eel still looks angry and Valper still looks a little scared because of Kokobe Eel's anger. But as soon as Kokobe Eel saw Ryaz and Sona, his anger subsided a little. Kokobe Eel was happy because the two devil that he want to kill was right in front of him. He didn't need to search for the two of them anymore. Before this, Kokobe Eel think that Ryaz and Sona peerage members are the one who will fight him. But it turns out that Ryaz and Sona, who will fight him directly. That was a very good thing for him. Behind Valper and Kokobe Eel, Siegfried, whose face still looked pale as a result of being choked by Kokobe Eel, finally arrived, and the Excalibur he was carrying trembled even stronger as if preparing to fly away from him at any moment. Well, I didn't expect that the younger siblings of Tumao and their peerage with the two exorcists from the Vatican were waiting for me, said Kokobe Eel. You all must have guessed that I would perform the Excalibur unification ritual here. We are all aren't afraid to you Kokobe-eel, said Dryaz. And we will beat you. Self-confidence is a good thing, but all of you should know that the difference in our strengths is vast. Kokobe-eel said. Kokobe-eel-sama, I and Siegfried have finished preparing the ritual, said Valper. Everything will be finished in 5 minutes. Very nice. Kokobe-eel said. Continue with the sacrifice for the ritual. Okay. Valper took Irina out of his dimensional pocket and then handed it to Siegfried to carry. Irina! Shouted Zenobia. This girl is perfect sacrifice for rituals. Valper said. If you the exorcists want to take her back then go ahead, but you have to fight your former comrade Siegfried, the owner of the most powerful demon sword Gram. Siegfried! Shouted Griselda. Let go of Irina. Sorry, I can't do that, Griselda, Siegfried said. My job is to make sure that no one will disturb the ritual. Shiryu really wanted to help Irina, but Shiryu held himself back because he knows this is not the right time to play as a hero. He is not Shiryu Emiya, who is naive and wants to help everyone. He is Archer Emiya, counter guardian who already understands the reality of life. Siegfried lay Irina in the middle of the magic circle, then he took out the Excalibur from his bag and intended to stick it into the ground to start the union ritual. Unfortunately, as soon as he opened the bag, the 5 Excaliburs immediately flew towards Archeria, who was deliberately hiding behind Shiryu as soon as Kokobe-eel appeared. Because somehow Saber had a bad feeling when she saw Kokobe-eel. Siegfried was surprised. He didn't expect the Excalibur would just fly out like that from his bag. The 5 Excaliburs dashed out of the bag and flew towards Saber, who was hiding behind Shiryu's body. Saber then appeared in front of Shiryu and then she stood beside Shiryu, and the 5 Excaliburs stuck to the ground with their hilt aimed at Saber. Kokobe-eel was really shocked. He seemed to see a ghost when Saber appeared from behind Shiryu's body. Archery Pendragon. Chapter 46, The Completed Excalibur Archery Pendragon. Kokobe-eel was feel very surprised. How could Archery Pendragon, who had died on the battlefield, come back to life and appear in front of him? It was really impossible because he saw Archery die before his eyes centuries ago. But after seeing the 5 fragments of Excalibur has flew straight toward Archeria and even stuck into the ground with the hilt of the sword pointed at Archeria's body. That was an undeniable fact and proof that Archery Pendragon really came back to life. Because there was no one else in this world who could make Excalibur react like that apart from Archery Pendragon. Kokobe-eel-sama, all the fragment of Excalibur flying straightly to that girl, and you called that girl a Archeria? Don't tell me that girl is. Valper Galilei was really taken aback. The appearance of the real holder of Excalibur was beyond his expectations. Archery Pendragon, the king of the knights, said Kokobe-eel, who still looked shocked. Which somehow came back to life. Oh, the king of the knights, you say, said Siegfried. If that girl is indeed the real Archery Pendragon, it means she is a strong foe. That girl's existence makes my blood boil. I really want to fight her. It doesn't matter whether she is the real one or not, but we have to reclaim the Excalibur back from her. Kokobe-eel, although he greatly admired the nature of Archeria, right now the more important thing for him was to restart the war. Anything other than that is not important. Siegfried, you can fight as you wish against Artham, no need to hold back. Jaya ha 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 ha. Siegfried was laughing like crazy. He was really happy because finally he got what he want. Finally. I can relieve the stress I've felt these past few days. Not big thing with a strong foe for a few days really make me stress. Valper, prepare to start the ritual once again right after our Excalibur is back to us. Kokobe-eel-sama, look like we have a little problem. Valper said. What do you mean, Valper? Kokobe-eel asked. The exorcist girl that will become our sacrifice for the ritual has been successfully reclaimed by a pervert-looking man with brown hair when we are all shocked by the appearance of Archery Pendragon, Valper replied. TCH, no problem, said Kokobe-eel, who looked a little annoyed. It's just a small matter. We just have to get the girl and the Excalibur back. And then we can start the ritual. But it seems that the rituals you want to do are useless, Siegfried said. What do you mean, Siegfried? Shouted Kokobe-eel. The red-haired boy who was standing in front of the King of Knights, unified all of the Excaliburs easily without doing any ritual, said Siegfried. He only put the 5 pieces of Excalibur we previously had, plus the Excalibur destruction he got from Zenobia Corta, into a strange golden ripple that suddenly appeared in the air, and suddenly only one sword came out of that golden ripple. He managed to fuse the 6 Excalibur fragments together without using a complicated fusion ritual, said Valper, who was in shock. That's impossible. The armory of noble phantasm and treasures that once belonged to the king of the hero Gilgamesh, that was turned into the first sacred gear by father, and became the prototype of all kinds of sacred gears. The golden ripples that appeared in the thin air were the trademark of that sacred gear, cold sweat running down on Kokobe-eel's cheeks. Today he feel 2 shocking experiences. The first is the resurrection of Archeria. And the second thing is the appearance of Longinus Zero, the prototype of all the sacred gears. The armory of magical weapons and treasures belonging to Gilgamesh that reforge and repurpose as the first sacred gear ever made by the god himself. Why, I never heard of it. And the first sacred gear is true Longinus. Valper said. We Seraphs call that sacred gear Longinus Zero, and Longinus Zero was made before true Longinus. You humans have never heard of it because Longinus Zero wasn't put into the sacred gear system by Father because Longinus Zero have the power to destroy the world, said Kokabeel. Then how come that red-haired boy can have it? Siegfried asked. That's because I have it from birth. Shiru, Saber, Rin, Luvia, Ryaz and the members of ORC and Suna along with the student council members have been silent all this time because they saw Kokabeel, Siegfried and Valper busy chatting alone due to the shock they feel after they see Saber. They even barely aware of the appearance of Sai who had secretly saved Arena from the three of them. Until when Kokabeel talked about his Gate of Babylon, Shiru finally decided to interrupt the three of them. And the real name of this Longinus I have is Gate of Babylon, not Longinus Zero. The Gate of Babylon, the most unique Longinus among all the existing Longinus. Because it unique power to create another sacred gears, even a Longinus class, said Kokabeel. It even can be used to refine other weapons that aren't Longinus. I don't know how you can get the prototype of all the Longinus that's sealed in heaven, and even if you use your Longinus I will not afraid, I will still take the Excalibur back to start a new war. Now, I will have you all fight my pet that I brought from hell. Kokabeel clicked his fingers. Then from the depths of darkness there was a sound of the ground rumbling as it came closer to Kusagakure. The thing that came out was something that not all of them expect. A 10 meters tall dog with 3 heads and red eyes, a dangerous-looking being that came from the depth of underworld Cerberus. Sai, who previously looked for Arena alone, decided to rest in the old school building to recover his energy and cool down his fever which got worse when he appeared near Kusagakure. Sai entered the ORC room, he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. That night Sai woke up to the noise from outside the old school building. The heat from his body had dropped down and he felt healthier after sleeping for a long time. Curious about the noise, Sai looked out the window to see the situation. And what he see was the entire Kusagakure was covered by a huge bounded field. Sai, who had a bad feeling going straight out of the old school building and walking towards to the new school building, because he heard a loud noise from that direction. As soon as Sai arrived in front of the new school building, Sai saw Shiru and the others chatting with the 3 strangers that he didn't know. Sai didn't understand what has happened, but he could see the most important person in his life that he was looking for all this time, his girlfriend Arena, who was bound in the middle of the magic circle. Without thinking, Sai moved silently and slowly to save Arena. Because Kokabeel, Siegfried, and Valper were busy chatting about Archeria. Sai was able to save Arena easily, even though when he had walked quite far while carrying Arena, he was found out by Valper. But Arena had already been taken by Sai and Sai's distance was too far to be pursued by Valper. Shiru, who noticed Sai's existence, then told Sai to go away from Kusagakure using telepathy. Because Sai will just be a hindrance in the fight against Kokabeel. Shiru can contact Sai by telepathy thanks to the spirit frequency ring he made for Sai has a function of receiving his mind waves. These 5 Excaliburs came to me by themselves, Shiru. Saber said with a very happy face. It looked like Excalibur has noticed you and flew straight to you, said Shiru. What a faithful sword. But with this Kokabeel and Valper won't be able to start the fusion ritual, Rin said. And their plans won't work out. But why do they all look so shocked after seeing Archeria, and after that they start to talk and chatting to the level forget about all of us, Luvia said. That's really weird. Kokabeel seems to know Archeria, said Suna. That's why he looked shocked when he saw someone who had died come back to life. But this is a good chance when the 3 of them are chatting. We better come up with a plan against them. Raya said. That's for later, Gremory-san. Right now there is something more important. Zenovia takes out Excalibur destruction from your pocket dimension, said Griselda. Time to return the Excalibur back to its original owner. Although Zenovia seemed reluctant and unwilling to take out the Excalibur destruction from her dimensional pocket. Just like Siegfried, Excalibur destruction automatically flew towards Archeria and then stuck onto the ground right after Zenovia took the sword out from her pocket dimension. Finally Excalibur can be whole once again, said Saber, who looked at the 6 Excalibur fragment in front of her. Unfortunately this Excalibur is still incomplete. Yeah, that's really unfortunate, but the Excalibur ruler's whereabouts are unknown, said Griselda. That's why Vatican only has 6 fragment of Excaliburs. We have the 6th fragment of Excalibur already good enough, said Shiru. With this I can recombine Excalibur into one complete sword. You can unite Excalibur. Zenovia said. Are you going to do the ritual performed by Kokabeel? There's no need to use such a complex ritual, said Shiru. I have my own way. Shiryu pulled out the 6 Excaliburs that stuck on the ground, then put them into the gate of Babylon. And in just a few seconds the Excalibur was complete. A golden double-edged sword with a blue hilt appeared in Shiryu's hand. Shiryu purposely shaped it to resemble Saber's original Excalibur to make it easier to put them together. Shiryu gave the sword to Saber. And Saber happily took the sword back. Saber can feel that Excalibur, even though it's still incomplete, doesn't cry anymore, because it can return to its original owner and became whole once again. At the same time Shiryu Husisai had finished saving Irina, secretly telling him to go to a safe place with telepathy. Shiryu didn't know how Sai suddenly appeared, but it was clear that Sai would not be of much help in a fight with his low fighting ability. That's why he told Sai to go. And after that, when Shiryu interrupted Kokobi Eel's talk, Kokobi Eel suddenly summoned Unserious, making Shiryu and the others look more serious, because finally Kokobi Eel was about to start the fight. Chapter 47, Balance Breaker. It turned out Kokobi Eel not only summoned one Cerberus, but 2. And now the 2 Cerberus from Kokobi Eel immediately attacked Shiryu and his friends according to Kokobi Eel's orders. Very quickly Suna and Tsubaki immediately created a barrier that blocked the movement of the 2 Cerberus to make they are all safe from attacks. Oh well, I didn't expect that he would summon a Cerberus, said Ryaz. And not just one, said Akano. He summoned 2 Cerberus, which can be said to have the power equivalent to 5 high-class devils. It will be very difficult to fight the 2 Cerberus at once. Even if the 2 of us fighting one of the dog at the same time, that would be a disaster, said Ryaz. Moreover, now we have to beat the 2 Cerberus at the same time. Instead of chatting like that, the 2 of you is better help me and Tsubaki strengthen the barrier, said Suna, who felt irritated towards Akano and Ryaz. The 2 Cerberus almost destroyed the barrier made by me and Tsubaki. Ryazbuka, once the barrier made by Suna Kayako breaks, be ready to fight those 2 dogs along with Akano-san, said Shiryu. Rin and Luvia will help, so you 2 don't worry. Ryaz and Akano nodded their to agree with Shiryu idea. Rin and Luvia also nodded their heads, even though they both agreed to help. The things the 2 of them could do were limited, but helping to defeat the 2 Cerberus was practically beyond the limit. If it weren't for Shiryu's request, the 2 of them would have been reluctant to help. Then what are you going to do, Amiya-kun? Ryaz asked. Arteria and I will fight Kokobi Eel, because among us only the 2 of us have the ability to fight him, Shiryu replied. Fighting against one of the strongest fallen angels, said Arteria. What a great chance to move my stiff body a little. Then I and Zenovia will take care of Siegfried, said Griselda. Because I and Zenovia have a better understanding about his fighting abilities. Griselda-san, plus let me and Zenovia-san take care of Siegfried, said Kiba. Griselda-san, your opponent is Valper Galilei, your job is to catch him, right? Then do your job and catch him. You're right, catching Valper is my job, said Griselda. But may I know why you look reluctant to fight Valper, Kiba-san? As the only person who survived the Holy Sword Project, if I fought Valper I would definitely forget myself and try to kill him because he was the one who killed all my friends, said Kiba. I don't want to be someone who is controlled by grudges. A reasonable excuse, said Griselda. Okay, let me fight Valper. Ah, we forgot about Irina. Zenovia said. We must save her too. Irina-san was saved by one of the ORC members, Hayao-sai, said Shiryu. So you guys take it easy, Irina-san has been taken to a safe place. Oh, so Hayao-san has saved Irina, huh? Thank goodness. Zenovia, who have a very dense brain, doesn't say anything more and is quite happy with the fact that Irina is safe. Whereas Griselda, who noticed Shiryu's words which mentioned that Sai was their member, immediately shouted, Hayao-sai is your member. But he is a human. Amiya-kun, what Griselda-san mean with the word, Irina-san is Sai's girlfriend? Asked Ryaz, who was also as shocked as Griselda. And what does that mean by Sai is a human? Right now is not the right time to talk about all this, said Shiryu. We'll talk again after the problem with Kokobi Eel is over. Shiryu-san, what should Konko-chan and I do? Asia asked. Asia, you just keep quiet and get ready to heal if any of us get hurt, said Shiryu. And Konko-chan, please protect Asia, because she doesn't have any fighting ability. Okay, Shiryu-san, senpai. Asia and Konko said. When the barrier made by Suna was destroyed, the 2 dog immediately received power of destruction attacks, thunder magic, jewel magic and fire magic from Ryaz, Akano, Rin and Luvia. All of those attacks succeeded in making the attacks of the 2 Cerberus stop and gave the 4 of them a chance to prepare a follow-up attack. Shiryu and Arteria ran towards Kokobi Eel, who was floating in the air using all 5 pairs of jet black wings. He smiled at Shiryu, the only human who was along in his zero user from the time the sacred gear system was created. A human who wields one of the strongest weapons his father has ever made. Kokobi Eel's blood is volatile as someone who always wants battle and blood against strong foes like Shiryu. Kokobi Eel didn't know how strong Shiryu was. But he could feel that Shiryu was strong. Plus the king of the knights that he respects the most will also fight against him. He became even more excited. Restarting the war can be postponed, the fight against strong enemies is the main thing. Griselda, Zenovia and Kiba approached Valper and Siegfried. Even though the plan to unite Excalibur was thwarted, but the plan to kill Ryaz and Suna was still possible, and Siegfried and Valper were not enemies that could be underestimated. Siegfried's sword skill is more superior than Kiba or Zenovia. While Valper, although physically weak, has a fairly dangerous magical ability. Valper Galilei, my name is Kiba Yodo, the only survivor of your Holy Sword project, Kiba said calmly to Valper. But his eyes were filled with hatred and revenge. Kiba trying all he could so he will not kill Valper immediately. The survivor of my failed project, huh? I'm quite lucky to meet you in a Far East country like this. This must be a fate. I can collect a sample that survived my failed project. You are so disgusting, Valper. Why did you make a crazy project that sacrificed a lot of people like that? Griselda said. You see, I like holy swords, so much to the point they always appear in my dream and my mind. I want to become a wielder of holy sword, but I couldn't. That was the fact. So I started an experiment to create a wielder of holy sword, so I can wield the holy sword too. And thanks to you and the others, my experiment was completed and I can become a holy sword wielder too. Because of that stupid reason you start that stupid project. Griselda said. Are you insane? So what? Anything is fair to reach a great dream. Valper said. And because of my project Vatican can have a lot of holy sword wielder. Did you mean the crystal that is put inside the holy sword wielders when they received a blessing? Huh, Griselda really angry, very angry. She didn't know Vatican use a bloody experiment to make artificial holy sword wielder. Sister Griselda, did you mean the holy crystal that put inside arena is? Zenovia said with a pale face. That's right, little girl, we take out the holy elements from those who have them and crystallize them. Just like this. Valper took out an orb that was giving out light. With this, I can become a holy sword wielder. But the church banished me for heresy and took away my research. What a fool. You killed my comrades only to take out the elements needed to wield the holy swords? Kiba asked Valper with his voice filled with killing intent. That's right. I use you fool comrades for myself. The orb in my hand is from the sacrifice that your friend made. Valper Galilei. How many lives have you sacrificed for your greed and experiment? Kiba's hands were shaking and there was an aura of anger coming out of his body. I don't know, and I don't care at all, but you can have this orb to adore you death comrades. My research has reached the stage to mass produce them. Valper said. Valper threw away the orb as if he had lost interest in it. It rolled on the ground and went to Kiba's foot. Kiba picked it up and patted the orb sadly, lovingly, and dearly. Everyone. There was a tear on Kiba's cheek. His expression was filled with sadness and anger. Then the orb in Kiba's hand started to glow a shallow lights. The lights started to spread and it eventually covered the Kusagakure. From the ground there were lights coming out and it started to form a shape. Then it formed into a proper shape. It took the shape of people. There were boys and girls who were giving out blue-white lights and they were surrounding Kiba. Don't worry about us anymore. You are alive at least. Tears had dropped down from Kiba's eyes. Because of that light he can feel his body is full of power. And after that he took out his sword birth and said, balance break. Chapter 48, Holy and Demonic. Due to the encouragement from the remnant consciousness of his late comrades. Finally Kiba was able to attain the balance breaker which he had not been able to use all this time. Balance breaker, sword of the betrayer. A sword with both holy and demonic element. Valper Galilei. With this sword, I will avenge my comrades' deaths. Said Kiba. Zenovia, Griselda, Valper and Siegfried looked really surprised. After they saw Kiba balance breaker the holy demonic sword. Holy demonic is an impossible thing, because it was a fusion of two opposite elements. They all couldn't believe it. Kiba managed to do something impossible. See Sister Griselda, is it possible to fusion two opposing elements like that? Zenovia asked. That's impossible, Zenovia. Griselda replied. Kiba Yodo balance breaker, the holy demonic sword is probably a bug in the sacred gear system. Oh. Holy demonic sword. That was impossible. The polar opposite of two things cannot be merged. Valper feel really shocked, after seeing what happened to Kiba's sword. It making him off guard. The reason the two opposite element can be merged must because the death of. When Kiba was about to stab Valper without intending to kill him. Suddenly a light sword pierced Valper's body from behind, making him died instantly. Siegfried stabbed Valper from the back, secretly with the intention to make Valper not saying something that unnecessary. You talk too much, old man, said Siegfried. I hate people who talk too much. Kiba was shocked, when Siegfried killed Valper silently. Why did Siegfried have to kill his own comrade like that? Siegfried. Why did you kill him? shouted Kiba. "He talks too much," replied Siegfried. "And I really hate him from the beginning." Zenobia and Kiba probably didn't realize the reason why Siegfried killed Valper. But Griselda, who have more experienced than Zenobia and Kiba, could sense something was off. Why did Siegfried suddenly kill Valper like that? Plus Valper's last words, which made Griselda feel suspicious. It seemed that Valper knew a reason why the holy and demonic elements could merge together, but Siegfried didn't want Valper to say it, so he killed Valper. "The reason you killed Valper doesn't make sense, Siegfried," said Griselda. "You killed Valper like that. It must be because of the last words Valper would say." "Sigh, your instincts are sharp as always, Griselda," said Siegfried. "Your guess is right. The thing that Valper will say is the reason I killed him, because if he says that thing, I'm afraid that you and that little girl will lose your reason to fight. That's why I killed Valper, so he couldn't say it. Whatever Valper will say, I will not lose my fighting spirit," shouted Zenobia. "Saint Peter. Saint Basil the Great. Saint Denis. Please hear my voice. In the names of the saints whom reside within this blade, I will release it, Durandal." Zenobia took out her Durandal from the pocket dimension and immediately attacked Siegfried. Siegfried didn't expect that he would fight against the new Durandal user. The previous Durandal user, Vasco Strada, was an idol for him. This was a good opportunity for him to compare whether Zenobia could use Durandal on a level of Vasco or not. At the same time, Griselda and Kiba also attacked Siegfried. Siegfried doesn't look scared or afraid. Instead, he smiled sarcastically while taking out his sacred gear, the twice critical. After that, he immediately said the same words as Kiba before. Balance break. Behind Siegfried's back appeared 4 additional hands, and in each of them was a sword with a demonic element. Kiba, Griselda and Zenobia's attacks were blocked by Siegfried at the same time, thanks to the 4 draconic arms that appeared from his back. Seeing their attack is stopped at the same time, Kiba, Griselda and Zenobia felt quite shocked. The 3 of them didn't expect that Siegfried's sacred gear balance break made him have 4 additional arms. "Even if you all attack me at the same time, it will all be useless," Siegfried said. "My twice critical balance breaker Chaos Edge Azura Ravage gives me 4 extra arms, plus my 6 demonic swords. You all can't beat me." "Twice critical's balance breaker subspecies, huh?" said Griselda. "Plus 6 high-level demonic swords, this is really bad." "Let's just fight him at the same time, Sister Griselda," Zenobia said. "At least we can keep him at bay." "I agree with Zenobia-san," said Kiba. "When I clashed swords with him earlier, I could feel Siegfried's swordsmanship is almost equal to Emiya-san's. To fight him alone is impossible. At least the 3 of us have to fight him together so we can fight him on the equal ground." "Then let's fight him," Zenobia said. "If we just talking like this, it won't solve any problem." Kiba and Griselda nodded their heads in agreement. Zenobia, Griselda and Kiba dashing at the same time and charge their attack to Siegfried. Siegfried doesn't look scared, he smiles like a crazy person, then laughs out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, you 3 want to attack me at the same time?" Siegfried said. "Very good. This is what I want. Come on, attack me." As a battle maniac, fighting 3 strong people at the same time is something fun for him. There was no way he would miss the rare opportunity that lay before his eyes. 20 Rin, Luvia, Ryaz and Akano managed to defeat the 2 Cerberus. But the 4 of them looked very tired. Their uniforms were tattered and their bodies were all covered with wounds. If they move their body just a little bit, it will make their bodies really hurt. Tsubaki and Sona, assisted by Asia, do their best to heal their wounds. 2 dangerous enemies have been defeated and now only 2 enemy left. Kokobi Elon, Siegfried, Sona, Tsubaki, Asia, Akano, Ryaz, Rin and Luvia can only hope that Kokobi Elon Siegfried can be defeated as soon as possible. 20 At the same time, when Arteria and Shiryu were fighting Kokobi Eel. Arteria, who was still not used to her new body, looked really exhausted against Kokobi Eel even though she was using Excalibur. Shiryu attacked Kokobi Eel using the sword he launched from the Gate of Babylon along with Kanzu and Bakuya in both hands to attack Kokobi Eel. Plus Arteria, who joined him to attack Kokobi Eel, making Kokobi Eel feel pushed little by little. TSSK, fighting 2 people with ultimate class level power at the same time is really troublesome. Kokobi Eel said. "But I haven't felt this adrenaline pumping battle for a long time. I'm really satisfied to be able fighting both of you at the same time." Shiryu and Arteria only suffered minor injuries, after fighting Kokobi Eel for almost 5 minutes. But the situation was different from Kokobi Eel's. 1 of his 10 wings had already been injured and can't be used after being hit by the Excalibur. His face, limbs and other wings were covered with scratches from Shiryu attack. His body was full of injury, but Kokobi Eel didn't look in pain. He even didn't fight Shiryu and Arteria with hate or anger. He was enjoying his battle with Shiryu and Arteria in a calm manner. Ha, 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 this body is really weak," said Arteria. My stamina hasn't returned to what it used to be. My attack power has also decreased by 75%. If you train your body again, then slowly your ability will return to its peak, Arteria," said Shirou. "So you better rest first. I will be the one who will fight with Kokobe-eel. Be careful when against him, Shirou. He's not serious at all when we fighting him," said Arteria. "Plus his incredible composure when fighting the two of us shows he's very experienced on the battlefield." "I know, Arteria," said Shirou. "I will be careful against a dangerous enemy like him." While Arteria and Shirou were taking breaths, Kokobe-eel was looking at Siegfried stabbing Valper in the back. "Valper, you are a great person, and a smart scientist. You can make a right conclusion why that little devil balance breaker is so unusual," Kokobe-eel said. "But you must learn to shut your mouth a little, that's why you die." Shirou, who also looked at Kiba and heard Kokobe-eel's words, immediately realized what Kokobe-eel's meant. He laughed a little in his heart. What if Kokobe-eel found out that he who was the father of Kokobe-eel had not died at all? Chapter 49, Shirou vs. Kokobe-eel. Kokobe-eel floated back into the air, his face grinning widely and Kokobe-eel mouth open, revealing his terrifying sharp teeth. He looked at the two Cerberus that he summoned. Kokobe-eel already knew that the two Cerberus he summoned would be defeated. So he didn't feel surprised or shocked when he saw his two pet has died. Because the role of the two Cerberus is only to make Ryaz, Akano, Luvia and Rin busy, so they will not disturb the fight between him against Shirou and Arteria. He felt happy when he found out his two pets had succeeded making Ryaz have a serious injury. Kokobe-eel then looked at Asia, who was treating Ryaz, and Konko, who was guarding Ryaz and Asia. Even if Ryaz was healed by Asia, it won't have any effect on the plan he made to start a new war. Because after he defeated Shirou and Arteria, who was the biggest obstacle to his plan, he could easily beat Ryaz, Sona and the others, because they were all just ants in front of Kokobe-eel eyes. 20 Siegfried is still not serious in fight against Kiba, Zenovia and Griselda. He didn't even move from the place where he was standing because he could handle Kiba, Zenovia and Griselda at the same time. Kiba felt that even though his holy demonic sword was indeed strong, he still couldn't use it properly. That's why Kiba decided to deactivate his balance breaker and use the strongest sword he could made using Sword Birth, the Speed Booster, a speed multiplying sword that could increase his speed 4 times of his maximum speed. Zenovia knows, the wild aura that coming out of Durandal is not easy to tame or control. That's why right now she can't use Durandal full power. Right now all Zenovia can do is swing Durandal randomly towards Siegfried, hoping that one of the slashes she swung might hit Siegfried. Because using a complicated and precise sword techniques isn't something Zenovia can do. Griselda used her standard light sword plus black key to fight Siegfried. But it all proved useless, because Siegfried was able to destroy all the black keys that were directed at him. Her body was thrown several meters from Siegfried, when her light sword collided with Siegfried's light sword. Right now Griselda mind can't think straightly, all she had in her mind was a good way to defeating Siegfried. She even forgot about her mission from Vatican to take the Excalibur back. Because at this time Griselda decided to detonate her magical core and then bring Siegfried death along with her. 20 From now on I will get serious in our fight and stop playing around, said Kokobe-eel. So you too. Please stop holding back and fight me seriously. It's a shame Arteria can't fight seriously because she only came back to life for a short time, so she hasn't gotten used to her new body yet and her strength hasn't returned to its peak state, so right now she is already in a tired state, said Shirou. So the only one who will fight seriously with you is me. After knowing Arteria couldn't fight seriously, Kokobe-eel looked disappointed. But he thought at least Shirou as the user of the Gate of Babylon can made him have some fun. It's a shame I can't fight seriously with you, Arteria, but because I respect you, I won't kill you. Emiya, Shirou, take her to a safe place to rest, I don't want her to interfere our fight. Kokobe-eel said. I'm sorry Shirou, I'm so useless, said Arteria with a sad tone. Don't feel sad Arteria, said Shirou. You're just only came back to life, so it's only natural that right now your stamina in your new body is not the same like you have before. Shirou carried Arteria's body and took her to wherein Ryaz, Akano, and Luvia were being treated. You can still respect someone even though you are a fallen angel, that's a new thing to me. The other fallen angels that I met were all too arrogant and prideful, said Shirou. Don't equate me with the lowly fallen angels who think themselves higher than any other creature, said Kokobe-eel. I still have dignity and honor, because I know arrogancy will only bring disaster in a battle. It looked like he became a fallen angel because of his fighting madness, even though he is not an arrogant fallen angel. Then let's start the fight. Trace on. Shirou traced Kanzuanbukia as usual and opened a large number of divine gates. Kokobe-eel smiled, finally he and Shirou would fight seriously. What kind of fun that he will get in this fight? With pleasure. Kokobi Eel gathered a lot of magical energy outside of his body and formed it into a large number of the light spears to match Shiryu attacks that use the Gate of Babylon. 20. The level C noble phantasm that Shiryu fired at Kokobi Eel was held back by Kokobi Eel using the bunch of light spears that he had created earlier. And then Shiryu and Kokobi Eel were fighting at close range. Shiryu attacks Kokobi Eel using Kanzu and Bakuya, while Kokobi Eel uses a spear of light which he reduced in size to match Shiryu's falchion. The two of them collided and fought evenly, and because the fight was quite intense, Shiryu couldn't open the Divine Gate in that battle. Because opening Divine Gate requires high concentration. And in the intense battle against Kokobi Eel, concentrating on doing two things at once is tough. Trace on. Spirit and technique, flawless and firm. Shiryu started the aria to use the special technique of Kanzu and Bakuya. Shiryu throws the Kanzu and Bakuya in his hand to Kokobi Eel and traces a new Kanzu and Bakuya. Kokobi Eel easily dodged Kanzu and Bakuya that flew at him and countered Shiryu's attack by throwing a light spears to Shiryu. Shiryu cleaved the light spear of light using Kanzu, then he chanted his aria again. Our strength rips the mountain. Our swords split the water. Shiryu once again threw Kanzu and Bakuya into the air and tracing a new Kanzu and Bakuya while darting towards Kokobi Eel and attacking him directly from the front. Shiryu's attacks were faster than before, making Kokobi Eel barely able to defend Shiryu's attack. In a very short time, Kokobi Eel still had a time to move his body backwards a little bit to avoid Shiryu's slash. But when he retreated backwards, suddenly Kanzu and Bakuya that Shiryu had thrown earlier suddenly changed their orbit and stuck right into Kokobi Eel's shoulder. Ark! Kokobi Eel screamed in pain. He didn't understand why the two swords that Shiryu had thrown to the other direction could change its orbit and stuck deep into his shoulder. After saw Kokobi Eel had an opening because he in pain. Shiryu then said the next aria. Our name reaches the Imperial Villa. Trace overage. Shiryu injected magical energy into Kanzu and Bakuya, making Kanzu and Bakuya longer and heavier, and changing their shape resemble a pair of wings. By taking advantage of Kokobi Eel's condition, who was still off guard because of his wounds, Shiryu made a cross slash with the aim to killing Kokobi Eel. At the same time Kokobi Eel, that snapped out of his pain. Seeing Shiryu attacking him and realized how dangerous Shiryu's attack was, he moved quickly and managed to avoid Shiryu's attack even though not completely because Shiryu's attack was ripped off his body and left the X mark in wound in Kokobi Eel body. The two of us can't hold the sky together. Shiryu uttered his final aria and began the final attack using Kanzu and Bakuya. Crane wings 3 realms. 3 pairs of Kanzu and Bakuya who had been traced by Shiryu floated and circled around Kokobi Eel. The 3 pairs of falchions then began to fly towards Kokobi Eel's body at high speed. Kokobi Eel, who was still seriously injured, of course couldn't avoid the attack. And the 3 pairs of falchions stuck right in the vital part of Kokobi Eel's body making the wounds on his body worse. Ark! Kokobi Eel shouted once more, he feel a pain something that he didn't feel for such a long time. Kokobi Eel can feel his adrenaline pumped, his stood once more. He didn't care about his pain or wound, what he care about is the enjoyment that he will feel throughout the battle. Ahahahaha, it has been a long time since I has been wounded like this. Thank you Amiya Shiryu. For making me feel alive again. Using his jet black wing to float it he darted towards Shiryu with unbelievable speed. He shooted his light spear towards Shiryu rapidly, making Shiryu in a defense situation. Shiryu used the Divine Gate to transfer Kokobi Eel attack right back to himself. At first Shiryu want to use Ro AI as to defend Kokobi Eel light spear attack. But if he using Ro AI as that was only wasting his magical energy. A lot of Divine Gate appear encircling Kokobi Eel from inside the Divine Gate. Kokobi Eel light spear appear and shot toward Kokobi Eel. Kokobi Eel who didn't expect Shiryu can reverse his attack using Gate of Babylon, feel really surprised. He didn't know that the Gate of Babylon can be used like that. Feeling a little fear, he wrap up his whole body with enormous amount of magical energy. To protect himself from his own attack. Kokobi Eel defense technique is working, his own attack can't hurt him. But when he feels safe, suddenly Shiryu already appear in front of him and kicking him right in the chest. The magical energy that wrap his body protecting him from Shiryu kick, but the after effect of the kick is still had impact on his body. He throw out a lot of blood from his mouth and almost all his ribcage has broken. You are stronger than I expect Amiya Shiryu, Kokobi Eel smiling, Shiryu power really beyond expectation, Shiryu physical strength even beyond his own? That really making him feel spirited in their fighting. But did you think you can defeat me with only a little kick like that? Come on. Fight more seriously. Make me enjoy our battle. Shiryu already made Kokobi Eel body bleeding and bumpy everywhere. But his endurance is really strong, Shiryu used 100% of his physical strength in the kick plus reinforcement. But Kokobi Eel still can stand up even after have inner bleeding because of Shiryu kick. Shiryu feel very piss off right now, Kokobi Eel endurance on the level of Heracles that he fought in the past. The fallen angel is really a tough enemy. To defeat him without using upper-class noble phantasm, Shiryu need to use ultimate reinforcement that he never had a chance to use before. Shiryu activated his new skill but only up to 10% power. Zelrech said to him before if he used the power more than that, his body will collapse. Because his body isn't strong enough, to compensate that Shiryu decided to use boosted gear that he copied from Sai. Boosted gear. Partner, finally you will use me in the fight, huh? Yeah Drake, the enemy endurance is quite tough. I have a lot of ways to kill him, but I didn't want to show all my cards yet, Shiryu said. Yeah. You are insanely strong human even if you don't use all the skill you haven't copied, Drake said. But why choose to use me in this fight? Because there's someone who watching our fight, and I can feel a draconic aura at the same level of you. From someone who watching us, Shiryu said. That must be Albion, my old enemies, and his partner, Drake said. He must be trying to find me in this dimension. Well, Sai already going home with his girlfriend so he will not face the holder of your enemies, Shiryu said. But me, the user of fake boosted gear. The boosted gear you made are far from fake, partner, Drake said. It's the same level of the real boosted gear, and you as its user are the strongest user of all. Drake is right, Archer, with your strong body and special skill. You even can use boosted gear final form, Juggernaut Drive. Zelrech said. But I didn't want to use it yet, Shiryu said. I want a full mastery of boosted gear first form and then the balance breaker, Juggernaut Drive will be the last. I don't want to die because of the backlash using Juggernaut Drive. You have a boosted gear. Kokobi Eel said. Aren't you a user of Gate of Babylon? How did you have a boosted gear too? Don't tell me you using the Gate of Babylon to copying the original. Well, you can say it like that, Shiryu said. This is interesting. Very interesting. Kokobi Eel said. Entertain me. Emiya Shiryu. Kokobi Eel making a lot of light spear appear from behind Kokobi Eel body once again. Shiryu, using boosted gear 10 times. Because that was his limit for now when using the boosted gear, but that was enough for Shiryu right now. Because doubling his power 10 times plus ultimate reinforcement enough for him to make his physical body have a power at the level of Mao. Shiryu slashing all the light spear that aiming at him, and then he tried to punch Kokobi Eel faces with his superior speed and power. But Kokobi Eel who already ready to faces Shiryu attack trying to defense Shiryu punch with his hand, but what Kokobi Eel didn't expect is the power behind Shiryu punch is really big. Making the bones in his hand turn into a powder with only a punch. Shiryu didn't try to slashing Kokobi Eel because he didn't want to kill Kokobi Eel yet, and his punch before didn't focus on the destruction outside Kokobi Eel body but the inside of it. That's why Kokobi Eel the bones inside Kokobi Eel hand turn into a powder. In the next clash, Shiryu making Kokobi Eel body into a punching bag, making all the bones in his body turn into a powder or cracking. After that Kokobi Eel collapsed right away, due to the severe injuries and bleeding he experienced. Gosh, said Shiryu as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Mission accomplished. What Shiryu didn't notice was that Kokobi Eel's right finger was still moving, and he only fainted for a moment. He slowly healed his body using the healing magic he knew. And right now Kokobi Eel is gathering his strength to do a final attack. Griselda was lying on the ground shaking while holding the wound on her stomach. She failed to detonate her magical core because Siegfried managed to injure her body first, causing the magic energy she concentrated in her magical core to scatter. Zenobia condition are not much different from Griselda. Her Durandal was lying on the ground and Zenobia right arm was bleeding badly and both of her legs were broken by Siegfried making her unable to stand up. Kiba's condition is much better and his injury is not as bad as Zenobia and Griselda injury thanks to the speed booster he used to increase his speed beyond Siegfried's speed. He even managed to injure Siegfried. But because using speed booster is draining his stamina and took a toll in his body. Right now Kiba looks very tired and almost fainted. I never thought that I could be hurt this badly, said Siegfried while clutching his chest which was injured by Kiba's slash. Your sword skill is pretty good Kiba Yudo. Hosh, but I still can't beat you Siegfried, said Kiba. My strength is also running low. I still have a lot of strength, said Siegfried. But my bleeding has prevented me from fighting any longer. How about we end this fight with one last blow? That's a good suggestion, said Kiba. If it's just one hit I can still do it. Very nice. Siegfried said. Let's begin. Siegfried deactivates his balance breaker and only wields one sword which is Gram. If he using his balance breaker, in the last blow it will only hinder his movement. Meanwhile Kiba deactivated his speed booster and activated his holy demonic sword after seeing Siegfried's Gram. The two of them sped up from their respective stands place and prepared to use the best attack they could. When the two of them clashed their sword, Kiba who was already exhausted finally couldn't endure Siegfried's attack. He was pushed back and then received a slash from Siegfried. Kiba fell to the ground covered in blood, and Siegfried was still standing while supporting his body using Gram. "You are a strong opponent, Kiba Yodo," said Siegfried. "Practice more so you can become stronger." Siegfried really regrets by playing too much in his fight against Kiba, and now he decides to leave because his body already at limit. He felt quite satisfied with his battle with Kiba even though his mission to get the Excalibur failed. Siegfried then took out a teleport stone which he usually used to escape from a critical condition. He broke the teleport stone and then disappeared from Kusagakure. Chapter 50, Truth Shiryu. You defeated him. Saber's stamina already recovered a little, because of that she ran towards Shiryu and immediately hugged him. She watched the battle between Kokobi and Shiryu from afar while she tried to recover her stamina. Saber is amazed by Shiryu's strength that clearly surpasses her. In the first time she met Shiryu she was the one who protected him. Even though Shiryu forced himself to fight against servants to protect her, but this time it was different. She and Shiryu could fight together because currently Shiryu have the ability to protect himself. "So Saber, you hugged me too hard," said Shiryu. "My bones is cracking." Saber's face flushed, she was too happy with Shiryu's victory making her hugging Shiryu too hard. I'm sorry Shiryu," said Saber. "I feel so happy with your success in defeating Kokobi, making me hugging you too hard." "Sigh, that's fine," said Shiryu. "I saw your fight with Kokobi, Shiryu," said Saber. "Your fight with him was incredible." "Well, he's the most formidable enemy I've encountered so far, his endurance is really terrifying," said Shiryu. "I already attacked him with an attack that was clearly going to kill a high-class devil, but his body was only slightly injured and he didn't look like in pain at all." "I know that, because I saw it by myself," said Saber. "You have a trouble fighting him, because of his extraordinary endurance." "To tell you the truth, I have many ways to beat Kokobi, said Shiryu. "But there is no way I will show all the ability that I have only to beat him. That's why I only shoot a Class C Noble Phantasm against him using Gate of Babylon. The only Noble Phantasm Class A I use when fighting him is the boosted gear." "You refrain from being serious because someone is watching your fight not far from here. I can feel someone is watching us right now," Saber said. "Well, that's one of the reason I can't fire a high-level Noble Phantasm," said Shiryu. "Because the enemy who is watching us is quite dangerous." "How dangerous?" asked Saber. "If he's serious he might be on par with a level A enemy," said Shiryu. "That means he is above Kokobi who is a level B enemy," said Saber. "On par with me when my strength was at the peak, a very dangerous enemy indeed." "Yup, let's talk about it first, Saber. We better meet Rin, Luvia, Ryaz and Akano," said Shiryu. "I want to know about their situation right now." "If I'm not mistaken, Asia, Sona and Shinra already treated their wounds," said Saber. "But if you are worried about them then let's go." "Okay," said Shiryu. Saber felt a little jealous when she saw Shiryu feeling anxious about the other girl, but this time she can only elated and accepted it. Because the other 4 girls have fought so well, but one thing for sure is that she won't let Shiryu have a romance mood with Rin or with the other girl, because for her, she is Shiryu's main wife. Because of that her hand immediately flanked Shiryu's arm when they went to get close to Rin and the others. She didn't want Shiryu to be approached by other girls. Shiryu knew what was on Saber's mind after he saw Saber's face expression could only sighing. It really hard to be a popular guy that liked by a lot of girls. The 2 of them then walked towards Rin, Ryaz, Akano and Luvia who were lying down on the ground, because the 4 of them has lost a lot of stamina and power after defeating the 2 Cerberus. Their wounds had already been treated by Asia, Sona and Shinra, making their body at least in a good condition. Shiryu felt relieved, at least there were no casualties in this fight. "Ah, Shiryu-san," said Asia. "Are you already defeating Kokobi?" Asia feel so envious because Archeria was walking with Shiryu while holding Shiryu's arm. But she know this isn't a right time to be jealous so Asia immediately let go of her jealousy. "Well, Kokobi is indeed a very tough opponent," said Shiryu. "But I managed to beat him." "Thank goodness," said Asia. "I was afraid you will have a trouble in defeating one of the leaders of the fallen angel." "Shiryu is having a hard time fighting him, Asia," said Archeria. "Kokobi has a great body endurance, he can withstand my and Shiryu attack. Plus his attack also injured me and Shiryu when we both fought him. He really are a tough fallen angel who have a lot of experience in fighting." "Ah, you both got hurt," said Asia. "Can I see where your wounds are?" "I will heal it." "No need to bother, my body will heal by itself and tomorrow morning the injury will disappear. With Avalon in his body any injuries Shiryu that he have would be healed faster than normal. Tough he can heal it in a blink of eyes when he uses Phoenix power. He didn't use it because he didn't want to make Asia and the others suspicious to him." "Same with me, the wounds I have are just a little bruise," said Archeria. "Tomorrow morning the bruise will be gone." Asia didn't feel sure that their wounds would heal tomorrow, but she know, It would be useless if she had an argument with Shiru and Archeria. So Asia could only let it go. Sona and Shinra, who also helping Asia heal the four girls, smiled happily. They feel so relieved. Because Shiru has wins against Kokobe Eel. Emiya-san, it looked like you already defeating Kokobe Eel, huh? Said Sona. Yes, I managed to win against him, said Shiru. It was not an easy fight and I really feel piss off a lot because of his endurance, but in the end I can defeat him. Emiya-san, did you kill Kokobe Eel? Shinra asked. No, I didn't kill him, replied Shiru. I only made him pass out. If I killed Kokobe Eel, I'm afraid it would make the relationship between the devil race and the fallen angel more worse. That was a right decision, Emiya-kun. Ryaz, who had been silent all this time because she was exhausted, finally started to talk again, even though she couldn't stand up at all and her body can only sit on the ground. You deserve to be a member of my peerage. Ryaz knew Shiru was only a temporary member of her peerage, because if Shiru releases the spirit frequency ring from his finger, the bond between them will break. Because of that, Ryaz tries so hard to become Shiru's true partner in life. In other words, Ryaz was trying to become Shiru's wife. There is no way she will throw away a good and gentleman boy like Emiya Shiru. You don't need to emphasize that he is a member of your peerage, Ryaz-senpai, said Rin, who was also awake. If Emiya-kun wants, he can stop being a member of your peerage at any time. What do you mean, Tasaka-san? Ryaz asked, pretending not to know about the spirit frequency ring. I don't understand. Stop pretending you didn't know, Ryaz-senpai, Rin replied. I know you understand what I mean. Ha, they're fighting again, Shiru face-palming himself. He really tired seeing Rin and Ryaz fighting. Just leave them both, Shiru. More importantly, what will we do with Kokobe Eel? Asked Archeria. I think we can contact the fallen angel side to secure Kokobe Eel, replied Shiru. So Nakeku, can you make contact with the fallen angels? I can do it, said Suna. Because the thing you said earlier was what I was just trying to do. Meanwhile, Akeno and Luvia can only cursing in their heart because when they try to wake up and sit, their body is really stiff like a stone statue. It turned out Ryaz and Rin give both Luvia and Akeno a hex that make their body paralyze. Rin hexing Luvia to make Luvia can get close to Shiru, Ryaz hexing Akeno so Akeno can't teasing Shiru. At the same time that Ryaz and Rin had regained consciousness, Zenovia and Griselda had also awakened and were currently sitting on the ground. The two of them were still trying to gather the strength to stand up. Zenovia looked at Kiba, who was badly injured, and fainted. She sighed. Even Kiba, who had become stronger because of his balance breaker, couldn't beat Siegfried. Siegfried is too strong for her right now. She has to train even harder so that one day she can beat Siegfried when the two of them meet again. Griselda didn't take too much damage. It seemed Siegfried wasn't serious when attacking her. Right now she really had run out of magical energy, and Dina, even sitting in the ground, is very difficult for her. Even though she knew that the battle was already over when she heard the conversation between Shiru and Asia, there was still one problem that made her feel trouble. What she would tell to her superior about the Excalibur that being taken back by the original holder. XY, is Kokobe Eel still able to move? Shiru shouted. Even though I've crushed all the bones in his body. When Suna was about to contact the fallen angel through a special route, Kokobe Eel's body suddenly floated in the air. His body still looked battered and covered in wounds, but not as badly as before. The healing magic that Kokobe Eel used on himself managed to heal his severe wounds, even if it only minimal, but at least he could move and muster up a strength and power to carry out the final attack. Kokobe Eel, why you still can move? Shouted Archeria. I saw it myself when Shiru beat you. Hey, even though I was defeated by Emiya Shiru, my consciousness didn't go away, said Kokobe Eel. That's why I use healing magic secretly and heal my body until at least I can move a little. I won't die or pass out until my goal is achieved. Shiru, Archeria, Asia, Sona, Shinra, Ryaz, Rin, Griselda and Zenovia are horrified by Kokobe Eel's endurance and unyielding nature. He really is like a cockroach that really hard to die. Kokobe Eel, what can you do with your body like that? Asked Griselda. Just hovering in the air like that must have caused you pain. I will make a final attack that will destroy all of you and the city, replied Kokobe Eel. I will die, but at least I will take all of you to die with me. And the deaths of all of you will ignite a new war. Why are you so fierce wanting to start a new war? Shiru said. Is the war between devil, angel and fallen angel is really that important to you? When my father died sacrificing himself in the war between the three races, I felt like my life was over. Kokobe Eel said. Even though I became a fallen angel due to my craziness in fighting, but I have never forget the love and kindness that my father gave me. Father's death made my life meaningless, and I felt a deep grudge against the three races that started the war. Because of that stupid dwarf, father has to die. I can't take it. Why did he must sacrifice himself to stop that useless war? Most of his creation does not accept his existence. And Michael in heaven even dared to imitate fathers. And Azazel didn't even remember our father and chose to drown in his perverted and useless research. I can't stand all of that. The new war that I ignites will annihilate the three races. That annihilation will make my revenge completed. While gathering enormous amount of magical energy in his swayed left arm, Kokobi Eel said something that taboo. And Kokobi Eel's words naturally took Griselda, Zenobia and Asia into shock. God was dead. That's impossible. Zenobia said while trembling. God doesn't exist. God is dead? Then the love we were given by him is. Asia felt really shocked with a tear running down her cheek. She couldn't accept what Kokobi Eel had just said. That's a lies. God was eternal. Griselda trembling too, but she chose to defend her faith, because she believes that God cannot possibly die. So that's the reason Kiba-kun has a weird balance breaker that combines holy and demonic, Suna said. Believe all what you want, I only tell you the truth. Kokobi Eel already finished gathering magic energy in his left hand then, which he formed into a giant spear of light. Not even you Amiya Shiru can stop my ultimate attack. Now die all of you. Shiru not saying anything when he saw Kokobi Eel attack. He jumped into the air then opened a gigantic-sized divine gate that swallowed the giant light spear made by Kokobi Eel. Kokobi Eel didn't have time to react when he saw his spear of light being swallowed up by Shiru's divine gate. Shiru then punches Kokobi Eel in the face using the boosted gear, which immediately makes Kokobi Eel fall to the ground. Kokobi Eel was still conscious but he couldn't move anymore. The attack he had done earlier used up all of his strength. Shiru landed on the ground again and walked towards Kokobi Eel. He saw the helpless Kokobi Eel, and then said something to Kokobi Eel. You know Kokobi Eel, even though you have become a fallen angel but you still really love your father. I admire that character of yours, but you intend to start another war because you feel the three races are wasting your father's sacrifice. I guess your actions like a child who angry and sad because of losing toys. What do you know about my sadness, Amiya Shiru? Shouted Kokobi Eel. I know what kind of sadness you have, Kokobi Eel, said Shiru. Because I already experience a same thing, but do you think your father would be happy with what you are doing right now? Kokobi Eel can't reply to Shiru's words, because he knew deep in his heart that his father would feel sad about what he was doing now. You don't need to feel resentful or sad, Kokobi Eel, because your father are not dead, said Shiru. He is the one who created this world. If your father dies then the world will also perish because the world needs God to exist. But if the world is destroyed God will still exist because God is the creator of the world. He only needs to create a new world if the old world is destroyed. He is the Alpha and Omega. Do you think God will die by just sacrificing himself? There's nothing in the world that can kill him. Since there is no being in this world equal to him. He can even annihilate Great Red Orifice if he wants because he is omnipotent. God cannot dead. Everything Shiru said made perfect sense. Kokobi Eel felt ashamed he didn't think of such a simple thing. Feeling that he no longer needed to start a new war, Kokobi Eel's heart felt relieved. He doesn't know why his father doesn't come back to this world anymore, but he doesn't care. What is important for Kokobi Eel is that he knows that his father is still alive. Chapter 51, Volume 3 Epilogue. Kokobi Eel wounds had not completely healed, but he forced himself to fly through the air while gathering enormous amount of magical energy, making him finally unconscious. Because he used his body beyond its limit, although Kokobi Eel endurance was extraordinary, it still had limits. Shiru stood not far from where Kokobi Eel collapsed. His breath is hard and he feel really tired. Kokobi Eel is the first enemy that can give Shiru a hard fight, since he was reborn in a new world. Even though Shiru have X-class magical energy, his body was not that strong. Right now in terms of physical strength, his strength was only at B level, the strength he got after training hard for the past month. By using ultimate reinforcement and boosted gear, Shiru can temporarily increase his physical strength to level A, at the price of excruciating pain all over his body. Asia, Konko, Ryaz, Zenobia, Griselda, Sona, and Tsubaki felt shocked caused by the information provided by Kokobi Eel. But they all felt even more shocked by Shiru's words about God not dead. Arteria and Rin didn't seem surprised at all. Because both of them already know about that info, when Shiru told them about his true identity as former counter-guardian Amiya who was reborn in the new world. Asia, who feel curious about Shiru's words, immediately approached him to ask the truth about his words. Shiru-san, are what you said to Kokobi Eel is true? Asia asked. Yeah, I will not lying about a big thing like that. God is not dead, Shiru replied. Asia feel relieved after heard Shiru's answer. Shiru is one of the people she can trust, so there is no way Shiru would lie to her. Likewise with Griselda and Zenobia, they both felt relieved hearing Shiru's words. The sadness they had when they heard Kokobi Eel word, are now gone. Sona still have a doubt about Shiru's words, But after she thought about it more clearly, everything that Shiru said made sense. Moreover, Shiru's Gate of Babylon is a clear proof of that gods is still alive. Gate of Babylon is the Longinus Zero prototype of all sacred gears, the ultimate sacred gear that is not included in the sacred gear system. How Shiru can get a Longinus class sacred gear that doesn't exist in the system? There is only one answer. God himself that gave it to Shiru. Because only God knows where the Longinus Zero is, and only he that can give it to Shiru. Ryaz had doubt about Shiru's words same as Sona, but in the end she chose to trust Shiru. Shiru does keep a lot of secrets that Ryaz doesn't know, but Shiru never lied to her about a serious thing. But Ryaz feel confused, how to tell the truth about God to her brother. Because she doesn't know if her brother will believe it or not. 20 All we need to do now is contact the fallen angel side, said Shiru. To carry Kokobi Eel's unconscious body. Well, it would be very troublesome if no one took care of him, said Rin. I will contact them now, said Sona. It will be a problem if Kokobi Eel stays in Kusagakure too long. Sigh, the fallen angel side really irresponsible they letting one of their leaders wander around in Kua, said Ryaz. If we couldn't stop Kokobi Eel, the entire population of Kua City would be dead. Luckily Shiru-san managed to beat Kokobi Eel, said Asia. So Kua City is survived from Kokobi Eel's rampage. Even though Kokobi Eel uses his strongest magic, this city will still be safe, you know, said Rin. Because my family as the second owner of Kua has installed a bounded field that will be active to protect Kua City if someone tries to destroy this city. Let's just say that bounded field is a kind of protection system created by my family to protect the residents of the city. Amazing, your family is really great by making a system like that, said Asia. Why, I wasn't told the Tasaka clan had a system like that, said Ryaz, who felt offended because she didn't know about the bounded field that was created to protect Kua City. We don't have to tell a devil race like you, Greenmurray, said Rin. You and Saitari can live in this city because of my clan permission. Don't forget that Kua City is under the control of the Tasaka clan and the clock tower. Ryaz knew about her status in Kua, so she didn't dare reply to Rin's words. Tasaka is right, Ryaz, we can stay in Kua town, because of their permission, said Sona. So shut up and let me contact the fallen angels without interruption. You don't need to summon fallen angels. From above there was an unfamiliar voice, like someone was speaking. And when Shiru and the others looked up, above the night sky, there was a person wearing silver-white armor. Behind the armor were white wings which seemed to be made of light except for the frame. From that person's appearance, Shiru could immediately tell that the man in white armor was a divine dividing user who had been watching his battle with Kokobi Eel from the afar. Since I was ordered here by Azazel to bring Kokobi Eel back to the Grigori, I was going to take him by force if he defeated you all, and he didn't want to come back with me, but since you guys defeated Kokobi Eel, I don't have to bother defeating him. You said you were ordered by Azazel to bring Kokobi Eel to the Grigori, and you also seem to be a sacred gear user, said Sona. That means you're affiliated with the Grigori? You can say that. Then can you tell us what your name is? Asked Sona. My name is Vali, replied Vali. Divine dividing user. Vali walked to Kokobi Eel, who was on the ground, and carried him with his arm. He then tried to fly up while spreading his wings after retrieving Kokobi Eel. Ryaz and Sona immediately knew that Vali was Sai's natural enemy as a user of the boosted gear. But fate has changed because there is one more boosted gear user, Emiya Shiru, who uses the fake boosted gear which contains the spirit of the real Welsh dragon. It was supposed to be Sai who met Vali that night, but Shiru's existence changed everything. Because Shiru, who was still activating his boosted gear, met Vali. Are you ignoring me, huh, Albion? A voice came from Shiru boosted gear. His gauntlet was glowing. So you were awake, huh, Drake? Vali armor jewel was also glowing white. The dragon spirit inside the sacred gear has talking to Drake. We finally met, but the situation is not quite right. That's okay, in the end we will end up fighting again one day. That was our destiny, that's for the future. Right now my partner have another business. Let's meet again, later Drake, okay. See you then, Albion. The conversation between the two dragon is over, and the Vali, the host of Albion, talked to Shiru. Your strength is really great, my rival. I hope you will give me a good fight one day. Vali turned into a white light and flew up. Well, the Kokobi Eel problem is over, now, Shiru said. Kokobi Eel's problem is already resolved, said Sona. But no for me and Ryaz, sigh. Sona has reported Kokobi Eel's attack to my brother and her sister, said Ryaz. They both said that Grigori and Heaven had been informed about Kokobi Eel's attack. My brother and Sona's sister plan to break the tension between the three sides. So there will be a meeting that held in this school 1 month from now. Sigh, a lot of paperwork is waiting for me and Sona. That means Sakura and I also have to participate in the meeting as second owner of Kua, said Rin. What a pain. We'll discuss the meeting later, said Shiru. I'm tired, it's better for us to go home now and take a rest. Shiru walked out of Kusagakure followed by Asia, who lived together with Shiru, Rin, who lived in a luxurious mansion in front of Emiya's residence with Luvia, and Ryaz, who lived in a 5-story mansion right next to Emiya's residence. Konko brought Kiba home with her because they live in the same apartment complex. Griselda and Zenobia returned to the Hayato residence because they worries about Irina's condition. While Suna and the student council members stay at the school to deal with the damage caused by the fighting. The battle in Kusagakure is over, a new battle is about to begin. Damn Ryaz. She forgot to release her hex on me. Akano said. Tasaka Rin, how dare she leave me here? Luvia said. If I can move, I'll kill her. Rin and Ryaz forget about Akano and Luvia, who they made unable to move previously using magic. And in the end, Luvia and Akano were able to move again after being helped by Suna and Shinra. Finally, about the revenge of Luvia and Anio to Ryaz and Rin, that will be a story for another time. 7 years before the story start. Geez, look at this, Sella said. You suddenly said you want to cook, but look at this, if you're the one who do it, the result is only failure and the food will get wasted. Shiru tried to cook a nikujaga for his little sister Ilia, but he failed. And all of his hard work is useless. Shiru didn't have a word to say. Sella was right, his cooking skill is bad, so the result of his cooking cannot be eaten. Get this straight, alright? Sella said while cleaning the cooking ware that Shiru used before. I'm in charge of cooking, that was my job as the maid of this house, so don't try to cook anymore, okay? Shiru nodded his head. He didn't want to argue with Sella because the mistake he just made. Shiru, you didn't understand the recipe of the food that you want to make, Sella said. So next time if you want to cook, learn the recipe first please. 20 Well, that was a weird nostalgic dream, Shiru said, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Shiru had just had a dream based on a past memory that he didn't remember. But as soon as he woke up, new memories suddenly appeared in his head. Finally Shiru realized that the dream he had was a memory of him from this new dimension. The original owner of the body he is currently using, who already died. When Shiru has just reborn in the new body, he only chooses the important memories from the new body to knows what basic things he needs to live in a new world without any problems. And the memory he just had to receive is not in the important memory he previously chooses. Why I must dream about old memories like that? Shiru said. That's really weird. Hey Archer, you dreaming about your other self that failed to made a nikujaga, didn't you? Says Elrech. Yeah, and that's feels so odd, Shiru said. Are that because of Rin, Luvia and Sakura challenged you to make the best bento in the school? Zelrech said. That makes sense, considering I feel confused about what I want to make, Shiru said. I think making a nikujaga is a pretty good idea. Shiru got up from his bed and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 5 a.m. in the morning. Shiru felt he woke up at the right time, because he had enough time to make nikujaga. He then go to the bathroom, to wash his face and brush his tooth. But there is something that will change Shiru's life forever when he saw the change that happened to him in the mirror. After Shiru brush his tooth, wash his face and wipe his face using a towel in front of the mirror. Shiru felt so shocked after seeing what happened to his eyes. His eyes' color has changed from red copper to a blue sky. His height has grown from 175 cm to 180 cm, and the lower part of his hair has changed from red to dark brown. There is a lot of change has happened to his body. That doesn't make sense for him. Something weird was happened to my body, Shiru said. And I really want to know the reason. I think I know the reason, Zelrech said. Archer, how old do you think your new body is? I'm 17 years old, Shiru said. What does my current age have to do with the changes that have occurred in my body? When I see the change in your body, I suddenly realized that the body that you used right now is from a descendant of high human that reside in the higher dimension that called the fourth dimension, or in a traditional way the Chinese people called the fourth of fifth dimension as the immortal world, Zelrech said. When they are born their bodies are the same as normal humans, but once high humans reach 17 years of age their bodies will undergo a big change. As you are experiencing now. Wow, that's a lot of information that I never heard before, Shiru said. So what is so special about the high human? They are the highest evolution of the human race that have a lot of ability that are so convenient and overpowered that basically a cheat ability, Zelrech said. Cheat ability, can you give an example of what cheat ability this body has? Shiru asked. I don't know much about the abilities of high humans, because it is very difficult to access the fourth dimension even when I use the kaleidoscope, Zelrech said. But one of the abilities I know, the eyes you have right now have the ability to give a very real illusion for 1 minute to anyone by looking directly into their eyes, 3 times in 24 hours. Well, that's quite overpowered, said Shiru. But why can it only be used 3 times a day? The illusion you create can change reality, so it can only be used 3 times a day, Zelrech said. Reality warping eyes, huh, Shiru said. That's nice. I don't know why you who came from this dimension can become a descendant of a high human, but I suppose that would be in great luck for you, Archer, said Zelrech. Well, I will learn the advantages of this new body later, said Shiru. Right now I have to make a Nikijiga. Shiru then used ultimate projection to change his form back to its original state, so that his family and friends would not be surprised by the changes that had happened to him. Then go to the kitchen to start cooking. 20 meat and potato stew. Shiru, why you suddenly made a Nikijiga right now? Sella said. Sella, it's really hard to cook if you stare at me like that, Shiru said with a sweat drop in his cheek. In that case I suggest you stop brazenly taking away my work, Sella said, folding her arms across her chest. Well, it's only for this day, Shiru said. I have a reason to make my own lunch today. Yeah, Sella said. Quickly finish your cook so I can clean up the mess you made in the kitchen. Not long after that, Ilya, Kuro and Asia has wake up and come to the kitchen. Yawn. Ilya yawned wide and her eyes were still watering because she was still sleepy. Unai-chan, you made a breakfast? Kuro, who was in a much better condition than Ilya, was delighted, because he knew how delicious Shiru's cooking was. Yeah, it'll be ready in real soon, Shiru said. So have a seat and wait. Okay, Ilya said with a heavy eyes. What kind of breakfast that you made, Shiru-san? Asked Asia. A Nikijiga, a food that made from meat with potato stew, Shiru answered. Oh, Asia said with a blink in her eyes. That's one of the Japanese food that I never try. This is really a lucky day for me. Since Asia lived at the Emiya residence, Asia has become addicted to Japanese cuisine. So as soon as she heard that Shiru was going to make Nikijiga, Asia really couldn't wait to taste it. Ah, that's right, Unai-chan, Kuro said. We making a pound cake in home economics today. Since I'm making it for you, I will make it so delicious so you will really enjoy it. Oh? Sweet cooking training? Huh, Shiru said. I will wait the result of your cooking. I'm making one, too. Ilya said, didn't want to lose to Kuro. Mine's going to taste better than Kuro's. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Shiru said while smiling, he really sincere with all of his word. Shiru really want to know the result of Ilya and Kuro cooking. Ooh, so you want to have a contest with me? Kuro said. Even though cooking isn't your strong suit. That's the same for you too, isn't it? Ilya said. The same condition apply. You will regret saying that to me, Ilya. Kuro said. I accept your challenge. They are all so lively this morning, Iris said. Lively, Li said. Shiru, who saw the ridiculous bickering of his two younger siblings and the reactions from his mother and maid, feel a bliss. The daily life he experienced at the Emiya residence after he was reborn wasn't bad at all, and Shiru feel happy and thank to God about that, because of the second chance that God gave to him. Chapter 56, Interlude 3, Ilya cooking. Archeria had just finished taking a bath, after she had finished practicing her swordsmanship at the dojo. At first she didn't intend to take a shower, but because she feel very hungry after the training and want to have a breakfast in the kitchen. But after she smelled her terrible body odor, Archeria decided to take a shower. She would feel very embarrassed if Shiru smelled her bad body odor. After that she rushed to the kitchen to have a breakfast. In the kitchen, Archeria saw Ilya and her twin sister Chloe were fighting about who would make the best cake for Shiru. But Archeria didn't care about that. The most important thing for her was a delicious food to fill her hungry stomach. And it just so happened that today Shiru who made the breakfast. Shiru's cooking has always been her favorite. She likes the food made by Sella, the maid of the Emiya family. But still, for Archeria, the food Shiru made was the most delicious. Archeria quickly sat down in her chair in front of the dining table with sparkling eyes and her mouth is drooling, and then she shouted to Shiru, "Shiru, food." Shiru sighed when he saw Archeria already sitting in front of the dining table. If he the one who made the food, Archeria's was always the fastest to sit at the dining table. Shiru didn't want to make Archeria go berserk because the food was not prepared quickly. Shiru then served the Nikijiga he had made to Archeria. And quickly Archeria ate the Nikijiga he made with a gusto. And in just only 30 seconds, the Nikijiga in the bowl was gone. Again Archeria shouted, "Shiru! More!" Archeria handed over her empty bowl to Shiru to add to the Nikijiga she had just finished. For Archeria, one bowl was not enough to satisfy her. That's why she asked Shiru for more. Knowing Archeria's extraordinary appetite, Shiru had prepared a pot full of Nikijiga special for Archeria only. Shiru took the empty bowl from Archeria's hand and refilled it with warm rice and Nikijiga. Seeing Archeria's incredible eating speed, made Asia, who was sitting next to Archeria, gawk. Asia did not think that Archeria, who have a tiny body, could eat a large amount of food. Likewise with Ilya and Kuro, they were shocked at how much food Archeria had eaten. Sella, who already knew about Archeria's appetite, was silent and sighed just like Shiru. Although previously she was also shocked when Archeria finished all the food she made for dinner a few days earlier. Lee reacted flatly as usual and didn't really care about Arteria's appetite. Meanwhile, Iris Veal thought Arteria, who ate in large quantities, was very cute, to the point that Shiryu and Sella had to hold her body to make her not suddenly hugging Arteria, who was still eating. Once again, a peaceful breakfast filled with a bit of oddity passed at Emiya's residence. 20 Kusagakure, Elementary School Section. In the home economic lesson of Ilya and Kuro class. In her cooking group Ilya have, Totsuko the idiot, Suzuka the BL mangaka, and Nanaki the laziest girl in her class. A very bad combo for her to make a good cookies. But her twin sister Kuro, more lucky than her. In her group Kuro have Mu and Mimi who great at cook. This group division really isn't fair, Ilya said. Why you can have Mu and Mimi who really good at cooking in your group, while I only have a bunch weirdos in my group. Hey, we are not weirdos. Suzuka said. I'm not weirdos, I just lazy. Nanaki said. The only weirdos in our group is Totsuko. Ahahaha, you're right. I'm the weirdos. Totsuko said. The group division is fair I think, Kuro said. This division is not the result of a strict rock, paper and scissors games besides you have more people in your group. All of you head up. Taiga said. Okay, then each of team start cooking. CKK, Ilya feel really angry, because the member of her group cooking skill is ordinary, while the two member of Kuro group is have a great skill at cooking. We can't help it, even though there is a difference in cooking skill. We have no choice but to go for it. I don't know why it turned out like this, but we don't want to lose to Kuro, right? Suzuka said. You can count on us. Nanaki said. Does all of you have confidence in your own cooking? Ilya asked. No, my cooking skill in ordinary, Nanaki answered. And I'm only interested in eating. Don't feel proud about it. Ilya shouted. My cooking skill same as Nanaki, Suzuka said. But my art skill make the food look better. The food is not only about it look Suzuka. Ilya said. Quick, let's make the hamburger. Totsuko said. Totsuko we didn't make a hamburger. Ilya said. Totsuko really didn't understand what we must to make, Nanaki said. When it comes to make a sweet the quantity is the key, Suzuka said while drop the flour in the scales. Because almost everyone can make a sweet just by following the recipe. Well that's true, Ilya said. If we follow the recipe with passion, the sweet we made will taste good. There, just the right amount. And now we use the filter too. Suzuka then put the flour to the filter, and shake it off slowly. But she didn't have the passion to follow the procedure and then. This procedure is really abbreviated, right? You said it before the procedure has to be followed right. Ilya said. Next in the procedure is, we must to blend the butter. Ilya blend the flour with butter using a whisk and she put the sugar to the batter. Once the butter became creamy, throw in the sugar. When Ilya put the sugar to the batter, Totsuko the idiot mixed something else to the batter. And Ilya who saw that then shouted, Totsuko what did you just put in here? You idiot what are you doing? Suzuka and Nanaki punched Totsuko. They really didn't expect that Totsuko would mixing something to the batter. Hey idiot quickly tell us what did you just put into the batter? Suzuka said while shaking Totsuko body. New nutmeg, one of hamburger ingredients. Totsuko mouth is foaming, because Suzuka shaking her body too much. Crap, she still think we would made a hamburger, Nanaki said. Shit. Let's just wrap her, so she won't meddling again with the cooking. Suzuka then wrapped Totsuko body with a wrapping plastic and toss her to corner of the room. What will we going to do now Ilya? Nanaki asked. Yeah, nutmeg is spice that use in a meat dish, Suzuka said. With that inside the batter our dish will taste terrible. If we made the batter from the beginning there is no time, Ilya said. And all the ingredients already used. How poor of you Ilya. Kuro said in Luvia style. A nutmeg in pound cake? It seems you put a ridiculous taste in your cake, isn't that great? Don't mock me Kuro. Ilya said. What about yours? What about mine, you say, Kuro said. It's something like this maybe. Kuro showing her group work to Ilya and then. A wedding cake. Ilya, Nanaki, and Suzuka jaw is dropped. They didn't expect there is someone who made a wedding cake in home economics lesson. Kuro showed a wedding cake that made by Mu, and Mu made the wedding cake with a leftover ingredient from their group. This isn't finished, Mu said with a flat expression. The ingredient is not enough. Don't make something shocking like this in my lesson. Taiga said when she saw the wedding cake. Doing that is very selfish. By the way Mimi is the one who made the pound cake alone, Kuro said. She is very good at it. Thank you very much, Mimi said while holding the cake she made. You didn't do anything Kuro. Ilya said. You left everything to Mu and Mimi. Hey. I helped them a little. Kuro said. Which cake Anya-chan will like, We'll just have to wait and see. Ilya feel very angry at the moment, but she can do anything right now. Ilya, we just to make our cake more delicious than their cake, Suzuka said. Suzuka is right, let's made a delicious pound cake. Nanaki said. Yeah, you two is right. Ilya said with a fire in her eyes. Let's made the most delicious pound cake. But when they tried to made a delicious pound cake, once again Tatsuko the idiot put something to the pound cake batter in Ilya's hand. They feel surprised once again because what Tatsuko do? Tatsuko, what the hell did you put in here again? Ilya shouted. A frisk. Tatsuko said. To add mint flavor. Suzuka and Nanaki hit Tatsuko to the floor this time, and make sure to made her fainted once for all. Once again she made a tragedy for us, Suzuka said. Why we must be in one group with an idiot like Tatsuko? Nanaki said. In the end when the time is up, Ilya and her group can only a pound cake with a strange flavor. Meanwhile in high school section Shiru really a very bad feeling that a bad omen will descend to him. XME residence after school. These are nicely done, aren't they? Shiru said after he seeded the pound cake that Ilya and Kuro made. This is baked just right, you made it good for your first try. Heh, Kuro said while blushing. Ah ha ha, Ilya said with a mixed feeling. Well Oniai-chan, if one of our cookies is not good, I hope you would not feel bad to us, Ilya said. Shiru feel confused by Ilya's word, but he didn't mind it too much. Oniai-chan, which one do you feel more tastier? Kuro said. Judge it fairly, okay, whoever win get a kiss from you. Judge it fairly, huh? Rest assured Kuro, Shiru said with a serious face. I can't tell a lie about cooking. Woo, Oniai-chan unnecessarily serious face is so cool. Ilya and Kuro said with a blushing. First Kuro, Shiru said. Your cake is good and I can tell every single process to made this cake is made in order, the person who eat it can taste the feeling that went into it. But I can feel the taste is for somebody other than me, the taste is sweeter than average it taste for somebody younger than me. It like a snack for little brother from older sister, am I right? Oniai-chan word really straight. Kuro said. That's right, I not the one who made it. My pound cake is made by Mimi for her little brother. Sai, you can say it from the beginning Kuro, I wouldn't mad, Shiru said. Sorry Oniai-chan, Kuro said. And Ilya, your cake taste is very bad, Shiru said. And I think you add the frisk to the cake really weird. Ilya feel really depressed because of that, she know that her cake taste is very bad. Ah, my bad, I went too far. Shiru feel bad making his little sister became depressed. But my judge is not the true point Ilya, are you remember the food I made for you 7 years ago? Ilya then remember the nikujaga that Shiru made for her, the taste is bad but Ilya can feel the love Shiru pouring into the food. Yeah, I remember it, Ilya said. Cooking is love, that often said, Shiru said. I can feel your love in the pound cake that you made for me. Shiru gave a kiss to Ilya's forehead making her body became so hot. And then she fainted. Oniai. Before Kuro can finish her word, Sela hit Shiru's head with a vacuum cleaner. Usus-kan and Lilikan. Sela said. I knew it, you will try to put your fang to Ilya-san, you pervert. After that Shiru need a lot of time to clear his name and explain the truth to Sela. And about Ilya pound cake, weirdly when Archeria eat it. She said the cake is really delicious and have an odd flavor inside it that make the cake as enjoyable to eat. And in the end of the day when before he go to sleep, Shiru shouted his usual cat phrase when he got a bad luck. Damn. My E-rank luck. And just like that his luck is not that good as always. Chapter 53 to 3 Great Power Response Hayato Residence, 2 days after Kokobi Eel was defeated. Irina still didn't wake up from her coma. The special doctor that called by Ryaz had already checked Irina's condition and the doctor said that Irina's magical energy is drained too much by the shady ritual that used by Kokobi Eel to fuse the Excalibur, that's why right now she is in coma. Irina is quite lucky she didn't have any other symptom, other than that. And according to the doctor, Irina will wake up again in a few days. The doctor gave mana potion to Sai and asked Sai to give the potion to Irina. To make Irina magical energy restored more quickly. In the guest room, Sai was sitting next to Irina while holding Irina's hand. Sai looked at Irina with a sad face. He really wanted Irina to recover quickly. Zenovia, who was standing behind Sai, could see how deep Sai's feelings towards Irina. From Ryaz and Shiru, Zenovia knows that Sai is the owner of one of the 13 Longinus, namely the boosted gear. Something that she didn't expect an ordinary man like Sai to have. You know Hayato, 2 days ago the possessor of a sacred gear who is the natural opponent of your boosted gear appeared and took Kokobi Eel away, said Zenovia. And he considers Emiya Shiru as his main rival, not you who is the original owner of the boosted gear. Is that so? Said Sai without emotion. If Shiru, who is much stronger than me, can replace me as Sekai Uri Otei, that's fine. Frankly speaking, the title Red Dragon Emperor is something that a weak human like me doesn't deserve. Sai doesn't care when Shiryu takes his title as the original Red Dragon Emperor, because he believes that if he gets the Sekai Utai title he will only worsen the Sekai Utai name and might even change the title to Chichai Utai or a Pie Dragon. After all, Sai felt that he was not strong enough to fight against the White Dragon Emperor who was his rival. Right now the most important thing for Sai is Arena's safety. He doesn't care about anything else. Your reaction was so flat and you didn't seem to care. Is it okay for you to have your title stolen by someone else? Zenovia asked. I told you that the title of Red Dragon Emperor is better for Shiryu, who is much stronger than me, replied Sai. And I don't care at all about that problem. The most important thing for me right now is Arena's safety. I want Arena to quickly wake up. XME's residence, in the guest where Griselda and Zenovia were staying. Griselda Cordo was lying on her bed wearing panda-patterned pajamas and the nun's veil that she used to wear still stuck to her head. Even though Griselda had been dismissed as a nun by the Vatican, Griselda received a harsh reprimand from the Vatican for not being able to retrieve the Excalibur, but as soon as Griselda told about Archeria and reunited Excalibur, there was a huge commotion in the Vatican because of the information provided by Griselda. The Vatican ordered Griselda not to tell anyone about this information for fear of a great uproar if the information about Archeria who had returned to life became known by many people. Griselda managed to get the vacation she dreamed of, because of the promise she made to her superior. She would not reveal the information about Archeria. But Griselda also had to lose her job in Vatican as a punishment because she failed to reclaim the Excalibur. And the new order from her superior is she will become a teacher at Kusagakure, on the grounds as a representative from Vatican in Kua to oversee the devils and maguses. Sigh, from being one of the best exorcists in the world to a high school teacher, said Griselda. What an irony. Well, at least I get the vacation I want for a month before I start my job as a teacher. Griselda tried to close her eyes again and tried to sleep. She's still tired because of the fight against Siegfried and Griselda was sure that sleeping could relieve her tiredness. It's just that it has been more than 2 days since the fight and she still couldn't fall asleep. In a medium-sized lake in the middle of an unknown forest in Japan. Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, was happily fishing. Next to him Vali Lucifer aka White Dragon that give his report to Azazel. So Vali, how was your meeting with Sekai Utai when you picked up Gokubi Eel? Azazel asked. He's strong, Azazel, even stronger than Gokubi Eel. From afar I can see that he is not serious at all when fighting Gokubi Eel, Vali replied with a smile. Emiya Shiryu really deserves to be my rival. I can estimate that our strength is equal. I can't wait to fight him. Vali, did I hear correctly? Said Azazel, who looked a little surprised at Vali's answer. The name of that Sekai Utai is Hayao. Not Emiya Shiryu. From the information I got, the sacred gear that Emiya Shiryu uses as the newest member of Rya's Grimoire period is Sacred Blacksmith, not the boosted gear. How could his sacred gear suddenly change like that? There was no one named Hayao in that battle and I clearly saw that the sacred gear Emiya Shiryu used was a boosted gear, said Vali. I did see him bring out a sword and shoot it at Gokubi Eel from his pocket dimension, but none of them are worthy of being called a sacred gear or a sword with special powers. Shooting a sword from a dimensional pocket? That's quite interesting. Can you tell me in detail about it? Gokubi Eel asked. There are many golden-colored ripples appearing in the air from behind his body, replied Vali. And he took out a multitude of swords from those golden ripples. Golden ripples appearing in the air. An old memory that Azazel had long forgotten suddenly appeared. When Azazel heard Vali's words, the Longinus Zero that father didn't put in the sacred gear system has finally appeared. This is really a surprise. It's no wonder he can use boosted gear. As an ultimate sacred gear user, which is the basic of all sacred gears, it's only natural that he can make boosted gear for himself. Does this mean father isn't dead yet? Since only father that can give Longinus Zero to humans, if he really still alive, this will be shocking news. Azazel, what are you talking about? And what do you mean by Longinus Zero? Asked Vali, who was confused by Azazel's words. If I explain now it will be too long, replied Azazel. I have a time to hear your explanation, Azazel, said Vali. Explain to me what you meant earlier. I'm really curious of it. Sigh. Alright, said Azazel. If I don't explain it to you, you will keep asking me and make me feel annoyed. After that Azazel had to explain many things to Vali until Vali was satisfied. Ex-Surst Grimoire, who is now called Surst Lucifer, one of the Yondai Mao, was confused by the report from his younger sister Ryaz. Archeria Pendragon, who came back to life, and Shiryu Emiya, who have the Longinus Zero. And plus the god who is still alive according to Shiryu. All that information gave Surst a headache, and all the things Ryaz informed him, is a things that would create a stir if leaked outside. Right now only the three great power who knows about it. But if the other Panthans find out about this, he don't know what bad things will occur. Sigh. The meeting between the three great powers in a month will definitely be a chaotic one, said Surst. The reports from the Vatican that received by the Archangel Michael are very unbelievable and confusing. The first report was about Griselda who failed to reclaim the Excalibur. It didn't really surprise him because already have a hunch about it. The second report regarding Archery Pendragon who coming back to life, Michael begins to feel shocked. How could that be done? Archery Pendragon had been dead for a very long time and it was impossible to revive her even if she revived using evil pieces. The way how Archery came back to life is also not mentioned because Griselda Corda as the author of the report didn't know about it. The third report is about the Longinus Zero. As soon as Michael read it he felt even more shocked and dizzy. Something that his father didn't keep in the sacred gear system could be owned by a human named Emiya Shiru. It was something impossible unless his father was still alive and deliberately gave it to Emiya Shiru. This could be great news for Raphael and Gabriel, said Michael. And I'm sure that Azazel and Starsea also already know about this information. I think meeting between three great power next month will be an interesting one. Bast Fraga main character Rimitz just got off the plane and arrived at Naruto airport. She got an assignment from the clock tower to retrieve the 7 class cards without being noticed by Zelrech. Previously defeating the essence of heroic spirit in class card was her task, and Bast succeeded in defeating the 2 essences of heroic spirit, but then Zelrech ordered his 2 students, Rin and Luvia, to replace her task to defeating the essence of the heroic spirit inside the class card that was scattered in Kuat town. Lord Elmeloy, Bast's superior who felt that Rin and Luvia took too much time to collect the class cards, finally ordered Bast to go to Kuat and take all the class cards that Rin and Luvia had collected. Chapter 54, Chaos on the Pool 1 in the underground cave inside the Tosaka residence. Set and Fang, I request in the name of administrators, base, of the flow, of the blood, of the parchment, copy. Rin is checking the anomalies that detected appear in the magical ley lines in Kuat City, using a special ritual that she has prepared. And the results that Rin got were very surprising for her. This result, you've gotta be kidding. It can't be, Rin said with a sweat drop in her cheek. You mean our work in Kuat hasn't finished? There is one more class card that we haven't captured. Rin thought that her task of collecting class cards in Kuat was finished a few weeks ago, so that when summer ended she and Luvia could return to the clock tower in London to continue their training as mages. But with the appearance of the 8th card, it seems that her presence in Kuat along with Luvia will be extended. My name is Zenobia Quarta, and from now on I will be a student in this class. Is nice knowing you all, said Zenobia in a broken Japanese, because she only learned a Japanese language for a couple of days. 7 days after the battle against Gokabi Elon the meeting with Vali, Zenobia became a new student at Kusagakure. And Zenobia was placed in the same class as Shiru, Archeria, Asia, Luvia and Rin. Shiru and Archeria, who already knew that Zenobia would become their classmate, only reacted flat and sighed. While for Rin and Luvia they both looked shocked because they didn't expect that Zenobia would become a new student in their class. Oh, one more foreign student appears in our class besides Luvia-san, Archeria-san and Asia-san. The girls said. A lovely new flower addition to the class, woo. The boys said. Girls and boys in Shiru's class reacted differently, but no one reacted lecherously because of Zenovia's appearance, the beautiful new student. Because Shiru's class is the top class in their grade where all the students can maintain their attitude. But a different reaction arose from Sai's class, which was an outcast class when Irina, who just awakened from a coma a couple of days before, became a new student in Sai's class. My name is Irina Shido. I just returned from Japan after 10 years of studying abroad, and starting today I will be a student in this class. Nice to meet you all. Irina bowed her head a little while introducing herself. She feel really happy because she can going to school again in Japan, and what make her feel more happy because she is in Sai class. When she was transferred to Japan by the Vatican, Irina didn't feel sad, instead Irina felt it was a blessing from God. Because she could be close to Sai. But unlike Irina, Zenobia felt devastated because she was transferred to Japan as punishment for failing to return the Excalibur to the Vatican. The day before, Zenobia and Irina received a test from Suna to determine the level of their education was sufficient enough to attend Kusagakure. Irina got good grades, because Irina continued to study online to get a high school diploma. But Zenovia's grades are really low, but it's good for her enough to attend Kusagakure. Initially Irina would be placed in Shiru's class and Zenobia would be placed in Sai's class according to their scores. But Irina protested that because she wasn't in the same class as Sai. Finally Irina asked Zenobia to take her place in Shiru's class and she would take Zenovia's place in Sai's class. Suna has no objection to the exchange, which is why she allows it. You are a beautiful new student, Matsuda said with a lecherous face. Beautiful face, twin tails and quite large eye. This class is really lucky to get a new beautiful girl, said Motohama the pervert glasses. Yeah, I can't wait to touch her beautiful breast, Eika said with drool dripping from her mouth. The reactions from the students in Sai's class were more chaotic and full of pervert comment. Sai can only face palming after hear the reaction from his classmate. Sai already been told by Irina that she will become his new classmate. Sai is very happy of course by the news. Because once again he will go to school together with Irina. When Irina was about to sit in her chair, Kusagakure, the most perverted girl in Kusagakure, asked Irina a very sensitive question. Irina-san, are you have a boyfriend? Aka asked. Yeah, I already have one, Irina answered. And my boyfriend is in this class. All the students in Sai's class looked shocked. They didn't think that Irina already had a boyfriend, especially since her boyfriend was in their class. Irina-kun already have a boyfriend? Matsud shouted. Irina-kun, can you tell me who is your boyfriend? Hi to Sai who sat right there is my lovely boyfriend, Irina said while pointing her finger to Sai with a blushing face. What? That was impossible. Matsuda and Motohama said. Sai, you asshole. We will not let our Irina-kun is corrupted by you. How a super pervert like him who think a woman breast as a god can have a cute girlfriend like Irina? Aka shouted. Sai can only sighing, a day when he always thinking breast and make a harem is already over. Now the most important thing in his life is Irina, so he didn't care about Aka, Matsuda and Motohama words about him. He said thanks to God in his heart that Irina in his class, that was a really important thing for him. Shut up you perverted freak. Irina shouted. Don't talk bad about my lovely Sai-kun. Or I will make you all feel regret about what you said before. Irina's rage horrified Aka, Matsuda and Motohama. The three of them could feel that Irina didn't like it when other people talked bad things about her boyfriend. The new pervert trio fell silent and did not make any more strange comments regarding Sai. But the three of them were breaking out in cold sweat and trembling because the three of them really frightened by Irina. Irina, who saw the new pervert trio who had been silent, finally felt satisfied because the threat she used is worked. She then walked slowly and sat on the chair that had been provided for her by Suna right next to Sai. Sai's homeroom teacher and classmates also feel afraid of Irina and don't dare to say anything to Irina. Irina, who was already sitting on her chair, then greeted Sai with a smile, but the smile that appeared on Irina's face was very scary. Like a smile of someone who has got the thing she or he really wants and didn't want to let go the thing she or he got. Sai-kun, from now on we can always be together at school, so please be good to me, okay? Why yes, Sai really felt terrified and scared of Irina when he saw Irina's scary smile. Ooh, Sai-kun, you're so sweet, Irina said with a blushing. I'll make sure to give you a lot of love in our school life. Being close to Sai make Irina's yandere trait more worse. And Sai knows that he will be in hell if he get close to other girl or make a perverted move. In the ORC room during the day break, with Ryaz, Kano, Zenovia and Irina. So the two of you became a student in this school because the order from Vatican to became the representatives that watch over us? Ryaz asked. Instead of becoming representatives, it is more appropriate to say that we were fired indirectly, replied Irina. And the one stationed in this school as the representative from the Vatican is Sister Griselda, who will become a teacher here after summer vacation. Era from a nun to a high school teacher, huh, said Kano. What an irony. Does she have the qualifications to teach? Asked Ryaz. Of course, Zenovia replied. She was the one who taught us both when Sunakaya could give us a test to become a student in this school. In her spare time at the Vatican she also likes to teach the children in the orphanage. But thanks to our failure to take back the Excalibur I was able to be with Sai-kun, and I feel really happy. Irina looked passionate and horny when she thought about what things she could do together with Sai. But I haven't punished Sai-kun when he cheated on me a few months ago, you fufu. What kind of punishment will I give him this night? I feel sorry for Sai-kun because he has a yandere girlfriend like Irina-chan, said Kano. Well, in the Hayata residence Irina always clings to Sai all the time, said Zenovia. That's why Sister Griselda and I chose to stay at the Emiya residence and rent a room there, at least if the two of us live in the Emiya residence. We don't need to see the intimacy of the two of them, that looks so sickening. Luckily I didn't fall in love to Sai and choose Emiya-kun as my sweetheart, said Ryaz in her heart. Dealing with a yandere like Irina Shido is too much trouble. Aku. Shiru, who was practicing at the Kudo club with Sakura, suddenly sneezed. And that sneeze made the arrow he was shoot miss the target. Senpai. You missed your target. Sakura said. What happened to you? I'm sorry Sakura, said Shiru. I suddenly sneezed. If you suddenly sneeze like that, are that because someone is talking about you? Sakura asked. That's made sense, replied Shiru. Because right now I can feel that my body is currently fine condition and I didn't have a flu. So what do you want to do next? Ryaz asked. Let us join ORC, shouted Irina. Sai-kun joined ORC, there's no way for me not to join too. Because I want to be close to the man who beat me, Emiya Shiru, that's why I also want to join this club, said Zenovia. Sai is a part of my peerage, that's why he joined ORC, Even though he is no longer a devil now thanks to Emiya-kun's help, sigh, said Ryaz, who felt a little annoyed by Sai's action of wanting to return to being a human. But if you two want to join, I will gladly accept. Outdoor pool of Kusagakure, right after the end of school hour. I lost some bet with Suna, so we are all must to clean the pool today, Ryaz said while holding a mop brush. So scrub the pool with your brush like you mean it. Alright. All the ORC club members shouted except for Shiru. Why do the two of us have to also clean up even though we are not members of ORC? Rin and Luvia said. Why, the two of you insisted on coming with me, said Shiru. I told you two not to come. You just said you wanted to do something with the ORC members at the pool, said Rin. That's why we became suspicious. Yeah, that's true. Luvia said. We both suspect that you will swimming together with the ORC members. Your guess are not wrong, Luvia-san, said Akano. After cleaning the pool, Sona let us using it. Arteria-san also said that she would come to this pool right after finishing the activities at the Kendo Club, said Zenobia. I said to her that we were all going to swim when I met her in front of the Kendo Club before I went here. Likewise with Ilya-san, Kuro-san and Misan, said Asia. The three of them just called me on the phones and said they would catch up after they finished the homework. Sakura, my little sister, just call me. She also will come after she finished her club activity, Rin said with irritating voice. She really pissed of why her little sister is always disturbing her love life, and how she know about Shiro activity at the pool. Oh dear, said Ryaz with a tick mark in her forehead. Lots of people will coming here. You, all the girls who fall in love to Emiya-kun will come to this place, said Ryaz. Even though with Akano, Rin, Luvia and Asia here, getting close to Emiya-kun is already very difficult. The girls who liked Shiro gave off an extremely competitive aura, thus creating an unpleasant atmosphere in the pool. Emiya-san is just my feeling, or indeed Ryaz Buku and the other girls give off an unpleasant aura when they talk about you, said Kiba. No, it's not just your feelings, Yudo-san, said Shiro. They do give off an unpleasant aura. Why, I'm always liked by lots of girls, shit. Shiro said. That's because you're a natural playboy, Archer, Zelrech said. Any normal girl will falling in love with you, naturally. No matter if you like it or not. Sigh, a natural playboy, huh, Shiro said. What a bad luck, I don't want to become a harem king like that pervert, Sigh. Aku. Meanwhile Sigh, who was changing his clothes on the toilet, suddenly sneezed and accidentally tore the boxer he was wearing when he was about to take it off. Ah, my beloved boxer, shouted Sigh while holding his boxer which was torn in half. Sai-kun, what's wrong? Irina, who heard Sai's scream, went straight into the men's room half naked. Irina's chest wasn't covered by anything at all, but luckily Irina was still wearing her school skirt, so the lower part of her body was still covered with something. Irina. Sai, who saw Irina's half-naked body, immediately felt his body hot like a stove. Irina's large chest, who was running towards him, swayed to the left and right, and that view looked very beautiful in Sai's eyes. If the breast he saw belonged to another girl, Sai would try his best to hold back. But since this was his girlfriend's chest, it was hard for Sai to hold back. His face immediately flushed red, and before long a large amount of blood was gushing out of his nose. Kai-asai-kun, shouted Irina. The lecherous thoughts that had been holding by Sai had finally exploded. As a result, he had a severe nosebleed because he saw the shirtless Irina. Irina held Sai's body that fell because Sai had a nosebleed. Then she shook Sai's body and said, Sai-kun, why did you suddenly scream and then had a nosebleed? What happened to you? Oh, a pai bonsai. Sai finally fainted after he felt the heavenly world he had longed for. Until Sai fainted, Irina was also not aware that she was naked and she was the cause of Sai's nosebleed. Chapter 55, Chaos on the Pool. Sai and Irina arrived right in time when Shiro and the other ORC members were about to clean up the pool. Irina had to support Sai because his body had become weak due to lost a lot of blood before. That's why right now Sai's face looks very pale, like a dying person who is ready to die at any moment. Kai-asai. What had happened to you? Asked Ryaz. No, nothing happened to me, Ryaz Buku, answered Sai while smiling. I just got enlightenment and see a true heaven. In the men's bathroom, Sai-kun suddenly shouted. Irina said. And then when I go to the men's bathroom to check what happened to Sai, a lot of blood suddenly came out of his nose and then he suddenly fainted. Yeah, when I see Irina came into the men's bathroom, I see a heaven and then I fainted because of anemia, Sai said. A pai bonsai. Sai, I really didn't understand, what are you saying? Ryaz said. The pervert became a weirdo, Konko said. What happened to Sai-kun? Akano said. I think Sai-kun brain had a short circuit, Kiba said. Irina, what did you do to your boyfriend, until he became like that? Asked Zenobia. I didn't do anything to him. Irina said. Sai, did Irina do something to you? Asked Shiro. Yes. She show her big and beautiful breast to me. Sai answered. And her breast is the source of my enlightenment. Irina-san, don't tell me when you go to the men bathroom you forgot to cover your breast, Ryaz said. Irina's face became so red, she finally remembered that she didn't cover her chest when she went to the men bathroom. Yeah, I think I forgot to cover my breast when I went to see Sai in men bathroom. Irina's face became very red, she felt very embarrassed because of her carelessness. But, I really didn't understand why he became so weird like this, Ryaz said. When he saw my breast without a cover, he didn't become a weirdo like that. Ryaz pointing her index finger to Sai, who is watching Irina's chest with great seriousness, without his usual pervert face. Sai isn't showing his pervertness lately, Shiro said. Maybe because he wants to be a good boyfriend for Irina, that's why he holds back all his lust and pervertness that he usually shows without shame. And because of that, when he saw Irina's naked breast, all the pent-up lust blow up, and he became a little weird because of the side effect. That's made sense, Irina said while grabbing Sai's head and put it between her boobs. Poor Sai-kun, I'm sorry I made you like this. Normally Sai will snort out a blood for his nose when a perverted thing happened to him, but this time because he not in his right mind nothing had happened. Thank you Irina, my beautiful girlfriend with a beautiful breast, Sai said while his head is still sticking between Irina's breast. Your action making my enlightenment reach a new height. Oh really? Irina feel happy because of Sai praise, and then she do a thing that making Sai became weirder. Then let me help your enlightenment became more higher. Shiro and the others were really confused by Irina's actions, even though she already realized that it was her chest that made Sai weird, but now she pressed Sai's head against her chest. Hey Irina. Why are you being weird like Hyutu? Shouted Zenobia. As a good girlfriend I have to support my boyfriend no matter what happens to him, said Irina. If he becomes weird, then I also have to be weird to support him. Ah, God forgive me, your servant who is full of sin. Why is Irina-san acting like that? Asked Ryaz. Does she think we're in a morning drama featuring a dime? Sai, Irina is always act like that, Zenobia replied. She was a weirdo yandere who really love her boyfriend, so please don't feel weird you see her like this. She really loved to act as if the real world is a drama stage. And weirdo yandere huh, Shiro said. What a strange combination. Yeah, and I think that was not the worst thing from her either, Zenobia said. She have more bad attitude that I even didn't know. I think they will become a really good couple, Akeno said while blushing. In a weird way of course. Then what we will do to that stupid couple, Konko said. I don't want to clean the pool with them close to me. I agree with what Konko said, Ryaz said. It feel very weird to seeing them doing a perverted thing in front of us. Stopping their perverted act will be useless, because they will be mad or acting weird if we try to split them up, Shiro said. Then what we must do? Zenobia asked while pointing to Irina and Sai, who still do the perverted act. Tied their body, and lock them up inside the old school building, Shiro said. We don't have all day to continue this stupid conversation. They are all nodded, and do what Shiro told them. Sai and Irina only make a problem for them, so they decided Shiro's idea is really the best decision. And after that they continue to cleaning the pool. 24 Shiro, the day he cleaned the pool together with Ryaz and the others, was one of the most unlucky and luckiest days of his life. Bad luck because he knew that after he was done cleaning the pool all the girls who liked him would try to get his attention. And he was so lucky because as a normal man he naturally liked to be surrounded by lots of beautiful girls. And as expected, one by one all the girls who liked him started to approach him and surrounded him right after they're finished cleaning the swimming pool and filled with water using Akeno's magic. Emiya-kun, are this red bikini is good for me? Rin said. Shiro nodded his head. Rin is his true love, girlfriend and queen of his blade pieces. Of course he would love to see her girlfriend wearing a sexy bikini. And again, when Rin received queen blade pieces from him, Rin's sexiness grew equal to Ryaz and Akeno level. So the 2 pieces bikini she is wearing right now is really tempting for Shiro, because it looks very sexy and is perfect for Rin to wear. Why you really fit in that bikini, Rin? Shiro said with blood almost coming out of his nose. HMMPH, Rin said with a blushing. I didn't feel happy at all with your sweet word, but thank you. Seeing Rin's reaction, the other girls surrounding Shiro think about the same thing. A standard tsundere reaction. Oh, don't be arrogant just because you finally have a big chest like me, Tasaka Rin. Luvia said. My chest is still more beautiful than your chest. Shiro, is this bikini suitable for me? Luvia is wearing a 2-piece gold bikini and she accentuates her large chest towards Shiro right now. Your bikini is really good for you, Luvia, Shiro said. But the color is too bright. Luvia boobs, who even bigger than Sakura boobs, always have a special place in his heart even before he became a counter guardian. Shiro meet with Luvia for the first time in London, he and Rin learning about Magecraft at the clock tower. Because Luvia breast was the first big breast that he touched with his own hand. He will never forget that moment even when he died and became a counter guardian. Shiryu is not a pervert like Sai and he only thinking about a perverted thing sometimes when he needed it, but the first thing he remember when he thinking about a perverted things is Luvia breast. Luvia was embarrassed by Shiryu's words. She didn't expect that Shiryu would say things like that. Ha 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 ha, we too have a gorgeous body, Rin said. But your taste in bikini is really low, Luvia. Shut up, Tasaka Rin. Luvia shouted. I don't want to hear that word from you. When Rin and Luvia are having an argument, Ryaz shows her bikini to Shiryu. Well, Emiya-kun, do you like my bikini? Ryaz showing her pure white two-pieces bikini that really tight on her breast and the bikini almost not enough to cover her breast and only covering half of her breast. Shiryu only think Ryaz as a partner in business and a senior at school, not a romantic partner. But with a sexy body and full of lewdness in a bikini, of course Shiryu will react like a normal boy and his face became so red. Of course not a level when he saw in body and bikini. Ryaz-buku, that bikini is fit you well, Shiryu said. But I think the bikini you wear is too open. I think it'll be better if you pick more proper bikini. Oh, okay, Ryaz said with a red face. Ryaz is a natural exhibitionist, so without realizing she chose a bikini that is slightly more open than a normal bikini. Shiryu feel a very bad headache, only 3 girls showing their bikini to Shiryu. But Shiryu is already feeling tired. What if his 2 younger siblings, Sakura and Archeria, come? Chapter 56, Chaos on the Pool Final. After Ryaz finished showing her bikini to Shiryu, now is Akeno turn to show off her bikini to Shiryu. Akeno wearing a purple-blue 2-pieces bikini. Her bikini is more revealing than Ryaz bikini. And because her breast size is more bigger than Ryaz, Akeno's sexiness, which clearly surpassed Ryaz, became even more visible, making Shiryu once again had to cover his nose so that no blood could come out, because right now he feel that he will spit out a blood from his nose anytime. How about my bikini, Emiya-kun? Akeno said with a seductive tone. Did you like it? Normally when he was a counter guardian, Akeno tempting act will not have any influence on him because he can resist it, but right now his new body is a teenager. Makes Shiryu difficult to hold back the hormonal act that reacts to Akeno's seductive act. Damn this teenager hormone. Shiryu said. When I was a counter guardian I can resist any bimbo who try to tempting me, but right now because my body is back to being a teenager, is really hard to resist this kind of temptation. Yes, that bikini is really good for you, Akeno-san, Shiryu said with a lot of cold sweat drop from his cheek. Akeno's eyes lit up and her heart skipped a beat. Shiryu's praise made her feel really good. Thank you, Emiya-kun, Akeno said while blushing. I'm feel so happy with your praise. When Akeno was still blushing because of Shiryu praising, Asia and Konko came while wearing their school swimsuit. Shiryu-san, I'm wearing a bathing suit too, Asia said. Please don't look at me, Shiryu-senpai, Konko said. I don't feel comfortable if a men look at me while I'm wearing this swimsuit. Because Asia and Konko doesn't have a sex appeal at all, Shiryu didn't blushing or feel uncomfortable with Asia and Konko. But he feel they both really cute in their own way. Both of you look really cute with that outfit, Shiryu said. That school swimsuit really look nice for both of you. I'm really glad you think so, Shiryu-san, Asia said with a little blushing. Thank you for your compliment, Shiryu-senpai. Konko feel really happy and embarrassing right now. Happy because of Shiryu compliment. Embarrassing because she wearing a bathing suit right in front of Shiryu, the man she liked. Emiya-kun didn't have a blushing reaction when he saw Asia and Konko swimsuit, Rin said. So he only think both of them as a cute girl, huh? Oh, the two of them didn't have a sex appeal at all, Luvia said. I think that was the reason Shiro didn't blushing while praising them. It's wrong for me if I said this to the member of my peerage, Ryaz said. But both Asia and Konko didn't have a sexy trait at all, they only have a cute trait. That's the reason Emiya-kun reaction is really different this time. How poor of them, Akeno said. But I agree with you, Ryaz. Luckily Konko and Asia didn't hear what Ryaz and Akeno said about them because they both felt like they were in the cloud because of Shiryu's praise. Shiryu. I'm coming. Archeria, who just came, immediately jumped at Shiryu and hugged him from behind. Shiryu, who could sense Archeria's arrival, was not surprised when Archeria hugged him from behind. But what became a problem for him was Archeria's big boobs touching his back. Not that he didn't like Archeria's boobs as stick in his back. But Shiryu could feel jealous gazes from Rin, Luvia, Ryaz, Akeno, Asia and Konko, who clearly didn't like it when Archeria hugged him from behind. But this is only the beginning for more trouble that Shiryu will face. Ilya, Unei-chan is here. Kuro said. Kuro, don't run too fast. Ilya said. Shiryu-san is hugged by Archeria-san, Miss said. Mu is right. Kuro said with angry tone. Why Unei-chan is being hugged by Archeria? Anya-chan, you're a cheater. Ilya said. Why you was hugged by Arteria like that? That's what I want to know too, Sakura said with a very dreadful aura spread out from her body. Why Shiryu-senpai is hugged by Arteria-senpai? Jaya Sakura-sen, when did you came? Ilya said, who feel very surprised by Sakura's sudden appearance. Just now, Sakura said with a very eerie smile. Shiryu already have a lot of trouble when Arteria hugged him from behind, but right now his trouble has increased with the arrival of his twin little sister, Mu, and Sakura, Rin little sister. Arteria, can you let go of your hug, said Shiryu. You're giving me trouble if you keep hugging me like that. All the girls who liked Shiryu nodded their heads in agreement with Shiryu. They didn't like when Arteria hugged Shiryu from behind like that. Ah, I'm sorry Shiryu, said Arteria. I was too excited to show you my new bikini, so without realizing it, automatically hugged you as soon as I arrived at the pool. Arteria let go her hug from Shiru's body and then showed a sporty one-piece bikini in white and blue color covering her charming body. This new bathing suit is good for me Shiru, Arteria said. I bought this with Sella and Liz yesterday. Arteria is Shiru's second favorite girl after Rin. Of course he will tell the bikini that she wear is good for her. But Shiru feel that Arteria will become more beautiful if she wear two pieces bikini that revealing her body more. Yeah, that bikini is look good in your body, Arteria, Shiru said. You look so sporty in that bikini. Is that so? Arteria said with a blush. Thank you Shiru. Sakura, Mu, Ilya and Kuroha feel jealous when Shiru praising Arteria has decided to show off their bikini to Shiru. Anya-chan. Ilya and Kuro said. Senpai. Sakura said. Shiru-san. Miss said. Please praise us too. They are all shouted. With a sigh, Shiru can only praise the four of them like he praises all the girl before. Being a stud that well liked by many girl is really hard for him. And by the way, if you curious, Ilya is wearing a light pink one-piece bikini, Kuro wearing a black and red two pieces bikini, Mu wearing a white purple bikini, and Sakura wearing a blood red bikini. 20 After that at the pool, Ryaz asking Shiru to help Asia and Konku learning how to swim. Because both of them didn't know how to swim, while the other enjoying their time at the pool. Kiba has already swam more than 10 laps in the pool. Ryaz and Akano are competing who is faster between them when swimming. Rin and Luvia are sunbathing by the pool with Sakura. As for Kuro, Mu and Ilya playing with the plastic balls they brought. And then suddenly Rin throwing a sun oil to Shiru who already finished teaching Asia and Konko how to swim. And call him. Emiya-kun, can you put a sun oil to me? Rin already half naked because she already took off the top of her bikini. And at this time Rin only covered her big eye using both of her hands. Of course, Shiru felt very shocked by Rin's bold word and action. If he was shy he will run as fast as he can to Rin's side and put the sun oil to Rin's body. But this is Shiru we talking about. He maybe is loved by many girls. But he is not a scum pervert who will react by instinct if someone ask him do something pervert. If only he and Rin together at the pool maybe he will do what Rin asked to him except for a sex off course. Shiru is a true gentleman who will only do a sex after he was married. He agree with harem like Sai because a lot of girl that loved him, but he only accept a girl that love him sincerely. He didn't want became a harem king that accept all kind of women. He is not a rapist who is carried away by lust. And because of Rin asking Shiru not in the right time, and all the other girl who love him clearly hearing what Rin said. They are all feel really angry right now. Tasaka Rin. What are you thinking? Luvia shouted. Shiro's supposed to be put the sun oil to my body. Onsama, what did you just said? Sakura asked. Arrow, how dare of you Tasaka-san, Akano said. Asking Emiya-kun to apply sun oil to your body, even though I wanted to say the same thing as you, to Emiya-kun. Tasaka, Emiya-kun is mine to begin with. Ryaz said. Why you dare to ask something pervert to him? Only me who can ask for something like that. Rin-san. Don't you dare ask something like that to Anya-chan. Ilya and Kuro said. Or you will regret it. Rin-san, Miss said with a blushing face. How bold of you. Rin. Even if you are his legal girlfriend. I will not let Shiru to do something like that to you. Arteria said. You're all shouting like a dog barking, Rin said. Emiya-kun is my boyfriend, it's only natural if I asked him to put the sun oil to my body. You ask for a trouble Tasaka-san. Akano said with a lightning magic sparking from her right hand. How arrogant of you Tasaka. Ryaz said with the power of destruction in both of her hand. You really need to beat out, huh? Tasaka Rin. Luvia said with a gnir in her right hand index finger. Rin, you really want me to thrashing you, huh? Arteria said while take out the Excalibur from her pocket dimension that Shiru made for her. We will give you a lesson, Rin-san. Ilya and Kuro said. Ilya already in her magical girl outfit and Kuro already have Kanzu and Bakuya in her hand. The sixth girl already attacking Rin, and Rin is already prepared for the attack, and now she is in her queen mode, the power she got from Shiryu blade pieces. Rin upper body was covered with a silver armor, in her head there was a golden crown with a shape that looked like a sword. A lot of expensive gems floated around her body, and the bottom part of her body was covered by panties that made of silver armor, while her 2 feet were covered with silver armor as well, but not as much as her upper body. The 6 girl fighting like crazy. While Asia, Konko, and Mihu didn't want to fight, watching from a side with a sighing. Meanwhile Zenovia, who just finished wearing a dark green 2-pieces bikini, asked Shiryu what happened. Hey, Emiya Shiryu, way they are fighting? Sigh, they fighting because Rin asked me to put a sun oil to her body, Shiryu answered. They fighting because of such a simple reason? Zenovia said. That's so weird. They are all love Shiryu-san, Asia said. And because they jealous Rin-san's action of asking Shiryu-san to do something perverted to him. And a perverted act, Konko said, nodding her head agree with what Asia said. We must stop then immediately, Emiya-san, Kiba said after his swimming was interrupted by the fight that took place over the pool. Otherwise the pool will be destroyed and Sunakayako will be very angry with all of us. Yuto-senpai, you saw that fight, right? Asked Konko. Do you think you can stop it? Of course not, Kiba answered. Even if I use my balance breaker, the result is only my death. Sigh, let me stop them, Shiryu said while open the divine gate right at the top of all the girl who is fighting. Enkidu rune save. Enkidu came out from the divine gate, but with a very different color. Usually Enkidu color is bright gold, but right now because of Shiryu mixing rune save sealing power into the chain, Enkidu color became bright green like the color of sealing sword rune save. In this fit gate of Babylon can fuse 2 or more noble phantasm to made a different effect. The Enkidu binds the bodies of Rin, Luvia, Ryaz, Akano, Arteria, Kuro and Ilya, making them all unable to use their strength. Emiya-kun. Why did you stop the fight? While I just only want to give them a proper lesson. Rin said. Shiro. My attack will hit her. Why are you stopping me? Luvia said. Emiya-kun, let us go. Ryaz and Akano said. We are one step closer to beat her. Shiryu. Why did you do to me? Why I can't use my power at all? Arteria said. Uni-chan, release us. Ilya and Kuro said. Your action right now really childish. If I didn't stop your fighting, the pool will be destroyed, Shiryu said. Cool down your head for a moment. After 3 hours the chains will disappear by themselves. Shiryu walked out of the swimming pool with a little irritation in his heart. If the girls who liked him were fighting without causing injury or destruction, he would probably just let it go because he knew that the girls would only fight for a while. After that was they will good to each other again. But this time their fight had gone too far, so Shiryu decided to step in and stop their bickering. After that Asia and Zenovia give the girl a prayer that of course make Akano and Ryaz's head feel hurt, and they praise like this: May God give you an enlightenment and forgive your sin after the stupid fight you had, Amen. Kiba, Konko, Asia and Mu also followed Shiryu from behind, because they already the mood to swim. While Zenovia, who was walking beside Shiryu, blushing quite bad. After she saw Shiryu stop the girls fighting with just one move. She was truly amazed at how strong Shiryu was. And a strong and domineering man like Shiryu was the type of man she liked. He's really strong, said Zenovia with a flushed face, and her heart has skipped really fast. He is the man that I want to become my husband. The 7 girls who were fighting were able to move 3 hours later after Enkidu disappeared, and because their bodies became stiff after 3 hours of being chained. They can only stand up and return to their homes 30 minutes later. Chapter 57, Vast Fragrant Kermits. After the chaos at the pool, Rin, who left behind by Luvia, who already came back to Edelfelt Mansion, didn't expect that Shiryu has waiting for her, right in the front of Kusagakure. Hey, Rin, are you ready to going home? Shiryu asked. Emiya-kun, Rin answered with a blush on her face. Why are you here? Rin feel very confused right now. She didn't understand why her boyfriend's still standing in front of Kusagakure. To waiting for you, of course, Shiryu said. So I can't take you home, the sky is already dark. It's bad for a girl like you to go home alone, and also because I was your boyfriend. It's my responsibility to keep you safe. Baka. Don't say it so loudly. Rin said with a red face and her standard tsundere reaction. Ahaha, that was your usual tsundere reaction, Shiryu laughing so freely, Rin's tsundere act making him feel nostalgic. How long it has been since I saw you react like that? Shiryu laughing making Rin little angry, she pouting all the time, while on the way to Edelfelt Mansion. Come on Rin, please stop your anger, Shiryu said. I was just kidding before. Your joke is not funny, Emiya-kun. Rin said. And I was not a tsundere, HMMPH. A tsundere who didn't want to confess she was a tsundere, huh, Shiryu said. Well, that was normal. Their little dispute has over when they arrive right in the front of Edelfelt Mansion. Rin and Shiryu can feel something bad has happened inside the Edelfelt Mansion. Emiya-kun, can you feel it? Asked Rin. Yeah, there is prana residue all over the mansion, Shiryu answered with a serious tone. And the bounded field that cover the mansion already destroyed. There is someone who breaching into the Edelfelt Mansion. Emiya residence Ilya and Kuro rooms. Kuro, Ilya said while working in her homework. Did you say something? Say what? Kuro said while reading a fashion magazine. I didn't say anything. What it is, Ilya-san? Ruby said. Huh? Ilya said. I'm sure I hearing something before. Are you hearing things, Ilya-san? Ruby asked. Isn't little early for you to become senile, Ilya? Kuro said. Shut up, you dork. Ilya said. Where is Onyai-chan right now? Kuro said. Why he didn't came home? Miss said earlier that Onyai-chan is waiting for Rin-san in front of Kusagakure after we left her behind, Ilya said. But I didn't see Onyai-chan in front of Kusagakure when we going home with Luvia, Kuro said. Are he is hiding in purpose? Maybe, Ilya said with angry tone. I'm still didn't understand why Onyai-chan choosing Rin-san as his girlfriend. Who knows? Kuro said. Maybe because they are a couple in their past life. That was a bad joke, Kuro, Ilya said. By the way, are you ready to buy new bikini for our seaside birthday party? Yeah, of course, Kuro said. I will buy the expensive bikini that I see in this magazine that I'm sure will look good on me. I also want a good bikini for our birthday party this summer, Ilya said. But I don't think Sela will buy it for me. She will only saying something like this, the bikini is an expensive item, with our tight household budget is impossible to buy it. You're right, that's Sela we'll talking about, Kuro said. She is a stingy maid. Well, I can buy my own bikini with my spending money. What? Ilya said. What do you mean? How can you have a spending money? Well, not long ago I was living in Luvia's mansion, right? Kuro said. Yeah, so what? Ilya said, feel irritated. She gave me 1 million yen monthly allowance, being just like that, Kuro said. She gave you monthly allowance 1 million yen. Ilya shouted. That's insane. If you compare it with what you already have, my money is nothing, Kuro said. Ms. even more loaded. Because she got pay as a maid, right? I think she's already got more than 10 million yen saved, I think. 10 million. Ilya feels shocked with the money that Mihovd. Luvia is very generous to all of her employee. I'm so glad that Mu and I are friend. You know, that's pretty much the worst thing to say right now, Kuro said. Pragmatism is not a very magical girl like, isn't it? Ruby said. Sigh. Well, whatever throwing money around is what Luvia is good for, Ilya said. I suppose, I'll just ask for the swimsuit when Sela's in a good mood. Good luck with that, Kuro said. I'll never see Sela in a good mood at all. Anyway, Kuro, since we home after the chaos in the pool, you're only rolling around in our room, Ilya said. I guess your homework is already done? Well, how do I put this? Kuro said. My homework is not finished at all. Finish it right now. Ilya said. Fujimura-sensei will get angry if you not finish it before tomorrow. Nah, that's fine. I will just copy the homework from you after you done with it. Kuro said. Do your own homework, Kuro. Ilya said. You miss nagging cheapskate. Kuro said. Why did you just say? Ilya shouted. You're lazy as... Blah-er. Before Ilya can finish her words, there is a sound of explosion that came from Luvia Mansion. There was an explosion from outside. Ilya said. The sound is from Luvia Mansion. Kuro said. The fighting inside mansion is really intense, Shiryu said. Someone who is so strong fighting Luvia and Auguste at the same time. Then let's go inside. Rin said. We must help Luvia and Auguste. We wait for a moment, Shiryu said. We don't know who the enemy is, and if we going inside without preparation that will be very dangerous. This is Archer Emiya, not just Emiya Shiryu, so he didn't just helping Luvia in hurry, he made a tactics and plan for a better outcome, sign. Zayakan. Luvia throw her jewel to her enemy, but the enemy is moving too fast and avoid all of Luvia magic attack. The enemy moving straightly to Luvia but Auguste, Luvia butler standing in front of Luvia to block the enemy way. Auguste holding a knife in both of his hand, but when Auguste trying to stab the enemy block Auguste attack with her left hand, and then the enemy hit Auguste with a very powerful punch. Her punch making Auguste body slammed against the mansion wall, until the mansion wall was destroyed and Auguste was thrown out of the mansion. Auguste. Luvia said. It's futile to resist Edelfelt, you're no match for me. Vast Fragamacrimitz has just arrived at the Edelfelt mansion and she already defeated Auguste and making a big mess inside the mansion. Hand the card over quietly, so I didn't need to injure you. Well, this is bad, Shiryu said. I don't think the enemy is her, Unclass, a combat specialist from the Holy Church. She is Holy Church first-rank combat specialist, Sealing Design Enforcer, Rin said. She is an enemy at Gokubi level, maybe she even more stronger than him. The question here is why she also after the card? This is not the right time for that question, Shiryu said. We must to help Luvia. Chapter 58, Saving Luvia Emiya Residence, Guest Living Quarter. Archeria-san, there is a explosion sound from the outside. Asia said with a worry face. I know, Asia, the sound came from Edelfelt Mansion, Archeria said with a sweat drop in her cheek. Something really bad has happened, in that mansion. Yeah, I can feel it too, Zenovia said. There is a fighting that happened inside the mansion across this house. I can feel someone as powerful as Gokubi inside the mansion, who was fighting with Luvia and her butler, Archeria said. This is bad. If I'm alone maybe I can fight the enemy, but right now, there is a lot of people in this house that can fight but their power is not that strong. What I must do? Archeria-san, what we must do? Asia said in a panic tone. I feel worry about Luvia-san. Luvia is strong, you didn't have to worry about her, Archeria said. What I worry is if the fight inside the mansion will involve all the people inside Emiya residence, that would be very bad. If that's happen we only must to fight the enemy. Zenovia said. Saber, Asia, you don't have to worry, I and Rin will take care of the problem inside Edelfelt Mansion. Shiryu, who can read Archeria and Asia mind with the help of blade pieces inside their body, contacting them both with telepathy. Ah, Shiryu-san. Asia said. Where are you? Me and Rin is outside the Edelfelt Mansion, Shiryu said. And we were waiting the right time to save Luvia. Shiryu, wait for me. Saber said. I will go there and help you and Rin. Don't come here, Saber, I will take care of the enemy by myself, Archeria said. Please take care of all the people in our house, especially Kuro and Ilya. I'm sure right now they both will go to Edelfelt Mansion and try to fight the enemy. The enemy is enforcer from Holy Church that as strong as Gokubi, maybe even stronger, so please stop my two little sister, who will endanger their self if they try to go and fight the enemy. Okay, Shiryu, Archeria said. I will force them to stay in the Emiya residence. Thank you, Saber, Shiryu said. I count on you. You both talking with Emiya, Shiryu dropped telepathy, huh, Zenovia said. That's neat. Or he tell us who is the enemy? And enforcer from the Holy Church, and have a power at the Gokubi level, Archeria said. Well, that's bad. I don't want to intervene Holy Church bussiness. They are the hidden side of Vatican that have duty to hunting heresy, Zenovia said. It will be bad for me and Sister Griselda if we intervene their mission, so in this fight I will stay neutral. So what will you do, Archeria-san? Asia asked. I will go to Kuro and Ilya room, to hold them inside this house, Archeria said. Shiryu feel they will only hinder his fight if they came to Edelfelt Mansion and try to fight the enemy with him, and the other reason is the enemy is too dangerous. Shiryu is afraid his two little sister will hurt if they try to fight the enemy. Madam, the explosion on the outside, Sella said. It's from Edelfelt Mansion. Garrett Sugu info is true, Iris Veel said. Vast Frogum Kermits really came to get back the class card. Madam, Ilya-sama and Kuro-sama surely will be go to the mansion and fight the enforcer along with Luvia-sama and Rin-sama. Sella said with a very worried tones. Don't worry, I'm sure Shiryu will take care of it, Iris Veel said while smiling. To make sure his twin little sister out of trouble is his top priority in this problem. Kuro. Ruby. We must get ready. Ilya shouted, she have a feeling something bad has happened to Luvia and Mu. There is something bad has happened in the mansion, I can feel it. But Ilya, aside from the explosion sound. There is nothing happen if you see the mansion from the outside, Kuro said. There's nothing going on. August and Bazd fight has happened on the backside of mansion, you can see it from outside because of the bounded field that protecting the privacy of Edelfelt Mansion, Archeria coming inside the twins' room without even them realizing it. Something had happened inside the mansion. What, Archeria-san? When did you get inside our room? Ilya shouted, she feel really shocked with Archeria appearance. Just now, Archeria said. And I'm here to stop both of you going to the mansion. Why? Ilya asked. You didn't know how dangerous the opponent is, Archeria said. Even I can feel the oppressive power of our enemy from outside the mansion, and sure enough the power of our enemy is at the ultimate class. Ultimate class? Did you mean at the level of the enemy that Hun Yi-chan defeated a couple days ago? Kuro said. That's right, Archeria said. Both of you only had a middle class level power at least, the enemy is beyond your level. I hope both of you didn't try to go and fight the enemy. But what about Mu? And what about Luvia-san? Ilya shouted, she really stubborn and didn't want to give up to help her friend. Shiryu will help them, Archeria said. So stop worrying. Yi-chan will help Mu and Luvia-san? Ilya now feel more afraid when she heard her dear Onii-chan will fighting the enemy. She worried what would happen to her older brother if the enemy beat him. Are he strong enough to beat the enemy? You don't have to worry, Ilya, Kuro said. Our Onii-chan power is at least beyond ultimate level, and even if his enemy power equal to him, Onii-chan is still one. I'm sure of it. Our Onii-chan is really that strong? Ilya asked. Yeah, he was that strong, Arteria said. If he was serious and decide to go all out, maybe even he can beat Mao-class enemy. Arteria-san, how strong Mao-class is? Kuro asked. Strong enough to destroy this country, I think, Arteria said. Kuro and Ilya jaws is dropped. They didn't expect that Shirou is strong enough to beat an enemy with a power to destroy a country. Well, if Onii-chan is that strong, I think we don't have to worry about him at all, Ilya said, feel more relieved. How Shirou-san can be that strong in short amount of time. Ruby thinking hard inside her mind, he knew Shirou have ultimate sacred gear, Gate of Babylon. But became strong enough to beat Mao-class enemy in only couple of months doesn't make sense for her. Ruby didn't know about Shirou's true identity. Right now only two people who know his past as counter-guardian. Rin and Kuro. You better give up and hand the card over to me, Bast said. I didn't like a unnecessary bloodshed. You're so rude, Bast Fragam Grimitz, Luvia said. But sorry, guarding the class card and return it to the Great Master is my job. Why she is here? Luvia said. Why the #1 blockhead and stupid enforcer from the Holy Church is trying to take the card from us. So you really didn't want to hand over the card to me, Huddlefelt, Bast said. I feel a little bit down, tough. Because I heard you were given a special mystic code, by Zalrech-sama. Aren't you going to use it, or maybe you already lose it? HMMPH, I don't need it. Luvia took out all the jewels she had and filled them with spells and magical energy. With the jewels hovering around Luvia, she was ready to attack Bast at any time. That was my answer. I see the daughter of the House of Idelfelt is full of pride, Bast said with a motionless face and her fighting stance, though if I must say so, that's just common arrogance. Bast who dash out to Luvia direction, easily avoid Luvia jewelcraft attack. And try to make Luvia pass out with her right hand punch. But that punch is stopped by Shirou, who appear in front of Luvia while he grip Bast's right hand punch with boosted gear in his left hand. Her punch is much more stronger than Gokubi Eel, Shirou said. If I'm not using boosted gear to defend it, I think my hand will be broken even if I using a reinforcement. That girl physical power almost equal to Berserker. Boost. The boosted gear doubling his physical power, and with a move that faster than Bast reflect, Shirou throw Bast to the wall behind her. Shirou throwing Bast so hard to the level destroy the wall behind Bast back. Shishiro. Sorry I'm late, Luvia, Shirou said. I'm waiting for a right time to help you. A hero of justice must appear on the critical situation, right? Shiro. You help me. Luvia said while hugging Shirou tightly. I'm feel so happy. Shirou knew if he helping Luvia, something like this will happen. So he only sighing and let his girlfriend take care of Luvia, who is hugging him. Hey stupid golden drill girl. Rin said while gripping Luvia's head with her iron claw. Don't hugging Emiya-kun without my permission. He is my boyfriend. Ouch. 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 What are you doing, Tasaka Rin? Let go of your hand. You ruined my romantic moment with Shirou. Luvia feel headache because of Rin iron grip. Shut up. Rin shouted. This is a punishment for you who dare to touch other people, boyfriend. Ex-past Frogum Kermits didn't expect there is someone that would help Luvia and throw her like that. She can feel the bones inside her body cracked a little bit and the joint in her right arm is dislodged. She remember the one who throw her out is using a red gauntlet in his left hand, and the gauntlet let out a boost sound. And that moment she realized the one who make her body hurt right now is the boosted gear user. Red Dragon Emperor, huh? I heard he became a devil servant for the Grimoire heir, but that man right now clearly is a human from his aura. Are the rumor is false? She then stood up and adjusted the joint of her right arm and then returned to the mansion. I didn't know why the current Red Dragon Emperor is helping the Idelfelt, Bast said while walking through the hole where she thrown out. But I will make him regret for throwing me out earlier. Chapter 59, Shirou vs Bast 1. What are you doing by helping the Idelfelt heir, Sekai Uri Otei? Bast said with a cold tone while entering the mansion. Aren't you a part of Grimoire heir peerage? Shirou didn't look surprised at all when he saw Bast entering the mansion that quickly. Bast have great strength, Shirou can feel it when he endure her punch before. But after seeing her dislocated right arm, Shirou knew that her endurance at least not as strong as Kokubi Eel. I'm just a temporary member of Grimoire peerage, Shirou said. So it's not really a problem for me if I'm helping Luvia. A temporary member? Bast said while fixing her dislocated right arm that made a creepy cracking sound. That's the reason you're still a human and not became a devil? No, that's impossible. There isn't a way to reverse evil piece's transformation. Well, I have my own way to reverse the transformation. Is up to you to believe it or not, Shiro said. So Miss Enforcer, who is the one that sent you to retrieve the class card from Luvia and Rin, isn't that the exact opposite of Zelrat's order? I'm here only to retrieve the class card because that was the order from the association, Bast said. And I didn't care about anything else. Bast dashed out to Shiro and do a multiple punch to him, even when her right hand not in a full power because of the dislocated from before. Shiro can still feel numb when he tried to defend it with his right hand that reinforced with magic. Her power and physical strength is above Kokobe Eel, Shiro said with a sweat drop in his cheek. Fighting her without killing will be a bit tricky. I'm really careless when you punch me before, Bast said. But I will not make a same mistake twice. I will defeat you and take the card away. Bast's attack became more intense and faster, Shiro quite overwhelmed because of that. His basic power is not as strong as Bast and the effective boost before already gone, and because of Bast's hand-to-hand combat skill is better than Shiro, is hard for him to match Bast right now. Surely he can match her if he use boost of ultimate reinforcement, but right now Shiro want to compare his basic power with Bast. Trace on. Shiro trace his trustworthy weapon Kanzu and Bakuya. An advanced projection magic? Bast said. And you made a twin falchion to fight me? Are you think that you can fight me with that fragile weapon? We'll see, Shiro said while reinforce the twin falchion to the max. Trace overage. The twin falchion became a long blade that looked like a wings, more sharper and durable. Bast feel a little surprised by what she see. She didn't expect that Shiro can use reinforcement magic to that level. But she didn't care about that. The most important thing to her was to take back all the class card. And she will defeat anyone that obstruct her job. You also can use advanced reinforcement magic, huh? Bast said. That's really a surprise. There's someone in this world beside me who can use advanced reinforcement. Bast's attack became more intense and powerful, after she saw Shiro using the same magic as her. Shiro can end the fight in instant if he firing off B or A class noble phantasm toward her using the Gate of Babylon. But if he did that, Luvia's mansion would become more destroyed. But that's not the only reason Shiro didn't use the Gate of Babylon. If Shiro want to fight seriously, he must take Bast to another place, where there were no people, because if Shiro fighting Bast seriously inside the Eldelfelt mansion, he worry that not only the mansion that will be destroyed, all the house around it also will be a ruin and a lot of people will become a victim and die. That's what Shiro want to avoid. He crosses his trusty twin sword to withstand Bast's powerful streak. If her punches hit ordinary people, it will be a one-hit kill. I must find opening to lure her following me to the forest near the empty church where Asia was detained before, Shiro said. Bast's punches and Shiro's twin swords collide with each other, and every time Bast's punches and Shiro's swords strike each other, it always ends in equal. No one wins or loses, their strength is equal. But suddenly Bast felt a jolt in her right hand, making her stop attacking Shiro. The injury from Shiro's first strike still affected her right hand. Seeing an opportunity, Shiro immediately used a boosted gear to double his strength. Boost. Shiro's strength, which has doubled, giving him an opportunity to change the situation. Shiro's slash, which becomes stronger, cannot be resisted by Bast. Makes Bast's body pushed back a few meters. Trace on. Shiro stepped back his body and projected his flagship bow. And then he projected a rando D rank weapon, making it an arrow and shooting it to Bast. Of course, because of the speed of the arrow that shot by Shiro was not too fast, Bast can catch it easily. With her left hand that didn't have any injury. But before Bast could react, Shiro already fired another arrow at Bast, but this time with a higher speed and a higher number of arrows. Shit. Bast swearing, she didn't know that Shiro is so skilled in archery. She rolled her body to the side to avoid all the arrows fired by Shiro. In her normal condition, Bast felt she was strong enough to knock down all of those arrows, but with her right arm still injured, it was impossible for her to do it, so what she could do right now is to avoid the attack. That woman is really a monster. Emiyakun's first attack to that woman is strong enough to kill a Cerberus, but her body only have a slightly injury? Rin said while watching the fight between Shiro and Bast. And now she fighting toe-to-toe with Emiyakun, who defeat Kokobe Eel. She really deserves to be the #1 enforcer of the Holy Church. You're right, Tasaka Rin, Luvia said. But I think Shiro power is enough to defeat that berserker lady with easy, but why Shiro didn't finish his battle with that gorilla quickly? I don't know, Luvia, Rin said. Maybe Emiyakun have another plan for her? Why you didn't finish her from the start, Archer? Zelratch asked. If you firing some A-class noble phantasm with the Gate of Babylon, you can finish her in no time at all. I agree with the old man partner, Drake said. You even didn't need to use me to defeat her. Oh, I only want to know how strong she is, Shiro said. In the past Bast was master of Lancer before that bastard Kotamime steal her command spell and kill her. I hear a lot about her fighting ability in Clock Tower and how good she is when doing a job. Even my old man didn't want to make a mess with her. All of that make me curious about her. So I want to play with her a bit before defeating her. So you're enjoying a good fight too, huh? Drake said. That's so unlike you, partner. Only sometimes, Drake, Shira said. I'm not a battle maniac like Lancer. Then Archer, what are you going to do to lure her out of the Edelfelt mansion? Zelrach said. Did you have some plan? I will lure her out with this. Shira said while taking out a Lancer class card from his trouser pocket. A Lancer class card? Zelrach said. The one that you borrow from Rin before the fight, so that the reason you're borrowing it from her. Yeah, when I asking Rin earlier if she was holding one of the class cards, it turned out that the class card she had was a Lancer class card. This is a strange coincidence, isn't it? Shira said. You're right, it really is a strange coincidence. The class card that you used to lure her out of the mansion is the class card that have connection to her in your past life, Zelrach said. 20 Bast, who couldn't stop Shiru's attack by using her punches, decided to use her legs and stopped Shiru's arrows with her kicks that were much stronger than her punches, and slowly she began to approach Shiru, who continuously shot arrows at her. When Bast was close enough to Shiru, she reinforced her legs and shot towards Shiru at high speed. Shiru didn't expect that Bast could move that fast. Because of that, he shocked for a moment and make the arrow he shot missed. Shiru's carelessness was not wasted by Bast. Seeing the gap in Shiru's defense, Bast immediately kicked Shiru in the chest and made Shiru's body thrown back. Fortunately, Shiru has reinforced his entire body using magic and boosted gear power that's still active inside his body, making him can withstand the kick from Bast. Seeing that Shiru could withstand her kick, Bast did not feel surprised, because she knew Shiru was a tough fighter. You're tough, Sekai Uri Utai, Bast said. But when I see your fighting style, it really look like Archer Fig Thing style that I defeat. You have some connection with him? Maybe yes, maybe not, Shiru said. If you want to know why you didn't find it by yourself. If that what you want, then I will fight you more seriously. Prepare yourself, Sekai Uri Utai. Bast collected a large amount of magic and then used reinforcement to the maximum level, because to defeat Shiru decided to go all out. Okay, then let's start the round 2. Shiru said. Chapter 60. Shiru vs Bast 2. Before we resume our fight, Shiru said. Is this the thing that you want from Rin and Luvia? Shiru took out the Lancer class card from his pants pocket, and showing it to Bast. A class card that I've never seen, Bast said. Why did you have that? You stole it from Saga or Edelfelt? I borrowed it for a while from Rin to research it, Shiru said. I'm wondering why are you so persistent in obeying orders from your superiors in the Holy Church to get this class card? Though, the task to collect the class cards has been given to Rin and Luvia by the order from Zeltric, and suddenly they ask you to take the card from Rin and Luvia. Don't you feel suspicious to your boss? I told you before, Sekai Uri Utai, the orders from my superiors are absolute, Bast said. Whatever they will do with the class card, I don't care. Because my job is only to collecting them. That's why right now I will take the card from your hand. Then I'll take the cards from Saga and Edelfelt. A faint smile appeared on Shiru's face. He could feel that Bast was a little provoked by the plan he made. Then try to take it from me. Shiru turned around, then he walked out of the Edelfelt mansion. To bring away Bast out of the Edelfelt mansion and fight her seriously in a quiet place far from the mansion. 20 Ilk, Mi vomited a blood from her mouth. She just woke up after she fainted, that caused by the blow from Bast right on her chest. Thanks to the barrier she made right on time when Bast hit her, Mi didn't die. But her internal organs was badly injured. Being able to wake up this quickly after passing out was a miracle for Mi. That woman is very tough, Mi said. If I were just a little late in making a barrier to block her attacks, I would be dead by now. Miss-sama, are you alright? Asked Sapphire, who hovered above Mi's head. My lungs is hurt and my ribs is broken, and I think that was far from alright, Sapphire, replied Mi. And beside that, when I tried to move my body, I felt ached all over my body. I can take you to Luvia-sama and Rin-sama, Sapphire said. Both of them can heal your wounds. Thank you, Ruby, Mi said. Please take me to them. With pleasure, Ruby used the telekinesis function on her body to lift Mi up. Sapphire, how about that woman at the moment? Mi asked. Right now, who is the one who fighting her? Shiru-sama in the one who fighting Bast Fragrant Grimitz, Sapphire replied. And he can fight equally against her. Shiru-san. Mi clearly felt surprised. She didn't expect Shiru will fight Bast. Yeah, he is so strong. Bast attack didn't do anything to him, said Sapphire. In fact, I think Shiru-sama didn't show his true power at all when fighting her. Mi knows that Shiru is very strong, but it didn't stop her to feel worried. In the dimension where she comes from, Shiru is a light that illuminates her life. Without Shiru, maybe Me would still be an emotionless and clueless doll. Even though Emiya Shiru from his dimension is not her dear older brother, there is no way Me wouldn't feel worry if someone who has the same figure like her Onii-chan will do something dangerous. 20 Seeing Shiru suddenly running out of the mansion, made Bast feel confused. Bast knew that Shiru was strong enough to match her, so why did he suddenly running out of the mansion when the two of them were about to start the second round of their fight? Bast, who doesn't really like to think too much, doesn't want to think about it anymore. Right now, her only thoughts are taking the class card from Shiru. She then dashing out of the mansion following Shiru. The thing she had to get back was already in front of her eyes. It was impossible for Bast to let Shiru escape. When Bast had left the mansion, she could see Shiru jumping from one roof to another. The distance between herself and Shiru was quite far, because Shiru was moving very quickly with a speed beyond her. Bast, who realized that she couldn't move that fast, started gathering a magical energy in her left leg to the maximum extent. The muscles in her legs grew large to the point making the left side of her pants looked a little tight. With her left leg muscles strengthened to its limit, Bast pressed her feet to the ground and dashed out towards Shiru. The pressure on her left leg was so strong to the point created a large crack in Luvia's yard. Bast sped away with a speed that exceeded Shiru's speed, because in an instant she already standing on the roof of the house with a distance only several dozen meters from Shiru. Shiru was feel so shocked when he saw Bast already in front of him. He was really confused why Bast could catch up with him so quickly. Shiru knows that Bast's speed is not as fast as him, so Shiru feels confident that Bast will not be able to catch up with him that quickly. How could she can catch up with me this quickly, Shiru said. Even though it's clear that I'm much faster than her, what tricks she used to move faster than me? You won't be able to run any more Sekai Uri Otei, Bast said, who was already in a fighting stance and ready to hit Shiru anytime. Let's resume our fight. I can't possibly fight Bast here, this place will be completely destroyed, Shiru said. I have to avoid her, it's impossible for me to fight in a place full of humans and buildings. Shiru stopped jumping and decided to run on the paved road, unwilling to do a battle that was both futile for him. 20 Seeing Shiru running away from her once again made Bast feel very angry. She really doesn't like a people who run away from a battle. Bast descended to ground, then ran after Shiru while trying to calm herself down. The annoyance she got because of Shiru ran away from the battle could interfere with her main task to collect the class card. That's why every time she carries out her duties, Bast will suppress her own feeling as much as possible. For her feelings and emotions just a hindrance that interfere her duties as an enforcer. Shiru could see that Bast was still chasing him from behind. He was not running in his top speed right now. To make Bast could still follow him. But Shiru didn't want to let his guard down like before, when Bast suddenly appeared in front of him. This time Shiru concentrated all his senses so he could feel all of Bast's movements, who running behind him right now. Previously he underestimated Bast because he felt Bast was slower than him and it was impossible for Bast to overtake him, but apparently Bast could catch up with him. This time Shiru wouldn't let that happen, because he didn't want to fight between himself and Bast in an area full of buildings and people. Because if the two of them fought, there would be a lot of casualties. X-Rin and Luvia saw Shiru who led Bast out of the window of the room which was right next to the room where Shiru and Bast had previously fought. They were both grateful that Shiru took Bast away from Edelfelt Mansion, because if Shiru and Bast still fought in the mansion, they both feared that the Edelfelt Mansion would be destroyed. Emiya-kun took that gorilla woman out of the mansion, said Rin. It seems Emiya-kun really wants to avoid fighting her in this mansion. Sigh, thank goodness she and gone from here. Shiro made a really good decision, Luvia said. If the two of them continue to fight in my mansion, the mansion will be leveled to the ground. The interior inside of my mansion already half destroyed because of that gorilla. When Shiro has finished beating the gorilla, I will charge a large bill on her to compensate the damage that she made. I don't think Emiya-kun took Bast out of the mansion just because of the damage, said Rin. Maybe he worry about the damage he will make if he starts to fight seriously. The battle at Kusagakure is safe because of the bounded field that made by Sonokaya Kopirage can withstand the damage. But the bounded field in Edelfelt Mansion isn't that strong. That's why Emiya-kun decided to fight elsewhere to avoid unnecessary damage. Because I think if Emiya-kun is serious, it might not only be the Edelfelt Mansion that will be destroyed, the area several kilometers from this mansion will also be flattened to the ground. Chapter 61, Shiru vs Bast 3. On a grassy field in the middle of the forest near the abandoned church. Shiru and Bast stood up facing each other. The distance between them is about 15 meters. There wasn't a single wound on Shiru's body, but the clothes Shiru wore were a bit tattered and dirty from his fight against Bast in Edelfelt Mansion. While Bast's body was covered with bruises and her right hand looked crooked and almost unusable because of Shiru's first attack, her clothes were more tattered than Shiru's. Even so, Bast didn't look tired at all. You bring me to a place like this, said Bast. Do you want to fight in a deserted place because you're worried about the casualties from our fight? Your guess is right, said Shiryu with a smile. If we fight in the Edelfelt mansion, the bounded fields that surround the mansion won't be able to withstand the impact of our battle, and there will be a casualties and victim if we keep our fight there. That's why I brought you here, so that we can fight freely without any disturbance. CKK, I already feel suspicious to you, when you showed me the class card that you borrowed Saga and made me follow you to this place, said Bast. You brought me here so you could fight seriously against me without any obstacle, right? Because if you fight seriously at the Edelfelt mansion, then the destruction that occurs due to the battle we are doing will be enormous. That's right. In the previous life, Shiryu knew that Bast was known as a stupid girl who was good at fighting. Shiryu felt a little surprised when Bast could guess his plan. I thought you were just a brainless girl who only relied on muscles, but apparently you can think pretty well too. I didn't feel annoyed or angry with what you said just now because it was the truth, Bast said, nonetheless with a flat tone and almost emotionless face. Because for me, solving problems using force is much easier than solve a problem using my brain, but if I want, I can analyze things properly using my brain. Although if I'm thinking too much, my brain will overhaul and my head will feel a little dizzy afterwards. For the proof, right now you can see a smoke coming out of my head. Thick smoke indeed came out of Bast's head according to her word. Thinking too much is not good for her brain. A smoke came out of her head? That's really absurd, Shiryu said with cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. She really is a muscle's brain, huh? She didn't have ability to think a hard thing, and thinking hard already makes her brain overheat and emit a smoke. That woman is really weird. You've made me waste my precious time, Sekai Uri, Bast said. Now I will beat you and take the class card that you have, and after that I'll also will take the card that Saga and Edelfelt have. You should have realized it. When I was at Edelfelt mansion, I didn't fight you seriously, Shiryu said. Are you sure you can beat me? I've already defeated 2 heroic spirits when I was given the task of collecting the class cards, said Bast. Do you think you who only rely on advanced reinforcement, projection and boosted gear can beat me? That's impossible. Bast ran towards Shiryu and aimed Shiryu's face with her left fist, but Shiryu easily dodged it and kicked Bast in the stomach using his right leg, which was strengthened using ultimate reinforcement. Bast's body was not thrown back, but her mouth vomited a blood. And the kinetic energy from Shiryu kick that penetrated Bast's body and made the big tree behind Bast's body fall down. The kick seriously injured Bast's stomach, making her immediately knelt down due to the pain in her stomach. Shiryu deliberately made the kinetic energy from his kick penetrate Bast's body to injure Bast's internal organs, so Bast's body was not thrown. The technique to control the kinetic energy in my kicks and punches that I learned from the Kung Fu masters when I was Counter Guardian was quite useful in situations like this, said Shiryu. It looked like my attack injured her internal organ badly. What kind of kick is that? Bast said, who was surprised by Shiryu's kick. That fucking Sekai Uri, I control the kinetic energy on his kicks and make it penetrate my body and injure my lamb. Shiryu intended to kick Bast once more while Bast was kneeling, but this time Bast had already prepared herself, using her left hand to block Shiryu's kick, even though Bast's body was pushed back a few meters. Shit, that kick just now almost broke my left hand. Luckily I just strengthened my left hand to the max. Otherwise my left hand would be a waste, Bast said. His speed and physical strength are completely different from when I fought him in the Edelfelt mansion. He really didn't lie when he said he will fight me seriously. It looked like I must go all out if I want to defeat him. Bast took out a small glass tube filled with a blue liquid inside. At the end of the glass tube there was a silver iron cover with a small needle in the middle. Bast took out an injection filled with a healing fluid that she never used in fight before. She then stabbed the injection into her right arm, and in an instant her badly injured right arm was instantly healed and she could feel all of her injury instantly recovered. I actually don't want to use this healing fluid, because the side effect of forced healing will make my body ache for a week, Bast said. But this time I didn't have a choice. That Sekai Uri I can use many different abilities besides the sacred gear he has. Enemies who have many abilities are troublesome. If only he only used boosted gear, I could neutralize him using my noble phantasm fragrant. This time I really unlucky meeting an enemy like him. Shiryu was not too surprised when Bast used an injection filled with healing fluid, because he had once faced another member of the Holy Church who used the same object. You used holy doping, which can heal severe wounds in an instant and restore lost stamina, said Shiryu. But aren't you afraid of the side effects that will appear 2 hours after you use the liquid? TCH, I just have to beat you before 2 hours have passed, said Bast. And how do you know about holy doping? My father Emiya Giratsugu is a freelance magus, said Shiryu. That's why I know about holy doping. It's because I read one of the journals he has. So you're a son of the magus killer, huh? Said Bast, who was quite surprised by Shiryu's identity. No wonder you are so strong and have good fighting skills. Apparently you are the son of the Magus killer. It all makes sense now why you can be so strong. You were trained by the Magus killer. Actually I want to say that Giritsugu in this world never trained me anything, said Shiru. But if I say that there will only be trouble awaiting me, I'd better just let her think whatever she wants. 20 While Shiru was busy thinking, Bast suddenly stood in front of him and aimed her right fist at Shiru's face. And Shiru with a fast reflexes trace one layer of raw AI as to withstand Bast's. But Bast who uses gloves that have magic shield destroying runes shattered raw AI as to pieces with only one hit and Bast hits Shiru's face this time. Shiru's body was thrown back several meters until he finally fell to the ground. Shiru's face was bruised and there was blood coming out of his mouth. Even though he had strengthened his body using ultimate reinforcement and protected himself using raw AIS, Bast's punch can still hit his face and injure him quite badly. If Shiru doesn't use ultimate reinforcement on his body, his head will immediately be destroyed in an instant. That girl's strength is beyond Kokobi Eel's, Shiru said. And I never thought that the gloves she was wearing had runes to destroy a magic shield. You're really off guard this time, partner, Drake said. You can finish that girl from the beginning using the Gate of Babylon. Why you didn't do that? Archer is a feminist, Drake, Zelrech said. He wouldn't do something like that to Bast. Seriously injuring her internal organs became a huge burden on him. That's why he extended his fight with Bast and tried to find a way to make Bast pass out. You talk too much, Zelrech, Shiru said. So what if I'm a feminist? Is that wrong? I don't want to judge you or anything, Archer, Zelrech said. But you have to know that behavior of yours can become a double-edged sword if you're not careful. I understand, Zelrech, said Shiru. That's why I've been very careful when fighting him, even though in the end I still got hit too, though. Shiru then stood up and threw away the blood in his mouth. He still felt pain in his cheek. He realized that he was taking Bast too lightly. You can still wake up after being hit by me? Bast said. Even though I used 100% of my strength on that hit. Well, I didn't think that you could destroy Ro Aiaz, said Shiru. I was completely off guard. If I didn't strengthen my body with reinforcement, my head will be crushed. You're really strong, Bast fragrant grimace. But it's time I will ended this fight. Speak as you wish, Sekai Uri Utai, said Bast. Because in the next hit I will increase my strength by 200% and make it impossible for you to wake up again. Bast gathered all her magic energy in her right hand and strengthened her right hand by 200% using the forbidden technique of reinforcement magecraft, which could paralyze her right hand for good if she didn't careful. Bast's right hand became radiant and very muscular like a bodybuilder, and she prepared to make the final blow to defeat Shiru. But Shiru opens a divine gates in large numbers and surrounds Bast and starts firing a small iron ball that he made using ultimate projection at high speed to Bast, of course not at the speed of sound, because he didn't want to kill Bast. Shiru decided to use the iron ball he made to attack Bast because if he fired a noble phantasm to defeat Bast it would be too overkill. Bast, who still gathering a magical energy in her right arm, was shocked by the appearance of the divine gate, and because she had a bad feeling when she saw the divine gate. Bast decided to run to avoid the divine gate, but before she could move Shiru had already fired countless iron balls into Bast's body. Bast, who didn't strengthen her body with reinforcement because she concentrated all of her magical energy in her right hand, immediately have a serious injured all over her body. Her entire body except for the head was hit by the iron ball that Shiru shot. Bast's body had holes everywhere and a lot of blood came out of those holes and her body fell onto the ground motionless. Shiru immediately stopped his attack when he saw Bast's body that had fallen to the ground covered in blood. Shiru walked towards Bast and then he touched her body to stop the bleeding using ultimate projection to forcefully close the hole in her body. Bast was unable to move because of the bleeding all over her body. Even maintaining her consciousness was very taxing for her. If you have that kind of ability, why didn't you use it when you fought me at the Edelfelt mansion? Asked Bast. The Gate of Babylon is too dangerous to use in a closed room, replied Shiru. That's why I brought you here. I can use it when I fighting you. The Gate of Babylon? What is th? Before Bast finished her question her consciousness immediately disappeared and she finally fainted. Phew, the fight finally over, Shiru said. She really is a formidable and stubborn enemy. An enemy at Kokobi Eel's level is really hard to defeat. After that Shiru lifted Bast's body and took her away. Even though Bast is an enemy, it is impossible for Shiru to kill her. He will take her to Luvia and Rin for treatment, and what to do with Bast's after that, he will leave it to Luvia and Rin. Chapter 62, Aftermath 1 Edelfelt Mansion, right after the fight against Bast is over. Shiru carrying Bast in his shoulder and bring her back to Edelfelt Mansion with him. Rin, I'm back. Shiru shouted. Rin, who heard Shiru's voice calling her, immediately opened the mansion door and ran towards Shiru. While Luvia, who also heard Shiru's voice, can only grind her teeth because she can go to greet Shiru because she's still treating the wound. Emiya-kun, Rin said, running to Shiru and then hugging him. You managed to defeat her. Hey Rin, right now I'm carrying Bast, you know, Shiru said. So please don't hug me just yet, you can make me dropping Bast from my shoulder. Ah, sorry Emiya-kun, Rin said while blushing. I didn't realize that you carrying that berserker woman. Berserker woman? Shiru asked. Yeah, that was a nickname from Luvia for Bast, Rin answered. That I think really fit her. Well, I think the nickname suits her perfectly considering she prefers to use her muscles rather than her brains, Shiru said, laughing a little. But right now that's not important. I hurt Bast quite badly. Can you heal her, Rin? It depends how bad her wound is, Rin said. And I must see the wound first. You can see it by yourself after I brought her into the mansion, Shiru said while walking to the mansion beside Rin. Because I think the wounds that caused by my attack make Bast lost a lot of blood. Emiya-kun, if you have to seriously injure her like that, then Bast is really a difficult opponent to take down, Rin said. She doesn't have a crazy endurance like Gokabe Eel, said Shiru. But still Bast is a formidable opponent on par with Gokabe Eel, and her physical strength is even beyond Gokabe Eel. Of course I have a hard time fighting her. 20 Inside the Edelfelt mansion, Luvia, who was treating Auguste and Mu, who were badly injured, was delighted when she saw Shiru enter the mansion while carrying Bast on his shoulders, accompanied by Rin, who is walking beside Shiru. Because Bast, who is fainted right now, is a proof that Shiru managed to beat her successfully. Shiru. She walked toward Shiru and tried to hug Shiru like Rin before, but Rin stopped her by pulling her hair right before she can get close to Shiru. What are you doing, Tasaka Rin? You ruined my romantic moment with Shiru. Luvia said. You tried to hug my boyfriend, you prick. Rin said. Did you think I will let you do that? TSSK, why Shiru must choose a girl like you as his girlfriend, Tasaka Rin? Luvia said. I really didn't understand what's so special about you. Well, Luvia, I choose Rin as my girlfriend because she is my true love, Shiru said while put Bast body in the sofa. Tough Saber is my first love, tough. Shiru word making Rin feel a warm in her heart. She really loved him very much. Luvia feel a pain in her heart after hearing Shiru word. She really didn't understand why Shiru choosing Rin. She shows her love to Shiru just like Rin, and Luvia feel sure that her love for Shiru is not inferior to Rin. But why did Shiru choose Rin instead? Luvia is really confused about what makes Rin so special to Shiru. Without her noticing, a tears trickled down on her cheeks. She really want to become Shiru true love. But she knows Shiru already choose Rin as his soulmate, and she can't do anything about that. Rin knows that Luvia also loves Shiru, but no matter how hard Luvia tries to make Shiru her soulmate, all of Luvia's efforts is in vain, because for Shiru, Rin is her true love and nothing can change that. Shiru, who saw Luvia shed tears, could only sigh his breath. In his previous life, Shiru never loved Luvia and only considered her as a friend, and in his current life, love for Luvia began to grow in Shiru due to the influence of the new body he had because of the previous owner of his body who previously had a slight crush for Luvia. But still Shiru can't love Luvia like he loves Rin, so to comfort Luvia, Shiru will give Luvia something special. Luvia, can you come here for a moment? Shiru said. Luvia, who still didn't realize that she was crying, walked towards Shiru when Shiru called her. She felt a little confused why Shiru suddenly calling her. What's up, Shiru? Asked Luvia. Why did you call me? I want to give this to you, will you accept it? Shiru took out the bishop blade pieces from the gate of Babylon, and he handed it over to Luvia. Shiru, this thing is. Luvia was both surprised and happy when Shiru gave her the bishop blade pieces. Shiru once showed Luvia his blade pieces. That's why Luvia knows what blade pieces look like. I gave that bishop blade pieces to you, said Shiru. And if you use it, your magic power will increase by many times. Why did you give it to me, Shiru? Luvia asked. Do you want me to be a member of your peerage? I gave it to you because besides Asia you are the one who is the most suitable to use the bishop blade pieces, replied Shiru. And don't mention the word peerage, since we are not a devil race, I prefer to call you one of my comrades in my group. Because my blade pieces don't enslave someone like the evil pieces of the devil race. Luvia cried and immediately hugged Shiru, even though she couldn't be Shiru's true love. But at least when Shiru gave bishop blade pieces to her, she could feel that Shiru also had feelings of love for her, and for Luvia it was something she had been waiting for a long time. The bishop blade pieces that Shiru gave to her was symbol of love between herself and Shiru, at least that was how she felt. Luvia understands that Shiru's love for Rin is much greater than Shiru's love for her, and it cannot be changed no matter how hard she try. In the position of the number 2 girl that Shiru loves is Saber, that also cannot be changed, so Luvia will try her best so that she can hold the number 3 position that the girl Shiru loved most. 20 When Luvia hugged Shiru, Rin didn't do anything. It was all because she knew that Shiryu was showing his love to Luvia by giving her the bishop blade pieces. She felt jealous, of course, but she refrained from getting mad at Luvia out of respect for Shiryu's feelings. Besides, Rin knows that for Shiryu, she is still #1 girl in Shiryu's heart. 20 Bast was already in good condition after her wound was healed by Asia, and Iris Veil arrived shortly after Shiryu gave Luvia the bishop blade pieces because the two of them were curious about the state inside the Edelfelt mansion. Iris Veil and Asia were relieved to see that there were no casualties in the Edelfelt mansion, especially since nothing bad happened to Shiryu. But when Iris Veil and Asia saw Bast's body, which was full of blood, Iris Veil immediately carried out a structural analysis on Bast's body to check her condition, and then she used healing magic that she knew to treat Bast. Asia is not a doctor, nor does she know how to use structural analysis, but her twilight healing made up for those two shortcomings when she helped Iris Veil treat Bast. Through structural analysis, Iris Veil knows that Shiryu forcibly closed Bast's wound, and because of that Shiryu was scolded by Iris Veil for his actions that could endanger Bast's life. Even Zeldrach laughed at Shiryu because Shiryu forgot that he could use peak structural analysis and ultimate projection simultaneously on Bast's body to heal her body. Shiryu could only remain silent without saying anything, because in this case he was the one at fault. 20 When Shiryu returned to the Emiya residence along with Rin, Asia and Iris Veil, Kuro, Ilya and Saber, who felt worried about Shiryu, immediately hugged his body tightly. The three of them even scolded Shiryu for making them feel worried. Shiryu's room at 11 p.m. Sigh. Finally all the problems have been resolved, Shiryu said, who was sitting on the sofa in his room. This night is really full of problems. The appearance of Bast is truly a disaster, Rin said, who was sitting next to Shiryu. But luckily you managed to beat her, Shiryu. But I'm really sure if she wakes up she will still be determined to carry out her stupid mission, said Shiryu. Because that's the nature of Bast Fragrant Grimitz. For her, completing the mission is everything. If it's about that, I think I have a suitable solution, said Rin. A solution that will make Bast no longer bother us. What kind of solution? Shiryu asked. Bast's job is to collect all class cards, right? Rin replied. How about I tell her about the existence of the 8th class card? Chapter 63, Aftermath 2. In a dungeon inside the Edelfelt mansion, Bast Fragrant Grimitz wakes up with her hands and feet tied with a special chains. When she tried to break the chains that bound her hands and feet using her superhuman strength, Bast couldn't do anything at all, because she can't use her advanced reinforcement magecraft that she usually used to strengthen her body. And that was because the chains that bound her hands and feet were specially made to seal magical power. Bast felt really upset, because she couldn't break the chain. In normal circumstances, an ordinary chains couldn't strain her at all. She can destroy the chain easily, but now because the special chain has cut off Bast's access to her own prana. Right now Bast just only ordinary human that have a strength of peak human athlete. Bast then looked around her. The prison where she was confined was quite comfortable. The mattress where she lay down was quite soft, and there was a fairly clean toilet and sink. It's just that the barrier blocking the prison is not iron bars, but bulletproof glass that is more than 10 cm thick. On the bulletproof glass there are also special runes that have been engraved, to withstand any physical attacks. Bast sighed. With all the protection in the prison, it was impossible for her to escape from that prison. Right now all she could do was wait for the right moment to escape. Right now Bast are thinking about the first failure she experienced when she do a mission. All this time she had never failed in her duties as an enforcer from the Holy Church, and she was really proud about that. But when Shiryu defeated her in a fight, at that moment, Bast felt her pride has been destroyed. So far she never been defeated by anyone in her life. But in the end Bast was defeated by someone who she didn't think can defeat her, Emiya Shiryu. Even though Bast has lost, failed to do her mission, and her pride has been shattered by Shiryu, but that didn't make Bast's life passion to completing her mission lessen. She already failed in her current mission, but she decided when her stamina already recovered and she had a chance to escape. Bast intends to attacking Rin and Luvia once again to complete her mission. Because for Bast, completing the mission she had is more important than her own life. 20 Edelfelt Mansion, CCTV room. The gorilla woman has wake up, Luvia said, looking at the monitor that's showing Bast's condition in the dungeon via CCTV. But are you sure that your plan will work, Kusagakure? Bast Fragrant Grimitz is known as an enforcer who is obsessed with completing her mission, Rin said. She will do anything to complete the mission she had, even if she has to sacrifice her life. Sigh. I just hope your plan will works, Kusagakure, Luvia said. Because from my own experience I know that Bast Fragrant Grimitz is not someone who will listen to what other people said to her. Sigh. I know that, Rin said. But I'm sure she will listen about the information that I will to tell her. 20 A few hours after the battle against Bast, when Shiryu was walking towards Kusagakure along with Archeria, Asia, Zenovia and his twin sisters Zilia and Kuro. So Unai-chan, you really sucks to defeat the enemy that attacked the Edelfelt mansion? Ilya asked. Well, I managed to beat her, Shiryu nodded. Even though the enemy I fought last night was not an easy foe to defeat. If Onyai-chan has a hard time defeating the enemy, I don't think Ilya or I will be able to fight it, Kuro said, feel relieved she didn't have to fight a tough enemy that can kill her. It's a good thing Ilya and I didn't go to the Edelfelt mansion last night, because even if we were there, we would only become a burden to Onyai-chan. Last night I almost went to Edelfelt mansion because of Ruby's words, Ilya said. But it didn't happen because I was knocked out by Archeria-san. You are too reckless, Ilya. Shiryu shouted. He feel really annoyed by Ilya's recklessness and stupidity. Why you must to believe the word of a sentient mystic code that have a whimsical nature. I'm really sorry, Onyai-chan, Ilya said, who was quite shocked when Shiryu suddenly scolded her. I had no idea that the enemy Onyai-chan was fighting was so strong. Sigh, I forgive you, Ilya, Shiryu said while hugging Ilya. As long as you promise me not to repeat the mistake you made last night. Do you know what will happen if you go to the Edelfelt mansion last night? You could be killed and die. That's why I told Archeria to restrain you and Kuro from leaving the house last night. So nothing bad will happen to you too. Please don't do things that make me or your mom worry, Ilya. I promise not to repeat the mistake I did last night, Onyai-chan, Ilya said with a tears in her cheek while hugging back Shiryu. She was really annoyed with herself. Why she must believe Ruby word. She feels so stupid right now. I'm sorry for my recklessness, Onyai-chan. Sob. Don't cry, Ilya, Shiryu said while patting Ilya's head. I'm sorry for being too hard to you, but I'm scolding you to make you behavior more mature and also because I love you, my dear Imutu. Are you understand what I'm saying, Ilya? Yes. Ilya nodded. She feel really happy by what Shiryu said to her. Shiryu may be angry to her, but all of that for her own goodness. Kuro feel irritated when Ilya hugging Shiryu, but she didn't do anything right now, because Shiryu is the one who hugging Ilya first. And she understand that Ilya really need a warm hug from Shiryu. Then where is that perverted mystic code right now? Asia asked. Don't tell me after what she did, you still bring her with you. I put Ruby in my stinky socks that I haven't washed for 3 months, replied Ilya with an angry tone. Then I crushed her body with the biggest and thickest book in my room. As punishment for what she did all this time to me. Well, that's a fitting punishment for the insane mystic code created by Zelrech, Shiryu said with a little laugh. Though I don't know what Zelrech thought by making some insane sentient mystic code like that. I think a same thing, Archer, Zelrech say. Why the me in this dimension making crazy sentient mystic code like that? You and yourself in this dimension are the same person, Shiryu said. You already know the answer, right? By the way, Onyai-chan, how about my condition? Ilya said. Is she okay? The wound she got when she hurt by the enemy was quite severe, Shiryu replied. But right now her body condition is already stable enough because Luvia has already treated her. Phew, thank goodness, Ilya said. I'm really worried about Ms. condition. Emiya Shiryu, if I'm not mistaken, the enemy you fought last night was an enforcer from the Holy Church, right? Zenovia said. Do you know the name of the enforcer? Bast Fragrant Grimitz, Shiryu replied. The #1 enforcer of the Holy Church. Bast Fragrant Grimitz. Zenovia shocked after hear that name. She is the ultimate class enforcer that even Giulio Gesualdo, the strongest exorcist of the Vatican, fears. Because of her special noble phantasm ability that renders all magical weapons useless. How could you defeat such a strong enemy? Bast is a formidable foe, I admit it, Shiryu said. But she's the type of fighter who relies more on her muscles rather than her brain. As long as we can keep up with her physical strength and body speed, with the right tactics anyone can beat her. You talk like anyone can do it, Archeria said. Are you aware that only people with the same power level as you or me can do that? If Ilya, Kuro or Zenovia fought against Bast in the same way as you, they might end up dying. Ah, you're right, Saber, Shiryu said. I was so stupid didn't notice an important thing like that. Ahahaha. Kuro, Ilya, Asia and fell to the ground after hearing Shiru's words. The 3 of them didn't expect that Shiryu, who looked perfect in their eyes, could make a mistakes too. Chapter 64, The Talk with Bast. Today Rin and Luvia didn't go to school, because they want to do a negotiation with Bast about the 8th class card. And right now the 2 of them was already in the basement of Edelfelt Mansion, to do the negotiation. Bast Fragram Kermitz, the special enforcer from the Holy Church, Luvia said. There is something that we want to talk about with you. You must listen to a thing that we will tell to you, Rin said. No matter if you like it or not. Tasaka and Edelfelt, huh, Bast said. After my defeat in the hand of the Sekai Uri Utai, both of you locking me here and sealing my magecraft using the special handcuffs. You made me failed at my mission and now you want me to talk something with me? Fine, because right now I'm your prisoner, I will listen to what both of you will tell to me. Then Rin took out something from her bag, and showing it to Bast. You showing me a diagram of the Earth pulse? Bast said. What's so special about that diagram? This is the diagram of City Earth pulse or magical ley lines, Rin said. And there is an anomaly in this diagram if you see the lower left part of the diagram. The spot that Earth pulse is shrinking, Bast said, feel shocked by what she's seeing. That square place it can't be. As our predecessor in this, you know what this means, right? Luvia said. To be precise, it's not a square, it's a cube. Due to this there is a lot of magical energy is being absorbed by an 8th class card. The 8th class card. Bast shouted. That's impossible. No, what Luvia saying is the truth, Rin said. Not even the association can detect the dead center of the base of this Earth pulse. I'm the only one who know the card's exact location. Also only a person with QA administrator right can see the Earth pulse, in other words only me and my family member. So then assuming your mission to get all the card, wouldn't this 8 card included in it? The appearance of the 8 class card is something that Bast didn't expect, because her job is only to collect all the 7 class card, not DxD 81. With the appearance of the 8 class card her mission can be considered as invalid. The situation has gone beyond I could decide it, right now, Bast said with a serious tone. I declared a temporary truce with you two, because I need to seek additional instruction from my boss. Okay, that's fine for us, Luvia said. We will release you right now, and let you contact the association. Luvia then opened the lock of Bast's handcuff and prison door using a remote that she took from between her boobs. Luvia still on alert of course because she didn't know what Bast will do after she free. But Bast didn't do anything that threatened Rin or Luvia. After Bast is free she immediately without doing anything. After Bast left, Rin and Luvia feel relieved because they both know how dangerous Bast can be. Phew, thank goodness she is gone, Rin said. Being near her always making me nervous. Well, she is a very dangerous person. It's not that weird if you feel nervous in front of her, Luvia said. But right now I'm thinking how much I should spend to renovate the house, after that bitch Bast destroyed half part of the inside of my mansion. You still angry about that, huh? Rin said. Yeah, and right now I'm truly enjoying thinking how to pay that gorilla bitch back. Luvia said. To start off I'm in the process of negotiating with the association to have the damages to the mansion becomes her debt. Oh, well how poor of her, Rin said. That gorilla bitch is really unlucky picking a crazy rich young lady as an enemy. Hayao and Arena Shiru feel really weird when they woke up inside the old school building that morning in half-naked condition because they only wearing a swimming suit. The last thing they remember is changing their clothes to swimming suit inside the changing room. What happened after that they didn't remember at all. They have a lot of message in their smartphones from Psy parent asking why they didn't came home that night. Didn't know what to answer. They both decided to find their uniform that they left inside the changing room first. Because it was morning and the school was about to start, if they didn't hurry up they might seeing by the other students wearing a swimsuit and that would be very embarrassing for both of them. Good morning Sai-kun, Irina-chan, Akano said after she opened the door to the old school building while wearing her summer uniform. Are both of you sleeping well? Akano-san. Sai said. Well, what happened to us? Why I and Irina is sleeping on the floor of this building wearing only a swimsuit. Yeah, Irina said. We really want to know why me and Sai is in this embarrassing situation. Both of you making a little chaos yesterday in the pool, Akano said. So Ryaspuku decided to erase the memory of both of you in the pool yesterday. That's why you two can remember everything that happened in the pool. So that why I can remember what happened after I going inside the changing room, Sai said. But that's not explain why both of us is sleeping on the floor half naked. That was because Emiya-kun decided to knock both of you out and throw both of you to this building while being tied up, Akano said. But me and Ryaspuku cut off the rope that tie both of you and then erase your memories. Because we both think that tying both of you with a rope is too much. What kind of chaos that we both do, that make Emiya-san knock us out? Irina asked. Ryaspuku forbid me to telling you, Akano answered. Because the chaos that you two made is too absurd to tell. Too absurd. Sai faces paled. He can imagine what kind of chaos he do to the level Ryas forbid Akano to tell the story. I really didn't want to know what I and my boyfriend do at the pool yesterday, if Ryasan forbid you to tell it to us, Irina said with a pale face like Sai. Me and Sai-kun must be doing something so bad or embarrassing yesterday. Yeah, you could say that, Akano said while bring out Sai and Irina's school uniform. I'll better if both of you wearing this uniform, because the school hour is already started and about your school bag, don't worry. It already placed in your class. Irina and Sai take their uniform from Akano, but they can feel their uniform is more clean and fragrant than yesterday. Akano-san, are you clean our school uniform? Asked Shiru. Yes, because the school uniforms of you two are a bit dirty, so I washed them and tidied them up, Akano answered. Thank you Akano-san, Irina and Sai said while hugging Akano body. Alright, Akano said, feel happy after being thanked by Sai and Irina. Please take a bath and clean yourself first before both of you wearing the uniform. The body of you two is really smelly. Okay. Irina and Sai said. XORC room right after Akano meet with Irina and Sai. With Ryaz, Akano, and Shiru in the room. So Emiya-kun, can you tell me what happened inside the Edelfelt mansion last night? Ryaz asked. Because I can heard a lot of noise from the Edelfelt mansion and I can tell there is a fight that happened in the mansion. Ryaz feel really curious with what happened in the Edelfelt mansion yesterday night, because she can feel an unknown magical signature inside the mansion. And from the noise that came from the mansion she can guess there is a fight inside the mansion. That's why she calls Shiru to go to the club room right before the lesson is begin, because she was sure that Shiru was involved with the incident inside the mansion. I can tell you a lot because what happened last night is under the jurisdiction of Clock Tower and the Holy Church, Shiru answered. But what I can tell you is, some enforcer from the Holy Church decided to interrupt Rin and Luvia job in Kua. And that enforcer make a lot of trouble for me, Luvia and Rin. The relationship between the Greenery and Clock Tower is not that bad or not good, so you can say the Greenery family and the Clock Tower have neutral relationship at least. But not with the Holy Church. The church was a common enemy for every devil. So it's not that weird. After Shiru say that word, Akano and Ryaz became a little vigilant. An enforcer from the Holy Church in Kua. Ryaz said with a sweat drop in her cheek. Who is the enforcer that came to Kua? Vast fragrant grimace, Shiru said. The number one enforcer from the Holy Church. What? Ryaz and Akano shouted. Did you mean the stupid enforcer who made a lot of trouble for Angel, Fallen Angel and Devil? The one who said as the strongest enforcer that made a lot of destruction when she do a job. Ryaz said. One of the most feared human in Moonlight World, Akano said. The super muscle-head woman that calls him boy adamant of destruction? Yeah, that enforcer, Shiru said. She was really hard to defeat. I have a lot of trouble defeating her. Well, I'm not shocked if you can defeat her, Emiya-kun, Akano said. But what the Holy Church is thinking by sending her to Kua? Because the job that Rin and Luvia do originally is her job, Shiru said. Until Zelrech made a different order and give that job to Rin and Luvia. So that's the reason, huh, Ryaz said. Or she came to Kua to take her job back? I can't tell you the truth, Shiru said. But you can say it like that. Are she still in Kua, Emiya-kun? Akano asked. Maybe yes, maybe no, Shiru answered. If you want to know, please ask Rin and Luvia. Sigh, this is not good, Ryaz said. I hope she didn't interfere with our work. Don't worry Ryaz-buku, Shiru said. I guarantee that she will not do anything to devil line of work in Kua. Chapter 65, Sai meet Valikudo Club, right after the school is over. Sakura and Shiru with the other club member doing some practice session for the tournament that will be held in the next semester. While Taiga as the advisor of the club is sleeping peacefully in the club veranda. Senpai, Sakura said while polishing her personal bow. Nasan didn't come home yesterday after we swim at the school swimming pool and she didn't call me or my mom, and this morning she also didn't go to school. Did you know where she is right now? There is some problem yesterday, Sakura. Right after we finished swimming at the school swimming pool, Shiru said when he has fired an arrow right at the target point. That's why your sister didn't came home last night, and if you want to know where is your sister right now? She is in the Edelfelt mansion with Luvia doing their job from Zeldrech. Are the problem have a connection with her job collecting the class card? Asked Sakura. You can say that, Shiru answered. Because there is a crazy woman enforcer who tried to snatching the class card from Rin and Luvia. Sigh, a job from that old vampire always made a trouble for our family, Sakura said. I don't know why Nasan so eager learning from that old coot. Well, your sister dream is to reach the root with second magic kaleidoscope, Shiru said. Something that impossible, even if you're using the kaleidoscope. That's why our family is declined, Sakura said. That's stupid dream destroying our family. Root is something that forbidden for human or god, Shiru said. But sometimes the almighty god, let a little knowledge out of the root, and giving it to humans. The examples are kaleidoscope, heaven feel and denial of nothingness. All the true magic is came from the knowledge that the almighty god took out from the root. So Zelrech and all the true magic user never reached the root? Asked Sakura. It can be say, they reached the root, but they didn't got all the knowledge in the world, only what the almighty god want to give them, answered Shiru. Before you protest to me, I only want to say in my fic, I change how root work a little bit so I can write this fic more easy. I'm really sorry if you didn't like it, I just hope that Nasan stop her stupid life goal, Sakura said with a worried look. I didn't want to lose another family member. To be Magus is to walk with death, Shiru said. That's what my father told me, when you became a Magus, Death is something that you will face every day. But I think Rin goal to reach the root and got all the knowledge in the world is too much. Even senpai thinking Nasan goal is bad, huh, Sakura said. Reaching the root is the same as try to reach the almighty god domain to become all-knowing, Shiru said. It was a big sin, Sakura. A human will never reach the almighty god domain, no matter how hard we try. Senpai, as her boyfriend, can you stop Nasan for reaching her goal? Sakura asked. She feel worry about her older sister, who tried to reach something that forbidden. I'm in the process, changing her goal. Little by little, Shiru said. Changing other people's life behavior is something that can't be reached in an instant. During class time at school, Irina and Sai couldn't concentrate at all in paying attention to the lesson. Because the two of them are still wondering what really happened yesterday afternoon at the pool. Because of that, Ryaz allowed Sai not to have to take part in ORC activities today so he and Irina could rest at home and recover their chaotic mental state. And right now both of them, going home together to the Hayato residence. Sai, Irina, I feel so unlucky yesterday, Sai said while sighing. I missed an opportunity to swimming with you because somehow me and you made a chaos at the pool. And I even don't remember what happened yesterday because Ryazbuku erasing our memories. I'm also curious about what happened to us yesterday, Irina said. But somehow, I had a feeling I'll be better if we didn't know about the chaos we made yesterday. Yeah, I think you're right, Irina, Sai said while sighing. No matter how curious I am about what happened to the two of us yesterday, if the incident was so embarrassing to the level that make Ryazbuku erase our memories, I'll be better for us to let go our curiosity and ignore what really happened. Sai, I really want to see Irina in bikini. Sai said inside his heart. Maybe next time, I will ask her for a date in the pool. Yeah, let's just stop thinking about it and going home, Irina said. I'm really want to have a good quality rest. Shit. I really want to see Sai-kun in a swimsuit. Irina said. Ah, I know. I will ask him to have a date at the pool later. Just the two of us. Ooh, this will be really fun. When the stupid couple busy with their own mind, not too far from them volley the Hikari-uka walking up to the two of them, someone that they didn't expect will meet. After knowing that the Sekirei Otai that he met before was a fake one, volley feel really curious what kind of man Hayato Sai the real Sekirei Otai is. But what he found when he watching Sai for a couple of days was a very big disappointment. Hayato Sai is very weak person, he can't use his sacred gear properly, and all he can think about is female breasts. He even can't talk to the dragon soul inside his sacred gear. Volley didn't want to make Sai as rival at all because he is too weak, and Volley didn't want to have a weak rival like Sai. And because of that he decided that Sai is unworthy for the Red Dragon Emperor title. For him the fake Red Dragon Emperor Emiya Shiru is more worthy for the title. Irina and Sai is still busy with their own mind, they both even didn't realize when Volley is right in front of them. And they only realize it when Volley greet them. Are you Hayato Sai? Asked Volley. Yes, I am, Sai answered, feel really confused by the stranger who's suddenly asking his name. Who is he? This is the first time we meet, Welsh Dragon Red Dragon Emperor, Hayato Sai, Volley said. My name is Volley Vanishing Dragon the White Dragon Emperor. The White Dragon Emperor. Sai shouted. Right now Sai can feel a fear inside his heart, his fated enemy is right in front of him. That was something he didn't expect, he already hear about Hikari-uka from Shiru and how strong his fated enemy is. Sai knew deep inside his heart that he didn't worthy to hold the Red Dragon Emperor title, because of how weak he is. No matter how much Sai trained his body all this time, his didn't have significant result from all his training and only getting stronger a little bit. And because of that he decided to give the Red Dragon Emperor title to Shiru, who he think more worthy than him for that title. Sai-kun, please back up, Irina said while took out her standard holy sword and stand up in front of Sai. He is a dangerous enemy. Irina can feel a cold sweat drop from her cheek, she knew that Volley is much stronger than her. But she can let Volley do something bad to his boyfriend. You need your girlfriend to protect you? Volley said. What a disappointment, I didn't think my rival is this weak to the point need a help from a girl. Irina, please put down your sword, Sai said. I can feel that he didn't want to attack us, so let's talk with him first. Sai, okay Sai-kun, Irina said. But please be careful. You quite smart Hayato Sai, Volley said while smiling. You're right, I didn't want to fight with you because it's not worth my time at all because you're too weak. And I didn't like to fight a weak enemy, so fighting you is a big no. I'm in front of you right now because I want to talk with you. What did you want to talk with me? Sai asked. I warn you to not use the Red Dragon Emperor title, Volley answered. Because you're not worthy for that title, your power right now even is more weak than ordinary exorcist. Emiya Shiru is more worthy than you for the Red Dragon Emperor title, he is using a fake boosted gear but he already can talk to the dragon soul inside the sacred gear. But you even can't use the second form of your sacred gear and using it to the limit. I admit that I'm really weak and didn't worthy for the Red Dragon Emperor title, Sai said. And if you want to know, I didn't want to use the Red Dragon Emperor at all, because my title is Rya's Greenery Pawn. That title is enough for me because I knew if I use a Red Dragon Emperor title, a dangerous situation will come to me and my family. And I don't want my family in dangerous situation because of me, and my family is only an ordinary family, not like Shire family who is a famous Magus family. Maybe I want to use a Red Dragon Emperor name as a tool to reach my goal to become a harem king at first, but after I'm thinking it carefully, I'm too weak to hold that title, and for me the safety of my family is my first priority. So I gave up my dream to become a harem king and make a new dream to protect my family and all the person that I love. You made a good choice, Hayato Sai, Volley smiling. He really likes a character who thinking about the goodness of his family first rather than his stupid dream. Volley maybe look like a fighting junkies outside, but inside he is a man who will do anything to protect all the person his love, especially his mother, the person he loved the most in this world. I hope you reach your new goal. Let's meet again later. After saying that word, Volley walk away from Sai and Irina, and left the two of them alone. Phew, thank goodness that he didn't want to fight and only want to talk, Sai said while wiped the sweat on his forehead. I'm really afraid that we will lost our life. Yeah, he is really scary and strong, Irina said. I didn't think we can win if we fight against him. I must training more harder, Sai said. So I can protect all the person that I held dear if someone as strong as him threatening me and my family. Yeah, me too, Irina said. I feel so useless when I'm in front of him. Let's go home first, Irina, Sai said. And made a good schedule and plan for our training, so we can become more stronger. Okay Sai-kun, Irina said. That was a very good idea. Chapter 66, Azazel 1. After talking with Sakura at the Kido Club, Shiru going straight to the old school building because Ryas has calling him for the Occult Research Club activities. Inside the Occult Research Club room, Ryas sat in her private chair like always, and Akano standing while smiling beside her. There is no one else inside the room, beside the two of them. Asia, Konko and Kiba is already doing their job as a part of Ryas Greenery Peerage. While Sai is already going home, because he is not in his right mind to do a devil job, after what has happened yesterday. I has come, Ryas Buku, Akano-san, Shiru said. Ah, welcome Emiya-kun, Ryas and Akano said. Where is the other? Asked Shiru. I only see the two of you in this room. They already going to do their job, Ryas answered. Only you that has left, because your activity in the Kido Club. And accidentally there is only one job left from our client, Akano said. Our client is asking Sai to helping him to do something. But because Sai mental condition is really bad right now, so you who will be to one that will replace Sai to help our client. So what our client wish, Ryas Buku? Asked Shiru. Our client is only asking Sai to playing a video games with him, Ryas answered. He already became Sai client for 2 times, and he paying Sai with many valuable thing, that's why we can't lose this client. Asking for playing a video games, but paying it with a valuable thing, Shiru said. Don't you think that's a bit weird? Yeah, we both me and Buku has think so, Akano said. But we had a feeling that this client are not an evil person, so we decide to let him be, as long as he didn't try to become our enemy. But I hope you don't let your guard down around him, because we didn't know the true identity or goal of this client. You know that I'll never let my guard down, Shiru said. Especially in front of unknown people. We both know that, Ryas said. But we only remind you, so you will not forget it. Because last time Sai have a lot of trouble because he let his guard down. Yeah, I know, Shiru said. I surely will not forget it, and please don't compare me with Sai. You both know right that I and Sai is really different. Era that's true, you're much more stronger than him, and you're also had a more handsome face than Sai-kun, Akano said. Especially your sacred gear that are at a different level than any other sacred gear that ever exist. The gate of Babylon that you have is really a cheat level long in a sacred gear, Ryas said. It power to copy other sacred gear to perfect level is really overpowered. If both of you keep talking like that, when can I go to a client place? Shiru said. I think our client is already waiting for me. Ah, yes, we're sorry Emiya-kun, Ryas said while blushing. We will not hold you back anymore. Yes, as Ryas said, Akano said. We will not obstruct you anymore, so please go. I already prepare the transportation magic that will send you right to our client place. Sigh. Okay, I will go to meet our client, Shiru sighing. He really didn't want to meet a suspicious client. But because he's still part of Ryas peerage even only for a moment, he still must doing a devil job at least until he graduated from high school to repay Ryas for saving his life. That's what he decided from the beginning. right after he making a spirit frequency ring to making himself a human again. Shiryu then stand inside the magic circle and vanish from the room. And once again, there are only Ryaz and Akano in that room. Ryaz, are you think sending Emiya-kun to that suspicious client instead of Sai-kun is a wise choice? Akano asked. I'm worried that the client will be angry to us. Don't worry Akano, because the client himself who asked me to sending Emiya-kun to him, Ryaz said. I don't know his intention with Emiya-kun, but even if he have tried to do something bad to Emiya-kun, I think Emiya-kun can handle it by himself. You really trust him, huh, Ryaz, Akano said. If I don't trust the man that I really love, then I didn't have a right to loving him and be by his side. Ryaz loves Shiryu with all of her heart, so it's only natural trusting Shiryu with all she got. I thought you loving Sai-kun, Ryaz, not Emiya-kun, Akano said with a jealous tone. I only love Sai as a part of my peerage, not as a man. After all, Irina-san will definitely angry to me if I try to approach Sai, Ryaz said. Emiya Shiryu is the only man I love in this world. But what about Tasaka-san? Akano asked. She is your biggest obstacle, right, in your pursuit for Emiya-kun feeling? Well, you're right about that Akano, Ryaz answered. But I didn't have to worry about her, because I had a hunch that Emiya-kun will accept my feeling in the end. You didn't worry about Tasaka-san because of your hunch, Akano said. Are that really okay for you, Ryaz? Yeah, even so why I had a feeling that Emiya-kun would end up pairing with many women, Ryaz said with irritating face. Maybe that was his destiny, Ryaz, Akano said with a horny face. To become a man that admired by many women and married them all. Your face is really horny right now, Akano, Ryaz said with a disgusted tone. And impossible for Emiya-kun to marry all the women who admired him, that would be too much women for him to handle. Ah, I didn't think about that, Akano said. But I think Sai-kun will be happy married with a lot of women, became a harem king is his goal, right? Yeah, Sai maybe will become so happy married to many women, Ryaz said. But with Irina beside him his stupid and perverted goals became invalid. Yeah, Irina-chan will kill him, if Sai-kun is try to ogling another girl, Akano said. How poor of him. Sai, that was his own fault for choosing a yandere girl as his girlfriend, Ryaz said. We can't do anything about that because that was their personal problem. 20 Shiryu was arrived at the mansion of his client right after he using the magic circle. Yo, are you the new devil who will become my partner playing the video games? After looking at his client, Shiryu can feel an extraordinary aura that leaked out from his client. He knew his client was not human. But he can feel that his client not a devil either. Shiryu recognized that his client has the same smell as the fallen angel. His client was a man with black hair and golden bang. Looking at him, he guessed that his client was around 40. A fallen angel asking a devil to play a video games? Shiryu said. What is his intention? Partner, be wary of him, he is a leader of the fallen angel Azazel, Drake said. Ah, I recognize him, I already met him once, Zeltrech said. His fighting prowess is not that good, but he is genius inventor that can make a great mystic code and noble phantasm. You must be careful around him, Archer. What the leader of the fallen angel want with me? Asked Shiryu. We don't know, Zeltrech and Drake said. But please don't let your guard down. So, Devil-kun, what kind of games that did you like? Azazel said. Racing? Fighting? Or RPG? Sai, stop playing dumb, Shiryu said, didn't want to wasting his time with Azazel request. What the leader of the Grigori and the fallen angel want with me? Devil-kun. No, fake Sekai Uriutai, or may I called your real name Emiya Shiryu, Azazel said. The first son of the Magus killer, Emiya Giratsugu, you're really great. This is the first time for the other people recognize me right away. So you already investigate about me, huh, Shiryu said. Well, as the leader of the fallen angels, it's easy for me to collect information about you, Azazel said while expand his 12 jet black wings from his back. But what I really want to know is why you can have Longinus Zero that father didn't put the sacred gear system inside your body. That was really a mystery for me. The gear is already moving. The beginning of the legend of the strongest sacred gear user is started. Chapter 67, Azazel 2. So you choose me to replace Sai, to be your partner in playing video games, just because you only want to know about my sacred gear, huh, Shiryu said while sighing. And you call my sacred gear as Longinus Zero, so you did know about the truth about my sacred gear just like Kokabe Eel. Well, of course, I knew about it, Azazel said. I'm one of the head researcher at the heaven before I became a fallen angel. That's why I know about my father's greatest invention. All the angel at my level also know about it. Longinus Zero is the prototype of all sacred gear, something that didn't exist at the sacred gear system. Because my father never put the Longinus Zero inside the system, how you can have it, Emiya Shiryu? That what made me confused, but I already have some answer that we will talk about it later, The best ability of Longinus Zero is the ability to make a copy of the other sacred gear up to Longinus level, except for the sacred gear have spirit of some creature on it like the boosted gear that you copy. That make me really confused why you can copy boosted gear. Are the Longinus Zero have gone some evolution that it can make a perfect copy of a sacred gear that have a spirit on it, or you have some other abilities to summon a spirit of Drake from a parallel world? I really want some answer. Wow, you really are a mad scientist, Shiru said. Your enthusiasm about sacred gear is really insane. Are you not tired talking a lot like that? You make me really bored because of that long talk. Well, sorry if I make you feel bored because of my long words, and for you information, I will not become tired if I talking about the subject that I love. Azazel said with a grin. But the appearance of Longinus Zero inside your body really made curious, spiritful, and happy. Because that was a proof that my father is still alive. You didn't look so surprised when you know about your father is still alive, Shiru said. Maybe I'm not his best son, or creation, Azazel said with a sad look. But I still believe him with all my heart. I disappointed him by disobeying his orders and becoming a fallen angel, but deep down in my heart I always hoped for forgiveness from him. And I always believed that there was no way that my father, who had the power beyond anything in this world, could die just like that, so I wasn't surprised when I found out he was still alive. And I'm sure he is the one who gave you the Longinus Zero, right? Because he didn't put the Longinus Zero into the system and that sacred gear is always with him, there is no way you can get Longinus Zero out of nowhere. Yeah, you're right, I got Longinus Zero from God himself right when I'm almost die when one of you stupid subordinates stabbed me with his light spear, Shiru said, telling a little lie to Azazel, because he didn't want to tell Azazel about his true identity. And the true name my sacred gear is the Gate of Babylon, the treasury of the ancient king of Rock, Gilgamesh, the first hero of mankind that was defeated by the Almighty God when he tried to challenge him. Now, that was information that even I didn't know, Azazel said. I didn't think that arrogant king is dare to challenge Father, even when he know Father is the omnipotent God. He is as stupid as Lucifer, trying to overthrow Father and try to become the ruler of the world. Gilgamesh is a good king for his people, but his arrogancy who had no bound that making him death in the end. Are he out of his mind trying to fight the creator of everything? It looked like you really didn't like Gilgamesh, huh? Shiru said. I met him once the past, Azazel said. He is truly strong, one of the strongest human that ever exist. I admit it myself that even I using all of my power I can't defeat him because his power is beyond me. But I really didn't think Father will use Gilgamesh treasury as a base of all sacred gear. Don't tell me even the Gate of Babylon can copy true Longinus? If you have the base of all sacred gear you must have the information about true Longinus. It can, but only to balance breaker, Shiru said. Truth idea is out of reach because it's impossible to get a consciousness of the Almighty God using the second magic. Say second magic. Azazel shouted, he really surprised by Shiru words. That was one of 5 true magic, and if I'm not wrong the current user of second magic kaleidoscope is Zelrach, a vampire that even me or the other Pantheon leader didn't dare to fight because he is too strong. He defeated the Crimson Moon, a monster that on par with Great Red Edifice all by himself. That can't be done if you are not strong. How the hell you can use the second magic, Emiya Shiru? Don't tell me Father give you ability to use second magic too. Yeah, God give me the ability to use kaleidoscope. To perfected Gate of Babylon ability to make a perfect copy of sacred gear, even when that sacred gear have a spirit of some creature, I still can copy it because now I can summon the spirit from the parallel world using the kaleidoscope, Shiru said. But please don't tell anyone that I can use the second magic, it will be an uproar if they know about a second user of the kaleidoscope. The operation of the parallel world is really a cheat level ability, Azazel said as he really admire his father new work on Shiru. And only Father who is omnipotent who easily can give something great like the second magic to anyone he like. Oh yeah, I will not tell anyone about you as the second magic user, you can keep my word. But in exchange could you allow me to have a little look into the parallel world using the kaleidoscope? That's one of my dream. That's within my ability, I can agree to that, Shiru said. But can you really trust it? Because all of your subordinates that I met is not friendly at all, they even try to kill me all the time. I'm really sorry for my subordinate behavior and for what they did to you. It's really my fault that I can educated my subordinates well enough, Azazel said while bowing his head to Shiru. But not all fallen angel is like Rainer or Donaseek, they are became like that because they think themselves as a creature that above all else. I forgive you Azazel, Shiru said. He can feel that Azazel is really sincere with his word. But promise me you will educated your subordinated more well, because I didn't want the incident that happened to me and Sai is repeated. Yeah, I know, Azazel said. But there's something that I want to ask to you Emiya Shiru. What it is? Shiru asked. From the data that I gather about you, you only ordinary human that didn't know about magic even tough you raised in Magus family, Azazel said. How the hell you can fight so well against Onasik, Rainer, Razor and Kokobe Eel? When you didn't have any experience in fighting. Will you believe if I told you that God gave me the experience and knowledge from my other self that now how to fight from the parallel world? Shiryu said. If Father is the one who did that to you, of course I will believe it, Azazel said. He can't do anything. Giving some experience and knowledge from your other self from the parallel world is too easy for him. It made sense now that you can fight so well against Rainer and the other. Then you have some other question that bother you, Azazel? Shiryu asked. Yeah, one last thing. Azazel said. How you can bring the King of the Night Artoria Pendragon back to life. Don't tell me you also can use the third magic Heaven Feel. Nah, I can use Heaven Feel, Shiryu said. Heaven Feel is beyond my ability, it's just coincidence that I have something that sealed the soul of the King of the Night inside of it. By using Kaleidoscope to have DNA of Artoria Pendragon and use my special magic I can bring her back to life. Does you really full of surprise Damiya Shiryu, Azazel said. I understand now why my father chose you as the user of the Gate of Babylon. Chapter 68, Shiryu meets Starsea 11 years ago, at Kusagakure residence at Kwa. 1 year before Shiryu became a part of Amiya family. Shiryu and his dad, Miduban, are sitting on the veranda looking up at the evening sky. Hey Dad, are you think I can become as strong as you? Shiryu asked. Well, it depends on you, Shiryu, Ban answered while smiling at his son. You inherit my illusion eyes and my right hand. If you train it diligently you can become as strong as me. Moreover, you also inherit your mom's sword skill. She is the most talented swordwoman in Kusagakure clan after all. One day you also will surpass your mom in the sword art. Really? Shiryu said. Yes, but that is if you practice diligently. If you just sit around doing nothing you can never become strong, Ban said while rubbing Shiru's head. But I never see Dad training, but you still stronger than Mom who practice kendo every day, Shiryu said. That's because I practice before you and your mom. Wake up, Ban smiling hearing his son's word. The reason he never practice his body too much is because a little practice is enough for him to become stronger, because his physical ability will never decrease, even if he doesn't train his physique at all. That was one of his special body signature, that Shiryu didn't inherit. And for Ban who can adapt it and became stronger when he fight the enemy who is more stronger than him. Half-hour exercise every day is enough for Ban after all to keep him always one step ahead of all his enemies. That's why you never saw me practice, Shiryu. So that's the reason I'll never see you practice, Shiryu said. That's because you always practice in early morning. Yeah, the fresh air in the morning is good for you practice, Ban said. You must try it by yourself one day, Shiryu. Okay, I remember it, Dad, Shiryu said. But Dad, can I ask you something? Yeah, what it is? Ban said. What's so special about the illusion eyes and the right hand that I inherit for you? Shiryu asked. I can see Mom is always frightened when I asked about it to Mom. What I can said about my power that you inherit from me is, your illusion eyes have a power to manipulate the fate, and your right hand have the power to destroy the fate, Ban answered. A power to manipulate a fate and destroy the fate? I really didn't understand your explanation at all, Dad, Shiryu said with a confused look. Well, you still a kid after all, Shiryu, Ban said. You will understand what I said when you bigger. At 5 a.m. in Amiya residence, Shiryu wake up from his sleep after experience a very weird dream. What kind of bullshit dream is that? Shiryu said with a lot of drop down from his face. Right now he feel really confused with the dream he just had. He then stood up and walking to the wasteful to wash his face, but when he looked to his shadow in the mirror Shiryu can find something different has occurred to his eyes. Because the pupil of his eyes now like a pupil of snake. Shiryu feels shocked because of the change that happened to his eyes and then he shouted, what the hell that happened to my eyes? Shiryu days started with a chaos like always. A couple hour later in Kusagakure, right before the school lesson is starting. Location, old school building. What did you say, Amiya-kun? Ryaz shouted. She feel really angry, that Azazel is hiding his identity and pretend to be one of her client. The real identity of Psy regular client who pay a US with a lot of treasure is the leader of the fallen angel Azazel. Well, yeah, that was the truth, Shiryu said. At the first time I also didn't know about his identity, but after dragging my left hand telling me about him, then I directly asking him about what his truly want with me. What is his answer? Ryaz asked. He only want to know the truth about my sacred gear, Shiryu answered. Why I can have the origin of all sacred gear that didn't exist in the sacred gear system. Amiya-kun, are you explaining to him how you can get the Gate of Babylon? Asked Takano with annoyed tone. Yes, but I'm not giving him all the information that he want, Shiryu answered. There is no way I will give him important information about my sacred gear. Wise decision, Amiya-kun, Ryaz said with a sigh. If you giving important information about your sacred gear to a sacred gear maniac like him, that would be bad. Because right now, he's still considered as our enemy. Yes, Ryaz was right because Fallen Angel is abomination race that didn't care about anything else except themselves, Akano said with more dreadful to his her word. Shiru can feel Akano word is full of hate, especially when Akano said the word Fallen Angel. Shiru can feel her deep hatred to the Fallen Angel. Shiru didn't know why Akano can have a deep hate to the Fallen Angel, but one thing he knows sure is that Akano hate is connected to Akano true heritage as half Fallen Angel. Shiru knew about who Akano really is from Dragon's Elrech, but he's saying it to Akano or asking her. Because Shiru know that he didn't have a right to asking something that personal to Akano. So Ryaz-buku, what will we do about him? Shiru asked. For now? Nothing, Ryaz answered. We can't do anything to him, because he is the governor of the Fallen Angel, and if we try to do something to him there will be a direct consequences, even when I'm really angry right now because all of the trouble we faced till now is because of his inability to manage his men. You made a good decision, Ryaz. Suddenly there is a voice that Shiru didn't know, from the front door of the ORC room. Shiru looked to the front door and there is someone that looked like male version of Ryaz, and beside him there is a maid that Shiru met when Razor came to Kusagakure. Azazel may be a good scientist, but he is far from a good leader. It's really a miracle that the Fallen Angel is still exist right now. But Azazel won't do something bad like Kokobi eel in Kua, because he is peaceful man. Well, maybe he will do some prank, but not a prank that will threat someone's life. Oh Onyai-sama. Ryaz feel really shocked with the appearance of her older brother. She didn't understand why Sarsea suddenly came to Kua. What are you doing here? I have some private business in Kua today, Sarsea said. That's why I'm here. So he was Ryaz's older brother Sarsea Lucifer that have power beyond day class, a super devil. Shiru can detect Sarsea's enormous power that has been suppressed to the minimum, so everyone around him doesn't feel uncomfortable because of his power. I didn't think I can defeat him, if I challenge him to a duel. I can only fight him to a stalemate at best. That little devil power is 10 times stronger than the original Lucifer, Zalrech said. He is feared by a lot of people, but you must never underestimate him, Archer. If you fight him in a full clash with the power that you have right now you will lose, because he is the most powerful user of the power of destruction that ever exist. Of course, except if you use E.A or your unlimited blade works to fight him, then you will win. Unfortunately right now you didn't have ability to use E.A, right? And you can't use unlimited blade works because of my existence inside of it. If you use unlimited, my existence will be exposed and there will a chaos if everyone now there is to Zalrech at the same time. Right now I can only summon a large quantity noble phantasm from the gate of Babylon up to the B level, Shiru said. And if the noble phantasm up to A level or above, I can summon it one at the times. Because if I want to summon a large quantity of A level noble phantasm, I need to reach a balance breaker as the requirement, and yes, you're the reason I didn't use my final trump card. 20 a private business? Don't tell me your private business had something to do with the meeting of 3 great power in a week? Ryaz asked. Nah, my private business is not related to the meeting, Sarsea answered. Sarsea-sama private business is a private talk with Emiya Shiru-sama, Greyfire explained. He want to meet with the user of the source of all sacred gear. A private talk with Emiya-kun? Ryaz said, feel a little surprised. Yes, I really want to have a private talk with him, Sarsea said. Something really important. The leader of all devil want to have important talk with me in private? Shiru said with a confusion. What do you want to talk about? I can tell you in here, Sarsea said. Because the place and time is not right, and in the moment you're all will be in the class, right? How about we do the private meeting in Ryaz mansion right after the school is over? No problem, I can accept that, Shiru said. But Sarsea-san, I hope what you want to talk about is not something about me who is still a human and only a temporary member of your sister peerage. No, of course not, Sarsea said. I only little angry because you dare to do that to my precious little sister, but after hearing the reason you did that from my little sister, I understand that you didn't want to lose your humanity because you proud being a human. I'm still feel grateful that you still became the part of Ryaz peerage even if only a temporary, but Ajika my fellow Mao feel really angry at you because you messing with his evil pieces. Well, please convey my apologies to him for what I did, Shiru said. I doing that because I didn't want to become a devil and of course to not make your little sister Ryaz-buku feel disappointed. I'm still part of her peerage because she saved my life. And became the part of her peerage is my way to repay her kindness. Sarsea's faces show a smile after hearing Shiru word. He knew that his little sister chose a very good man as her soulmates. You are a good man, Emiya Shiru-kun, Sarsea said while smiling. I'm really glad that my Ryata choosing you as part of her peerage. Please take of her. Of course I will take care of her, Sarsea-san, Shiru said. She is my benefactor after all, The one who saved my life and one of my precious person. So it's my job to guard her with all I got. Shiryu word make Raya's face blushing. She didn't expect that Shiryu would consider her as a precious person for him. And she can't say anything because she right now feel too embarrassed. Akano that feel really angry before because the talk about the fallen angel, right now is trying so hard to not laugh. Because seeing Raya's in embarrassing situation is rare situation, and she feel that situation is really funny. Starsea is about time for us to meet the vice chairman of the Grigori, Greyfire said. Ah, it's already the time, huh, Starsea said. Okay then Ryaz, Emiya Shiro-kun let's meet again in the afternoon. After Starsea and Greyfire disappear from the ORC room using teleportation circle, Ryaz sighing because she feel really tired because of Starsea and Greyfire's sudden arrival to Kwa. Sigh finally they both left, their arrival really made me feel tired, Ryaz said. Yes, their arrival is something we didn't expect, Akano said. But what kind of thing that Starsea want to talk about with Emiya-kun? I don't know Akano, Ryaz said. That was something we must await. Emiya-kun can you guess what my Unii-sama want to talk with you? No, of course not, Shiryu said. But anything that your big brother Starsea-san want to talk with me, I hope it didn't have a connection with my past before I became Emiya Shiryu. Your past? Akano said. What do you mean Emiya-kun? Yeah, what did you mean just now, Emiya-kun, Ryaz said. Ah, you both know I was adopted by the Emiyas right? Shiryu said. Yes of course we know about it, Ryaz said. We checked and collect all the information about you and the Emiya clan after you became the part of my peerage. That was a basic thing that I do each time I have a new peerage member, so what's wrong with your past? I can tell you in detail because I didn't remember my past a lot, Shiryu said. But let's just say my real parent family especially my mother family is one of most influential and powerful family in the Moonlight world. Chapter 69, Shiryu past part 1 let's came back to the early morning in the times when Shiryu shouted because of the change to his eyes. What happened to my eyes? Why did my pupils turn like a snake pupils? Shiryu was currently feeling angry, confused and astonished by what had happened to his eyes. He really didn't understand why his eyes could change like that. Shut up Archer. Zelrech said. You just awakened a special ability that you inherited from a special genetic condition that belongs to another you in this dimension. Didn't I tell you about it before? If sooner or later the special ability of your current body will awaken, have you forgot about it? Ah, I completely forgot about that. But why has this special ability only awakened now? Asked Shiryu. That's because your body is considered mature enough to awaken those two eyes. A few days ago your body has gone through changes isn't it? You became more taller and your eyes color is also changes, Zelrech replied. I think the changes in your eyes are the continuation of the previous changes. I think after the change in your eyes you will experience one more change and at that time, you can be considered an adult as a high human. I have to undergo one more change. Shiryu said. How did you know that, Zelrech? Ah, why are you being so forgetful, Archer? Have you forgotten that now as a descendant of a high human you will have another abilities other than those two special eyes that can give you the ability to create super real illusions? That's why I'm sure that you will undergo one more transformation and awaken at least one more special ability, Zelrech said. Being a descendant of a high human is really troublesome. Is this the little surprise that God told me earlier? Shiryu sighed. Became an ordinary human is more than enough for him but right now in his second life his race already changes more than one. That was ridiculous for him. Maybe yes maybe no, Zelrech said while grinning. You must find it by yourself what is the little surprise that God give to you. Zelrech, you know something I didn't now, don't you? Asked Shiryu in a suspicious tone. Maybe, answered Zelrech. But I don't like to tell spoilers. So I won't tell you anything even if you ask about the little surprise that God have for you. At the time like this you still have a way to prank me, Shiryu said who sounded annoyed when he spoke. Hey, fine if you don't want to tell me. But what make me confused is the God said I will get a surprise when I arrived in this dimension, but till now I didn't think I got the surprise from him at all. His perception of time is different from our, Zelrech said. He maybe said soon but that word can be means faster or slower, so don't doubt his word because I'm sure soon or later you will get the surprise that God will give to you. After Shiryu finished washing his face, he then left his room and wanted to go to the kitchen to start preparing the breakfast but before he got to the kitchen Iris was already standing in front of his room with a serious face. Completely different from her usual nature which is carefree and ditzy. Mama why are you standing in front of my room with a serious face like that? Are there something that you want to talk with me? Asked Shiryu who was wondering why Iris was standing in front of his room. Iris didn't answer Shiryu's question and instead looked into his eyes with a serious look, and before long she sighed and said, Misuzu's calculations are absolutely correct. Today is indeed the day you awaken Ban's illusion eyes, sigh. Ban? When Shiryu heard that name he thought back to the dream he had just had. The man in his dream also had the same name like the Iris Veil has just said. The other me in the dream calling the man Ban as his father. Our mama knows something about that man. Before Shiryu had the chance to ask Iris Veil about Ban, Iris Veil had already pulled him up while saying, Shiryu, since you already have the same eyes that your real father had, I have a lot of things to talk to with you. So now come with me. Wait a minute, Mama, what do you mean by the same eyes as my real father and what do you want to talk with me? Once again the scene in the dream popped into his head and Shiryu this time could confirm and truly believe that the man named Ban in his dream was his real father and Iris Veil's words is the proof. No need to ask too many questions. Now just come with me. Iris Veil pulled her body once more and led Shiryu to one of the guest rooms in the Emiya residence. 20 Mama, right now there were so many things that Shiryu wanted to ask to Iris Veil, especially about his biological parents in this second life, but he held back. Because Shiryu knew the reason why Iris Veil brought him to the living room is because she wanted to tell him about his biological parent. What exactly do you want to talk with me? And where do I start? Ah, that's right. Shiryu, can you remember what your life was when you were 6 years old? Asked Iris Veil. Not at all, replied Shiryu. So why? Shiryu once tried to do that because he can feel something has blocking the childhood memory of his new body, but in the end he couldn't access those memories. The memories he had access is only the memory of his new bodies from 7 years old year. Right when he was adopted by the Emiya family until the time the true owner of his new body died. Shiryu can feel the existence of a very strong seal that blocking the memories of his new body when he was 6 years old. Even when Shiryu tried to break the seal using Rule Breaker, the seal he still couldn't break. Shiryu could feel that the seal that blocked the memory on his head was made by someone from a higher dimension, so even Rule Breaker is useless. It's only natural that you couldn't access your memories when you were 6 years old. That was because your real father made a very strong seal inside your head so you can live a normal life, Iris Veil said. But slowly the seal will be gone and the memories of your past when you were 6 years old will return in the form of a dream. So that dream is my own memory that returning slowly, Shiryu said. No wonder I felt those dreams felt so real. Who was my biological parent, Mom? Shiryu said. And why did my biological father have to seal away my memories? Knowing the truth about your biological parent is your right as their child, Iris Veil said. Besides, I promised to Ban and Mizasu to tell you who your parents really are when you awaken those illusion eyes. Then, Mom, can you tell me now? Asked Shiryu. Fine, replied Iris Veil. We'll start with your mother first. Shiryu, do you know about 5 principal clans? Yeah, I know the basic about them from Rin, Shiryu said. 5 distinguished clan that purified and destroy evil spirit and yokai from ancient time in Japan. If I'm not wrong, those 5 clan are Himejima, Shinra, Kashashi, Duman and Nakiri. They have a great power because their connection to the Shindo deity. Akino Santsubaki Fukukayaku is also from those clan. Don't tell me that my mother is from one of those clan. No, your mother is not from one of 5 principal clan, Iris Veil said. But she came from the clan that unite the 5 principal clan from the background. Your mother name is Kusagakure Mizasu. The heir of Kusagakure clan, the Omni-Uji clan that follow a Buddhism that have history far longer than the 5 principal clan, a clan that have a demonic genes inside their blood. That's why Kusagakure clan can have a magical aptitude more than the 5 clan. And that's also the reason why they can become the leader of Japan magical world. Chapter 70, Shiryu Past Part 2. Kusagakure clan, Shiryu said. This is the first time I heard about that family. It's not weird if you never hear about the Kusagakure clan, Iris Veil said. That's because they always low profile and keep doing their job as an Omni-Uji from the background. My mother clan sound like a shady family like Shinra clan and Himejima clan, Shiryu said. Thank goodness I was raised by you and Dad, so I can become a good person. Shiryu word make Iris Veil smiling and feel a warm inside her heart. She really love Shiryu and accept him as real son, because Shiryu also loving her as a real mother. Yeah, Kusagakure clan was a great Omni-Uji clan, Iris Veil said. Almost all the member of the clan is heartless and the Kusagakure clan doing a demon hunting and exorcism not for helping people but only for the glory of the clan. Sigh, my guess is correct, almost all the Omni-Uji clan in Japan is like that, Shiryu said. Because they have a power that nobody else have, they think themselves above the other and became heartless. But you must know Shiryu Mizasu, your mother isn't like them, even if she from that clan, Iris Veil said. She more like her mother who came from the Muramasa clan, that's why her talent for a sword dart is really high, more than any member from Kusagakure clan. Muramasa clan? Mama, did you mean the clan that made the demon sword Muramasa in Tokugawa era? Asked Shiryu. Yes, your maternal grandmother is from the Muramasa clan, Irisveil answered. Both clan is close to each other. That's because Muramasa clan made something that really important for the Kusagakure clan. Something important? Mom, did you mean the Muramasa clan made a sword for the Kusagakure clan? Asked Shiro. The legendary Kusagakure 7 sword, a 7 set of katana that have fierce power, that forge with the essence of the 7 powerful demon, Irisveil answered. Ever since that 7 sword was made, there is a tradition to appoint each sword to each Kusagakure branch family head for the power balance. Altaf, the strongest sword, is kept by the main family. Altaf in the 1930s. Something different has happened. When Kusagakure Misao, the leader of the Kusagakure at the beginning of 20th century, won the right of 2 sword, that made an uproar in the Kusagakure clan, and because of that the 2 sword that was claimed by her is gone until now. That's because she disappeared from the clan. But your mom doing something that more crazy and phenomenal that Misao. Doing something more crazy and phenomenal, let me guess, she won the right for the rest of the 5 sword, Shiro said. Well, your guess is right. That was the reason why your mother and grandmother is exiled and attacked by the other member of the Kusagakure clan, Irisveil said. Until she met your father that saves her when she almost died in the hand of the assassin that was sent your grandfather. And that's the time when they fall in love to each other. A princess that saves by a prince. What a cliché meeting between a soulmate, Shiro said with a sigh. Ha, yeah. Me and Garrett Saga will laughing till we satisfied because of that story too, because that story is so funny, Irisveil said while smiling. Your father and mother faces became so red when they tell that story to us. But mama, who is my father really is? And why he can met my mom? Asked Shiro. Your father true identity is a mystery even for me and Garrett Saga, answered Irisveil. He never really told us who he really is. What I know about him is there is no one in this dimension that can beat him, not even Great Red, Uphus and Zelrach have a power to match him. He is someone you can call an ultimate being from a higher dimension. You see, Archer, my word is true, right? Zelrach said. Your new body have a blood from someone that came from a higher dimension. A place that I can never reach no matter how much I try. I knew, Zelrach, I knew. So stop talking now. Shiro said. An ultimate being from a higher dimension? Shiro already knew that information, but hearing the information from Irisveil herself still making him a bit surprised. My biological father is really that great? He really is, Irisveil said. He is called as the strongest man in the world when he defeat the 5 families, Kusagakure clan, Yukai faction, Shindo Fentian that sent to hunt your mother all by himself. The Japan supernatural faction almost vanished because they to challenge someone that at a very different level from any being in this dimension. If Zelrach didn't stop the fight, I'm afraid there will be no more supernatural faction in Japan. And I'm sure with a special power like illusion eyes and the other power that's still sleeping inside your right arm, you will become as strong as him, an eyes that can control a fate and a right arm that can destroy a fate. The power you inherit is really overpowered. Mama word is like my biological father say to me in the dream, Shiro said. And if I awaken all the power that I inherit from him, how strong I will be. The wizard marshal Zelrach? The second magic user that feared by all the supernatural faction in the world because of his power that's stronger than Uphus or Great Red, because he is the one who defeated a monster then have a power on par with Great Red, the ultimate one, Crimson Moon, who have the power to wipe out all living being on Earth? Asked Shiro. Yes, the wizard marshal Zelrach, but I'm confused here, answered Irisveil. How do you know so much about the information of Moonlight World? If I'm not wrong, you only know about a supernatural world for a couple of months, right? Let's just say have a girlfriend like Rin who is a student in Clock Tower has forced me to have a lot of knowledge about the Moonlight World, Shiro said with a little smile on his face. Because if not, I can have a good conversation with Rin, who always talking about the Moonlight World when she is with me. How poor of you, my son, Irisveil said with a sweat drop from her cheek. I'm feel guilty lying to her, Shiro said. But I'm still didn't want to tell her about who I am really are. Mama, there is something that made me feel weird with the story that you tell me, Shiro said. What it is? Asked Irisveil. Why the Shindo Pantheon also chasing my mother? Isn't supposed to be the Shindo Pantheon must remain neutral about the mortal problem like that? Answered Shiro. That's because in one of the 5 sword that your mother have a power that even can kill a god if the user have enough power, Irisveil said. That's why they also chasing your mother, because Shindo Fentian didn't want to lose a strong weapon that can kill a god. Muramasa clan ability to made a weapon is insane. They even can made a sword that can kill a god. That 5 sword can be called Dex class Noble Phantasm. Shiro said. Yeah, that clan blacksmith ability is godly, and for your information, in our old world you're also a descendant of Muramasa clan, that's why your basic element is a sword, Zelrach said. That's explain why I'm so good in tracing a sword, sigh. Shiro said. Mama, what happened after Zelrach interfere the fight? asked Shiryu. Zelrach threatening the Shindo Pantheon, the 5 families and the Kusagakure clan, and warn them if they didn't want to be wiped out from the face of the earth they must stop chasing your mother, Iris said. Because they scared to Zelrach, all of them is stop chasing your mother and go away. After that Zelrach say apologies to your father and made a promise to him that there is no one else will try to kill your mother, his life is the guarantee. So, Zelrach stopped the fight because he's scared to my father? Asked Shiryu. More like he feared your father will wipe out the Japan supernatural faction, Iris answered. That will destroy the balance of the Moonlight world. After that your parent and your grandmother moved to Kua, the city that under protection of Zelrach because the Tosaka clan have a close relationship with him. They married and have you. In that time they also became my best friend after Zelrach gave an order to me and Garrett Sugu to oversee them. When you were born that was the happiest moment in their life. They really love you. If they really love me, why did they both leave me and left me with you and Dad? Shiryu feel really angry. The feeling from his other self is still lingering inside his body, making him so angry. And why not my grandmother who take care of me? When you 7-year-old, your mother got a divine curse from one of the member of the Kusagakure clan who didn't have a fear to Zelrach. He even tried to kill you. Because he consider you as an abomination of the Kusagakure clan, Iris said with a very sad face and irritating tone. Ban anger is unstoppable and he destroy half of Kusagakure clan. What's stopping him to destroy the clan is his promise to your mother to forget his revenge and let it go. And after that he leave you to me and Garrett Sugu, and return to a higher dimension to cure your mother, because no matter how strong your father is the power he have in this dimension is limited, even his 2 special power have no effect to the curse. And for your grandmother she coming back to the Muramasa clan to supervise the Kusagakure clan so the tragedy that happened to your mother not happen to you, to protect you. Your grandma really sad because she can't raise you by herself but I can guarantee that she love you too. After hearing all the story about the past of his biological parent in the new world, from Iris a tears has running down in Shiryu's cheek. He feels so sad because of what happened to his parent and he also feel happy because he knew they love him. The feeling he have right now is so strange for him who didn't have any memories about his real parent in his past life. He is a stranger from other dimension that occupy the body of his other self in this new dimension who already dead, but why he can be like this? Did he already regard the 2 of them as his biological parents the same way he considered Iris and Garrett Sugu as his real parents? Shiryu was confused by his own feelings. Iris who saw Shiryu crying immediately approached Shiryu and hugged him while saying, Shiryu just cry, don't hold back your feelings anymore. You don't have to worry about anything, because I will always be with you. Shiryu can feel a warmth from Iris hug. Shiryu cried in Iris arms for more than an hour, and during that time they didn't move from that room at all. And they both look like a real parent and child showing their familial love for each other. Chapter 71, Shiryu past final part continuing the conversation from Chapter 68. Are your biological mother family is really that great, Emiya-kun? Asked Ryaz. You know the 5 principal clan is the one in charge of Japan's supernatural world, right? Answered Shiryu. Of course, I knew about it, that was a basic knowledge that I must know if a devil like me want to live in Japan, Ryaz said. Even tough Kua City is not on the 5 principal clan jurisdiction, they even have a branch organization in this town. Akeno and Tsubaki also from the 5 principal clan. Don't tell me your mother is from one of 5 principal clan? Akeno face who stand beside Ryaz became a little upset when Ryaz said that she is came from the 5 principal clan. Akeno may be using her mother family name to respect her mother. But that doesn't mean she proud to be a member of Himejima family. Akeno upset expression didn't escape Shiryu's eyes. He's seeing that expression before from Akeno when the talk about fallen angel has happened. It looked like Akeno didn't like the Himejima clan or the fallen angel, Shiryu said. I don't know why she hate them but that was her personal issue not my problem, but of course I will help her if she ask me for help. No, my biological mother is not from one of 5 principal clan, Shiryu said. But she is came from the Kusagakure clan that lead and unite the 5 great clan from the background. Kusagakure clan? I'll never heard about that clan before, Ryaz said with a confusing look. Are they really a clan that lead the 5 principal clan from the background? Yeah, you can say that, Shiryu said. Their power is on par with Grigori if I'm not wrong. Kusagakure clan. Akeno said feel shocked by Shiryu's words. That's impossible, there is no way you came from that clan Emiya-kun. What's the matter Akeno? Asked Ryaz feel confused by Akeno's reaction. Are you know something about the Kusagakure clan? When I was a little kid, my mother told me a lot of information about a 5 great clan, answered Akeno while shaking. And she told me too about the true leader of Japan's supernatural faction, the Kusagakure clan. What's so special about that clan? To the point making you shaking like that? Asked Ryaz. Each member of that clan have demonic genes on their blood, making them physically stronger than ordinary human and have a higher magical aptitude, even stronger than low-class devil, answered Akano. Well, that's a surprising information for me, Raya said. But I don't think that kind of power is enough to make them have a power and influence on par with Grigori. The number of people of the Kusagakure clan that have demonic genes is a couple thousand, and a lot of them have ultimate class power. Raya's Buku even more numerous than the ultimate class devil in the underworld, Akano said while gritting her teeth. And that's not the only reason why the Kusagakure clan is feared. The people with ultimate class power in that clan is more numerous than the ultimate class devil in the underworld. Raya said, feel shocked. That's impossible. There's no way that can be true. But that was the truth, Raya's Buku, Shiro said. What Akano Fukubuku told you is a real fact. Raya still didn't believe about the fact that she heard from Akano. A lot of human with ultimate class power in one place with a number that's more than all the ultimate class devil in the underworld. That was something that she can't believe. Akano, you said that clan have other reason they feared, Raya said. What is the other reason? They have a weapon that can kill a god, Akano said. In one of the Kusagakure 5 treasure of 5 katana with a very special power. One of the katana have a power to kill even a god. Raya didn't know what she must said when she hear some Omni-Uji clan in Japan have a treasure that can kill a god. Not only they have a lot of people with ultimate class power, they also have a treasure that on par with a Longinus class sacred gear. No wonder Shiro say that the Kusagakure clan have power and influence on par with Grigori. Now I understand why you look so shocked when you heard that Tamiya-kun mom is from that clan. If their power really as strong as you told me, then they really have a reason to be called the leader of Japan's supernatural world. And maybe that's the reason your big brother want to talk with me privately, Shiro said. I'm really curious what he want to talk about. Yeah, we will talk with him in my mansion after the school is over, Raya said. And I'm as curious as you, what Onyai-sama want to talk with you, Amiya-kun? We will know after the school is over, Raya's Buku, Akano said. And Amiya-kun, there is one thing that I really want to know about your mother. What you want to know, Akano-san? Asked Shiro. What is the status of your mother in Kusagakure clan? Answered Akano. I can tell you too much about who my mother really is in the Kusagakure clan because that was a really personal matter for me, Shiro said. But I can tell you this, she is someone who have a lot of power in the Kusagakure clan. I'm sorry, Amiya-kun, I didn't know that the thing I asked to you is something that really personal to you, Akano said with a regret tone. Don't mind it, Akano-san, I'm not angry to you, Shiro said. It just doesn't feel right for me talking about the status of my biological mother in the Kusagakure clan. Ring. Right when Shiro finishes sentence, the school bell has been ringing, indicated the school lesson has started. Oh, well, the school bell is ringing, let's continue our talk in the lunchtime, Shiro said while he get up from the sofa and walking to the front door. Yeah, for now let's back to the class, Raya said. It will be bad for our reputation, if we late, right? Sigh, okay, Akano said. We continue the talk later. 20 Psy class half hour before the lesson is started. Sai-kun, why are you look so gloomy? Asked Irina. Sai, there will be a class visit tomorrow, Irina, answered Sai. And the class visit always became the worst time for me at the school for every year. A worst time for you? Irina feel confused by Sai word. And she didn't know the reason why her boyfriend saying that. Why did you feel that, Sai-kun? That's because his parent will scold him greatly, Irina, Aka said. Our homeroom teacher will have a lot of complaint to Sai parent because of his pervert act in the school, and after that his parent will scold him loudly and greatly in front of all the people in school. Shut up, Aka. Sai shouted. You're also no better than me. Our homeroom teacher also have a lot of complaint because you're foul mouth. Hey, at least the teacher is still praising me, because of my good grades. Aka said with a smirk. Your grades is the second worst in our class, Sai. And it became worst every month. You should study hard to improve your grades. Instead of wasting time doing lewd things with Matsuda and Motohama. Lewd thing is our breath of life. Don't dare to mock us. Matsuda and Motohama shouted, feel upset because Aka mocking their godly hobby. Shut up. Sai shouted. My grades is already increased because of all-nighter study that I do for the last few week. And don't talk like you didn't do a lewd thing like me or my two buddy. Everyone now that you are the most perverted girl in Kusagakure. I admit that was true, Aka said with a sigh. But I don't feel proud with that title, unlike you who proud to say yourself as a self-proclaimed harem king, even tough you have a pretty and sexy girlfriend like Irina. Or self-proclaimed Lilicon like that perverted baldy Motohama and a three-size scouter like that perverted glasses Matsuda. I'm ashamed to myself with my title as the most perverted girl in Kusagakure. Hey, what's wrong being a Lilicon? Motohama said. I'll tough I'm a Lilicon, at least I will not doing something forbidden to a little girl. Even a pervert like me still have a limit. And I'm also won't doing something like raping a girl, you know. Matsuda said. That was a criminal act. Peeking a girl changing their clothes also a criminal act, Eika said. Don't try to correct yourself when both of you also realize what you do is wrong. Matsuda and Motohama, who can argue with Eika, only can bow their head down. They knew what they're doing is wrong, but they can't stop it. Because for them a lewd act is something that made them feel alive. Excuse me, Eika-san, but Saikon pervertness is getting better, you know, Irina said. He even sell out all his porn collection 3 days ago, even tough he crying all night because of that. That's impossible. Motohama said. Sai selling all his porn collection. Are he really the Sai that we knew? Yeah. Sai is the most perverted man in our school and the breast maniac. Matsuda said. There is no way he will do that. Unbelievable. Are you telling me the truth, Irina? Asked Eika. That's true, answered Irina. He doing it because he want to be a better boyfriend for me. Sai. Please tell us that Irina-chan is lying right now. Motohama said. Unfortunately, that was the truth, Sai said while sighing. Even tough it hurt me so much selling all my porn collection, but if it for Irina it all worth it. No way. You really doing it? Eika said with a shocked expression. You really change because Irina. You has changed your holy way of lewdness because of your girlfriend. Matsuda said. That's unacceptable. Yeah. Why you must change your way of life, Sai? Motohama said. The goddess of pervertness will be crying because of you. I'm a changed person now. So shut up. Sai said. Because if I got a choice to choose Irina or my porn collection, I will choose my lovely girlfriend. Oh, you're so sweet, my dear Saikon. Irina said while hugging Sai. Shit, this is not fair. Matsuda said with the tears that drop from his eyes. Why must Sai, who have a girlfriend? Why Sai, who more pervert than me, can have a pretty girlfriend like Irina-chan? Why? Motohama said. While the perverted duo keep complaining the unfairness they feel, Irina and Sai keep hugging, and both of them didn't care about what happened around them, because they want to enjoy every moment of it. They keep hugging until the school bell is ringing, and after that they stop hugging because the lesson will starting soon. Chapter 72, Class Visit Prologue 1 Emiya Residence 9 a.m. I'm home. Garrett Sugu said while walking slowly through the front door, calling for his wife. Ah, Garrett Sugu, welcome home, Iris Veal said with a warm smile, welcoming her husband who just came home. Aren't you supposed to be coming back next week? Why are you going home so fast? There will be a classroom visit tomorrow in Kusagakure. Shiru told me about it 2 days ago on the phones, Garrett Sugu said. So I came home early. Don't tell me you didn't know about it. Ah. Iris Veal said with a red face. Ilya and Shiru already told me about it, but I totally forgetting it and only just remember after you said about it. Sigh. You always forgot about a thing that you consider as nuisance, Garrett Sugu said, face-palming because of her wife behavior. Yeah, sorry Garrett Sugu, Iris Veal said while rubbing the back of her head. But going to Kusagakure for classroom visit is really troublesome, especially since we are currently the guardians of 4 minors kid. It's impossible for us to be at the 2 place at the same time. You will be the one visiting Ilya class, Garrett Sugu said while sighing. And I will be the one who came to Shiru, Arteria and Asia class. And with that setup, our problem is over. Oh. You are right, Garrett Sugu. Iris Veal said. Why, I didn't think about that. Ira, did you think somebody like you who as carefree as you can thinking something like that? Asked Garrett Sugu. Maybe if I try to thinking harder, answered Iris Veal. But I'm too lazy to do something troublesome like that. That's why I call you a carefree person, Garrett Sugu said. Because you won't do something that troublesome for you. Sigh Ira, you must change your carefree attitude. Yeah, thank you for your praise. Iris Veal said with a blushing face. Garrett Sugu really don't know what he will do with his wife, when they try to advise his wife Iris Veal. She thought that the advice he said to her as a compliment. Sometimes he really doesn't understand what his wife is thinking. After that brief conversation, they 2 of them going to their room, the master bedroom of Emiya residence. Garrett Sugu changing his clothes to his beloved yukata that he usually wear when he is returned to the Emiya residence, while Iris Veal tidy up her husband clothes and asking Sela to wash it. So, Ira, there is something big happen, when I'm gone working? Asked Garrett Sugu. A lot of thing has happened, answered Iris Veal. But if I'm not wrong, you already know most of it from me on the phone, right? Yes, but that was not the meaning of my question, Ira, Garrett Sugu said. Not about Shiru know about the Moonlight World and became temporary member of Greenery Air Peerage, or Leia became a magical girl because of Tasaka, and not about Kokobi Eel attacking Koa or Bast Fragram Grimitz is defeated by Shiru. What I mean is, our Shiru already awaken his illusion eyes. A little silence has happened between Iris Veal and Garrett Sugu because of what Garrett Sugu has said, because she didn't think that her husband will asking something like that. Shiryu awakened his illusion eyes, indeed a big thing, but Iris revealed she didn't expect that the big thing that her husband mean in his question is about Shiryu illusion eyes. Iris revealed then took a deep breath and said, yes, he already awakened his illusion eyes. And I already told him the truth about his biological parent. So, you already fulfill your promise to Mizasu? Huh, Garrett Sugu said. Thank God, you're the one who told Shiryu about his biological parent. If I the one who told him, because I really nervous what I must to say. If you the one who told Shiryu about his real parent, there will be too much detail and it will become too long, Iris Veal said sitting beside her husband on the bed. And I think Shiryu didn't want to know about his real parent in your boring way of explaining. Yeah, you're right, Garrett Sugu sighing. He knew that he was someone who is really bad when talking about something like that, so he feel relieved that Iris Veal is the who told Shiryu. I'm sure Shiryu will sleeping if I'm the one who explaining about Ban and Mizasu. What about Shiryu reaction when you told him the truth? He have a mixing reaction at first, Iris Veal said. But in the end he is crying after hearing all the truth from me, accepting all had happened to him, Ban and Mizasu with a big heart and sincere. So he can accept it, huh, Garrett Sugu said. That was good. I feel worried that he became angry and want to have a revenge to Ban and Mizasu or his grandmother that has left him with us. He is angry a bit, Iris Veal said. But in the end he stopped his anger and accepting Ban and Mizasu decision. We raise him as a good man, Garrett Sugu said. Of course he can overcome his anger and accept what has happened to him 10 years ago. But after Shiryu illusion eyes is awakened, a lot of problem also will come after him, Iris Veal said with a worried look. I feel worried that he can't overcome his bad fate that will come because of that accursed eyes. That was his fate, we can't do anything about it, Garrett Sugu said. The only thing we can do is pray and hope that Shiryu have a power to overcome his fate. 20 Kusagakure on lunchtime right on the old school building with Ryaz, Akano, Sai, Kiba, Shiryu. What did you said Sai, you and Arena met the Hokuryaku? Ryaz feel shocked, she didn't think that the White Dragon Emperor will came to meet Sai. Yes, and weirdly enough he do nothing to me and Arena, except that he forbid me to use the Sekai Uriotai title, Sai said. Which I don't mind at all, because I realized that I'm not worthy holding that title. That's weird, why he forbid you to use that title even thought you are clearly the user of boosted gear, Ryaz said. Ryaz Buku is right, Sai-kun you are the Red Dragon Emperor right? Why you feel not worthy holding that title? Kiba said. Kiba you realize it right, that I'm not the only Red Dragon Emperor in our group? Asked Sai. Did you mean me, Sai? Shiryu said. Yeah, Shiryu the reason that Vali dude didn't want me to using the Red Dragon Emperor title and name because of you, Sai said. He said that you are who is clearly a lot of stronger than me and more worthy for that title. Sai I shouldn't have used the boosted gear against Gokuba Eel, if I knew, it would invite someone like him he must be think that I'm more worthy as his rival rather than Sai, Shiryu said. What a pain, now I must hold a title that I didn't want. Don't talk like that partner. You hurt my heart. Drake said. Your boosted gear is real because of me inside of it. That's why you also can be called as the Sekai Uriotai? Is bad for me to say this but I think you more worthy to be called as the Sekai Uriotai rather than my ex-partner who is a super pervert. Drake is right Archer, just accept the title. Zelrech said. Shut up you two. Shiryu said. If I hold that title a lot of people will after me. I like to fight strong people. But I'm not a battle maniac who like to challenge any strong enemy that I met like that stupid volley. That will be pain in the ass. I think the current Hokuryaku is battle maniac, Akano said. If he think that Sai is not worthy to hold the Sekai Uriotai name. Surely that was the truth, Ryaz said. But Sai why you didn't look angry at all when Hokuryaku telling you to stop being the Sekai Uriotai? Why I must angry Ryaz Buku. I realize that as a Sekai Uriotai I'm too weak to fight Volley, who I think a lot stronger than me, Sai said. And I think even if I training a lot of became more stronger he also will do a training and became stronger all of that will become an endless loop. For me as long I strong enough to protect my dear family and friend that okay for me. So you give in and hand over the fight to me? You are really generous Sai, Shiryu said. I'm sorry Shiryu, you can call me coward or you can call me didn't have guts, Sai said. But I didn't think I can win against a monster like him, thought if the enemy at trainer level I think I can win with the power that I have right now. And surely even if I dare to fight him, he will ignore me and still choosing you as his rival. Sai, I didn't like you being a coward like that Sai, Ryaz said. But what you said is made sense, Emiya-kun using the boosted gear a lot more better than you. So what we must do with Hokuryaku-buku? Asked Akano. For now? Nothing, answered Ryaz. But if he came to make a trouble for us, let just Emiya-kun who take care him. Hey! Shouted Shiryu. I'm still not agreed to become that battle maniac rival. Chapter 73, Class Visit Prologue to Rya's Mansion, right after the school is over. In the living room, Shiru are sitting in the sofa beside Rin, who forced her way to join in the conversation between Sarsea and Shiru because Rin was worried that Sarsea had ulterior motives to bring Ryaz more closer to Shiru. On the sofa opposite the sofa that Rin and Shiru were sitting on, Ryaz was sitting together with her older brother Sarsea, and behind the sofa, Greyfire, Sarsea's personal maid and wife, standing with her elegant style as always. Ryaz looked a little upset because Rin is joined the conversation between Shiru and Sarsea. Before that, Ryaz feels so happy because she thinks she will have a chance to be alone together with Shiru after Shiru and Sarsea finish chatting. But Rin's existence making her great plan failed miserably. Sarsea, who sit beside Ryaz, can only sighing after he seeing her sister, who look angry after she see Rin sitting beside Shiru. His sister is fallen in love with a great man, but the man that his sister fall in love with already have a girlfriend that was making him very sad right now. But he can't do anything about that because that was his sister's personal problem, and he can't intervene his sister problem arbitrarily. He can't only support his sister psychologically to win Shiru heart. So, Sarsea-sama, what kind of thing that you want to talk with me? Asked Shiru. I really curious right now. Sa, you really are straight person, huh? Answered Sarsea. Very well, I only have one question for you. Emiya Shiru, do you have some connection to the Kusagakure clan? Ryaz's face became pale after she hearing Sarsea's question to Shiru. She really didn't expect that Shiru guess will become a reality. And Rin feel quite confused by Sarsea's word. What are he thinking asking a weird question like that? Or he didn't know that Shiru is an orphan who is adopted by the Emiya. Why he said Shiru have a connection to the most powerful Omni-Uji clan in Japan. To answer your question and curiosity, Sarsea-sama, yes, I have a connection with the Kusagakure clan because my mother is the heir of that clan, Shiru said with a bit angry tone in his word. And for extra information, my birth name is Kusagakure Shiru. I was adopted by the Emiya when I was only 7 years old. So you really are the member of that clan, Sarsea said. So my suspicion all along is true. Sarsea-sama, how did you know that I was a descendant of the Kusagakure clan? Asked Shiru. Even I only know about that information this morning. If I'm being honest, the thing I asked you earlier was just my suspicion because you have the same aura as the members of the main family of the Kusagakure clan, and when I see your fighting in the raiding games, even the fighting style is different, but there are some similarities in your moves that really look like the moves that clan use, and I'm asking you because I want to know if my suspicions are real or not, but I didn't expect that you really are the part of that clan, let alone the son of the clan heir, answered Sarsea. Emiya-kun. You are the son of Kusagakure clan heir. Rin said, feel shock. Why you didn't tell me? Rin, are you already forget what I said earlier? Shiru said. I only know about it this morning, when my adoptive mother told me. Emiya-kun, how can you only know about an important information like that this morning? Asked Ryaz. My biological father sealed my memory when I was adopted by the Emiya, so I can live a normal life, answered Shiru. Until I was killed by that stupid fallen angel and Ryaz saved my life. If your real mother is the heir of Kusagakure clan, then your biological father is. Sarsea said with a shaking body. That man who have a power that beyond the wizard martial. Shiru's real identity makes Sarsea and his wife Greyfire feel a fear that they didn't feel for such a long time. They can guess in instant who Shiru's biological father is after Shiru told them that his mother is the heir of Kusagakure clan. Shiru's father is someone they can't mess with, because his father's strength is far beyond any creature that exists in the world. I'm not surprised that you know who my father really is after I told you about the identity of my mother, Shiru said. But Sarsea-sama, I hope you didn't tell anyone the truth about my family real identity. It only will invite a lot trouble for me and my adoptive family. I can promise you that I and my wife will not told anyone about the truth of your family, Sarsea said with a serious tone. I guarantee it with my life. Thank you, Shiru said with a smile. Because I already answered your question, can I go home? I still have a lot of things that I must do at home. Yes, of course, Sarsea said. I invited you to some talk only to confirm my suspicion, and because you already clear my suspiciousness, of course you can go home, Emiya Shiru-kun. Okay then, Rin, let's go home, Shiru standing up while pulling his girlfriend's hand. He really didn't want to have more conversation with Sarsea more than this. Because he already told Sarsea a lot of information that will lead him to a chaotic life. Yes, Rin can only silent and answer a little when Shiru pulling her hand and taking her home. She got a lot of information that she must digest in her brain, making her a little bit daydreaming. After Shiru and Rin already going home, Sarsea, Ryaz and Greyfire are still in silence because of the surprise that Shiru told them. Until Ryaz start another conversation. Oh honey, I saw just now Emiya-kun asking you to not tell anyone about his real family, Ryaz said. Is it true that there will be many problems that Emiya-kun will face if a lot of faction know about his real family? Yes, that was true, Surge. So Ryaz, I hope you and Akeno who know the truth about his real identity didn't tell anyone about it. I understand, Oniai-sama, Ryaz said with a sigh. I'll do as you say. I know you want to told this information with all your peerage member Ryaz-sama, Greyfire said, who realized Ryaz is sighing. But you must understand there would be a lot of trouble for Amiya-sama and you, if you told that information the rest of your peerage member Ryaz-sama. I know Greyfire, I know, Ryaz said with a sad face. But I feel not fair for the rest of my peerage member that only I and Akeno who know about this information. Ryaz, you must know that even I and Greyfire have a lot of secret that we can't tell to anybody, Surge said. You must understand that not all the secrets you have to share it with your peerage member. So trusting your peerage member with all your heart is a bad thing? Asked Ryaz. That's not a bad thing, answered Surge. But everything have a limit, Ryaz. What if I told all your peerage member about something embarrassing that happened to you in your childhood? You would not like it, right? Ryaz nodded. It would be a very bad thing for her if her peerage member knew about something embarrassing that happened to her in the past. That's why you must learn not to tell about all your secret to your peerage, Surge said. Except to your soulmate, of course, like me and Greyfire. Surge-sama, you will have a meeting with the leader of the fallen angel in a half-hour, Greyfire said. I hope you told the most important thing that you want to say to Ryaz-sama quickly. Oh, yeah, I forgot about it. Thanks for remembering me, Greyfire, Surge said. Ryaz, Tomorowa-sama and I will come to your class for a class visit, so be ready. Greyfire, let's go. Yes, Surge-sama, Greyfire said. After that, Surge and Greyfire going from the mansion, using a magic circle to meet Azazel, leaving Ryaz alone at the mansion. Ryaz's face became pale after she heard about the class visit. She really forgot about that thing. Every year there will be a lot of embarrassing thing that happen because of her father and big brother's shenanigans. Sigh, I just hope this year, Atasama and Oniai-sama will be more tamed and behave, Ryaz said while imagining what kind of bad thing that will happen to her tomorrow. 20 The next day, Kusagakure primary school section in Ilya and Kuro class. Right before the lesson is started, Ilya and Kuro feel so gloomy when Taiga told them about the class visit before they going inside to their class. I should know that this day will be a class visit when Mama cleaning her mini camera this morning, Ilya said with a desperate voice while face palming. And why I must forget about the class visit. Yeah, Mama looks so enthusiastic this morning, but she didn't tell us the reason, Kuro said while sighing. So the class visit is the cause. But that doesn't explain why both of you so gloomy? Asked Suzuka. Every year when Mama going to our school to do a class visit she always made me feel embarrassing, Ilya said. Because of her free-spirited behavior. Ah, I get it, Suzuka said. Last year the shenanigans that your mom do, really are chaotic. I don't know what Mom will do this year, Ilya sighed. I hope she will behave more polite. You know that's impossible, right, Ilya? Kuro said. Because Mama looks so happy today. TSSK Oniai-chan is more lucky than us because Papa will be the one who will visit his class, Ilya said. That was really not fair. We can't do anything about that, Ilya, Kuro said. Because Papa and Mama already decide that Papa will go to Oniai-chan class and Mama will go to our class no matter if we like it or not. Yeah, I knew, Ilya said. Let's just pray and hope there is not something bad happen to us and Oniai-chan at the class visit this year. Amen. Kuro said. Chapter 74, Class Visit 1. Ilya-chan. Kuro-chan. Look at here. Look at here. In Ilya class, Iris Veil who holding a handy cam in her left hand waving her right hand to Ilya and Kuro. Iris Veil looked so spirited to the point Ilya and Kuro didn't dare to look at Iris Veil because of her spirited behavior. Even the other parent feel confused and disturbed by it. Oh Mama, it's the same like last year, Ilya said with a red face and low voice. She always like this, every single year when there is a class visit. Thank God this year she used a normal clothes. What kind of clothes that Mama used last year? Asked Kuro who sat next to Ilya. Kuro, you're live inside me before, right? Are you already know all of my memories? Answered Ilya. Only an important one, Kuro said. I'm not wake up all the time inside your body, Ilya. To preserve my consciousness I need a lot of prana. So I didn't know all of your memories. That's made sense, Ilya said. So now please answer my question. What kind of clothes that Mama used last year? Kuro feel really curious what kind of clothes that her mother used to the point making Ilya feel so embarrassed. So she forced Ilya to spill the bean. Sigh, Mama use a cheerleader costumes with a mini skirt, Ilya said feel so depressed because she must say about one of the most embarrassing moment in her life. And because of that shenanigan, Papa was forced to bring her home before the class visit is over. Well, I understand now why you feel like that right now, Kuro said with a cold sweat in her cheek. Iris Veil-san please calm down. Taiga shouted. You disturbing my lesson. Ah, Taiga-chan. Don't be so stingy. Iris VL said, pouting. I only want to record the growth of my daughter. If you want to do that, I will not forbid you, Taiga said with a sigh. But do it more calmly. Okay. Iris VL said while raising her right hand. After that, Taiga continuing her lesson, while Ilya and Kuro having some conversation in a low voice so Taiga can't heard them talking. Phew, thank goodness Fujimura-sensei are the one who handling Mama quite well this year, Ilya said. Mama antique behavior really make a lot of people having a hard time, Kuro said. Let's just hope she didn't do something weird this time. Hey, Ilya-chan, can I ask something to you? Asked Nanaki. Of course Nanaki-chan, what did you want to ask? Answered Ilya. Kuro is your cousin, right? Nanaki said. But why did your mom, calling Kuro her daughter? That's because Mama already consider Kuro as her daughter, Ilya said with a cold sweat in her forehead. Isn't that right, Kuro? Yes, of course, Kuro said with a shaking body and cold sweat. Ooh, your mother is so nice, Mimi crying a little feel touched by Ilya words. All of you don't talk when I'm lecturing. Taiga shouted while she throwing a white chalk to Ilya, Kuro, Mimi and Nanaki right to their forehead. Ouch. The four of them shouted because of the pain they feel that caused by the chalk that was thrown by Taiga. How dare you talking when I'm seriously lecturing? Taiga said. We're sorry Fujimura-sensei, the four of them said with a little tear in their eyes, because of the pain they feel. After that, there is no more conversation between the student in Taiga class, because they are all too scared to Taiga, even the parent except for Iris VL of course, who happily record the scene when Taiga throwing a chalk to her daughter. By the way, Mi didn't came to school because she have a fever, so she stay inside the Edelfelt mansion. 20 in Shiri class, a class visit is run much smoother than Ilya class. All the parent is watching the teacher doing their job seriously and the student pay attention to what their teacher's lesson with the same seriousness. That was because Shiri class is a top class, so is not that weird when all the student paying attention to the lesson with a serious attitude. Except for Zenobia, of course, it is a miracle that she was placed in Shiri class while her grades in the entrance test is very low. And she always sleep when she can't follow the lesson in the class. Her test grade also barely passable because Shiru and Rin helping Zenobia in her study. And right now she try her hardest to not to sleep because her guardian, Sister Griselda now is watching her. There is no way she's sleeping right now when Sister Griselda is in the class, cause Griselda will scolding her badly if she is sleeping. Shiru feel really bored right now, because he already know all the lesson that the teacher taught right now. One of the bad thing after his reborn in the new world was the high school lesson. He already graduated from the high school long ago in the old world, and even after hundreds of years became a counter guardian, he still remember the lesson really well. So for him to repeat the lesson he already know all out is a tortured for him. But he endured it to so Garrett Sugu, who right now is watching him, didn't feel disappointed or suspicious. When Shiru thinking about his two little sister and his adoptive mom, the memory of himself in this world suddenly appear and he have a cold sweat because of it. I wish this year Mama, not doing something that will embarrass our family. Shiru said inside his heart. Rin, who sat beside Shiru, really want to face-palmed herself right now. Because her mom, Aoi Tosaka, is recording her with a handycam. Is not that she hate her mom, but sometimes her mom can be overreacted about everything. She was crying the day before because finally she had a chance to do a class visit in Rin class. Every year before, Rin going to the clock tower in London doing a class visit to her daughter class in one her greatest joy because she can feel more closer to both of her daughter. But after Rin decide to continue her Mage study in clock tower, she feels so disappointed because Rin will be far away for her. But right now when her daughter had a mission in Japan, there's no way she will let her daughter disappear in front of her once again. If her daughter want to continue her Mage study in London, Aoi didn't mind at all. But that was if only Rin already graduated from a high school. So to make Rin stay at Japan, Aoi do some call to Zelrech and asking him to let her daughter stay at Japan until she graduated from Kusagakure. And weirdly he agreed to Aoi demand and let Rin to stay in Japan. Of course Rin didn't know about this, because Rin only know that she must stay in Japan until she graduated from high school with Luvia to learn more common sense if they both want to become his pupils. I'm hope mom will not overreacted her class visit. Rin said. For archery, a Pendragon aka Saber, became a high school student and a class visit is something new for her. She feel really happy that she can go to the same school as her loved ones, Shiru. Of course she had a hard time to catch up the high school lesson, but with Rin, Luvia, and Shiru help she doing great in catching up. But right now there's is one thing that making her feel irritated, the existence of Garrett Sugu in her class as her guardian. She knew that this Garrett Sugu is not her master in the Fourth Holy Grail War, who is a cold-blooded murderer. But it's still making her really angry only seeing his face. But for now she only can endure her anger, while praying she is passionate enough to not let her stupid anger take over her mind. Asia Argento feel her life at Emiya residence was the best thing that happened to her. If Shiru didn't save her from death using the blade pieces, she doesn't know what her life would be. Asia learning a lot of thing with her stay in Emiya residence for a couple of months. She learned how to cook and do a household chore from Sella and Shiru, reading a shoujo manga and watching anime with Ilya and Lin. The best thing is she can go to high school and study together in the same class with Shiru, Rin and Luvia. Going to school is one of her biggest dream when she live in Vatican. As a nun, of course, she have some study to a middle school level, but that was nowhere enough to satisfy her curiosity to gain more knowledge. But sadly the church didn't like her to more study and became smarter, so they stopped her study up to middle school level. So right now Asia pay attention to the lesson seriously. The Emiya family accept her with open arm. Even Iris Veal consider Asia as part of the family, and that what make her very happy. Even thought she feel a little bit scared the first time she met with Garrett Sugu because his face really scary, but Garrett Sugu also accept her as the part of the family. For Asia Argento, the life she live right now is a miracle from the god, and she feel really happy because of that. Luve Gelita Idlefelt feel very sad that her parent can't came to the class visit because they are so busy. So they asked Howie Tosaka Rin mother to replace them as her guardian in Japan. It's not Luvia didn't love her parent, but they always busy with their bossings and job, making them almost didn't have a chance to spend a time with her. Rin and Luvia are a distant relative because Rin paternal grandmother is an Idlefelt. That's why her parent can asking Aoi to become Luvia guardian in Japan. That was a sign of love from her parent, and she know that Auguste have a monthly report about her condition to her parent, but she's still disappointed because their job always became their top priority. Luvia pray that her parent can go to a class visit next year. Chapter 75, Class Visit 2. In this chapter there will be no Shiru. For Hayao Desai, a class visit was a nightmare. Every year from a middle school till now his parent will always scolding him and angry to him because of his perverted act at school. To the point Goru and Miki didn't give him a pocket money for a couple of months. But this time Sai sure something different will happen. Because for the last couple of months he stopped doing a perverted act with Matsuda and Motohama. Join the occult research club, making him doesn't have a time to hang out with Matsuda and Motohama. And not just that, the arrival of Irina, his girlfriend who start going to school with him, really is the game changer for his life. Because of Irina, Sai perverted behavior really start to change. Because Sai want to be a loyal and good boyfriend for Irina, he try to stop thinking about his favorite thing in the world, a woman breast. He burn out all his porn collection, even thought that thing hurt him badly, but he think it all worth for his relationship with Irina. Irina Shidu was a happy girl, she sure about that. Right now she live with her boyfriend in her boyfriend house, and her boyfriend loving her very much to the point he want to sacrifice everything for her. Irina life in Vatican before she stationed at Koa was a day that full of fight and training. Almost there is no vacation for her and her partner at all. Her only happiness and consolation was a weekly call that she and Sai do. Having a conversation with Sai, her most beloved person, was something that made her able to avoid the stress she feel from her job as an exorcist. When she's still in the Vatican, sometimes she would think what will happen to her if she not move from Kua, or she still would become Sai girlfriend. She didn't know the answer, but for now she grateful for the happy life she live. 20 in Sai class. The first lesson is start with the English lesson. Sai had a purpose to show off his ability in English language because right now he understand any language on earth. Even thought he can't be called a devil right now because Shiru already changed him back into a human. But his ability to understand any language and promotion did not disappear because he still have connection with the pawn devil pieces inside the spirit frequency ring. But when the class is start, both Sai and Irina find something odd when the English teacher distributing a rectangular object wrapped in a bag to the students. When they both opened the bag they found some PVC clay. Hey, Sai-kun, this is English lesson, right? Asked Irina. Yes, of course, answered Sai. But why our teacher give us a PVC clay? Irina said with a confusion look. What are his purpose by giving us this clay? That's what I want to know too, Sai said. Are he out of his mind? Even the parent who's standing in the back of the class also feel confused by the English teacher act. The teacher then said, please, try to making something with the PVC clay that I give to all of you. Anything is fine, an animal, a building, or even a person. It's up to you. What did you want to make? There is an English conversation in every shape you made in the clay. Sai-kun, I think you're right, Irina said with a confused face. He really out of his mind. Yeah, I'm really didn't understand what was he thinking, Sai said. Or he think this is an art class. Now class, let's start kneading the clay. When the English teacher give a signal to all the student in Sai class to start give a shape to the PVC clay, Sai of course doing what he can to make something good. Irina also start to kneading her PVC clay like Sai. Both of them didn't know what they want to made. Both Sai and Irina start thinking about their soulmate and both of their hand move automatically. What they didn't realize is they made a perfect replica of each other with the PVC clay, and the statue they made is look so real to the point making all the people inside the class watching them in a gate because of the quality of the statue they made. The English teacher then walked to them with astonished face and then said, "Hi Autu-kun, Shidu-kun. Both of you are amazing." Of course Sai and Irina, who too concentrated in their work, feel really surprised when the teacher praising them. "Jaya. Sensei. Please don't startle us," Sai said. "Yeah, Sai is right," Irina said while touching her breast because her heart is beating faster. "Because what you did is not good for our heart." "Ah, sorry if I startled both of you," the teacher said. "But are the two of you are realized by the great artwork that you two made?" Sai and Irina shake their head. They didn't really know what kind of artwork they just made because they're only needing the PVC clay randomly. Then they both looking to the PVC clay in front of them and they feel really surprised by the statue they made. In front of them there are complete replica of each other. Irina was make a statue of Sai who almost naked except for his crotch part that covered with a leaf. Sai statue almost like a complete replica of the David of Michelangelo except for the face and the crotch. And in Sai's side he made the statue of Irina complete with angel wings and clothes with a shield in her left hand and a sword in her right hand. "Irina, why your statue?" Sai said. "Sai-kun, the statue that you're made," Irina said. "You modeled me as your statue." Sai, Irina shouted at the same time. Neither of them expected that each of them would make a statue of their own soulmate. "Both of you really are a great couple," the English teacher said with a tear in his eyes. "Making each other statue like that. I really didn't mean to made this statue," Sai said with a blushing face while holding the statue of Irina that he just made. "I only needing the PVC clay randomly while thinking about Irina. I don't know that the PVC clay would become the statue of Irina as an angel like this." "Same as me," Irina said with a really red face. "I also moving the PVC clay in random. I didn't realize that the PVC that needing will become a David Michelangelo cheap knockoff with Sai faces." "Kukuku, both of you really are a soulmates who really know each other," Aka said with a villainous tone, teasing Irina and Sai. "To the point you two can made an amazing statue of each other." "Damn it, Sai," Motohama said. "You made a very beautiful statue of Irina-chan in angel form. Please let me buy it. I will buy it from you for 5,000 yen. Don't give him the statue, my buddy Sai," Matsuda said. "Please let me the one who buy Irina-chan statue for 7,000 yen. "No, hi Autu-kun, let me your teacher became the one who will buy it," the English teacher said. "I will give you 10,000 yen. After that all the male student, even some of female student, who admired the beauty of the statue of Irina that Sai made, not have lesbian feeling of fangirl to Irina, want to buy the statue from Sai, making Sai didn't know how to react because each time the student gives Sai some offer to Sai the statue price keep increasing. Irina, who didn't like the fact that the statue that had her shaper was contested by many people, so get close to Sai who sat beside her and whispering to Sai ear while a lot of people keep make an offering to Sai about the statue. "Sai-kun, if you dare to sell that statue you know there will be some consequence waiting for you." Sai nodded his head after hearing Irina whisper, and he didn't dare to say anything because he felt too scared of Irina. She also didn't forget pinching Sai's stomach quietly to punish him because Sai didn't do anything when the statue he made that looked like Irina is contested by many people, and of course Sai feel his stomach is hurting so much because of Irina pinching, but he endure the pain because if he shouted it would an embarrassing situation for him. In the end Sai didn't dare to sell the statue to anyone because of Irina threat, and because of that a lot of people feel disappointed. Weirdly Miki and Guru Hayato feel so proud of their son, because finally their son can made something that useful to the point they're crying happily because their son will have a bright future. "Ata-san, finally. Our Sai can made something useful and beautiful," Miki said with a tears in her eyes. "Yes, Oka-san," Guru said. "Our son future will become bright if he continuing his passion on art." Sai, who hearing what his parent had said only can give a sigh. He didn't want to become some artist who made an artwork to lives, but after he see what he made with the PVC clay he's starting to consider it. 20 in front of Kusagakure, a girl with black hair and twin-tail sil and short body figure get into the Kusagakure with a big smile in her beautiful faces. She came to Kusagakure to do some class visit. When she walked off the gate she was stopped by the security guard because the magical girl costume that she wear is really suspicious. But the security guard is stop asking her after she showing some identity card. After that she asking about the class visit to the security guard, but the guard say that she is coming late, because right now the class visit is already over. She looks sad, but she keep walking inside the Kusagakure while shouting, "So-tan. Wait for On-chan. On-chan will meet you soon." Seraphul Leviathan, one of the Yondai Mao and Suna Saitri older sister, has came to Kusagakure in purpose doing a class visit to her little sister class, and she will doing anything to meet with her little sister. Inside the student council room, Suna Saitri suddenly felt a chill and have a cold sweat in her neck. Somehow she had a feeling something bad will happen to her. "Why suddenly I felt goosebumps like this?" Suna said. Are this a sign that something bad would happen to me? Chapter 76, Class Visit 3 Kusagakure, Break Time. Shiru already met with Garrett Sugu and they also had little talk, and because Shiru is a good student his homeroom teacher only talked with his adoptive father for a moment before he go to the elementary school section, to meet with his wife Irisveil. He will meet again with Garrett Sugu in the Amiya residence. After he say goodbye to Garrett Sugu, Shiru met up with Rin who already finished talking with Aoi who right now going to her little sister class. And they both going to ORC in the old school building, Shiru going to the ORC room only to spend his free time because he didn't have anything to do. Same with Rin, who only want to hang out with her boyfriend. Arteria is busy with her activity in the kendo club, while Zenobia and Asia is eating in the cafe with Sister Griselda to talk about something. After that in ORC room. So, that stupid English teacher asked all the student in your class to make something using the PVC clay? Raya sighed. The English teacher in Kusagakure have weird personality, but she didn't think to the point turning the English lesson into an art lesson. She must talking this issue to Su. A teacher who didn't do his job properly are a shameful thing for elite school like Kusagakure. Yeah, that odd teacher even want to buy the statue of Irina that I just made. Sai said, who sat beside Irina in one of the couch. And almost all the student in my class want to buy the statue that I made, with a high price. Of course I don't want to sell it. Because it was the statue of my lovely girlfriend. Ah, you're so romantic, Sai-kun. Irina said with a blushing face while she hugging Sai. Thank you. Era, what a lovely couple. Akano said while standing beside Ryaz. I envy both of you. The statue you made is very good, Sai, Shiru said when he looked the statue of Irina that Sai put on the table. You have a talent in this area. But to think the most perverted boy in Kuakan made a high-quality statue, Rin who sat beside Shiru didn't expect that a stupid and perverted person like Sai-kun made a great artwork. That's unbelievable. Every human at least have one thing they good at, Rin, Shiru said. And I think Sai talent is making an artwork in form of statue. I think Sai senpai is making the statue of Irina senpai while thinking something pervert about her, Konko said with a motionless tone. The statue is made with a great detail in every aspect. There is no way Sai senpai can made a something like that without thinking something pervert. To tell you the truth, Konko-chan, I didn't thinking about a pervert thing at all when I made the statue of Irina. Sai feel offended by Konko word. Yes, he is still have some perverted trait left on him. That was a normal thing because every normal man have something like that. But when he made that statue he didn't think any perverted thing about Irina. He only think about what kind of future he will have with Irina, nothing else. I only think my relationship with Irina in the future while kneading the clay, and without realizing it the clay I kneading has become the statue of Irina. That's impossible. Konko said. Sai senpai is the most perverted boy in our school. There's no way he can change his way of life. Hey. My boyfriend work really hard to change his bad behavior. Irina shouted in a very angry tone. She can't accept Konko bad word to her Sai. So why did you have a doubt about his change? Because he is Hayao Sai, the man who love woman breast more than anything in the world, to the point he thinking woman breast as something that must be worship. Konko said with a dreadful tone. I can deny that because that was a perfect description of my behavior and characteristic before I changed my way 180 degrees. Konko word that straight to point really hurt his heart badly. But I'm a change guy now, Konko-chan, so please believe in me. I won't believe you until you prove to me that you really change. Konko still hard-headed and didn't believe that Sai can't change his perverted behavior. After say that word, Konko walking out from the club and slammed the door very hardly. Sai, why is so hard for Konko-chan to believe my change? Sai said with a little tears in his eyes. Maybe because you has became a pervert for too long, Raya said. Or maybe because she had a trauma facing a pervert man, because in her debut to helping her client, the client that she got is a very perverted old man. I remember about that case that happened a couple years ago, Akano said. Konko-chan first client is a fat bald perverted lilicon middle-aged man that want Konko-chan doing a naked cosplay photo session. That day Konko-chan who don't want to fulfill her client request beat that guy so badly until he must go to hospital. If I'm not wrong that man is still coma in the hospital till this day. Well, now really made sense why Konko hating a pervert man so much, Rin said. She must be very traumatized by her first client perverted behavior. Very, Raya said with a sigh. I need a very long time to calm her down, and stopping her killing that man. So that's why Konko-chan hate me so much, Sai said with a sad face. I don't know she had a traumatized experience like that. Now I understand why it's so hard for her to believe me. Maybe she didn't want to tell it to us because she don't want to remember it, Shiru said. And Sai, or you realized before you change your way of life, you are so perverted to the point you ready to throw away your life only to peeping a girl who change her clothes. Tell me if my word is wrong. No, your word is not wrong, Shiru. Sai said with anime tears appear in his face. Your word is more correct than Kongo-chan, and you're right. Before I try to change my behavior, I'm too perverted and ready to throw away my own life only to do something stupid. No wonder almost all the girl in the school hate me, Matsuda and Motohama. But now I'm a changed man, I will not repeat my past mistake. Ah, I'm so proud of you, my lovely Sai-kun. Irina said, suddenly hugging Sai. You really has changed into a true gentleman. Sai and Irina then hugging each other and start their stupid couple romantic comedy scene. They praising each other with a romantic word, while hugging. And their romantic word is so disgusting for Akano, Ryaz, Rin and Shiru force them to chase out the Baka couple out of the room. Their stupid lovey-dopey act is as disgusting as always, Ryaz said. Sai, why they always like that? Maybe because they love each other too much? Akano said. To tell the truth, Ryaz Buku, I'm kind of jealous to them, because they both have a person that can have a romantic relationship with. Same with me. Ryaz said while slamming her hand to the table. But sadly I didn't have a boyfriend right now, of course it's not like I don't have some romantic interest. Yeah, Akano said. It will be really good if we both have a boyfriend. Ryaz and Akano eyes is directed to Shiru, they really want Shiru as their boyfriend. Rin, who realized the meaning or their word and why their eyes is aiming Shiru, immediately holding Shiru hand tightly and then said, stop staring my boyfriend, you two. I will not let you two try to tempting my Amaya-kun. TSSK, you're so stingy, Tasaka-san. Ryaz said. You even didn't let us, admiring Amaya-kun. Yes, Ryaz was right. Akano said. We only want to admiring Amaya-kun, we don't have intention to tempting him. Don't lie to me. Rin said. I know when I'm not here. You two always try to seduce him. Not always. Ryaz said. Only sometimes. When I had a chance. Yeah, me too. Akano said. Who, so you have a guts to seduce my boyfriend? Rin said with a tick mark in her faces. You two must be punished. A Gandra spell is ready is her index finger, she really serious punishing Ryaz and Akano. Bring it on. Ryaz and Akano said. While Rin, Ryaz and Akano ready to go all out to fighting, Shiru only sighed while face-palming and said, why I have a fate of harem protagonist. In a sealed room inside the old school building, there is a little boy with a golden hair and red eyes wearing a Kusagakure schoolgirl uniform, in other words he is a cross-dresser or a cute boy in a drag outfit. Right now he sat in front of a computer monitor playing his favorite online games. As a hikikomori, being inside a dark room while playing his favorite games was a greatest joy, and he didn't have a plan to go out of his room anytime soon. But that boy really confused why he feeling something bad would happen to him today. The boy Gasper Vladi the Damper didn't realize that his bad feeling would happen to him sooner than he thought. Chapter 77, Seraphol Leviathan. Sai and Irina has long gone going back to their class right after they kick out from the club room and after the chaos in the ORC room is over. Rin, Ryaz, Akano and Shiru walking together to go to their class because their next lesson will be start in 15 minutes. But before that they must faces another chaos that will give them a headache. In one of corridor inside Kusagakure, you can hear a sound of camera flash. The four of them can see, there was a crowd present. And from the sound of the flash before they can guess there was some photo session on the corridor. There was someone who doing a photo session in a time like this? Ryaz said. Are they dumb? Suna will really piss off about this. Well, you're right, Ryaz, Akano said with a giggle. I really want to see Suna's reaction when she's seeing this illegal act. But who is the one they taking pictures is? Asked Shiru. From what I see they taking a picture someone wearing a costume of an anime character. If I remember correctly it was Magical Girl, Milk Kiss Viral 7, answered Rin while seeing to the photo session direction. Ilya and my little sister Sakura forced me to watch that anime a couple days ago. That anime is quite good, I think. Yeah, I remember about that anime too, Shiru said. Because in Emiya residence, Ilya, Kuro and my mama is a big fan of that anime. Emiya-kun, it look like almost all the member of your family is a fans of that anime, Ryaz said. Not only just a fans, Shiru said with a sigh. The four of them is a die-hard fan of Milky Spiral anime, because they have all the Blu-ray DVD and merchandise of the anime. Meanwhile Akano, who curious about the girl that doing a cosplay photo session, looking to the photo shoot more carefully. And then her face became really paled. Sai, Ryaz, can you see the girl who wearing the magical girl costumes, right? Asked Akano with a pale face. Ryaz, who confused why Akano face became paled, then directed her eyes to the photo shoot, and when she see the girl who became the object of photo session her face became as paled as Akano. Ooh, shit, Ryaz said. Why did she came to Koa in a time like this? Suna would become freak out if she seeing her. Why the face of three of you suddenly became paled like that? Asked Shiru. It's like you two seeing something scary. But before Ryaz can answer Shiru's question, Saji Genshira suddenly appear with a girl from the student council and try to disperse the crowd. Hey. It's forbidden to doing a photo shoot on a public path. Saji shouted with a bossy style. You are all please disperse. This day is a class visit day. Don't make a ruckus on the important day like this. After Saji doing his job, the big crowd is gone and the man with the camera also leaving after the girl who came with Saji scolding him. And you, please don't do a cosplay like that in this school, Saji holding the girl's shoulder too hard, making the girl look uncomfortable. You are a student of this school, right? What are you thinking by doing something stupid like wearing that ugly magical girl costumes? The girl face became cold and emotionless after Saji saying that word, and there was a really creepy and scary killing intent spread out of the girl's body. And Ryaz and Akeno face became more paled after they seeing the face of the girl and feel the killing intent that came out from the girl. But Shiru feel okay and he didn't affected at all by the killing intent, same with Rin, she is okay because she is standing beside Shiru who protected her from the intent. That devil girl who wearing cosplay costumes have a power that surpass Kokobi or Bazd, Shiru said. She is at least on Mao level. And from what I see, Ryaz and Akeno is knowing her. Partner the girl in the magical girl outfit is Seraphol Leviathan, one of the Yondai Mao and the older sister of Suna Saitri, Drake said. And she is a weird girl who have obsession to become a real magical girl. And her obsession is giving her little sister a really hard time because her antique behavior. So that's why Akeno and Ryaz's face became so paled after they seeing her, Shiru said with a cold sweat in his cheek. They scared to her antique behavior. I really want to get out and talk a lot about a magical girl with her. Zelrech said. She and I have a same passion about the magical girl. Talking with her would be so awesome. Archer, please lend me your body. Shut up, Zelrech. Shiru shouted in his mind. I would never lend my body to you. Especially to talk something ridiculous like that. TSSK, you're so stingy, Archer. Zelrech said. Whatever you say, Zelrech, Shiru said. I don't care about your stupid obsession. Saji and his friend feeling so scared to Seraphol right now, their body is shaking because of the aura that Seraphol spread out. Saji even wet his pants because he feels so scared. You arrogant stinky brat. Just because you became part of Sunatan's peerage, you're being cocky and think that the whole world is under your control, and how dare you say that the magical girl outfit I'm wearing is ugly. Do you want me to make an ice sculpture from you and then displaying you on the Cositas? Seraphol feel really angry to Saji, who is the member of her little sister peerage member who act arrogant and cocky in front of her, and the worst part is Saji dare to say something forbidden like calling her most proud full outfit ugly. She is snapped and spread out her killing intent because of that. Saji and his friend became pass out because of the killing intent that directed to them, and after that Suna has came because she heard about the commotion that happened in the corridor with Starsea and his father that under her guidance. What's this? Suna said with an angry voice after she saw her two peerage member who pass out. What happened in here? Why Saji and Rhea is pass out? Suna tried to become a strict person as long as she is in the school to protect her dignity, but when she saw her little insane older sister,